Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 5 of the series. Chapter 296. Chapter 296, 4th grade physical body, 9 dragons trampling the heavens. In the remains of the Cloud Emperor Palace, although he didn't kill many people, his opponents had killed a lot of people. Which one of them didn't have a few lives? Therefore, when he sorted out the storage rings, there were more than 200 of them. Most of the 200-odd storage rings belonged to 8th or 9th grade Grandmaster realm young geniuses, but there were also dozens of storage rings that belonged to martial grandmasters. There were even storage rings from peerless geniuses like Qiu Changlie and Zhao Hong. Lu Ming was full of anticipation for the wealth inside. He didn't know and was shocked. Even though Lu Ming was mentally prepared, he was still dumbfounded. A mountain of spiritual crystals could not even be stored in a storage ring. There were 55.56 million spiritual crystals in total. 50 million. What a terrifying number this was. Lu Ming was in a daze. Holding back his ecstasy, Lu Ming used a few storage rings to keep the spiritual crystals and looked at the other items. There were over 4,000 spirit weapons. There were more than 12,000 spiritual herbs and grasses. However, most of them weren't very high level, and only a few of them had reached level 4. There were also over 200 books of various cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques, as well as all kinds of forging materials. He had struck it rich. Lu Ming had struck it rich. This amount of wealth other than the 5 great sects and the royal family, I don't think the other small forces in the Blazing Sun Empire would have this much even if they went bankrupt. Half an hour later, Lu Ming put the various items into the storage ring and kept them. Then, he kept it and the 10,000 Spirit Combat Body Manual appeared in Lu Ming's hands. He flipped it open and started to read it carefully. An hour later, Lu Ming closed the secret manual. The 10,000 Spiritual Combat Body is so terrifying and mysterious. Lu Ming was amazed. The 10,000-mile battle body could refine all the spirits in the world and produce the chi of 10,000 spirits, which would be integrated into the body and constantly improve the strength of the body. 10,000 spirits, as long as it was something with spirituality in the world, it could be used. For example, all kinds of spiritual herbs, metal materials, and ores that contained spiritual essence could be refined into the chi of 10,000 spirits to cultivate the body. It could even be used on living creatures. It was terrifying. As expected of a technique that can cultivate one's body to the 9th stage. It's really overbearing. Lu Ming was shocked and excited. Then, Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to comprehend. For 3 consecutive days, Lu Ming had been trying to comprehend the 10,000 spiritual combat body. Tens of thousands of miles away from the imperial capital, there was a stretch of mountains that stretched on endlessly like a fairyland. This was the location of the 10-direction sword sect, the 10-direction mountain. At the highest point of the 10-square mountain, a dozen people were sitting in a hall. Each of them was just sitting there casually, but they exuded an aura as vast as the mountains and as deep as the sea, vast and unfathomable. Qiu Wuyang, the sect leader of the 10-direction sword sect, sat at the highest position with a gloomy expression. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely oppressive. Suddenly, an old man with a cold face slammed the table and shouted, "That brat Tianyun deserves to die for killing the peerless hero of my 10-direction sword sect. Sect leader, please allow me to personally kill Tianyun. This is inappropriate." Another voice rang out. Tianyun and Changlie were having a life-and-death battle. Countless people in the imperial capital saw it. If we were to kill Tianyun like this, I'm afraid it would incur the wrath of the martial world. Then we can send assassins. The cold-faced old man said. Tianyun is a small matter. Our plan is more important. I don't think we can let Tianyun affect our plan. The person from before said. The crowd fell into silence again. After a while, Qiu Wuyang said, "Let's follow our plan first. As long as everything goes well, Tianyun will be dead. He killed the hero of our Shifang sword sect. He can't live in this world. But let's put it aside for now. Now, let's discuss the specific details of this matter." No one objected to Qiu Wuyang's suggestion. Then, they began to discuss an important matter. In the Supreme Shrine, Lu Ming had been meditating on the 10,000 spiritual combat body for 3 days. 3 days later, he opened his eyes. Then, he moved his hand and a level 2 spiritual herb appeared in his hand. Refine. Lu Ming muttered. Following that, the essential qi in his body trembled according to the 10,000 spirit combat bodies technique. A wave of dense qi spread out from Lu Ming's palm and wrapped around the spiritual herb. After a few breaths, the spirit herb disappeared. It was refined into a wisp of strange gas and entered Lu Ming's body. This was the qi of 10,000 spirits. Once the qi of myriad spirits entered Lu Ming's body, it seeped into his entire body. Lu Ming could clearly feel that his physical body was getting stronger. Although the extent was not large and it was very small, it was indeed getting stronger. It was many times faster than ordinary physical cultivation techniques. Amazing, this is amazing. Lu Ming was shocked and his eyes were filled with excitement. Then, he took out a level 3 spiritual herb and turned it into the qi of 10,000 spirits to improve his body. For the next 3 days, Lu Ming continued to refine spiritual herbs and improve his physical body. In these 3 days, he refined no less than 200 spiritual herbs. Finally, his body broke through the limit and reached the 4th grade body in one go. The 4th grade physical body was extremely wondrous. Lu Ming could almost change his muscles, bones, and body shape at will. Even after being injured, the muscles would automatically wriggle, sealing the wound and healing it quickly. His muscles were like steel, and his bones were like steel. His veins were wide and flexible. Lu Ming could unleash his strength without any restraint. This was a huge improvement to his combat strength. Now that my physical body has reached the 4th stage, I can finally start cultivating the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Lu Ming could not wait to take out the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and begin to comprehend it. The pressure from the secret manual was no longer a problem for Lu Ming. However, after a moment, he closed the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and frowned. Because he was completely confused, he didn't know where to start. It was too difficult to cultivate a divine-level martial technique. A god-level martial technique was completely different from the heaven, earth, black, and yellow-level martial techniques. God-level martial techniques were not divided into levels such as the 1st level, the 2nd level, and so on. God-level martial techniques were very special. Each one was unique in the world, and there were all kinds of differences. For example, the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps was divided into 9 steps. With every step he cultivated, the power would become stronger and stronger. Step by step, the power would stack. If he could cultivate the 9 steps, the power of the 9 steps would stack up, and he could crush mountains and break the heavens. The power was terrifying to the extreme. As long as the 1st step of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps was cultivated, the full power of the 1st step could be exerted. At the same time, as one's cultivation level increased, the power of the 1st step would also become stronger. It was a pity that it was too difficult to cultivate it. Lu Ming studied it for a while but could not find any clues. Looks like I'll have to comprehend it slowly. As long as I put in more effort, I don't believe I can't cultivate it successfully. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and pondered. After comprehending the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps for a while, he began to cultivate the 10,000 spiritual combat body. He had countless spiritual herbs on him, so he didn't have to worry about not having enough spiritual herbs to cultivate. After cultivating the 10,000 spirit combat body for a few hours, Lu Ming condensed a figure on the 3rd platform and fought with it to cultivate his martial arts technique. Chapter 297. Chapter 297, The Attack of the Dark Moon Empire. Cultivation knew no time. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been in closed-door cultivation for a month. His physical body had improved the fastest in the past month. After using 3,000 spiritual herbs, Lu Ming's physical body reached the 5th grade. However, after reaching Tier 5, using some Level 1 and Level 2 spiritual herbs to cultivate would have very poor effects. Only Level 3 spiritual herbs had some effect, and Level 4 spiritual herbs were even better. However, Lu Ming did not have many Level 4 spiritual herbs. Lu Ming still had more than 8,000 spiritual herbs on him. However, he felt that even if he refined all of them, he could not cultivate his body to the 6th grade. The higher the level of the body, the more energy it required. Also, After reaching the martial arts grandmaster realm, one's comprehension of martial arts techniques would be much faster. After a month of bitter cultivation and continuous battles with himself, Lu Ming's martial arts skills had improved at a rapid pace. He had cultivated the ancient shield mantra to the 6th level in one go and could condense 6 ancient shields at once. His defensive power had been greatly enhanced. As for the 3 palms, he had successfully cultivated the 2nd palm in one go, the beast palm. A palm struck out, a huge beast palm blasted out. Its power was a level stronger than the human path palm. The reason why he was able to improve so quickly was because of the 3rd platform. Of course, he had to pay more than 600,000 crystals for it. Now, with Lu Ming's cultivation at the 2nd tier of the martial arts grandmaster realm, he would need 10,000 spiritual crystals to condense a figure that looked exactly like him. Each time, it could last for 6 hours. The consumption was extremely shocking. If not for the fact that Lu Ming had a net worth of more than 50 million, he could not afford to spend it. At this moment, Lu Ming's ability could be said to have reached its peak. Although his cultivation was still at the early stage of the 2-den martial ancestor realm, he could kill Qiu Changlia in one move if he were to fight him. On the other hand, Li Ping had already arrived at the imperial capital half a month ago to meet Lu Yuntian. When the two met, they were naturally full of warmth. They stayed together every day and were reluctant to part. During this time, Xian Yanqing had also been cultivating in seclusion. As for the golden-eyed blood corpse, Lu Ming had asked it to lie dormant in a place. That day, Hua Qi came to Lu Ming in a hurry and brought him a piece of shocking news. The Dark Moon Empire had sent out 1 million troops to attack the Blazing Sun Empire. The Ghost Moon Saber sect in the north had already asked for help from the Burning Sun Empire. The imperial family's 2 armies at the northern border also asked for help. The entire Blazing Sun Empire was shaken. Although the Inu Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire had always been in constant conflict, it was still rare for them to dispatch an army of 1 million to attack. In fact, there were only a few times in history. Lu Ming, the royal family, will be sending an elite army this time, as well as some young powerhouses that the royal family has been secretly cultivating. They'll head north. On one hand, it's to boost the reputation of the royal family, and on the other hand, it's to train these young powerhouses. However, as you know, all geniuses are proud and unruly. No one is willing to submit to the other. My father wanted to choose someone to be the commander of this army and subdue these young experts, but after thinking about it, only you are suitable. Hua Qi said to Lu Ming. Me? Yes, there's no one more suitable than you. To tell you the truth, some of these young experts are geniuses from Star Cluster Hall, and some of them were secretly recruited by the royal family and sent to the Blood Zhao Empire's Great Sun Mansion to cultivate since they were young. They all have their eyes on the top of their heads, and ordinary people can't subdue them. Hua Qi explained with a bitter smile. But father said that he won't force you. If you don't want to go, he will find someone else. Yes, why not? After being in seclusion for so long, he wanted to go out and train himself. The battlefield was undoubtedly the best place to train. Lu Ming, you agree? That's great. I'll go back and report to my father. If everything goes well, we'll set off in 2 days. Hua Qi was overjoyed. Lu Ming nodded. Hua Qi then took his leave. I'll also go and bid farewell to father and mother. After that, Lu Ming went to Lu Yuntian's residence. Lu Yuntian and Li Ping did not object to the news. A martial artist must experience a series of life and death situations in order to reach the peak. Ming, go ahead. Lu Yuntian was very supportive. Back then, as a member of the Lu clan, Lu Yuntian had often gone out to explore in his pursuit of martial arts. It was only then that he had unintentionally discovered the secret of the martial emperor's treasure. Ming, the battlefield is extremely dangerous. You must be careful. Although Li Ping did not object, she could not help but be worried. She warned him seriously. Father, mother, don't worry. Ming will be fine. Lu Ming smiled and assured the 2 elders. 2 days passed quickly. 2 days later, Lu Ming brought the golden-eyed blood corpse to the General Star Hall's training ground. The army was gathering there. Lu Ming, don't even think about ditching me. Xian Yanqing appeared beside Lu Ming. Little Qing, what's wrong? You can't bear to leave me. who can't bear to leave you. I'm afraid that you'll run away or die on the battlefield. If that's the case, who can I find to settle the score with? How can I step on you? Haha, then come with me. But I heard that it's cold in the north. You have to warm my bed at night. Lục Minh laughed and walked forward. Warm your head, in your dreams. Xian Yanqing's fierce voice could be heard as the two of them walked further and further away. Rows of armored soldiers stood in front of the field commander of the General Star Hall. These soldiers were all tall and burly, and they emitted a powerful and murderous aura. With one look, one could tell that they were all elite soldiers, veterans who had gone through the baptism of war. There was a total of 20,000 soldiers. The sunlight shone on the armors of the 20,000-strong army, giving off a cold glow. At the top of the martial arts field stood dozens of people. Most of them were young men in their 20s, and each of them had a strong and profound aura. Even the weakest of them was a 9th-grade great martial master. There were 10 young men whose auras were as strong as mountains, and they were clearly martial ancestor realm experts. Among these 10 people, 7 of them were the strongest experts in Star Cluster Hall, equivalent to the gold disciples of the 5 great sections. The remaining 3 people had the strongest auras. As they looked around, a faint sense of pride could be seen. They were the geniuses that the royal family had sent to the Great Sun Mansion to cultivate. In the middle stood the emperor of the Burning Sun Empire, Hua Jingxing. Next to Hua Jingxing was Hua Qi. Your Majesty, who is our commander? Why isn't he here yet? What arrogance to have His Majesty wait here. A young man who was cultivating in the Great Sun Prefecture shouted unhappily. That's right. I don't think he has any respect for His Majesty. In my opinion, we should just remove him from his position and let senior brother Huaying be the commander-in-chief. Another young man who was cultivating in the Great Sun Mansion said. The Huaying he was talking about was a young man in a golden robe. He was the last young man to cultivate in Great Sun Mansion. This man was extraordinary and had the aura of a king. He was a member of the royal Hua family, but he was not a direct descendant. He was from the branch. However, his talent was extremely terrifying. He was a rare genius in the past 100 years. He had been noticed by the emperor and sent to the Great Sun Prefecture to cultivate. His cultivation was unfathomable now. Chapter 298. Chapter 298, I am the commander-in-chief. Huaying stood with his hands behind his back. He had an extraordinary bearing, and his eyes revealed a faint arrogance. At the same time, he revealed a look of dissatisfaction. Originally, he had thought that he would be the commander-in-chief this time, but unexpectedly, it had been given to someone else, which made him very unhappy. Your Majesty, I suggest that we change senior brother Huaying to be the commander-in-chief. Senior brother Huaying is well versed in military tactics and has a profound cultivation. He will definitely lead the army and win every battle. The young man from before saluted Hua Jingxing and suggested. 100 victories. I don't know where this brat came from, but he actually wants to take the position of commander-in-chief. What a joke. Among the 7 martial arts grandmasters of the Star Cluster Hall, someone was unconvinced and sneered. The royal family had always treated the Star Cluster Hall as the leader. The 7 of them were the strongest experts in the Star Cluster Hall. Where did those 3 brats come from? How was it possible for him to covet the position of commander-in-chief the moment he arrived? How could the young expert from the Star Cluster Hall possibly agree? The young man who had been suggesting Huaying to be the commander-in-chief looked at the Star Cluster Hall's people with a dark expression. His name was Gao Li, and he had a very good relationship with Huaying. Did you not hear what I said? I said that he doesn't have the qualifications to be the commander. If he wants to be the commander, he's a genius of my Star Cluster Hall. That person from the Star Cluster Hall continued to speak. A genius from the Star Cluster Hall. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. A few trash-like things dare to call themselves geniuses. It's really laughable. Gawain laughed in disdain. Who are you calling trash? Today, I'll let you know my power. The young man from the Star Cluster Hall roared and a powerful aura burst out as he walked towards Gao Li. You want to fight? That's just what I want. Gao Li's figure moved and swept towards the other party. At the same time, he threw a punch. This punch was as powerful as a mountain, and a powerful force spread out. The young man from the Star Cluster Hall also shouted and struck out with his palm. As the fist and palm collided, the young man from Star Cluster Hall let out a blood-curdling screech and his body flew out like a cannonball. He fell heavily on the ground and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Second level of Wuzong. The young man from the Star Cluster Hall shouted. Humph, a mere one-stage martial ancestor realm wants to fight me. You're really looking for death, Gawain said coldly. During this process, Hua Jingxing did not stop him and just watched coldly. He had already expected this outcome. As long as no one died, he would not care. Now, if you are unconvinced, feel free to attack. Gao Li was incomparably arrogant as he swept his gaze across everyone in the Star Cluster Hall. Everyone from the Star Cluster Hall had an ugly expression as they could not help but look at a bald youth in the middle. This bald young man was the #1 expert in Star Cluster Hall, with a cultivation of the second level of martial ancestor realm. I'll fight you. The bald young man stepped forward and stood opposite Gao Li. There was nothing much to say, and the battle immediately erupted. It had to be said that Gao Li was indeed very strong. Although the bald youth was at the same level as him, he was no match for him at all. In just a dozen moves, he was sent flying and coughed out blood. Humph, you're indeed a bunch of trash. Still not admitting it. I can only say that you have not seen the world and have never seen the geniuses of a big country. You think that just because you are in a corner and have a little achievement, you are self-satisfied. How short-sighted are you? How can you improve like this? Gao Li had his hands behind his back as he looked down at the people of Star Cluster Hall and berated them with the tone of an elder disciplining a junior. Detestable. Where did these guys come from? How can they be so strong? The faces of everyone in the Star Cluster Hall turned red as they roared in their hearts. They were extremely aggrieved. Gao Li let out a disdainful sneer and said, "Senior brother Huaying is much stronger than me. Why don't you accept him as the commander-in-chief?" Of course not. A guy who stayed in a big country for a while and thinks he's a genius has come back to show off his strength. What right does he have to be the commander? At this time, a faint voice was heard. Gao Li's face instantly turned ugly. Huaying's face darkened. As for Hua Qi, a hint of joy flashed through his eyes when he heard this voice. The owner of the voice was, of course, Lu Ming. With his hands behind his back, Lu Ming walked towards them with Xian Yanqing and the golden-eyed blood corpse by his side. "Kid, who are you? How dare you talk to me like this?" Gao Li stared at Lu Ming with a gloomy look. Before Lu Ming could say anything, the young experts from the Star Cluster Hall could not help but exclaim. Lu Ming smiled and said, "Who am I? I'm the commander-in-chief this time. You still don't kneel and pay your respects when you see the commander-in-chief. Don't you understand military law? Commander? You're the commander-in-chief. Ridiculous, ridiculous, I can't accept this." Gao Li shouted, then turned to Hua Jingxing and saluted, "Your Majesty, the commander-in-chief this time is no small matter. How can you let such a young boy take up the position? I'm not convinced." Hua Jingxing's face was calm, and no expression could be seen. He said, "Tianyun is someone that I have my eyes on. What's there to be unconvinced about? Your Majesty, the position of a commander is no small matter. Only the capable can take it. If we let an incompetent person become the commander, it will harm these tens of thousands of soldiers." Gawain said. "I agree to let Tianyun be the commander-in-chief. I'm convinced that Tianyun will be the commander-in-chief." Suddenly, a young man from Star Cluster Hall shouted. "I also agree to let Tianyun be the commander." "I also agree. I'm convinced." The other young men from Star Cluster Hall also chimed in. Tianyun had killed Qiu Changlia some time ago, and he was extremely powerful. They were all convinced of his strength. However, Gao Li and the others had just returned from the Blood Zhao Empire and had not heard of Tianyun's name. At this moment, Gao Li's face was extremely gloomy as he said coldly, "A bunch of frogs in a well. They've never seen a real genius, so they can only regard trash as geniuses." Then, he looked at Lu Ming. "Kid, if you want to be a commander, you have to be capable. I'd like to see what you're capable of." With that, a powerful aura emanated from his body and he slowly approached Lu Ming. "You talk too much. Hurry up and attack, or you won't have the chance. Arrogant. Gao Li was furious. He shouted and threw a punch at Lu Ming. The powerful fist force almost penetrated the void. He had used all his strength in this punch. He was determined to teach Lu Ming an unforgettable lesson. However, Lu Ming completely ignored his fist force. He took a step forward and the ground cracked. Lu Ming's figure instantly appeared in front of Gao Li and kicked him. This kick landed directly on Gao Li's stomach. Gao Li let out a blood-curdling screech as he was sent flying by Lu Ming's kick. He flew thousands of meters away and crashed heavily into a huge rock. This included the Star Cluster Hall's heroes and the 20,000-strong army present. Although they knew that Lu Ming was very powerful, the visual effect was too shocking. The second-level martial arts grandmaster genius was sent flying by Lu Ming's kick. This is what it means to cultivate in a big country. A genius who had seen the world. It's not much. Lu Ming slowly retracted his leg and said indifferently. Hua Qi couldn't help but laugh. Some people from the Star Cluster Hall almost laughed out loud. Chapter 299. Chapter 299, Chapter 299 Defeat. On the other hand, Huaying was the complete opposite. He clenched his fists tightly and his eyes were filled with ferocity. He took a step forward, and a wild, beast-like aura exploded from his body. It was extremely terrifying and vast. He was in the late third level of martial ancestor realm. You're Tianyun. Just now, you only used your movement technique to avoid Gao Li's attack and caught him off guard. What's so great about it? In my opinion, it's just a despicable method. Otherwise, how could you seriously injure Gao Li with your second-grade martial ancestor realm cultivation? Huaying stared at Lu Ming coldly. Oh, really? Lu Ming smiled faintly and could not be bothered to explain. However, this will not work in my hands. I will let you know what true strength is. Huaying's eyes were filled with confidence. His talent was indeed very high. At the age of 25, he had already cultivated to the late stage of martial ancestor 3 Dan. Even in the Blood Zhao Empire, where geniuses were as common as clouds, he was still a top genius, only slightly weaker than the 50 super rookies of the Blood Zhao. In the younger generation of the Blazing Sun Empire, other than the 6 heroes of the Blazing Sun Empire, he did not believe that there was anyone else who could be a match for him. Therefore, he did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. 3 moves. I will defeat you within 3 moves. If I can't defeat you, why don't I give you the position of commander? Huaying put her hands behind her back and looked extremely arrogant. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. Then, he slowly stretched out a finger. 1 move. Haha, it seems like you don't have much confidence in yourself. Do you think I can defeat you in 1 move? Huaying laughed. No, you've misunderstood. Lu Ming shook his head and said, what I mean is, I will defeat you in 1 move. What? What did you just say? You defeated me in 1 move. Ha ha ha. Huaying was stunned for a moment, thinking that she had misheard him. Then, she burst out laughing. Defeat me in 1 move. Even if the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun are here, they wouldn't dare to say such words. You're so boastful. I'd like to see how you're going to defeat me in 1 move. A terrifying aura burst out of Huaying's body, and a beam of sword chi soared into the sky. At the same time, his bloodline also burst out, and a silver chakra appeared, which was extremely dazzling. Huaying's second bloodline was also a first-tier king bloodline. This meant that he had the potential of one of the 6 Scorching Sun heroes. Huaying held his sword with both hands and raised it high. A giant sword that was 100 meters long formed and stood between the sky and the earth. The 20,000 soldiers were all shocked. If you want to fight, then fight. What's the use of all these tricks? Lu Ming pursed his lips and then struck out a palm. A huge beast claw condensed in the sky and pressed down on Huaying's giant sword. This beast claw was more than 20 meters long and wide. It was like a small mountain, covered in black scales, looking extremely ferocious. The second palm of the 3 palms, beast palm. Under the beast Dao palm, the giant sword that Huaying had condensed was like a bubble, collapsing. The beast's claw did not stop and continued to press down on Huaying. Huaying let out a roar of disbelief. He kept swinging his sword upwards, sending out sword chi at the beast claw. However, it was of no use. The sword chi collapsed one after another, and the beast claw continued to press down on Hua Ying. A cloud of dust filled the air as Hua Ying was directly crushed by the beast's claw and smashed into the ground. After a while, the beast claw disappeared, leaving a 20-meter-wide beast paw print on the ground. Hua Ying was lying in the palm print, twitching and foaming at the mouth. Tragic, it was really too tragic. Lu Ming had shown mercy. Otherwise, one slap would have been enough to smash him into a pulp of flesh. Good. The invincible Tian Yun. After a long moment of silence, a loud shout suddenly came from the army. Lu Ming swept his gaze over and saw Ming Feng in the army. The roar just now was from Ming Feng. If it wasn't Ming Zhu and Ming Qing beside Ming Feng, who else could it be? The invincible Tian Yun. Ming Feng continued to shout. After that, Ming Zhu and Ming Qing also shouted. Soon, the others seemed to have been infected as well and started to shout as well. The 20,000-strong army let out a deafening howl that shook the heavens. In the end, even the geniuses of Star Cluster Hall started to roar. Lu Ming raised his hand and the entire place suddenly fell silent. Everyone, it is thanks to His Majesty's favor that I am allowed to become the commander of this army. I, Tian Yun, swear that as long as everyone believes in me, I will do my best to lead everyone to great achievements. Lu Ming's clear voice spread throughout the entire venue. Make a contribution, make a contribution. The 20,000-strong army roared. On the high platform, Hua Jingxing stroked his beard and looked at Lu Ming with admiration in his eyes. At this moment, Hua Ying and Gao Li had already struggled to get up, but their eyes were filled with disbelief. All right, Gao Li, Hua Ying, step forward and listen to my orders. Hua Jingxing suddenly shouted. Your Majesty. Hua Ying and Gawain bowed. Now, Tian Yun is the commander-in-chief. Are you convinced? Hua Jingxing asked. I am convinced. The two of them hesitated for a moment before answering. Lu Ming could tell that although the two of them were convincing verbally, they might not be convinced in their hearts. However, Lu Ming did not care. He did not take these two people to heart at all. All right, since that's the case, we'll set off immediately. Hua Jingxing announced. Not long after, an army of 20,000 soldiers, each riding a tall green scale horse, left the capital and headed north. The 20,000-strong army formed a long dragon that stomped across the earth. Lu Ming was riding on a tall and majestic green-scaled horse at the front. Xian Yanqing, the golden-eyed blood corpse, and the three siblings from Ming City were following him. Behind them were Hua Ying and the other young geniuses. Ming Cheng, why are you guys here? Lu Ming asked curiously on the way. Because the general of Moonview City is our father. Ming Feng rushed to say. No wonder. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. The place they were going to provide assistance to this time was Full Moon City. Although the royal family was weak, the northern border with the Dark Moon Empire was an important military location. The royal family still had two powerful legions guarding it and listening to the royal family's orders. One of them was the Mountain Army, and the other was the Northern Army. The two legions were both elite and had been through hundreds of battles. Each of them had 100,000 troops and could be considered one of the few elite legions of the royal family. Ming Cheng and Ming Zhu's father was the general of the mountain-suppressing army, Ming Meng. This time, the 1 million troops of the Dark Moon Empire were attacking. The first to bear the brunt was, of course, the Ghost Moon Saber sect. The Mountain Army and the Northern Army were also affected and started a fierce battle with the Dark Moon Empire. The mountain-suppressing army was struggling and had asked for help from the royal family. This time, Lu Ming and the rest were rushing to the mountain-suppressing army's aid. Therefore, the three Ming siblings naturally followed. Along the way, the three Ming siblings were very worried that something bad would happen to their father. The army's speed was naturally much slower than Lu Ming's flying. It would take at least a month's time to travel from the imperial capital to Full Moon City. Chapter 300. Chapter 300, Chapter 300 The Killer. Soon, 25 days had passed. These 25 days had been calm and peaceful. They had come all the way to Mount Han. In front of them was the 1,000-li cold mountain. As long as they crossed this 1,000-li cold mountain, they would reach Moonview City, which was a 4 to 5 day journey. Let's go into the mountains and set up camp. Lu Ming gave the order. The 20,000-strong army advanced towards Mount Han. After a few dozen miles, they found a flat area to set up camp and had dinner. As night fell, the roars of beasts could be heard from the 1,000 li of Mount Han. Lu Ming asked some of them to patrol and some to rest. Late at night, more than 20 figures were leaping at high speed in the 1,000 li of the cold mountains. More than 20 people, all wearing black robes, moved at a terrifying speed, like ghosts in the forest at night. Not long after, more than 20 figures appeared not far from Lu Ming's army, looking at the military camp. According to the news, the Burning Sun royal family has sent out only young experts this time. The general is also a young man. He's a peerless genius named Tianyun. As long as we kill Tianyun and the other young geniuses, this army will be crippled. A few black-robed men were discussing. I've heard that Tianyun is a genius on the same level as the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes. Leave him to me. A black-robed man with a golden moon embroidered on it said. The others nodded. This golden moon black-robed man was the strongest among them. Come, let's get closer. Jinyue waved her hand, and more than 20 people followed her like ghosts towards the camp. They didn't emit any aura, and they didn't make any sound as they walked. It was silent. It stopped 1,000 meters away from the military camp. One of the tents is emitting the aura of a 3-stage martial ancestor realm expert. That person should be Tianyun. I'll go kill him. You guys go and kill the others. The black-robed Jinyue ordered. The others nodded. Under the moonlight, their figures actually became hazy, and they disappeared without a sound. The golden moon black-robed man was the fastest. He easily passed through the layers of checkpoints and arrived in front of a tent. A young man was sitting cross-legged in the tent. He was none other than Hua Ying. Among the many young powerhouses, his cultivation was the highest. He had reached the later stage of the 3rd level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. The golden moon black-robed man naturally thought that he was Lu Ming. Genius. Die. Killing intent flashed in Jinyue's eyes. A slender black sword appeared in her hand. She and the sword turned into a black lightning and stabbed toward Hua Ying. Hua Ying, who was sitting cross-legged in cultivation, suddenly felt a terrifying aura of death envelop him. All the hair on his body stood on end. Hua Ying's spiritual sense was extremely sensitive, and he had used it to avoid killing intent many times. At this time, he did not think and rushed into the sky. Even so, he was still a step too late. The long sword pierced through his shoulder. As blood splattered, Hua Ying roared and an eagle appeared above his head. This was his bloodline. The eagle's wings flapped rapidly, and he retreated. You're quite capable. You actually managed to avoid my sure-kill sword strike. But you still have to die. The golden moon black-robed man sneered and charged at Hua Ying like a ghost. At the same time, in another tent, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. In front of him, the tent suddenly split open, and a dark sword light stabbed toward his forehead at an extremely fast speed. A 2nd-level martial ancestor realm assassin. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He did not move, but he waved his right hand suddenly. A long spear was condensed instantly and stabbed forward. His speed was much faster than that of a killer. How could this be? The assassin was so shocked that it was too late to dodge. Lu Ming's long spear pierced through his heart and the assassin was sent flying. Lu Ming burst out of the tent and appeared in the sky. In the military camp, there were several screams. A young master had been assassinated. There were also young experts who were fighting with the assassins. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the area and saw Xian Yanqing's figure flash across the sky. Behind her, there was a corpse. He swept his gaze again and saw that Golden Moon Black was chasing after Hua Ying. He was in danger and could be killed at any moment. Golden Eye, kill. Lu Ming ordered the golden-eyed blood corpse. The golden-eyed blood corpse roared in anger and pounced at the assassins. Lu Ming waved his hand and a long spear appeared. Then, he threw it out. The long spear turned into a bolt of lightning and shot toward the Golden Moon Black-robed men. At this moment, Golden Moon Black's men had already closed in on Hua Ying, their cold killing intent enveloping Hua Ying. Hua Ying's body turned cold. He had a feeling that he would die under the sword of the Golden Moon black-robed men in the next moment. This feeling almost suffocated him. He roared in his heart. No, I can't die. I can't die. I still have to revitalize the Hua family. However, he had just been stabbed by the sword, and the terrifying sword chi had continuously penetrated his entire body. He felt waves of weakness. Jinyue's black-robed figure instantly closed in. The Golden Moon black-robed man laughed coldly and thrust his sword at Huaying. This sword was even faster than the previous one. It was incomparably sharp and unstoppable. Huaying couldn't block it at all. Huaying roared, her heart filled with despair. At this moment a bolt of lightning broke through the air, fast to the extreme. It was a long spear that was condensed from true energy. The long spear struck the Golden Moon black-robed man's long sword, causing a violent tremor. Jinyue's black-robed figure trembled, and his body couldn't help but drift to the side. Lu Ming's figure moved. In the next moment, he passed by Huaying and headed towards Jinyue's black-robed man. Huaying cast a complicated look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming had saved him just now. The Golden Moon black-robed man let out a low roar. The power of Lu Ming's move had exceeded his expectations. He was shocked that he was forced back even with his 6th-level martial arts grandmaster cultivation. Jinyue's pupils suddenly contracted, and she said in a deep voice, "So you're the real Tianyun. You know me. You were sent by the Dark Moon Empire, right? So what if you know? I'm here today to send you to your death." Jinyue sneered. The sound of his sword rang out. He became one with his sword and turned into a ray of sword light, charging toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming shook his long spear and thrust it forward. The body of the spear was wrapped in the power of wind and fire. The power of wind and fire had completely fused. The long spear and the sword light collided. Waves of powerful shock waves spread out. Then, Jinyue let out a muffled groan, and her body was sent flying like a cannonball. As he flew back, the Golden Moon black-robed man roared in his heart. He could tell that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 2nd level of the martial arts grandmaster realm, while he was at the 6th level. But the result was that a 2nd-level martial ancestor realm sent him flying with one move. How was this possible? Such a thing actually existed in the world. The Golden Moon black-robed man was shocked. Chapter 301. Chapter 301, Chapter 301 Convinced. Huaying was also shocked. He had personally experienced how terrifying the black-robed Jinyue man was. It was not something he could fight against. To be able to avoid an assassination attack was already a feat of extraordinary talent. But now, the Golden Moon black-robed man was sent flying by Lu Ming in one move. The impact on him was too strong. Lu Ming did not care what the others thought. After he sent the Golden Moon black-robed man flying with one move, he took a step forward and charged toward him. At the same time, he struck out with his palm. In the sky, a huge beast palm smashed down toward Jinyue. Jinyue roared and tried to resist, but it was useless. She was crushed by the beast's palm, and her body fell rapidly. At this moment, Lu Ming had already arrived. The long spear that carried the power of wind and fire pierced through the heart of Jinyue's black-robed man. The Golden Moon black-robed man let out a desperate roar before he died. Never in his dreams did he expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. Wasn't the news he received the same level as the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun? However, other than Qiu Changkong, most of the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes were only at the peak of the 5th stage of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. He was only at the 6th stage of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, but he was killed by Lu Ming so easily. Was this still the combat strength of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun? Wasn't this almost as powerful as the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking? This was Jinyue's last thought before she died. She was filled with unwillingness and doubt. Swallow. After killing the Golden Moon black-robed man, Lu Ming controlled the 9-dragon bloodline to devour the Golden Moon black-robed man's blood essence. The bloodline of the 9 dragons began to refine the blood essence crazily. On Lu Ming's body, 9 red meridian cycles flashed and disappeared. They were so fast that no one noticed them. That's right, 9 red chakra. Previously, he had obtained 9 portions of 6th grade 4th level demonic beast's blood essence in the Yun Emperor Palace ruins. It was equivalent to 6th grade martial grandmaster. Some time ago in the imperial capital, Lu Ming had refined all of them and completely transformed them into bloodline energy. 9 portions of blood essence that were equivalent to a 6th-level martial ancestor realm. How terrifying was that? It would directly raise the 9-dragon bloodline to ordinary level 9, and the next step would be king-level bloodline. However, it was extremely difficult to advance from the mortal class to the king class. Who knew how much blood essence was needed? As Lu Ming refined the blood essence, he charged in other directions. In that direction, a 2-dan martial ancestor realm assassin was fighting with a young man. That young man was a genius from Star Cluster Hall. At this moment, he was surrounded by danger and could lose his life at any moment. Lu Ming rushed over and stabbed the assassin with his spear. The assassin did not even have the strength to resist before he was killed. His blood essence was devoured by the 9 dragons' bloodline. At this time, there were screams from other places. The golden-eyed blood corpse was simply undefeatable. Its body flickered and one of the assassins was torn apart. In just a short while, 7 assassins had died in the hands of the golden-eyed blood zombies. Xian Yanqing wasn't too far off either. With a wave of her hand, the assassin couldn't resist and his head was inexplicably cut off. There were also 4 people who died in her hands. Retreat, retreat. The enemy is too strong. It doesn't match the information we received. The remaining 10 or so killers shouted in panic and wanted to retreat. Where do you think you're going? Kill them. The army was alarmed. Countless soldiers rushed out and surrounded the dozen or so assassins. Since you've come, don't even think about leaving. Lu Ming floated high in the sky, his killing intent surging. Lu Ming waved his hands and spears were formed one after another. The wind and fire forces were condensed on each spear and turned into a flaming light, shooting toward the fleeing assassins. Continuous screams were heard. There was no way to block it. There was no way to block it. The strongest of the remaining assassins was only in the 3rd level of the martial arts grandmaster realm. No matter what methods they used, it was useless. They were pierced through by Lu Ming's long spear and nailed to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the remaining dozen or so assassins were all killed. The 20,000-strong army and the young experts all quieted down. Then, they burst out with earth-shaking roars. The general is invincible. The general is invincible. The roars of the 20,000-strong army were especially loud in the middle of the night. The demonic beasts were so shocked that they didn't dare to make a sound. At this moment, the army of 20,000 was convinced of Lu Ming's strength. Lu Ming's divine might had subdued them. On the other side, Hua Ying looked at Lu Ming with mixed feelings. She gritted her teeth and flew toward Lu Ming. At the same time, Gao Li and the remaining young men who was cultivating in the Great Sun Prefecture flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at the 3 of them in surprise. Brother Tianyun, no, General, I was blind to have offended you before. I didn't expect that you'd let bygones be bygones and save my life. From now on, Hua Ying's life belongs to you. Whether it's to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a pot of boiling oil, Hua Ying will not refuse as long as you say the word. General, senior brother Hua Ying's wish is also my wish. Gao Li swears to obey General's words to the death. Gao Li and the other young men also shouted. This time, Lu Ming's ability had completely convinced them and they were shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. If he wanted to kill them, he could do it with a flip of his hand. Previously, they had offended Lu Ming in such a way. They were afraid at the thought of it. Furthermore, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 2nd-tier martial arts grandmaster realm. It was simply unbelievable for him to have such combat strength. They understood that. The gap between them and Lu Ming was too great. They would never be able to catch up to him in their lifetime. They were convinced of Lu Ming's abilities. No need to be so polite. Since I'm the general of this army, it's my duty to ensure your safety while you're in this army. Lu Ming swept a glance at them and said in a deep voice. I can't wait for the general's generosity. Hua Ying sighed. All right, now let's take a look. How many people have we lost? Lu Ming waved his hand and instructed. Hua Ying quickly cupped her fists and turned around to check. After a while, the result was out. 11 of the young martial grandmasters had died, and 3 of the one Dan martial ancestor realm had died. This was a great loss. One had to know that these were all geniuses that the imperial family had secretly cultivated. They were the future pillars of the imperial family, but now they were dead. As for the others, most of them were injured. The Dark Moon Empire. Lu Ming muttered, the murderous intent in his eyes flickering. At the same time, he raised his guard. The Dark Moon Empire was most famous for its assassins. The killers of the Dark Moon Empire were very famous in the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. Those killers who lurked in the dark could make people tremble with fear and cause headaches. Next, Lu Ming increased the number of patrols and sent out golden-eyed blood zombies to patrol the surroundings. Since the golden-eyed blood corpse didn't know fatigue, it was perfect to patrol the surroundings. Lu Ming returned to the tent to refine the blood essence. Just now, Lu Ming had found an opportunity to devour the blood essence of the assassins. Out of the 20 people, only a few of them were at the Great Martial Master realm. The rest were at the First Martial Ancestor realm and above. The strongest was at the 6th Martial Ancestor realm. The blood essence of these people gathered together was huge. However, after the 9-dragon bloodline advanced to the 9th level, the refining speed was greatly increased. Soon, all the blood essence he had devoured had been refined and turned into nourishment for the 9-dragon bloodline. However, he was still a Tier 9 of the ordinary class and had not advanced to King class. Chapter 302. Chapter 302, Chapter 302 Grey Wolf Cavalry. That night, it was very peaceful. The next morning, the army set out and continued on their journey. For the next 4 days, Lu Ming strengthened his vigilance every day. However, no assassins from the Dark Moon Empire came. Very soon, they would arrive at Moonview City. According to the 3 siblings from Ming City, they would only need a few hours to reach Moonview City. Suddenly, the earth rumbled and trembled. At the side, Ming Feng's expression changed. There's a large number of cavalry galloping. It looks like there's a large number of them. Hua Ying frowned. Hua Ying was well versed in military tactics and had a very accurate judgment in the field of war. Could it be that my father has sent someone to pick us up? Impossible. Judging from the sound, there are at least 5,000 soldiers. How could they have sent so many people to pick us up in this situation? Hua Ying refuted. Lu Ming waved his hand and the army stopped. Following that, Lu Ming rose into the air and hid in a dark cloud to look ahead. A dozen miles ahead, there was a long line of people running along the mountain path. Each of them was riding on a huge wolf. At a glance, there were definitely more than 5,000 people, maybe even close to 10,000. One of the flags was embroidered with a dark moon on one side and a wolf on the other. The great army of the Dark Moon Empire. He then descended and explained what he had seen. What? How could the army of the Dark Moon Empire appear here? Could it be that the Moonview City has already been breached? Ming Feng exclaimed. Mingju's voice trembled, filled with worry. I don't think so. Judging from the number of soldiers and the direction of the march, they are most likely going to take a detour to attack the Moonview City. If I'm not wrong, there should be a big war in the city. In this case, when this army arrives, the Moonview army will be attacked from both the front and back. Hua Ying analyzed. Lu Ming could not help but look at Hua Ying in a new light. He did not expect that Hua Ying's analysis of military warfare was so good. Let's lower our voices and advance stealthily. We'll set up an ambush in front and annihilate this army. Lu Ming waved his hand and gave the order. Immediately, the 20,000-strong army dismounted and led their horses forward, setting up an ambush on a hill 2 li away. The hill was covered with weeds and small trees, and the energy was 2 meters high. People and horses couldn't see it at all. At the bottom of the hill, there was a slightly flat mountain path. By the time Lu Ming and the rest were well hidden, the army of the Dark Moon Empire was already approaching. Ow! A whoa! Wolf howls rang out, and the earth rumbled as an army galloped over. Each soldier was tall and burly. They wore iron armor and carried a bow and a large blade. Beneath them were black wolves that were 2 meters tall. They howled continuously and emitted a fiendish aura. They're the famous Grey Wolf Corps of the Yingyue Empire. Hua Ying's expression changed slightly. Lu Ming's expression changed. He had heard of the Dark Moon Empire's Grey Wolf Army. Most of the land of the Dark Moon Empire was made up of boundless grasslands and highlands, on which countless demon beasts were born. Therefore, the cavalrymen of the Dark Moon Empire were very famous. Depending on the type of mount, it could be divided into multiple legions, such as the Grey Wolf Legion, the Blood Moon Demonic Tiger Legion, and so on. They were extremely powerful. Accompanied by the howls of the wolves, the front troops of the Grey Wolf army charged through the mountain road below. Lu Ming did not make a move. It was not the time yet. It would be best to make a move after more people had rushed past. Very quickly, more than half of the Grey Wolf army had charged through. At this moment, Lu Ming shouted. He was the first to rush down. The 20,000-strong army mounted their green scale horses and roared as they charged down the mountain slope. Not good, enemy attack. The Grey Wolf army roared. Lu Ming shouted and rushed down the hill in an instant. He condensed a huge spear that was hundreds of meters long and swept it out. In an instant, dozens of Ash Wolf cavalrymen, along with their metal armors and mounts, were destroyed by Lu Ming's spear. Blood, flesh, and bones splattered all over the place. Even the metal armor exploded into pieces and shot out in all directions, piercing through the armor of the other soldiers of the Grey Wolf army and killing them. Lu Ming had killed more than 50 armored soldiers with one shot. Lu Ming swept his spear again and another 50 or so soldiers were killed. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline. His left palm was like a vortex, emitting a powerful devouring force. All the blood essence was devoured by Lu Ming. Although most of these sergeants were at the warrior realm and some were at the master realm, and only a few of them were grandmasters, there were many of them. Lu Ming would not let them go. There was also the blood essence of the Ash Wolf. Drops of blood essence were all devoured by Lu Ming and he was refining them crazily. At this moment, the army on the hill had also arrived. They had cut the Ash Wolf army into several pieces and surrounded them separately. Damn it, die. More than a dozen generals in iron armor with powerful auras rose into the air and charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Clearly, these were the martial grandmasters of this army. Lu Ming rushed forward, and Hua Ying and the other martial grandmaster powerhouses also went to meet him. Lu Ming had his eyes on a 5th-level martial arts grandmaster at first sight. This person should be the strongest person in this army. Lu Ming swung his spear and the general's armor was destroyed. He coughed up blood and was sent flying backward. This person is too strong, I can't fight him. The general was so scared that his soul almost flew away. He turned around and tried to escape. However, the next moment, a long spear pierced through his heart, killing him. Lu Ming devoured his blood essence and turned to kill the others. The dozen or so martial grandmaster powerhouses were not enough for them to kill. It did not take long for them to kill all of them. They then charged at the Ash Wolf cavalry. The Ash Wolf cavalry had a small number of about 10,000 men to begin with. In addition, Lu Ming's group had ambushed them, so they naturally had the upper hand. When Lu Ming and the other martial arts grandmasters joined in, the battle would be even more one-sided. An hour later, the battle was over. More than 10,000 Grey Wolf cavalry had been killed, their corpses strewn across the forest. Calculate the number of casualties. Lu Ming instructed. He waited while refining the blood essence. Not long after, his body glowed with a blood-red light as his blood essence was completely refined. I still haven't advanced. At this time, the number of casualties had already been reported. 2,009 people died in battle, and several thousand were injured. This number made Lu Ming's heart tremble. It was beyond Lu Ming's expectations that so many people had died in battle. The Ash Wolf cavalry are too strong. At the side, Hua Ying sighed. In this battle, they had launched a surprise attack and had doubled the number of people. Even with the help of the martial arts grandmasters, they had lost more than 2,000 people. It was clear how strong the Grey Wolf cavalry were. If it was a head-on battle, the elites of the royal family that Lu Ming had brought along would not be his match at all. Chapter 303. Chapter 303, Flood of Steel. It's mainly because of the mounts. The skin of the wolves is as hard as iron, and they are extremely fierce. They can run like the wind, and the green scale horses can't even compare to them. Many of the soldiers who died in this battle were torn apart by the wolves. Hua Ying explained. What about their wolves? How many have we captured? Not many. These wolves have long been tamed by the Dark Moon Empire with a secret technique. They will not surrender at all, and will only fight to the death. We barely managed to capture 100, but we can't use them at all. Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows. A moment later, Lu Ming led the army and continued on their journey. There was nothing much to think about. Lu Ming did not believe that the army of the Dark Moon Empire was as elite as the Ash Wolf army. If they were all elites like this, the Burning Sun Empire would have been destroyed long ago. There shouldn't be a lot of such an elite army. The army set out and rushed towards Moonview City. At this time, the Moonview City might be experiencing a great battle, so they must hurry over as soon as possible to provide support. They didn't guess wrong. A fierce battle was indeed going on in the Moonview City. To the north of the Moonview City was a boundless grassland. On the grassland, two armies were engaged in an intense battle. On one side was the mountain-suppressing army, which had a total of 80,000 people. All of them were cavalrymen, and their momentum was as magnificent as a mountain. On the other side was the Inuit army, which only had 50,000 people. However, among these 50,000 people, there was one army that was particularly eye-catching. This was because each of the cavalrymen was riding a Blood Moon demonic tiger. This was the Dark Moon Empire's Blood Moon demonic tiger legion, which was even more powerful than the Grey Wolf Legion. This Blood Moon demonic tiger legion had a total of 10,000 people. The Dark Moon Empire's 10,000 Bloody Moon demonic tiger army as the vanguard, together with the other 40,000 ordinary cavalrymen, were engaged in an intense battle with the 80,000 soldiers of the mountain-suppressing army on the boundless prairie. Hundreds of thousands of iron cavalry galloped on the grassland, causing the ground to shake. A powerful and terrifying aura gathered, stirring up the wind and clouds. The clouds in the sky exploded and were swept away, making it difficult for them to gather. The sounds of battle shook the heavens as the two steel torrents collided. Instantly, killing intent soared into the sky, and all kinds of true chi swirled wildly. Miserable screams rose and fell, and blood floated in the air, and the smell of blood assailed the nose. The sound of metal clashing resounded through the plains, and a few moments later, the two armies of steel charged past, leaving behind a trail of corpses. Adjust the direction, hurry! In front of the mountain army, a burly man in his 50s shouted. He was burly and his hair and beard were all standing up. It looked very similar to Ming City. He was the general of the mountain army, the father of the three Ming siblings, Ming Meng. Thump. Dong. Under Ming Meng's lead, the 80,000 soldiers drew a large arc across the plains and quickly turned around. On the other side, the Dark Moon Empire's army, under the leadership of their general, also quickly turned around. The two armies faced each other again. Armor-piercing arrow, fire! Ming Meng roared. Close to 80,000 cavalrymen took down the armor-breaking bow on their mounts and shot arrows. Swish swish swish. A dense wave of armor-piercing arrows was shot towards the Inuit army. Fire! On the side of the Dark Moon Empire, arrows were also shot out in an overwhelming manner. After shooting the armor-piercing arrows, the two armies charged forward madly, charging at each other. Ah! Arrows fell, people screamed, and horses neighed. People were thrown off their horses, and people were killed. This was an armor-piercing arrow. It could pierce through thick armor and was extremely powerful. If an ordinary person were to be shot by an arrow, their entire body would explode. With tens of thousands of people shooting arrows at the same time, even a martial grandmaster would not dare to be careless. If they were not careful, their protective Jin Chi would be completely consumed by the dense armor-breaking arrows, which would penetrate their defense and kill them. Therefore, an ordinary martial arts grandmaster was not invincible in the face of such a huge army. Once the army formed a battle formation, it was not impossible to kill a martial grandmaster. Such things had happened in history. After shooting a round of armor-piercing arrows, the two sides collided again. The first to bear the brunt were the generals of the two sides. Ming Meng roared. He wielded a 2-meter-long blade and slashed out. The world seemed to be split apart as he slashed toward the enemy general. Ming Meng's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. He was also a general who had been through hundreds of battles, and his combat strength was extremely strong. However, the cultivation of the Dark Moon Empire's general was not any weaker than his. He was also at the peak of the 6th-level martial ancestor realm. The spear in his hand trembled the space as he waved it. The two of them exchanged a blow, creating a powerful storm that swept up the nearby cavalry and sent them flying hundreds of meters. Ha ha ha, Ming Meng, today, I will definitely destroy your Yuzhangarmy and level the Moonview city. The enemy general laughed. You've been saying this every day, is there any use? Meng snorted coldly. However, he had a bad feeling in his heart. The Dark Moon Empire's Grey Wolf army had not appeared, which made Ming Meng worried. Although there were only 10,000 soldiers from the Grey Wolf army, their combat strength was too strong. They could not afford to be careless. Although he had left 20,000 soldiers to defend the Moonview city, he was still not confident. The enemy general laughed and exchanged a few more moves with Ming Meng. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers charged over, leaving behind a field of corpses. A tiger's roar resounded. The 10,000-strong Blood Moon Devil Tiger army of the Dark Moon Empire was so powerful that they could bite a piece of the formation of the mountain-suppressing army every time. After a few clashes, the mountain-suppressing army had lost thousands of armored cavalry. Ming Meng's heart was bleeding. The mountain-suppressing army was a strong army that he had spent countless efforts and decades to create. It was one of the few powerful armies of the imperial family. Losing even one would make Ming Meng's heart ache. Ming Meng's hair and beard were all standing up, and he was as fierce as a lion. At this moment, a violent roar came from the direction of Moonview City. The earth was shaking. Ming Meng's expression changed drastically. It's finally here. It's the Grey Wolf Army. You asked the Grey Wolf Army to take a detour around Mount Han so that you could launch a sneak attack on Moonview City. Ming Meng's expression changed greatly as he roared. Haha, that's right. But it's too late now. How can the 20,000 soldiers you left behind be a match for the Grey Wolf Army? Ming Meng's expression was extremely dark. At this time, he was caught in a dilemma. If he led the army back to help, the local forces would definitely chase after him from behind. By then, the Grey Wolf Army would come to the front and attack him from both sides. The mountain-suppressing army would be in danger. But if they didn't come back, could the Moonview City block the attack of the Ash Wolf Army? The vibration was getting closer and closer. Ming Meng's expression became uglier and uglier, while the great general of the Dark Moon Empire laughed more and more freely. Haha, today, I'm definitely going to flatten Moonview City, and then lead my army to break into the Blazing Sun Kingdom. What's going on? The Dark Moon Empire's great general started to laugh arrogantly and carefreely, but his expression immediately changed. Because that army did not attack the full Moon City, but instead rushed towards the Inu Empire's army. Chapter 304. Chapter 304, Chapter 304 Initial Victory. In the midst of the smoke and dust, one could see that this army was not riding wolves, but strong green scale horses. The army of the Burning Sun Empire. The great general of the Dark Moon Empire's eyes widened in disbelief. How could the army of the Burning Sun Empire appear here? What about the Grey Wolf Cavalry? Where did he go? This new army was naturally Lu Ming's group. Lu Ming took the lead, holding a spear in one hand and exuding a murderous aura. The 18,000 soldiers followed closely behind, stabbing towards the Dark Moon Empire's army like a sharp knife. Kill. Sons of the mountain-suppressing army, come with me and kill those bastards of the Dark Moon Empire. How could Ming Meng miss such an opportunity? He immediately roared, and his voice spread throughout the entire area. Kill. 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 All the soldiers of the mountain-suppressing army roared and followed Ming Meng, charging toward the Inue army. The Dark Moon Empire's face turned extremely ugly as they roared, the enemy doesn't have many people, less than 20,000. We are all elites who have been through hundreds of battles. 10,000 of us should be enough to stop them. At once, the Dark Moon Empire sent out 10,000 cavalrymen to charge at Lu Ming's army. Remember, stop them. Once the Ash Wolf cavalry arrive, we'll kill them all. The Dark Moon general roared. His voice spread across the battlefield to encourage the soldiers. Ha ha ha, the Azure Wolf cavalry you were talking about is them, right? Lu Ming laughed heartily. With a wave of his hand, a storage ring flew out. Following that, the storage ring glowed, and the heads of wolves and humans fell to the ground. Those are the heads of the Ash Wolf cavalry. So many could it be that all of the Grey Wolf cavalry were killed? Immediately, the army of the Dark Moon Empire became restless. We've already killed the 10,000 soldiers of the Ash Wolf cavalry. Don't expect too much from them. Lu Ming roared and charged at his opponent at top speed. The great general of the Dark Moon Empire roared. He found it hard to believe that 10,000 Grey Wolf cavalry had been killed just like that. Lu Ming's words made the army of the Dark Moon Empire suspicious. Some soldiers did not even hold their weapons as tightly as before. At this moment, Lu Ming's army of 18,000 had already collided with the enemy's army of 10,000. Delude the masses with lies, kill. The leader of the other party was a burly man in the 5th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. As he shouted, he slashed his saber at Lu Ming. Lu Ming roared and thrust his long spear forward. The saber beam shattered and the long spear pierced through the other party's throat. The spear's radiance didn't stop. It killed more than a dozen people behind it before it disappeared. Lu Ming rode on the green scale horse and charged past. Behind them, Xian Yanqing, the golden-eyed blood corpse, Hua Ying, Gao Li, and the rest followed closely, leading the 18,000 troops. With Lu Ming as the leader, the Blazing Sun Army's momentum was like a rainbow. They immediately tore a huge hole in the enemy's formation. The Dark Moon Empire's 10,000-strong army was not as powerful as the Ash Wolf army. Their strength was on par with the army that Lu Ming had led. Naturally, they could not stop Lu Ming. Moreover, the morale of the Dark Moon Empire was low, and they were outnumbered. They were no match for the Sun Army at all, and in a few moments, they had already been scattered. On the other side, Ming Meng led the mountain-suppressing army and held the enemy back, gaining the upper hand. All troops, move out. Ming Meng let out a long hiss that spread into the Moonview City. Suddenly, a large army rushed out of the Moonview City and charged towards them. It was the 20,000 troops that Ming Meng had left behind to defend the city. As a result, the Dark Moon Empire was besieged from all sides, and their morale was even lower. Large numbers of soldiers were killed by the Burning Sun Empire. The great general of the Dark Moon Empire roared, extremely anxious. He knew that today's defeat was certain. If this continued, he was afraid that his entire army would be annihilated. The Dark Moon Empire's general led the powerful Blood Moon Devil Tiger army and charged forward. Instantly, the mountain-suppressing army led by Ming Meng was broken through. Charge out! The Blood Moon Demonic Tiger army took the lead, followed by the rest of the army. They retreated frantically. The army that was fighting with Lu Ming's group threw away their armor and ran wildly. Lu Ming roared and led the army to pursue. On the other side, Ming Meng also led the mountain-suppressing army in pursuit. The army was defeated like a landslide. Along the way, the Dark Moon Empire left behind a large number of corpses. Half an hour later, Lu Ming and the rest finally called it a day. In this battle, only about 20,000 out of the 50,000 soldiers of the Dark Moon Empire had escaped. 30,000 had died, and the mountain-suppressing army had seized countless materials. It could be said to be a big victory. An hour later, the two armies met on the plains outside Moonview City. The three Ming siblings rushed towards Ming Meng. Why didn't the three of you stay in the imperial capital and cultivate? Why did you come back? Ming Meng chided with a straight face. Ming Zhu stuck out her tongue and did not make a sound. Father, when we heard that the Inue army was besieging the Moonview City, we were burning with anxiety. As father's son, how could we not fight against the strong enemy with you? We naturally have to come back to be with father. Well, at least you have some filial piety. Ming Meng's expression improved a little as he nodded. Also, this time around, the royal family has sent an army to reinforce us. The leader is Big Brother Tianyun. Naturally, we have to return together so that we can introduce him to father. Tianyun. Could he be the Tianyun who killed Qiu Changlie from the 10 Directions Sword sect? Hurry up and introduce us. When Ming Meng heard Tianyun's name, he was suddenly shocked and hurriedly said. Tianyun pays his respects to Great General Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming walked up and cupped his fists. So you're Tianyun. Haha, you're indeed a dragon among men. I'm impressed, really impressed. Ming Meng laughed heartily and cupped his fists in greeting. He was very polite. Great General Ming, you're too polite. This time, I've received orders to fight against the Dark Moon Empire with you. If there's anything I don't understand, please enlighten me, Great General. I don't deserve your advice. As soon as you came, you annihilated the Dark Moon Empire's Grey Wolf army and defeated the Dark Moon Empire's army in one fell swoop. Also, don't call me General, just call me Big Brother Ming, haha. Ming Meng said very heroically. Big Brother Ming. Lu Ming had a strange expression on his face as he swept a glance at Ming Cheng and the rest. Ming Cheng, Ming Zhu, and Ming Feng's faces were frozen, and they were dumbfounded. Lu Ming addressed Ming Meng as Big Brother. Did that mean that they were one generation younger than Lu Ming? What should they call Lu Ming then? Uncle. When they thought of this, the three of them were a little mad. Haha, okay. I'll call you Big Brother Ming then. Lu Ming unkindly agreed and laughed heartily. On the other hand, the three Ming siblings were the complete opposite. Each of them had a bitter face and were against it in their hearts. However, Lu Ming and Ming Meng ignored them. They laughed heartily as they made their way to Moonview City. They were prepared to hold a banquet to celebrate their victory and to welcome Lu Ming and the rest. Chapter 305. Chapter 305, Bloodred Scaled Wolf. For the next 3 days, the army of the Dark Moon Empire did not move, and the Full Moon City was quiet. To the north of the Full Moon City was the direction of the Emu Empire, and to the west was a boundless plateau. The terrain of this plateau was complex. There were boundless grasslands and high mountains. Ta! Ta! The earth trembled. Lu Ming led Xian Yanqing, Hua Ying, and a few hundred other people. Ming Meng led 3,000 guards and sped across the plains. This plateau was usually used as a training ground for the mountain army, and there were many demon beasts howling in groups. Lu Ming saw a group of hundreds of wild lions, their bodies shimmering in gold. When they saw Lu Ming's army, they roared and ran into the distance. Not long after, he saw another herd of thousands of black bulls, each 2 meters tall, running wildly on the grassland. There are many demonic beasts on this plateau. If we can capture them and form an army, how strong will our combat power be? Lu Ming smiled as he rode on the green-scaled horse. Little brother Tianyun, you're right. However, the demonic beasts of the plateau are unruly, and there aren't many of them of the same species. It's too difficult to form a cavalry of tens of thousands. If we use different species, it'll be difficult to train them together, and their combat strength won't be high. Ming Meng explained with a smile. Lu Ming nodded. He understood that too. For example, the berserk lion was not inferior to the blood moon demonic tiger. Unfortunately, it was difficult to capture more than 10,000 berserk lions. Furthermore, it was extremely difficult to tame such wild demonic beasts. As the group galloped across the plains, they saw all sorts of demonic beasts along the way. Some moved alone, while others moved in groups. Suddenly, a roar came from the front, and a fiendish aura filled the air. Tadashi. Then, they heard a group of wild lions, giant bears, and other demonic beasts running toward them. The eyes of the demonic beasts were filled with panic and fear. Wolf howls came from behind them. Then, Lu Ming and the rest saw more than a dozen bloody shadows running wildly toward them. Upon closer inspection, they were not blood shadows, but a dozen huge wolves. These giant wolves looked extremely demonic. Each of them was more than 2 meters tall and 4 meters long. Their bodies were blood red and covered in blood red scales. Even their legs were covered in scales. There was only a ball of fiery red hair on its neck, like a ball of fire. A wild lion was caught up by a giant wolf, and it was actually unable to resist at all. It was directly slapped over by a claw, and then its neck was bitten off. What a mighty giant wolf! What powerful strength! Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he exclaimed in admiration. This is a blood-red scaled wolf. The weakest of these wolves is equivalent to a 7th grade Great Martial Master, and 2 of them are even at the 1st grade Martial Grandmaster. They must have run out from the depths of the plateau. Ming Meng's eyes were also filled with surprise as he spoke. At that moment, the demonic beasts in front of them saw Lu Ming and the rest and they quickly avoided them and ran away. However, the dozen or so crimson-scaled wolves stopped in front of Lu Ming and the rest. They looked at them ferociously and howled continuously, showing no intention of running away. This type of blood-red-scaled wolf is definitely a top-tier mount. Lu Ming looked at the dozen or so crimson-scaled wolves with great interest. That's right. It's said that this type of blood-scale wolf has the bloodline of a flood dragon. It's invulnerable, can run like the wind, and has infinite strength. It's definitely a top-grade mount. If you have an army of tens of thousands of blood-scale wolves, you'll be invincible. Unfortunately, the crimson-scaled wolf might really have the bloodline of a flood dragon, making it extremely proud and unruly. It is extremely difficult to tame them. Even if you use your strength to subdue them, they would rather die than submit. The Dark Moon Empire also drooled over the crimson-scaled wolf, but after so many years, they have been helpless. Ming Meng explained. Lu Ming was a little disappointed. He had wanted to build a powerful army. It's just an animal. I don't believe I can't tame it. Hua Ying snorted coldly and said in an unconvinced manner. Then, his figure rushed out and pounced at the crimson-scaled wolf. The dozen or so crimson-scaled wolves roared and pounced on Hua Ying, launching a counterattack. Hua Ying shouted coldly and threw a few punches. Some of the Grandmaster Realm crimson-scaled wolves were sent flying. They rolled on the ground for a dozen times before they got up and shook off the dirt on their bodies. They were completely fine. The two demonic beasts of the first martial ancestor realm had only retreated a dozen steps. On the other hand, Hua Ying's body also shook. Good fellow, what powerful strength. I'll tame you. Hua Ying shouted and rushed forward, punching continuously. With Hua Ying's cultivation, these blood-red-scaled wolves were naturally no match for him. He was sent flying. Hua Ying identified a blood-red-scaled wolf in the first tier of the martial ancestor realm and rode on it, trying to tame it. The crimson-scaled wolf let out an earth-shattering roar as if its dignity had been insulted. It flew into a rage, and its body trembled and jumped wildly. At the same time, his body emitted a burning flame that enveloped Hua Ying. Kneel down. Die. Hua Ying roared as he used his full strength to suppress the crimson-scaled wolf. With Hua Ying's martial grandmaster 3-den cultivation and his king-level bloodline, his full power was like a huge mountain pressing down on the back of the blood-scaled wolf. The blood-red-scaled wolf howled continuously, but it still couldn't resist and was pressed down. However, it didn't yield. It kept struggling and roaring, looking extremely ferocious. Surrender or I'll kill you. Hua Ying shouted. The only response he got was the roar of the blood-red-scaled wolf. Hua Ying continued to suppress it. After a while, he was sweating profusely, but the crimson-scaled wolf still did not yield. You're indeed unruly. Lu Ming sighed. At the same time, he felt that it was a pity. This type of crimson-scaled wolf was not too powerful. As long as a portion of them was equivalent to a martial master realm expert and formed an army, it would be extremely terrifying. At this moment, a loud roar was heard. Two blood-red lights came from the distance at an incredible speed. They arrived in front of Hua Ying in a few breaths. One of them pounced on Hua Ying. Hua Ying was shocked and threw a punch. With a loud boom, Hua Ying's body was pushed back more than 10 meters. At this time, he could clearly see that two more crimson-scaled wolves had appeared on the field. These two crimson-scaled wolves were extremely majestic, and they were one size larger than the other crimson-scaled wolves. It's equivalent to the third level of Wuzong. What's going on? What's going on today? Why are there so many martial ancestor realm blood-scaled wolves? Normally, the blood-scaled wolves would hide in the depths of the plateau, so why are there so many of them today? Ming Meng was extremely surprised. The two crimson-scaled wolves howled as they glared at Lu Ming and the group. Then, with a roar, he turned around and ran towards the plateau. The other crimson-scaled wolves followed closely behind. Lu Ming, how about we make a bet? At this moment, Xian Yanqing galloped out and looked at Lu Ming provocatively. Chapter 306. Chapter 306, A Bet, A Wolf's Denver, A Bet. Lu Ming was stunned. That's right, let's use these two blood-scaled wolves as a bet. We'll each take one of them. Whoever can tame them first wins. The loser has to agree to one condition of the winner. Do you dare to bet? As soon as he said that, the people around them looked at the two of them with interest. Standing together, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing looked like a golden couple. Moreover, Xian Yanqing had been by Lu Ming's side since the imperial city. Naturally, others thought that their relationship was not ordinary. When Xian Yanqing proposed to make a bet with Lu Ming, the others naturally thought that this was a different kind of flirting between the young couple. At the side, Mingzhu looked at the beautiful Xian Yanqing and sighed in her heart. She thought that perhaps only a peerless beauty like Xian Yanqing could be worthy of Lu Ming. The distance between her and Lu Ming was too great. In the future, they would be further apart. After sighing, Mingzhu hid her worries in the bottom of her heart. She revealed a smile on her face and looked at Lu Ming. Why wouldn't I? Xian Yanqing's expression was sly as he turned into a beam of light and chased after the blood-red scaled wolf. Lu Ming smiled and similarly moved, stepping on the air and leaving. Ming Meng and the rest chased after them on their horses. However, after a while, they could no longer see the two of them. Forget it, we'll wait for them here. Ming Meng said. The others nodded and began to wait. The blood-red scaled wolf ran at a terrifying speed on the grassland. However, with Lu Ming and Xie Yanqing's hot pursuit, they caught up in no time. Xian Yanqing's body moved and pounced on a third-grade martial ancestor realm blood-scaled wolf. The crimson-scaled wolf roared and spat out a pillar of fire at Xian Yanqing. However, with a wave of his hand, Xian Yanqing sent out a palm print and the pillar of fire was dispersed. Xian Yanqing stepped lightly on the back of the crimson-scaled wolf. The crimson-scaled wolf immediately went berserk. It let out a furious roar and shook its body wildly, trying to throw Xian Yanqing off. However, Xian Yanqing's true qi burst forth, forming a terrifying pressure that pressed down on the crimson-scaled wolf. However, the blood-red scaled wolf howled madly and refused to yield. On the other side, Lu Ming was also standing on the back of the crimson-scaled wolf, channeling his energy to suppress it. But at the same time, the blood-red scaled wolf went berserk and refused to yield. In fact, it was not difficult for Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing to kill the two crimson-scaled wolves. It was very simple. However, what they wanted was not to kill it, but to tame it. In this way, they could not use too much power, or they would kill the crimson-scaled wolf in an instant. He could only use an appropriate amount of strength to suppress the blood-red scaled wolf and wear down its ferocity. Only then could he slowly tame it. This was a process of consumption. The two martial grandmaster three-den scarlet-scaled wolves howled and leaped, trying to shake Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing off. However, the two of them stood firmly on the back of the wolves. Just like that, the two crimson-scaled wolves abandoned the other crimson-scaled wolves and howled as they headed deeper into the plateau. The crimson-scaled wolf's speed was too fast. It could easily cross mountains and rivers as if they were flat ground. Not long after, they crossed 1,000 miles. Here, the grassland had disappeared and was replaced by an endless plateau and mountains. The two blood-red scaled wolves howled continuously as they leaped through the forest. Not long after, they traveled 1,000 miles deeper into the plateau. Ow! Ow! Suddenly, the howls of the wolves resonated with the two blood-scaled wolves. Hearing the howls from the wolves around them, the two blood-red scaled wolves seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, and they howled even louder and madly. In the surroundings, the howls of the wolves became even more concentrated, coming from all directions. Then, tall and strong figures appeared from all directions. Blood-red scaled wolves. They were all around him. The crimson-scaled wolves glared at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing, their eyes filled with killing intent. There are so many blood-red scaled wolves. Could this be a wolf den? The howls of the wolves could be heard all around. Lu Ming looked around and realized that most of the blood-red scaled wolves were level 2 demonic beasts, which were equivalent to martial masters. Only a small number of them were level 3 demonic beasts. With so many blood-red scaled wolves, how powerful would an army be if they were to be used as mounts? Lu Ming's heart could not help but burn. At this moment, two wolf howls suddenly rang out. These two howls shook the heavens and earth, piercing straight through the clouds. After these two howls, the other blood-scaled wolves in the surroundings all fell silent. Within a radius of several dozen li, the other demonic beasts didn't even dare to breathe. It was extremely quiet. That was dash. In the next moment, Lu Ming saw two blood-red scaled wolves walking out from the highest mountain. The two crimson-scaled wolves were extremely burly and 3 meters tall. They were covered in fiery red scales that looked like they were made of fire jade. They were crystal clear and seemed to have flames jumping out of them. An extremely powerful aura burst out from the two crimson-scaled wolves. A peak 6th grade 4th level demonic beast is equivalent to a peak 6th grade martial grandmaster. Lu Ming's gaze suddenly flickered. At this moment, the other blood-red scaled wolves whimpered and prostrated as if they were welcoming the arrival of their king. Are these two blood scale wolves the king of the pack? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he thought of this possibility. Looking at the situation, it shouldn't be wrong. The two crimson-scaled wolves appeared and howled in anger. They leaped into the air and pounced at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing did not dare to be careless. They used their full strength and met the attack. With two loud bangs, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were both sent flying. What a powerful force! Although this Wolf King is a peak Class 6 4th level demonic beast, its combat strength is not something an ordinary Class 6 4th level demonic beast can compare to. It's at least at Class 7 4th level. The two blood-scaled Wolf Kings howled in anger and pounced at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. The two of them began to fight. However, as soon as they started fighting, Xian Yanqing was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming was slightly better, but he was also at a disadvantage. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, he would have no problem fighting against an average 6th grade martial arts grandmaster. He could even kill them. However, against a 7th grade martial arts grandmaster, the difference was too great. He was no match for them. After a few consecutive exchanges, Lu Ming's muscles trembled and he retreated continuously. He was at a disadvantage. On the other side, Xian Yanqing was sent flying. He landed beside Lu Ming, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. However, she did not say a word and did not escape. It was as if she would not leave as long as Lu Ming did not leave. She was very stubborn. The two Crimson Wolf Kings howled as they surrounded Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Their murderous intent was like a tidal wave. Chapter 307. Chapter 307, Chapter 307 Taming. Little Qing, why don't we leave this place first? With the two Wolf Kings here, it was impossible for them to tame the blood-red scaled wolf today. No, I don't believe I can't tame it. Xian Yanqing said stubbornly. Lu Ming was speechless. This girl was throwing a tantrum again. It's just a fake Wolf King. Let's see if they dare to be arrogant in front of the real Wolf King. Xian Yanqing snorted and quickly formed a seal with his hands. Immediately, Xian Yanqing's body emitted layers of black light. Slowly, the black light condensed into a giant silver wolf in the air. Moonhowl Wolf. Lu Ming could not help but exclaim. Lu Ming could not be more familiar with this giant silver wolf. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing had each obtained half of a Moonhowl Wolf's beast soul in the Dongi tribe's ancestral ruins. Later on, in the battle at the White Tiger Hall, Lu Ming had fused with half a Beast King soul, killed Lu Yunxiong, and fought Duan Mulin. He was extremely familiar with this giant silver wolf. He didn't expect Xian Yanqing to condense a Moonhowl wolf. However, Lu Ming could tell that this did not seem to be a beast soul. It had been condensed and was the embodiment of a kind of cultivation technique. The aura of the Sky Wolf had weakened a lot. The Moonhowl wolf let out a deafening howl, and a supreme pressure radiated from it. Although it was only half a beast and had been condensed, the Moonhowl wolf had been a true demon king, a true king, and the pressure of a superior was extremely powerful. Countless crimson-scaled wolves howled and lowered their heads, looking at the Moonhowl wolf in awe. The Moonhowl wolf's entire body was silvery white, and it stood in the air, howling continuously. Slowly, some of the rank 4 demonic beasts, the blood-red scaled wolves, also knelt down. However, the two blood-scaled Wolf Kings kept howling. They looked at the Moonhowl wolf in the sky. Although they were a little afraid, they did not give in. Furthermore, his eyes glowed with ferocity, as if he was ready to pounce on Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing at any moment. It seems like the two Wolf Kings are very difficult to tame. The Moonhowl wolf in the air howled into the sky, and its body glowed with a dazzling silver light. At this moment, Lu Ming's body began to emit a silver light. Then, the silver light condensed into a huge moonhowl wolf in the sky. Could it be that when I fused with the moonhowl wolf's soul, there were traces of the wolf left in my body? Now that Xian Yanqing's half of the moonhowl wolf has activated it, it's showing itself. Lu Ming's mind whirred and he thought of this. This was the only explanation that could make sense. The moonhowl wolf materialized on Lu Ming's body and howled into the sky as well. Waves of mighty pressure emanated from it. The rest of the wolves were all lying on the ground, and some of the low-level ones were even trembling. Even a small number of level 4 crimson-scaled wolves were lying on the ground obediently, not daring to move. Only the 2 blood-scaled wolf kings continued to howl, but there was finally a trace of fear in their eyes. At that moment, the moonhowl wolf above Xian Yanqing's head and the one above Lu Ming's head fused together to form an even larger moonhowl wolf. The moonhowl wolf let out a long howl and emitted an extremely powerful king's pressure. It was a pressure that was born to the wolf race. It was high and mighty and could not be provoked. The 2 blood-scaled wolf kings began to tremble, their eyes filled with fear. The moonhowl wolf stood in the air, looking down at the 2 blood-scaled wolf kings. There seemed to be a faint displeasure in his eyes. The 2 blood-scaled wolf kings were finally scared. They prostrated on the ground and whimpered like 2 dogs raised at home. Tamed. The moonhowl wolf let out an angry howl. The 2 blood-scaled wolf kings trembled and stood up shakily. They crawled to Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's side and lay down obediently. It really is. Lu Ming muttered, overjoyed. He moved and mounted the back of a blood-scaled wolf king. The blood-scaled wolf king did not resist at all. On the other side, Xian Yanqing also mounted another blood-scaled wolf king. The other one was also very obedient. Lu Ming took a glance and realized that Xian Yanqing's wolf was a female while Lu Ming's was a male. No wonder they were 2 wolf kings. Haha, little Qing, 1 male and 1 female. They're a perfect pair, just like you and me. Who's a couple with you? You wish. Xian Yanqing snorted and rolled his eyes at Lu Ming. Lu Ming grinned. He was just joking and did not mind. The moonhowl wolf in the air howled and transformed into 2 rays of light. They disappeared into Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's bodies. The powerful pressure between heaven and earth also disappeared. The 2 blood-scaled wolf kings growled and stood up. However, they didn't go crazy or resist. They seemed to be completely tamed. Perhaps, there are still remnants of the moonhowl wolf's aura on me and Xian Yanqing. That's why we were able to subdue the 2 wolf kings. He then patted the blood-scaled wolf king and said, call all your subordinates and follow me. The 2 blood-scaled wolf kings were very obedient. They let out 2 long howls that spread out for dozens of miles. The other blood-red-scaled wolves howled and gathered from all directions. In the end, the surroundings were densely packed with blood-red-scaled wolves. It covered the mountains and plains, and one could not see the end of it. So many. Lu Ming was a little stunned, then he was overjoyed. Lu Ming took a closer look and realized that there were more than 8,000 crimson-scaled wolves all over the mountain. There were 8,000 of them, and most of them were rank 2 demonic beasts. A small portion of them were rank 3 demonic beasts, and there were even dozens of rank 4 demonic beasts. A level 4 demonic beast was equivalent to a martial arts grandmaster. I'm rich, I'm rich. Why are you so happy? Don't forget, it's all thanks to me that you were able to tame the crimson-scaled wolf this time. If it were you, you would have run away a long time ago, you coward. Xian Yanqing pouted and said in disdain. Yes, yes, it's all thanks to you. Lu Ming was in a good mood and did not argue with Xian Yanqing. You've lost the bet this time. You won't go back on your word, will you? Hey, I've also contributed to taming the Wolf King. How do you say I lost? What kind of contribution is that? If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have had the chance to tame the Wolf King. If you go back on your word, I'll tell everyone in the camp that you're going back on your word. In the end, Lu Ming could only compromise and agree to one of Xian Yanqing's conditions. What condition? As long as it's within my means, I won't refuse. It's not the time yet. When the time comes, I'll naturally tell you. Xian Yanqing smiled slyly and rode away on the blood-scaled Wolf King. Lu Ming rode on the Wolf King and followed. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing took the lead, followed by more than 8,000 blood-red scaled wolves. Chapter 308. Chapter 308, Crazy. 2,000 li away on the grassland, Ming Meng, Hua Ying, and the others were waiting anxiously. Why haven't the generals returned after so long? Did something happen? Gao Li said with a frown. I don't think so. With your cultivation, you should be able to escape even if you can't defeat anyone below the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. Hua Ying said. However, his eyes were filled with worry. Ever since they had completely submitted to Lu Ming, they would naturally think of Lu Ming in all aspects. Ming Meng, Ming Cheng, and the rest were also anxious as they looked in the direction where Lu Ming and the rest had left. At this moment, the ground began to rumble as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping. Ming Meng's expression suddenly changed. He shouted, "Not good, a large group of demonic beasts is coming. This is a beast tide. Listen to my orders, set up the formation and prepare for battle." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3,000 guards that Ming Meng had brought with him got into formation. They knocked their longbows and prepared for a bloody battle. The shaking became more and more intense, as if there were many behemoths galloping. Ming Meng and the others' expressions became more and more grave. At this moment, a deafening wolf howl could be heard from the depths of the plateau, piercing through the clouds. Not good, that's the cry of a blood-red scaled wolf. Why are there so many of them? Where are Brother Tianyun and the others? The others' expressions also changed. From the sound, they didn't know how many blood-scaled wolves there were, but they were sure that they didn't have enough people. How were they going to fight? Retreat, retreat. Let's rush back to Full Moon City first. One by one, they turned their horses around and charged back. Ah! That's the general and Miss Xian Yanqing. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. It came from a youth from the Star Cluster Hall. Ming Meng and the others hurriedly looked over. At the end of the earth, a boundless red appeared. From a distance, it looked like a fiery red sunset. Upon closer inspection, it was not a sunset glow, but a group of robust blood-red scaled wolves. As far as the eye could see, the ground was filled with blood-red scaled wolves, covering the sky and covering the earth. An extremely dense murderous aura filled the air. Some of the more timid people's legs started to tremble. In front of the boundless crimson-scaled wolves, there were two of the tallest crimson-scaled wolves, and their auras soared to the sky. A person sat on each of the scarlet blood beasts. They were Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. It really is Brother Tianyun and Lady Xie, but what's going on? Why are the two of them riding on the crimson-scaled wolf? Ming Meng was dumbfounded. Could it be that the general and the others are being chased by the crimson-scaled wolf? Impossible. The general and the others are riding on two crimson-scaled wolves, and they seem to have the strongest auras, but they didn't resist. Could it be that the general and the others have already tamed the crimson-scaled wolves? Tamed? That's impossible, right? Hua Ying and the other young experts were discussing. At this moment, the blood-scaled wolf king that Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were riding on let out two howls. Immediately, the blood-scaled wolves that covered the entire mountain slowed down. In the end, they strolled slowly towards Ming Meng and the rest. This goo is the blood-red scaled wolf king. Could it be that the blood-red scaled wolf king has been tamed? How is that possible? Ming Meng's eyes and mouth were wide open, his face full of disbelief. As for those who were originally from the Moonview City, their eyes and mouths were also wide open as they looked on in a daze. At this moment, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were already not far away. Brother Tianyun, you've tamed these two blood-scaled wolf kings. Ming Meng asked in a daze. Haha, big brother Ming Meng, we were lucky to have succeeded. We chased the two wolves from before, but we didn't expect to chase them all the way to the lair of the crimson-scaled wolves. We encountered these two scaled wolf kings and were lucky to have successfully tamed them, so we got the wolf king to give the order to bring this entire nest of crimson-scaled wolves here. Lu Ming explained. Zhen Zhen was lucky. Ming Meng's lips trembled as he tugged at his beard. Even now, he was still in shock, as if he was in a dream. The 3,000 guards he had brought with him were not any better. They all thought they were dreaming. Taming the blood-scaled wolf king. However, he had never heard of anyone succeeding. But now, Lu Ming had succeeded the moment he came and even brought back a den of crimson-scaled wolves. Big Brother Tianyun is invincible. Ming Feng reacted quickly. He shouted and ran to Lu Ming's side. Big Brother Tianyun, can you give me a blood-red-scaled wolf as a mount? After a few days of struggle, the three Ming siblings decided to be friends with Lu Ming on their own, regardless of how their father and Lu Ming addressed each other. Otherwise, they would really have to call Lu Ming uncle. Of course you can choose one yourself. Thank you, Big Brother Tianyun. Ming Feng was overjoyed. He immediately picked a Class 6 third-level blood-scale wolf and rode it. As soon as Ming Feng mounted it, the blood-red-scaled wolf let out a furious roar. At this moment, Lu Ming patted the Wolf King he was riding on. The Wolf King let out a loud roar and immediately, the blood-red-scaled wolf became obedient and whimpered. Ren Ming Feng rode on it. Ming Feng patted the crimson-scaled wolf. The crimson-scaled wolf immediately howled and rushed out like the wind. After a while, it ran back. Haha, cool, this is too cool. This made the others unable to stand it. General, give this general one. General, I also want one. The other young men called out. You guys can choose. Lu Ming waved his hand. Hua Ying and the others were overjoyed. The few of them were all martial arts grandmasters, so they naturally picked the level 4 ones. Hua Ying picked a 4th grade 4th level beast, which was equivalent to a 4th grade martial grandmaster. The others had also picked suitable ones. For a time, the howls of wolves could be heard continuously. Red light leaped across the grassland as they tried out their newly obtained mounts. This is so cool. This is a real mount. With such a mount, killing enemies is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Hua Ying and the others laughed. Ming Meng looked on with envy. With his status, he was too embarrassed to ask Lu Ming for it. Big Brother Ming Meng, this one is for you. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a tall and burly crimson-scaled wolf stepped forward, exuding a powerful aura. It was a Class 5 LV4 blood-scale wolf, second only to the 2 Wolf Kings. Brother Tianyun, how can I accept this? Although he said he was embarrassed, his eyes were already fixed on the blood-red-scaled wolf, unable to move away. Big Brother Ming Meng, why are you being so polite with me? Take it and ride it. Alright, then I won't stand on ceremony. Ming Meng was overjoyed and hurriedly jumped onto the crimson-scaled wolf. He controlled the crimson-scaled wolf to run a big circle, the smile on his face so thick it couldn't be dispersed. Let's go back to the camp. Lu Ming waved his hands and said. At once, more than 8,000 crimson-scaled wolves followed Lu Ming and the rest in a grandiose manner, heading toward the Moonview City's military camp. Along the way, Ming Meng's 3,000 guards looked at the crimson-scaled wolf with envy. However, they knew that they belonged to the mountain-suppressing army and not Lu Ming. They would definitely not get a share. Chapter 309. Chapter 309, Blood Red Iron Cavalry. When Lu Ming and the rest returned to Moonview City, it naturally caused a great sensation. The entire Moonview City was shaken. The 100,000 soldiers of the Yuzhan army were even more shocked and envious. On the other hand, Lu Ming's 18,000-strong army was extremely excited. They knew that the crimson-scaled wolf would definitely be assigned to them. As expected, from the second day onwards, Lu Ming began to pick out 8,000 of the strongest soldiers from the 18,000-strong army. Each of them was given a crimson-scaled wolf. Every single one of these 8,000 soldiers had a cultivation base of at least 9th grade warrior realm. 2,000 of them were at the master martial realm, and about 100 of them were at the grandmaster martial realm. 8,000 of them formed a scarlet blood-scaled wolf cavalry. The people who were assigned to the crimson-scaled wolves were extremely excited. A powerful mount meant that their combat power was stronger. Not only did they have a higher chance of surviving on the battlefield, but they also had a higher chance of killing their enemies and making contributions. Each and every one of them was extremely grateful to Lu Ming. They were deeply grateful. Many of them even secretly swore to follow Lu Ming till death. As for those who did not get a crimson-scaled wolf, although they were a little envious, they were not jealous. They knew that the reason they were not assigned to the crimson-scaled wolf was because their cultivation was not high enough. On the other hand, Lu Ming was an unparalleled genius with a reputation that shook the Blazing Sun Empire. His future was limitless. They secretly vowed to follow Lu Ming and cultivate diligently. There would definitely be benefits. Lu Ming did not expect that this move would make his army more convinced of him and make him more prestigious. 2 days later. On the prairie, a group of blood-scale wolf cavalry whistled past like a gale, their momentum shaking the heavens and earth. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were riding at the forefront. Despite the strong wind blowing and hitting their faces, the light in Lu Ming's eyes grew brighter and brighter. As a man, leading an army of iron and blood, sweeping across the battlefield, making achievements, and having a beauty by his side, what could make one's blood boil more? The 8,000 cavalrymen howled as they passed by. On the grassland, the other demonic beasts saw this and ran in fear, not daring to stop at all. In the distance, Ming Meng led the army and watched in shock. Facing such power, most of the mountain-suppressing army revealed expressions of fear. Who can stop such an army? Ming Meng sighed. It's a pity that there are only 8,000 of them, and the cultivation of each knight is too low. Otherwise, they might be a surprise army to fight against the Dark Moon Empire. A deputy general beside Ming Meng sighed. That's right. The Dark Moon Empire has 100,000 soldiers like the Blood Moon Demonic Tiger Army and the Ash Wolf Army. If they attack together, Tianyin's 8,000 Blood Red Cavalry will not be a match for them. Another deputy general sighed. Don't ask for too much. 8,000 Blood Red Iron Cavalry is equivalent to 100,000 ordinary soldiers. To our Moonview city, this is a great thing. In the next few days, there was no movement from the Dark Moon Empire. Lu Ming led the blood-red scaled wolf cavalry to practice on the grasslands, trying to build up the tacit understanding between the soldiers and their mounts. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. The 8,000 soldiers and the blood-red scaled wolf had already gotten used to each other. On the 6th day, a piece of news suddenly came. The Northern Battlefront Army, which was 3,000 miles away from the Moonview city, had sent an urgent message to the Mountain Town Army for help. They were under the frenzied attack of the Dark Moon Empire's army. General Ming, it's urgent. I'll lead the blood-red cavalry to ask for help. In the main tent of the military camp, Lu Ming, Ming Meng, and the others were discussing this matter. Lu Ming directly suggested that he lead the blood-red cavalry to rescue them first. The Northern Battlefront Army was another powerful army of the royal family in the north. They were closely related to the Mountain Battlefront Army. Once the Northern Battlefront Army was destroyed, the Mountain Battlefront Army would be in danger as well. Therefore, they had to save the Northern Battlefront Army when they were in danger. The blood-red cavalry were the fastest, so they were the most suitable to go first. All right. Brother Tianyun will go first. The Northern Army will be right behind you. After a while, the blood-red cavalry rushed out of the camp like the wind and headed toward the Northern Battlefront Army's northern city. The 3,000 li journey only took 4 hours under the charge of the blood-red cavalry. The blood-red iron cavalry could travel tens of thousands of li in a day. When Lu Ming and the rest were on a grassland 100 miles away from Jinbei City, they saw countless people fighting. There were at least 100,000 people in a chaotic battle, and their shouts shook the sky. The Ash Wolf Army and the Blood Moon Demonic Tiger Army. Lu Ming could see at a glance that there were 2 legions in the army of the Dark Moon, each with about 10,000 men. They were extremely powerful and were launching a fierce attack on the Northern Battlefront Army. The Northern Battlefront Army had about 60 to 70,000 people. They were surrounded by the army of the Dark Moon Empire and were constantly charging. The smell of blood filled the entire grassland. Lu Ming roared and led the way with Xian Yanqing, charging towards the 10,000 soldiers of the Ash Wolf Army. Oh! It was obvious that the Grey Wolf Army had also discovered Lu Ming and the others. They gathered their strength and charged toward them. But halfway through, the Grey Wolf Army let out terrified screams. What's that? Oh my God, it's a blood-red scaled wolf. How is that possible? It's really a blood-red scaled wolf. It's an army of blood-red scaled wolves. Countless people in the Grey Wolf Army looked forward in shock. Ow! The blood-red scaled wolf howled, its eyes red as it charged forward. The wolves that the Grey Wolf cavalry rode on actually let out terrified cries and slowed down. Damn it! Charge! Charge. Don't be afraid. The general of the Grey Wolf army roared as the saber in his hand cut the skin of the Grey Wolves, causing blood to flow. The others did the same and cut open the wolf's skin. The wolf was injured, and its ferocity was triggered. It suppressed its fear and charged at the blood-red cavalry. Kill. Annihilate this Grey Wolf army. Lu Ming roared, his voice filled with murderous intent. When he led his army out, the first thing he had encountered was the Grey Wolf army. In that battle, they had launched a sneak attack and had the advantage in numbers. 2,000 of them had died in the battle. Lu Ming was still brooding over that. Now that he had seen another group of Grey Wolf cavalry, his killing intent was naturally sharp. The rest of the blood-red cavalry were in a similar mood as Lu Ming. They roared and charged forward. The two armies finally clashed. However, the seemingly powerful Grey Wolf cavalry were as fragile as tofu in the face of the blood-red cavalry. As soon as the two armies clashed, the Ash Wolf cavalry were torn in half, their screams echoing through the air. The blood-red scaled wolf was incomparably ferocious. With a howl, it slashed out with its claws, tearing the Ash Wolf cavalry in half. In just a few moments, the formation of the Grey Wolf cavalry was torn in half by the blood-red cavalry, leaving thousands of corpses. Lu Ming changed his direction. The 8,000 blood-red cavalry followed him and charged towards the remaining Ash Wolf cavalry. This was a battle without any suspense. The difference in combat strength was too great, and it was a completely one-sided slaughter. Run. Help. Don't kill me. The Ash Wolf cavalry howled in misery. Chapter 310. Chapter 310, Chapter 310 Destruction. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline. The terrifying devouring power was attached to his left palm. His left palm was like a black hole, devouring the rolling blood essence. Wherever he passed, be it the blood essence of humans or wolves, he would devour and refine it. This time, Lu Ming split half of the energy to increase his cultivation. Although the Grey Wolf cavalry were not very strong individually, they had the advantage in numbers. His cultivation base was slowly rising. The blood-red cavalry's shouts shook the heavens as they continued to take the lives of the Grey Wolf cavalry. The commotion here naturally alerted the battle on the other side. The Grey Wolf army is about to be destroyed. Our reinforcements are here. A loud shout came from the northern army. As for the army of the Dark Moon Empire, they were extremely shocked. Send reinforcements to the Grey Wolf cavalry, quickly. A general shouted. Instantly, 20,000 ordinary armored horsemen charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Kill, exterminate them. Lu Ming roared and took the lead in charging towards the 20,000-strong army. The other blood-red cavalry followed closely behind. At this moment, the 10,000 Grey Wolf cavalry were almost completely annihilated. Only a few hundred people were left, and they were fleeing in all directions. The blood-red cavalry once again formed a knife-like formation and charged toward the enemy. This time, it was even more one-sided. The moment they clashed, the enemy's 20,000 cavalrymen collapsed. The blood-red scaled wolf howled, and the enemy's mount trembled, its combat strength greatly reduced. The blood-red scaled wolf waved its claws, and several cavalrymen were torn apart. Without any power to resist, it was still a massacre. Send out the signal for reinforcements. An exasperated roar came from the Dark Moon Empire's army. Then, fireworks flew into the sky, forming a dark moon. The fierce battle continued. The blood-red scaled wolf went into battle for the first time and displayed unparalleled combat power. Facing an enemy that was several times its size, it easily tore apart the enemy's battle formation and slaughtered the enemy cavalry. Corpses were everywhere, truly everywhere. In the middle of the battle, Lu Ming's cultivation had a breakthrough and reached the middle stage of the second level of martial ancestor realm. Not long after, a deafening sound of vibration rang out. In the world. In the distance, a tiger's roar shook the sky. It was the Blood Moon demonic tiger. The overwhelming Blood Moon demonic tiger army was charging towards them. There were a total of 20,000 Blood Moon demonic tigers. In addition to the 10,000 from before, the Blood Moon demonic tiger army had a total of 30,000 people. Kill. Annihilate that blood scale wolf cavalry. The leader of the Blood Moon demonic tiger legion was a general in blood-red armor. He was extremely burly and held a mace in his hand. His aura was as strong as a mountain. What a strong aura! This is the aura of a 7th-level martial ancestor. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and a hint of solemnness appeared. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming led the 8,000 blood red iron cavalry and charged towards the 20,000 blood moon demonic tiger army. The two armies were getting closer and closer. Brat, die! The blood-armored general roared and smashed the mace in his hand toward Lu Ming. The mace smashed down, and the space shook violently. Golden Eye. With a thought, the golden-eyed blood zombie beside him roared and charged at the blood-armored burly men. The golden-eyed blood corpse and the blood-armored general clashed, causing loud rumbles. Lu Ming stabbed with his spear. The power of wind and fire fused and exploded. Lu Ming's spear pierced through the heart of a 5th-tier martial arts grandmaster and he fell to the ground. Lu Ming rushed over and devoured his blood essence, refining it at an extreme speed. Then, he swept his long spear across. 100-meter-long spear radiant swept across, and dozens of Blood Moon demonic tiger cavalrymen were blown up. Their flesh and blood, metal armor, and fragments scattered all over the ground. The two sides were engaged in a great battle. The battle was extremely brutal. The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and attacked the blood-armored general without fear. The blood-armored general was at a complete disadvantage. Beast Palm. Lu Ming threw a huge beast palm at the blood-armored general. Not far away, Xian Yanqing also sent out a few palm strikes. His ink-black palm prints were also aimed at the blood-armored general. Although the blood-armored general was very brave, he couldn't take the fierce attacks of the golden-eyed blood zombie. In addition to Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's attacks, his body shook violently as he spat out blood and retreated. However, the golden-eyed blood zombie wouldn't miss this opportunity. It pounced forward and its 10 fingernails were sharper than sabers. They instantly tore the blood-armored general's armor into pieces. Lu Ming rushed forward and devoured his blood essence. This was the blood essence of a 7th-level martial ancestor realm martial artist. It was simply too shocking. Lu Ming continued to refine and his cultivation level began to increase rapidly. The general has been killed. Someone from the Blood Moon Demonic Tiger Legion shouted. The Blood Moon Demonic Tiger Army's general had been killed, and their morale had plummeted. On the other hand, the Blood Red Cavalry's morale had risen. General Tianyun is invincible. General Tianyun is invincible. The Blood Red Cavalry roared as they charged towards the enemy. Slowly, the Scarlet Demonic Tiger Army began to collapse. On the battlefield, victory and defeat could be determined by a hair's breadth. Once it collapsed, the army would be defeated like a landslide. The Blood Red Cavalry's eyes were bloodshot as they madly charged at the enemy. Hold on, hold on. A deputy general of the Blood Moon Demonic Tiger Legion roared, trying to block the attack and turn the tide. However, it was all in vain. The Blood Moon Demonic Tiger Legion's defeat was already set in stone. In the distant sky, a series of explosions could be heard. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he looked in that direction. A dozen miles away in the sky, there was also an intense battle. That was the battlefield of the experts. That was because the people fighting there were all experts above the martial arts Grandmaster realm. There were 40 to 50 people fighting in the sky. Lu Ming realized that there were actually experts from the Mystical Sword sect and the Ghost Moon Saber sect among them. The others were undoubtedly powerhouses of the Yingyue Empire. That's Qiu Yu. Lu Ming suddenly saw a familiar figure in the crowd. It was Qiu Yu. It was obvious that Qiu Yu had already reached the martial arts Grandmaster realm after not seeing her for such a long time. Huaying, I'll leave the Blood Red Cavalry to you for now. Suddenly, Lu Ming's loud shout could be heard from afar. Huaying was stunned. Although she did not understand the reason, she immediately replied, yes. On the battlefield, one only had to obey. All right, I'll leave the Blood Red Cavalry to you. There was no longer any suspense in the battle here. Lu Ming was assured to leave it to Huaying, who was well versed in the art of commanding troops. Goldeneye, let's go. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he rose from the blood-scaled Wolf King's body and flew into the sky. The golden-eyed blood corpse followed closely behind Lu Ming. The distance of a dozen miles was covered in an instant. The moment Lu Ming arrived, an expert from the Dark Moon Empire had his eyes on him. Chapter 311. Chapter 311, Meeting Qiu Yu again. Someone who's here to kill you. Lu Ming could not be bothered to talk nonsense with the other party. He thrust his spear. Wind, fire, kill. This person was only in the third-tier martial arts grandmaster realm. He could not withstand Lu Ming's attack at all and was pierced through the air by the spear. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the battlefield and analyzed the situation. Most of the experts of the Burning Sun Empire came from the Mystic Essence Sword sect and the Ghost Moon Saber sect, so they were obviously at a disadvantage. Even higher up in the sky, there was a violent explosion. A powerful aura spread down. It was the aura of a 7th-level martial arts grandmaster. Not far away, Qiu Yu was wearing a white dress and exuded an extremely cold aura. With a wave of her hand, the cold air was threatening and everything was frozen. After not seeing her for a while, Qiu Yu had become even more beautiful. Her curves were graceful, and her figure was even more voluptuous. However, her beautiful face was extremely cold, even colder than the aura she emitted. Judging from Qiu Yu's aura, she had already reached the early stage of the 2nd level of the martial ancestor realm. Her cultivation had progressed so quickly that even Lu Ming was shocked. Her opponent was a 3rd-level martial ancestor realm expert, but he was completely suppressed by Qiu Yu. Absolute frost. Die. Qiu Yu shouted and waved her hands. Endless coldness emerged. Her opponent roared, but the next moment, he turned into an ice sculpture. Qiu Yu slapped out and the ice sculpture was shattered into pieces. A 3rd-level martial ancestor realm martial artist had been killed by Qiu Yu with ease. You little b***tch, you're looking for death. At this moment, a sharp sound was heard, and a bright sword light was sent toward Qiu Yu. Qiu Yu's expression changed and she moved quickly to avoid the sword light. There was a flash of light and an old man with white hair appeared in front of Qiu Yu. He looked at Qiu Yu with a cold expression. Little slut, die. Old Ou let out a cold cry, and his sword light flashed as he charged toward Qiu Yu. Wuzong 5 stage. Old Ou was at stage 5. His sword light was bright and sharp, and he completely suppressed Qiu Yu. Rise. Qiu Yu shouted. A blood-red light flashed on her body, and a human figure with unclear facial features appeared. This figure was extremely cold, as if it was completely made of ice. At the same time, 5 silver chakras flickered around the figure. However, old Ou and Lu Ming still saw it. A 5th-level royal bloodline. The second bloodline that Qiu Yu had awakened was actually a 5th-level royal bloodline. Lu Ming was shocked beyond words. But on second thought, it felt normal. Qiu Yu's first bloodline was a natural ice bloodline that was extremely powerful among the special bloodlines. It was a rank 8 bloodline. It was normal for the second bloodline to be powerful. However, old Ou was frightened. Then, he shouted with a ferocious face, Die, die, I can't let you live in this world. As he shouted, a terrifying sword chi whistled and rushed towards Qiu Yu. After Qiu Yu's bloodline was activated, her combat strength had increased by a large margin. Although she was still at a disadvantage, she would not lose for the time being. However, at this moment, a black-robed figure appeared not far from Qiu Yu and stared at her coldly. Suddenly, the black-robed man made his move. A jet-black sword light shot out from his hand towards Qiu Yu. He was actually in the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. The moment the black-robed man appeared, Lu Ming had already rushed over. He shouted coldly and swept his spear. The long spear struck the black-robed man's long sword. The long sword trembled violently and almost exploded. The black-robed man's body trembled, and he quickly retreated. The person who will kill you. Lu Ming took a step forward and charged at the other party. The power of wind and fire wrapped around the spear, making it extremely fast and explosive. The black-robed man was hit by the spear. He screamed and his body exploded. Now, Lu Ming only needed one move to kill a 5th-level martial arts grandmaster. The 9-dragon bloodline circulated and devoured the blood essence of the other party. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's body trembled. He had a breakthrough in his cultivation. He had reached the late stage of martial ancestor 2 Dan. The blood essence he had devoured was too rich, and there was still a large portion that had not been refined. With a breakthrough in his cultivation, Lu Ming's combat strength had become even stronger. He moved and appeared beside old Oyu, who was fighting Qiu Yu. He thrust his spear forward, and the spear's radiance was like lightning. Ah! Old Oyu screamed in horror and wanted to dodge, but everything was in vain. The next moment, a large hole appeared in his chest. Lu Ming was like a god of war with his spear in hand. Qiu Yu looked at Lu Ming and her heart trembled. She did not know why, but when she saw Lu Ming, she felt that he was extremely familiar. Although their body shape and appearance were completely different, she was too familiar with that temperament. For a moment, she was stunned. Why? Little girl, you don't even recognize your young master. Lu Ming walked to Qiu Yu's side and smiled. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yu's body suddenly trembled. Her beautiful eyes suddenly widened and she stared straight at Lu Ming. Young Master Xiaojie. It's really you, is it really you? Qiu Yu's eyes were filled with tears as she said emotionally. Little girl, who else could it be if not me? Lu Ming stretched out his finger and grazed the tip of Qiu Yu's fair and tender nose. Qiu Yu was so excited that her entire body trembled, and her tears immediately flowed down. Young Master, Qiu Yue has finally found Young Master. If there was not a huge battle here, she would have pounced into Lu Ming's arms long ago. Back then, she had been taken to a secret place by her master and had gone into seclusion to cultivate. Her cultivation progress had been extremely terrifying. However, when she ended her cultivation and returned to the mystical sword sect, she heard a piece of shocking news. Lu Ming charged into the White Tiger Hall and killed many people from the Duanmu family. In the end, he was forced by the Duanmu family to withdraw from the mystical sword sect and disappeared without a trace. This news was like a bolt out of the blue for Qiu Yu. If her master had not stopped her, she would have already killed her way into the White Tiger Hall. During this period of time, she had traveled all over the world but there was no news about Lu Ming. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't forget her master's kindness, she would have left the mystical sword sect of her own accord. This time, she had come with the Mystic Essence Sword sect's experts to support the Ghost Moon Saber sect. One reason was to gain experience, and the other was to look for Lu Ming. They wanted to try their luck and see if they could get any news about Lu Ming. She did not expect Lu Ming to suddenly appear beside her. The excitement in her heart could be imagined. Silly girl, why are you crying? Let's kill the enemy first, and we'll have a good chat after we've defeated them. Lu Ming reached out and wiped Qiu Yu's tears. Okay, young master. Qiu Yu's tears turned into a smile, and her face revealed a smile that was brighter than flowers. You still have the mood to be so lovey-dovey at this time. Let this old man send the two of you on your way to the underworld. Suddenly, a dry and hoarse voice sounded. A skinny, cold-looking old man appeared not far away and sneered at the two. His body exuded a powerful aura. He was in the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. Chapter 312. Chapter 312, Breakthrough in the middle of a great battle. The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and blocked the old man. The old man looked at the golden-eyed blood corpse with some fear. The reason why he didn't make a sneak attack was because of it. Old man, you're the one who's going to die. Golden Eye, go. Die. Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and pounced at the old man. At that moment, two figures appeared behind Lu Ming and Qiu Yu. The moment they appeared, they transformed into two thin, sharp sword lights that shot toward Lu Ming and Qiu Yu. The speed was so fast that it was shocking. The sword light was sharp and invincible. The two people who had launched the sneak attack were at the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. Their auras were similar, and when they joined forces, their power multiplied. Lu Ming let out a furious roar. He pulled Qiu Yu and 6 ancient shields appeared in front of him. The 6 shields were stacked together in front of him. It was as if leather had been pierced. The sword lights of the two people who had ambushed them were too sharp. The 6 shields were pierced one after another. However, Lu Ming had won himself some time. The long spear turned into 2 spear lights and thrust forward. Ding! 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 The tip of the spear and the tip of the sword collided. Lu Ming felt waves of extremely sharp sword aura surging toward him. The wind and fire force on the tip of the spear was almost scattered. Lu Ming pulled Qiu Yu and retreated at full speed. The two people who had ambushed him were also blocked and retreated. At this moment, Lu Ming could finally see the two figures clearly. These two people looked almost exactly the same. They were short like monkeys and were about 40 years old. Damn it, this person is so young, but he can actually block one of our attacks. He's too terrifying. We can't let him live. The two short men growled in a low voice. They were extremely shocked. The two of them turned into two streaks of sword radiance and charged toward Lu Ming and Qiu Yu. They were as fast as lightning and were difficult to catch with the naked eye. 10,000 miles of ice. Qiu Yu shouted and her second bloodline appeared. With a wave of her hand, the temperature in front of her dropped sharply. A large amount of frost appeared out of thin air, as if even the air had frozen. Great ice formation. Lu Ming could tell that the force of ice that Qiu Yu had comprehended had reached the major success stage and was extremely powerful. The two short men's bodies seemed to be frozen as well, and their speed was greatly reduced. The two short men roared. "Haha, good." Lu Ming laughed heartily and struck out with both palms. In the sky, two huge beast claws condensed and smashed toward the two short men. During this period of time, Lu Ming had already cultivated the three palms to the 5th stage. Its power was close to the power of an Earth-level high-level martial arts technique, and it was extremely powerful. As long as Lu Ming comprehended the final heavenly path palm, its power would be infinitely close to that of a heaven-level martial arts technique. It would be extremely terrifying. The two beast claws pressed down like mountains. The two short men slashed out sword chi to block the beast's palm. With two loud bangs, the two of them trembled and quickly retreated. Lu Ming charged over directly. His long spear was like a dragon, and the spear's radiance tore through the air, blasting at the two short men continuously. Behind them, Qiu Yu waved her hands, and crescent-shaped ice wheels appeared one after another, slashing at the two short men. It had to be said that the two short men were extremely powerful. Their genuine qi was strong, condensed, and sharp. Moreover, their cultivations had reached the peak of the martial ancestor realm level 6. If the two of them worked together, they could fight against a normal martial ancestor realm level 7. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu joined forces, but they could only end up in a draw. Lu Ming put all his effort into refining the blood essence in his body. Most of the blood essence in his body came from a 7th-level martial arts grandmaster. There were also 5th-level martial arts grandmaster and a large number of other martial arts grandmasters. At this moment, it was constantly transforming into the energy of the 9 dragons bloodline and transforming into Lu Ming's essential qi. Lu Ming's essential qi continued to increase. In a moment, he was at the peak of the 2nd level of martial ancestor realm. However, it did not stop there. It began to charge towards the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm. It was not the first time for Lu Ming to have a breakthrough while fighting. He was very familiar with the process. Of course, this was because of the wonder of the 9-dragon bloodline. The two short men became more and more frightened as they fought. First of all, Qiu Yu's cold qi was too shocking. Her cultivation was obviously much lower than theirs, but the cold qi was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to freeze everything. They felt that the genuine qi in their bodies was about to be frozen, and their speed slowed down. Of course, the most terrifying one was Lu Ming. His attacks were violent and his strength was shocking. Every attack could destroy a mountain. Every attack forced them to go all out. Moreover, Lu Ming did not seem tired at all. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. The two of them had the intention to retreat. "Let's go. We should leave first. These two are too terrifying. Let's get stronger experts to kill them." The two of them slashed a few times and planned to retreat. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he sneered, "Leave. It's too late to leave now." The aura on Lu Ming's body was like a volcanic eruption. It actually soared wildly. 3rd level of Wuzong. Just now, his cultivation had successfully broken through. Lu Ming's combat strength soared once again after he broke through to the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm. Not good. He actually broke through. A shortman cried out in disbelief. "Monster, this is a monster, retreat, quickly retreat." The other man shouted crazily as he retreated. However, it was too late. Lu Ming's body was like lightning. He appeared not far away from him in an instant and thrust his spear. It was as if the air had been pierced through. The spear's radiance crossed a distance of 100 meters. In an instant, penetrating everything. The shortman didn't even have time to react before the spear ray pierced through his heart. Immediately, Lu Ming held the spear in his hand and threw it out. A 200-meter-long spear light streaked across the sky and shot toward the shortman. The shortman cried out in fear and slashed out a shocking sword light. However, it was useless. The spear radiance swept past and the sword radiance collapsed. The spear radiance's momentum did not stop as it struck the short man's body. The shortman cried out in pain. It was unknown how many bones in his body had been broken. His body was sent flying like a cannonball, and blood spurted out of his body. Although he didn't die, he was almost dead. Qiu Yu waved out a moon-shaped ice wheel, which rushed over the short man's body and cut him in two. Lu Ming rushed over and devoured their blood essence. The blood essence of two martial arts grandmasters at the peak of the 6th level was definitely a great supplement. On the other side, the golden eye blood was fearless and had completely suppressed the opponent. Seeing that Lu Ming had killed the two short men, the old man was in disbelief. Although the two short men were no match for him, they were no small matter. He thought that they would be more than enough to kill Lu Ming and Qiu Yu. He never expected that they would be killed by Lu Ming and the others. The old man was shocked. "It's your turn." Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning. He moved and thrust his spear at the old man. The old man slashed out with his sword, clashing with the long spear. However, he was forced back by a powerful force. The old man was shocked and turned to run. Chapter 313. Chapter 313, Chapter 313 A big win. The old man was no match for the golden-eyed blood corpse. Now that there was the freakish Lu Ming, he did not dare to continue fighting. He turned and ran. "You want to leave? How can it be that easy?" Lu Ming sneered and gave chase. At the same time, the golden-eyed blood zombie followed suit. The white-haired old man was shocked, and his figure soared up into the sky. There were 6 figures there, both men and women. Each of them exuded a terrifying aura. All 6 of them were in the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. Among them, there were 3 from the Dark Moon Empire and 3 from the Blazing Sun Empire. The 6 of them were in a chaotic battle, and it was extremely intense. As soon as they saw the white-haired old man rushing over, the 3 people of the Dark Moon Empire were shocked. One of them asked, "Old Lin, why did you come back?" This time, the information was wrong. A few extremely powerful characters appeared. "I'm not their match. Let's retreat quickly." The white-haired old man called out. "Retreat. We're on the verge of victory, and we're retreating now." "You're crazy." A burly man roared. At this moment, Lu Ming and the golden-eyed blood corpse had already rushed over. The white-haired elder was so frightened that he fled in a hurry. "He's just a little brat, what's there to be afraid of? I'll kill him." The burly man shouted coldly. His opponent, who had been knocked back with one move, wielded a huge saber and slashed at Lu Ming. As the saber radiance slashed down, the space shook violently. "You can't." The white-haired old man cried out in alarm. The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and charged forward. It waved its claws and blood-red light appeared, clashing with the blade light. Then, Lu Ming thrust his spear forward. The spear's gleam, which contained the power of wind and fire, instantly pierced through the saber's gleam and went straight for the burly man. The burly man's eyes widened and he looked extremely frightened. "Ah, retreat! Retreat! Retreat!" The burly man roared. He used all of his true chi and physical strength in an attempt to dodge the spear. However, he was still a step too late. He managed to avoid being hit in his vital parts, but the spear radiance still pierced his shoulder. The burly man's shoulder instantly exploded, and one of his arms was missing. The burly man screamed and coughed up blood. He had been severely injured. He tried to run away with his remaining genuine chi. Lu Ming shouted. The long spear trembled and the spear's radiance lashed out horizontally, hitting the burly man's body. The burly man let out a terrified cry and his body exploded in the air. Lu Ming rushed over and devoured the blood essence. The white-haired old man was scared out of his wits. The burly man, who was not weaker than him, was killed by Lu Ming and the golden-eyed blood corpse in one move. He was so scared that his whole body trembled. He screamed and ran even faster. The other two Dark Moon Empire's 7th-level martial ancestor realm experts also turned pale with fright as they frantically fled. In the blink of an eye, the three of them disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming did not pursue him. The reason why he was able to kill the burly man so easily was not because his combat strength was much stronger than his opponent. The main reason was that his opponent was too careless. That was why he was killed by Lu Ming and the golden-eyed blood corpse. If they were to fight head-on, Lu Ming might not be able to defeat the other party. "Young master, how may I address you?" At this moment, the three 7th-level martial grandmasters from the Blazing Sun Empire flew over and cupped their fists in greeting. At the same time, they carefully sized up Lu Ming and were shocked when they discovered his age. This one is Tian Yun. From their attire, he could tell with a single glance that one of the three was an expert from the mystical sword sect, while the other two were experts from the Ghost Moon Saber sect. "You're Tian Yun." The mystical sword sect's expert, a tall and thin man in his 50s, exclaimed. The two powerhouses from the Ghost Moon Saber sect also looked at Lu Ming in shock. Tian Yun's name had already spread throughout the entire Blazing Sun Empire. As long as one was a martial artist, everyone would know him. But today, they realized that Tian Yun was even more powerful and stunning than the legends had described. "Three seniors, it's more important for us to deal with the enemy first." "Not bad. Let's go, let's kill those bastards from the Dark Moon Empire." The tall and thin men from the mystical sword sect roared. The four of them then rushed toward the battlefield where the other martial grandmasters were fighting. The Dark Moon Empire's martial grandmaster powerhouses had obviously received the news and fled in panic. After leaving a few people alive, they all escaped. The other martial grandmaster powerhouses charged towards the battlefield on the ground. "Young master." Chiu Yu appeared beside Lu Ming and whispered softly. Her brows were filled with joy. "Chiu Yu, let's go. Let's kill the enemies together. We'll catch up after the battle." Chiu Yu nodded obediently and followed Lu Ming to the battlefield below. There was no longer any suspense in the battlefield below. When Lu Ming left earlier, the 20,000-strong Blood Moon Demonic Tiger army of the Dark Moon Empire had already been defeated. The situation was hopeless. After that, the Northern Battlefront army fought back and attacked the blood-red scaled wolf cavalry from both sides. The Inue army was completely defeated. When Lu Ming returned, he saw Xian Yanqing leading the blood-red army at the forefront. They were pursuing the defeated army of the Dark Moon. Along the way, corpses were strewn everywhere. Lu Ming landed on the blood-scaled Wolf King, and Chiu Yu followed suit, sitting slightly in front of Lu Ming. The blood-red scaled wolf had a huge body that was more than 6 meters long. It was still very spacious when the two of them sat on it. At the side, Xian Yanqing noticed that Lu Ming had returned. At the same time, he saw Chiu Yu sitting in front of Lu Ming. His face darkened instantly, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. The Dark Moon Empire's soldiers let out terrified howls and ran for their lives. However, no matter how fast they were not as fast as the crimson-scaled wolf. One by one, they were killed, and the smell of blood filled the air. Suddenly, Lu Ming noticed that the golden-eyed blood corpse next to him was gathering a thick blood-red light. The blood chi in the world continued to gather towards the golden-eyed blood corpse, and the blood light on the body of the golden-eyed blood corpse became thicker and thicker. That's right, blood zombies like to devour blood to increase their strength. The battlefield is heaven for blood zombies. Lu Ming thought to himself and was secretly happy. He was naturally happy that the golden-eyed blood corpse's strength had increased. The massacre continued, and it took an hour for everything to calm down. In this battle, the Dark Moon Empire suffered a crushing defeat, leaving tens of thousands of corpses. All of this was because of the arrival of the blood-red cavalry led by Lu Ming. The power of the blood-red cavalry had begun to show. A troop of military horses galloped over and stopped 100 meters in front of Lu Ming. It was the Northern Army. "That's General Tian Yun." A dark-skinned man in his 40s called out. "That's right, I am Tian Yun." I'm Huang Qianlong, the Deputy General of the Northern Battlefront Army. Nice to meet you, General Tianyun. The dark-skinned man cupped his fists and said. So it's General Huang. General Huang, come over for a chat. Huang Qianlong nodded and brought a group of people to meet up with Lu Ming. Lu Ming also asked Huang Qianlong about this matter. How was the Northern Battlefront Army? The great general was assassinated. Huang Qianlong sighed and began to talk. Chapter 314. Chapter 314, Xian Yanqing's Thoughts. It turned out that the general of the Northern Army had been assassinated by the killers of the Dark Moon Empire. Then, the Dark Moon Empire's army had seized the opportunity to attack. With the general's death, the Northern Battlefront Army was thrown into chaos. The Dark Moon Empire took the opportunity to break into the Northern Battlefront city and suffered heavy losses. The remaining troops of the Northern Battlefront Army intended to break through the siege, but they were caught up by the Inue army, which led to the battle just now. Fortunately, they had the help of the Ghost Moon Saber sect and the Mystic Essence Sword sect's experts during this period of time. Otherwise, they would have been defeated long ago. Coupled with the arrival of Lu Ming's army, they were able to turn the tide and defeat the Inue army. Northgard City has already been occupied by the Dark Moon Empire, and they've deployed a large army to defend it. It's too difficult to attack it. Huang Qianlong sighed. Lu Ming came to a realization. So this was the case. What are your plans next? Huang Qianlong and the other deputy generals exchanged glances and nodded. They then dismounted and knelt down to Lu Ming. If you don't mind, we are willing to join you with the remaining Northern Battlefront Army. What are you generals doing? Quickly get up and talk. Lu Ming quickly went to help Huang Qianlong and the rest. General Tianyun, we're defeated and have nowhere to go. If you don't take us in, I'm afraid we'll be destroyed by the Dark Moon Empire sooner or later. General, you're a peerless talent. If you lead us, we'll definitely avenge our brothers who died in battle. Please take us in. Huang Qianlong could not accept it. All right, I'll agree. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Thank you, General Tianyun. Huang Qianlong and the rest were overjoyed. Generals, rest assured. Brothers, rest assured. I, Tianyun, swear that I will lead you all to kill the people of the Yin Moon sect and avenge our brothers who died in battle. Lu Ming shouted. His voice traveled far and every Northern Battlefront Army soldier heard him. General Tianyun is mighty. General Tianyun is invincible. Instantly, the crowd burst into earth-shattering cheers. He only stopped after a while. Lu Ming then ordered Huang Qianlong to count the remaining members of the Northern Battlefront Army. Huang Qianlong accepted the order and left. At this moment, a ray of light flashed across the sky, and a figure appeared. It was the tall and thin man from the mystical sword sect. Qiu Yu, the battle here has ended. Come back to the Ghost Moon Saber sect with me first. The tall and thin man said. Martial uncle, you can go back first. I plan to stay in the military camp to gain experience. Qiu Yu said. Stay in the military camp. You can't. The tall and thin man's expression changed greatly. Qiu Yu's second bloodline was a terrifying 5th-level king bloodline. This was too shocking. She was much stronger than Duanmu Lin and her future achievements were unimaginable. Only a few higher-ups in the mystical sword sect knew that Qiu Yu was listed as a key training target. Now that Qiu Yu was going to stay in the military camp to gain experience, he would not be able to explain to Qiu Yu's master and the other higher-ups if anything happened. Don't worry, Uncle Master, I'll be careful. Senior, if Lady Qiu Yue remains in the camp, I will do my best to ensure her safety. I will not let a single hair on her head be harmed. The tall and thin man suddenly muttered to himself, his mind running wild. How did Qiu Yue and Tianyun get to know each other? Could it be love at first sight for a hero and a beautiful woman? It's very possible. With Qiu Yu's talent, only a genius like Tianyun is worthy of her. Fine, let her stay here first. I'll go back and report to my senior brother and the sect leader and let them decide. Thinking of this, the tall and thin man bowed slightly and said, in that case, I'll have to trouble young Master Tianyun. Senior, don't worry. The tall, skinny man then transformed into a ray of light and disappeared. Humph. Great General Tianyun, you're really suave. You're leading an army to war, and you still remember to kidnap a little beauty. It's too cold at night, so you want to use it to warm the bed. At this moment, a faint voice was heard. Xian Yanqing rode over on the blood-scaled wolf king. He looked at Qiuyu carefully, and a dark look flashed in the depths of his eyes. Cough, cough. Little Qing, what nonsense are you spouting? Lu Ming coughed a few times, then he moved closer to Xian Yanqing and said, What's wrong? You sound so jealous, don't tell me. Jealous? What the hell are you talking about? F***ck, how could I be jealous of you? Dream on. Xian Yanqing's heart skipped a beat and he quickly denied. However, her heart was beating even faster. The inexplicable feeling in her heart made her a little flustered. When she saw Lu Ming and Qiuyu together, she felt an inexplicable sadness in her heart. Am I really jealous? No, no, that's impossible. How could I be jealous of this guy? I just want to step on him. Yes, that must be it. I must work hard to cultivate and step on him as soon as possible. Xian Yanqing's mind was spinning with thoughts, but he glared at Lu Ming fiercely and gritted his teeth. Lu Ming's hair stood on end from her stare. Was this woman sick? At the side, Qiuyu's gaze shifted between Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. No one knew what she was thinking, but she remained silent obediently. After a while, Wang Qinlong came to report the number of goods. The Northern Battlefront Army still had 60,160 men. The Northern Battlefront Army had a total of 100,000 soldiers, but in one night, nearly 40,000 of them had died. It was a heavy loss. Immediately, Lu Ming led the Blood Red Cavalry and more than 60,000 soldiers of the Northern Battlefront Army to Moonview City. On the way, they met Ming Meng, who was leading an army to rescue them. After learning about the situation of the Northern Battlefront Army, Ming Meng also sighed. The group of people returned to Moonview City the same way they came. After returning to the Moonview City, Lu Ming handed over the reorganization of the Northern Battlefront Army to Hua Ying. He hid in the Supreme Shrine and began to refine the blood essence. Although he had refined a portion of the blood essence along the way, there was still a lot left. The surging blood essence energy was transformed into essential qi and Lu Ming's cultivation level kept increasing. When all the blood essence in the 9 dragons bloodline had been refined, his cultivation had reached the late stage of the 3rd level of martial ancestor realm. He was only one step away from the peak of the 3rd level. After he had broken through to the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm, he had killed a 7th level martial ancestor realm expert. However, the blood essence of this 7th level martial ancestor realm expert had not helped him improve much. After refining the blood essence, Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine and helped Hua Ying to reorganize the Northern Battlefront Army. 2 days later, the Northern Battlefront Army had been reorganized. Lu Ming had almost 80,000 soldiers under him. His strength had increased greatly. However, Lu Ming was still not satisfied. After this battle, Lu Ming had discovered the blood-scaled wolf army's weakness. Although the blood-scaled wolf army was powerful, most of them relied on their mounts. The soldiers' cultivation was too weak, and it was difficult for them to display the full strength of the blood-scaled wolf army. Moreover, their numbers were too few. Originally, there were 8,000 of them, but after losing 500 or 600 in this battle, their numbers had been reduced by a portion. I have to think of a way to improve the soldiers' cultivation. Also, I have to capture some more blood-red scaled wolves. Lu Ming considered in his heart. Previously, they had only tamed a pack of blood-scale wolves. The endless plateau was endless, so there was no way that there was only one pack. Chapter 315. Chapter 315, The King's Storage Ring. If there were 30,000 crimson-scaled wolves and 30,000 Master Realm martial artists to form an army, it would be truly terrifying. It would be an invincible army. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. This was just a thought. It was too difficult to realize. The blood-red scaled wolf was easy to deal with, but it was too difficult to deal with 30,000 Master Realm experts. Now, including the original 60,000 men in the Northern Battlefront Army, Lu Ming had less than 5,000 Master Realm martial artists under his command. Unless it was a force like the 5 great sections. For example, in the mystical sword sect, other than the young disciples, there were many martial artists over the age of 30. The total number of Master Realm martial artists could probably exceed 100,000. But that was the result of many years of accumulation. In the past few days, there was no movement in the Inoue army. It seemed that after that battle, the Inoue army also needed to rest. Lu Ming simply led the blood-red cavalry and charged deep into the plateau to capture the blood-red scaled wolf. Lu Ming rode on the blood-scaled wolf king and sprinted forward. Beside him, Xian Yanqing rode on another blood-scaled wolf king and followed closely. On the other side, Qiuyu was also riding on a blood-red scaled wolf and following them. Qiuyu was in a good mood when she saw Lu Ming. She had a bright smile on her face every day and followed Lu Ming around, just like the little servant girl from back then. This made Xian Yanqing grit his teeth. He kept muttering that Lu Ming was a pervert, making Lu Ming smile bitterly. The army of blood-red scaled wolves whizzed past, heading towards the depths of the wilderness. Lu Ming let the blood-red scaled wolf king lead the way. After a few hours, they arrived at a huge valley. Wolf howls rang out from the valley, and then, one after another, blood-scaled wolves appeared. As expected, there are more. It was obvious that this was another tribe of the crimson-scaled wolves. A loud wolf howl rang out, and an extremely huge blood-red scaled wolf with a fiendish aura walked out. Whether it was in terms of size or aura, this blood-red scaled wolf was not inferior to the blood-red scaled wolf king that Lu Ming was riding. It was obvious that this was the king of the blood-red scaled wolves. The blood-scaled wolf kings under Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's legs howled as if they were communicating with the other blood-scaled wolf king. After a while, the blood-scaled wolf king growled at Lu Ming. Its eyes were filled with doubt, and finally, a provocative glint. It seems that strength speaks the loudest. Lu Ming smiled faintly, then his body moved and he pounced on the blood-scaled wolf king. The blood-scaled wolf king also pounced forward. A man and a wolf engaged in a fierce battle. Half an hour later, when Lu Ming continued on his journey, there were more than 5,000 crimson-scaled wolves behind him. This was the number of blood-scale wolves that had appeared. The blood-scaled wolf king had become Qiuyu's mount. However, Lu Ming was not satisfied and continued to search the plateau. On the plateau, there were countless red blood wolves. They had lived here for countless years. In 3 days' time, Lu Ming had found 5 crimson blood-scaled wolves. The strongest group of crimson blood-scaled wolves had more than 10,000 of them. The worst only had 2,000. Through the 2 blood-scale wolf kings at the start, Lu Ming's strength, and the pressure from the Moonhowl wolf king's aura on Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing, these blood-scale wolves were subdued one by one. In an instant, Lu Ming's number of crimson-scaled wolves exceeded 30,000, reaching about 32,000. At this point, Lu Ming had no choice but to stop. This was because the demonic beasts that appeared in the deeper parts of the plateau were too powerful. Some of them had reached 8th grade 4th level, and some had even reached 9th grade 4th level. If Lu Ming and the others continued to advance, they would probably suffer heavy losses. However, 30,000 of them were more than enough. Immediately, Lu Ming brought the blood-red scaled wolf back to Moonview City. Needless to say, it naturally caused a tsunami-like shock. The Mountain Battlefront Army was extremely envious, while the former Northern Battlefront Army who had joined Lu Ming was ecstatic. Lu Ming was not stingy. He gave a few hundred to Ming Meng. As for the rest, Lu Ming chose the strongest among the 30,000 over men to form a crimson-scaled wolf cavalry. The number of people was 31,000. 1,000 of them were called the Blood Red Guards. They had the strongest cultivation and were the most elite. They were Lu Ming's guards. The other 30,000 people formed a large army. Lu Ming temporarily handed over the management and training to Huaying. Huaying's mount had also changed to a Crimson Wolf King, which made it easier to manage. Lu Ming was happy and relaxed. Other than sparring with Qiuyu occasionally, he spent most of his time cultivating. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the Supreme Shrine. He had just refined a few hundred spiritual herbs and cultivated the 10,000 spiritual combat body to increase his physical strength. At this moment, he stopped cultivating. The 9 Dragons Heaven-treading steps is really difficult to cultivate. It has been so many days, but I still haven't completed the first step. However, I feel like I've gained some insight recently. As long as I continue to comprehend it, I'll be able to cultivate it sooner or later. There's still the third palm of the 3 Dao palms, the Heaven's Path palm. I don't have a clue either. If I can cultivate it, it'll definitely become my trump card. Now, cultivating the true war dragon technique and comprehending force were things he had to do every day. The other thing he had to do was cultivate all sorts of martial arts techniques. Lu Ming felt that he did not have enough time every day. At the thought of this, Lu Ming's hand moved and a storage ring appeared. A king's storage ring, what's inside? Looking at the storage ring, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with strong anticipation. That's right. The storage ring belonged to the martial king that Lu Ming had obtained in the Dongi tribe's ancestral ruins. Lu Ming had even fought with Xian Yanqing over the storage ring. In the end, Xian Yanqing chose a small jade sword. There was a powerful inscription array on the storage ring. In the past, Lu Ming could not break it at all. He could only slowly grind it down. However, recently, Lu Ming felt that the inscription array on the storage ring had loosened and was about to be broken. Today, I'll completely break it. Lu Ming's eyes gleamed and his hands glowed. Powerful essential qi surged into the storage ring. The storage ring was suspended in the air, surrounded by a circle of light. However, the light screen had become very thin and was on the verge of collapse under Lu Ming's essential qi. Charge! Lu Ming shouted. His war dragon true qi circulated continuously and charged toward the light screen like miniature true dragons. Suddenly, the light curtain emitted a bright light and expanded rapidly. When it expanded to a few meters wide, it exploded with a bang. The inscription formation on the storage ring had been broken. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He grabbed the storage ring and immersed his mind into it. It's so big. His first impression was that the space in the storage ring was extremely huge. Lu Ming estimated that it could fit an entire mountain. Then, Lu Ming saw the mountain-like pile of items in the storage ring. What is this? Spirit weapons, armors, pills, and cultivation technique manuals. Lu Ming swept his gaze and had a rough idea. Chapter 316. Chapter 316, Chapter 316 famous in 2 countries. However, Lu Ming was shocked after reading it. In fact, these spirit weapons, armors, pills, and secret manuals were not of a high grade. The key was that there were too many of them. Battle spears and battle swords were piled up like mountains, emitting a cold luster. The armors were piled up higher than a mountain, and the pills and the jade bottles were also piled up like a mountain. There were too many of them. Lu Ming estimated that there were at least hundreds of thousands of sets of spirit weapons and armors. This was simply an armory. Lu Ming picked up some of them and noticed that most of them were second-level spiritual weapons. There were a few third-level spiritual weapons and not many fourth-level ones. This is the energy-gathering pill and the energy-breaking pill. When Lu Ming checked the pills, he was shocked at first, then he was excited and overjoyed. The energy-gathering pill could allow martial artists of the warrior realm or even master realm to quickly increase their cultivation. The origin breakthrough pill, on the other hand, could allow one to break through to the next realm. The grade of the pills was not high. Most of them were level 2 pills, which were useless for martial grandmasters. However, there were too many of them. It was no wonder that Lu Ming was so excited. These items could be equipped with a huge army. How could there be so many low-level items in the storage ring of a martial king? After that, Lu Ming thought about it and understood. The Dongi tribe had once occupied a vast territory and established an empire. Most of the territories of the Blazing Sun Empire, the Yue Empire, and even the Blood Zhao Empire now belonged to the Dongi tribe. The Dongi tribe used to be a true mid-tier empire, but it was destroyed later on. The Dongi ancestors' storage ring was filled with so many low-level spiritual weapons and elixirs. He must have wanted to build an army in the future and rebuild the Dongi Empire. However, it died before it could be realized. Now, Lu Ming had gained all the benefits. Ha ha ha, I've really worn out my iron shoes searching high and low for it, and now I've found it without any effort. Good, very good. If the blood-scaled wolf cavalry and the other soldiers are all equipped, their strength will definitely increase greatly. At the thought of this, Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine and gathered his deputy general, and dozens of other people. When Lu Ming used some empty storage rings to store the spirit weapons, armors, and pills separately and showed them to the Deputy General and Deputy General, they were all petrified. All of them widened their eyes and their mouths. They looked at Lu Ming in disbelief and shock, not moving an inch. It was only after a long while that they finally reacted, and their bodies trembled with excitement. "General, these are all yours." Hua Ying swallowed her saliva. "Of course. Otherwise, do you think I robbed them? All right, these spirit weapons and armors, give each of them a set. Distribute these pills to increase their strength. Pay attention, the 30,000 red blood-scaled wolf cavalry must focus on this. I want them to break through to the martial master realm as soon as possible." Lu Ming instructed. His goal was to make the 30,000 red blood-scaled wolf cavalry all reach the martial master realm. Only then would they be able to display the true power of the blood-scale wolf cavalry. Of course, he only gave 80,000 sets of spirit weapons and armors, and he kept the rest for now. As for the secret manuals, they were some low-level martial arts techniques and battle formations. They were suitable for killing on the battlefield and would not be of use in the short term. Lu Ming did not give them away. Hua Ying and the others went out happily. Not long after, when Lu Ming's men were all equipped with new equipment, everyone in the mountain-suppressing army was shocked. It was too shocking. Lu Ming's weapons were all second-level spiritual weapons and armors. LV2 was the same as a martial master. If a warrior realm warrior put on a LV2 spiritual transformation armor, his combat power and life preservation ability would definitely increase by a large margin. As for the elites, they were all equipped with level 3 equipment. Soon, everyone found out that all of the equipment had been given to them by Tianyun. The eyes of the soldiers of the mountain-suppressing army turned red with envy. They realized that the treatment of the soldiers following Lu Ming was too good. First, they had the blood-red scaled wolf. Now, even their equipment had a new look. If not for the military regulations, they would have been willing to join Tianyun. After Ming Meng found out, he laughed bitterly. From then on, every soldier under Lu Ming was using the essence-gathering pill and essence-breaking pill to increase their cultivation at a crazy rate. During this period of time, the Dark Moon Empire seemed to have remained silent and did not make any other moves. In the past half a month, the strength of the blood-scale wolf cavalry had been increasing at a crazy rate. The Scarlet Blood-scaled wolf cavalry originally had around 5,000 martial master realm cultivators. The rest were mostly 8th and 9th grade martial warriors. In the past half a month, they had all been improving at a crazy rate. Some of the 9th grade martial warrior realm soldiers had been stuck there for a long time, but with the help of the Origin Breakthrough Pill, they managed to break through their bottlenecks and enter the martial master realm. In just half a month, more than 10,000 people had broken through to the martial master realm. As for the others, almost all of them had advanced by 1 or even 2 levels. A pill that could be left behind by a martial king might not be of a high grade, but it was still extraordinary. It was the foundation of the Dongi martial king's plan to build a strong army in a short period of time. Naturally, the effects of the pill were amazing, beyond Lu Ming's expectations. This is great. If this continues, the 30,000 red blood-scaled wolf cavalry will all reach the martial master realm in less than a month. Lu Ming was overjoyed and he distributed the pills without any hesitation. The pills in the martial king's storage ring were prepared for the 500,000-strong army, and they were never to be used up. At this time, news came from Ming Meng that there had been some strange movements in the Dark Moon Empire. Sure enough, 3 days later, the 600,000 troops of the Dark Moon Empire covered the sky and the earth as they launched an attack on the territory of the Ghost Moon Saber sect. For a time, a great battle ensued. After Lu Ming received the news, he did not hesitate and set off with 30,000 blood-red-scaled wolf cavalry. This was the perfect time to test the combat power of the blood-scale wolves. This battle shocked the entire Burning Sun Empire and the Dark Moon Empire. The 30,000 blood-red iron cavalry that Lu Ming led were practically invincible. In this battle, the first opponent of the blood-red-scaled wolves cavalry was the Dark Moon Empire's Grey Wolf Army. The 50,000 Grey Wolf Army was completely powerless against the blood-red cavalry's attack. The 50,000 soldiers of the Ash Wolf Army were almost completely annihilated. In this way, 70,000 of the Dark Moon Empire's Ash Wolf Army had been destroyed by Lu Ming. They were completely crippled. Soon after, the Dark Moon Empire sent out an extremely powerful legion, the Wild Lion Legion. The Berserk Lion Legion had a total of 100,000 soldiers, and their combat strength was even stronger than the Ash Wolf Legion. This battle was incomparably brutal. In the end, the result was the same. The 30,000 Scarlet Blood-Scaled Wolf Cavalry had defeated the 100,000 Berserk Lion Legion in one fell swoop, and almost all of them had been killed. For a time, Tianyun's name and the Scarlet Blood-Scaled Wolf Cavalry's name shook the Burning Sun Empire and the Dark Moon Empire. Chapter 317. Chapter 317, Marquis Champion, Tianyun. In this battle, the Dark Moon Empire had lost two powerful legions, greatly reducing their fighting strength. They had no choice but to retreat. After this battle, the prestige of the Burning Sun Empire's royal family had greatly increased. This was because the Blood-Red Cavalry, Tianyun, belonged to the imperial family. In the imperial capital of Blazing Sun Country, in the imperial palace, in the throne room, an excited laugh could be heard. In the throne room, Emperor Hua was sitting on the dragon throne, and below him stood the civil and military officials. Ha ha ha, good, good. Tianyun is indeed a peerless genius. This battle has greatly impacted the morale of the Dark Moon Empire, and our royal family's reputation has also soared. We have regained our popularity in the hearts of the common people. Hua Jingxing laughed, his eyes shining with excitement. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for finding such a genius. I've forgotten the rejuvenation of the royal family. A white-haired old official came forward to congratulate him. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for recognizing the pearl with your discerning eyes. The other officials all bowed and shouted. Father, Tianyun has made such a great contribution, we must reward him. Hua Qi walked out and bowed. Reward? Of course, I'll reward you. How about this? Pass on my order, I'll confer Tianyun the title of Marquis Champion. He'll be the champion of the three armies, and he'll be able to form any army he wants and recruit talents. Many thanks, Father. Your Majesty is wise. All of the officials congratulated. When the news of Tianyun being conferred the title of Marquis Champion spread, the Blazing Sun Empire was once again shaken. Tianyun's name was remembered by everyone, as he was the youngest marquis in the history of the Blazing Sun Empire. In the Heavenly King Suppression Palace. The Marquis Champion. Damn it, this Tianyun deserves 10,000 deaths for his crimes. The Heavenly King's angry roar came from the palace. In a certain side hall of the General Star Hall, Lu Yuntian spread out a piece of white paper on a stone table in a small courtyard. He was currently focused on writing. It was a Wu character. Under Lu Yuntian's brush, it was as if dragons and phoenixes were dancing. The force of the brush was vigorous, and there was a powerful aura about it that seemed to be struggling free. Even though Lu Yuntian's cultivation base had been crippled, the Wu character contained his essence, energy, and spirit. He finished writing it in one go. Lu Yuntian let out a long breath. Tian, Ge, I believe that in the future, Ming, will definitely cure you and let you return to the martial path. Li Ping whispered as she read Lu Yuntian's mind. She understood how lonely it was for a martial arts genius to not be able to practice martial arts. Ping, as long as you're by my side, it doesn't matter if I can't cultivate. Besides, Ming's talent is countless times higher than mine. I'm satisfied. Lu Yuntian laughed. At this moment, a maidservant in her 20s rushed in. Li Ping had brought the servant girl from the Lu family, and she was very loyal. Chun Xiang, why are you in such a hurry? What happened? Li Ping asked, frowning slightly. Master, madam, good news, good news. The young master has won a great victory at the border. His Majesty has already made the young master the Marquis Champion, and this has been announced to the world. Chun Xiang excitedly said. Lu Yuntian was stunned, and the brush in his hand fell to the ground. Li Ping was also stunned. After a while, she finally reacted and trembled with excitement. The Marquis Champion. Ming was conferred the title of Marquis. Was it true? Is it true? Li Ping asked a few times, thinking that she was dreaming. It's absolutely true. Master, madam, the outside world is talking about this. Everyone knows about it. Chun Xiang said. Ming, or has been conferred the title of Marquis. Brother Tian, Ming, or has been conferred the title of Marquis. Li Ping muttered. Tears rolled down her face as she leaned into Lu Yuntian's embrace. He was too excited. What are you crying for? This is a great thing. Why are you crying? Lu Yuntian pretended to be calm as he hugged Li Ping. However, his slightly trembling voice could not hide his excitement. 2 days later, the news reached Moonview City. Marquis champion, Marquis champion. The roars that stirred the hearts of the people resounded through the clouds. On the great northern plains, tens of thousands of miles away from Moonview City. There was an endless stretch of military tents here, and one could not see the end of it at a glance. This was the largest military camp in the southern part of the Dark Moon Empire, and it ruled most of the southern territory of the Dark Moon Empire. The Yin Moon Empire's south vanquishing prince, Yin Tianjue, was stationed here. He was also fully in charge of the attack on the Blazing Sun Empire. At this moment, in Yin Tianjue's tent, there were more than 10 people sitting. Yin Tianjue sat at the highest position, looking at a figure in a black robe in the middle of the tent. Yin Tianjue, why did your Dark Moon Empire retreat? Our plan has been thrown into chaos. The black-robed man only revealed a pair of eyes as he gloomily looked at Yin Tianjue. Why retreat? Nonsense, do you know how much we have lost? The entire Wild Lion Legion has been destroyed, and the Ash Wolf Legion is almost done for. There's also the Blood Moon Demonic Tiger Legion and so on. Do you know how much it costs to nurture these legions? Did you know? Yin Tianjue smacked the table heavily, almost shouting. The black-robed man was silent for a moment. This time, it's our fault for not being able to predict the situation. We never expected Tianyun to be so difficult to deal with. Hee, you want to shirk responsibility just because you didn't expect it. You wish. Yin Tianjue sneered. Before I came, I have already received orders that your country's losses will be compensated by our side. However, the plan must continue, or else this loss will be in vain. As long as we succeed, the benefits we promised you will not be any less. The black-robed man said. Continue. You make it sound so easy, but who's in charge of the blood-red cavalry of Tianyun? We can't afford to lose this. The blood-red cavalry isn't scary. What's scary is Tianyun. As long as Tianyun dies, the blood-red cavalry will fall apart. At that time, they can be destroyed with a flip of their hands. Oh. What's your plan? Yin Tianjue asked. Assassinate Tianyun, the black-robed man said with a cold smile. Assassination. Tianyun is hiding among the 30,000 blood-red cavalry, and he has an extremely powerful expert following him at all times. How can it be so easy to assassinate him? Yin Tianjue said. Then we'll wait. I don't believe that Tianyun will hide in the military camp forever. Your country is famous for assassination, and I believe that you're more skilled than me in this. This time, we'll also send our best assassins to cooperate with your country to kill Tianyun. The black-robed man's voice was filled with killing intent. Very well. We'll also send out our strongest assassins. We must kill Tianyun in one fell swoop. Also, I'll need to request for reinforcements from His Majesty. I'm afraid that it'll be very difficult for us to launch a large-scale attack in the short term. It's fine. We can still afford to wait for another month or two. It's decided then. After the black sex people finished speaking, their figures moved and they disappeared. Yin Tianjue muttered to himself for a moment before giving the order, summon the Yuan and K duo to see me. Yes, one person replied and then disappeared. Chapter 318. Chapter 318, Chapter 318 Rising Wind and Surging Clouds. 3,000 miles northwest of Moonview City, there was a quiet valley. Lu Ming's figure appeared outside the valley. Then, Lu Ming moved and headed toward the valley. Lu Ming stopped after about 1,000 meters. In front of him, there was a blood light and a huge blood cocoon floating there. The golden-eyed blood corpse is about to evolve. That's right, the blood cocoon that was 5 to 6 meters tall in front of him was the golden-eyed blood zombie. Previously, Lu Ming had led the golden-eyed blood zombies and the blood-red cavalry to kill more than 100,000 soldiers of the Inue army. The golden-eyed blood zombies had absorbed too much blood chi and had started to evolve halfway back to the Moonview City. They could only find a quiet place and let it evolve. After Lu Ming returned to Moonview City and settled his matters, he rushed over to take a look at the situation. I don't know how long it'll take for the golden-eyed blood corpse to evolve. It seems that the situation is stable now. I'll go back to Moonview City first and come back to check it out later. At the thought of this, Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky. Not long after, they returned to Moonview City. Greetings, Marquis Champion. As soon as Lu Ming returned to the Moonview City, the officials of the city and the general of the Yuzhan army saluted him respectfully. Lu Ming nodded in response to each and every one of them. Very soon, he returned to the Blood Red Army camp. Everything was normal. Hua Ying was indeed an expert in commanding troops. Under his management, the Blood Red Cavalry and the other soldiers were all training hard. Regarding this, Lu Ming was very assured. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the Supreme Shrine. A huge stone tablet was floating above his head. The only difference was that there were 4 silver chakra rings shining around the stone tablet. That was right. Lu Ming's second blood meridian had advanced. Lu Ming felt that his 9-dragon bloodline had long reached the limit of ordinary level 9, but it had been difficult to advance. No matter how much blood essence he refined, it remained at ordinary level 9. Therefore, Lu Ming had decided to use the blood essence he devoured to upgrade his second blood meridian. He had devoured too much blood essence in that battle, which had successfully promoted his second bloodline by 1 level. His cultivation had also reached the peak of the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm. I don't know when my 9-dragon bloodline will advance to king class. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. When the time comes, it will naturally happen. Right now, the 9 dragons heaven-stomping step is the most important thing. After a period of cultivation and the consecutive battles, Lu Ming finally had some progress with the 9 dragons heaven-treading steps. Lu Ming took out the 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps manual and read it carefully. Then, he closed his eyes and tried to comprehend it. An hour later, Lu Ming suddenly stood up and casually stepped to the side. At this moment, Lu Ming's body seemed to have resonated with heaven and earth. His body emitted an inexplicable fluctuation, which was very mysterious. What a strong pressure! At this moment, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure in the world acting on his body. He felt as if his body was about to explode from the pressure. Finally, Lu Ming stepped onto the ground. At this moment, the entire Supreme Shrine seemed to shake violently. The ground rumbled and almost exploded. After taking a step, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. The mysterious fluctuations on his body disappeared, and the pressure on him disappeared without a trace. What a strong pressure! No wonder the 9 Sun Supreme warned me that I must break through to the martial ancestor realm and reach the 4th tier of the physical body realm before I can practice the 9 dragons heaven-treading steps. If my cultivation and physical body do not meet the requirements, I'm afraid I will be crushed by the pressure. Lu Ming sighed. However, there was a look of excitement in his eyes. I've yet to complete the first step, but its power is already extremely shocking. The Supreme Shrine is indestructible, yet it's still shaking. If I were to take a step on the ground, I'm afraid the earth would explode. Lu Ming was extremely satisfied with the power of the 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps. As expected of a divine-level martial arts technique, it was undefeatable. Lu Ming then continued to cultivate, striving to complete the first step of the 9 dragons heaven-treading steps. Time flew by, and another month passed. In a month's time, the Red Blood Cavalry had improved at an astonishing rate. Under the constant supply of pills, the remaining 30,000 Blood Red-scaled Wolf Cavalry all broke through to the Martial Master realm, causing the strength of the Blood Red Cavalry to rise rapidly. Of course, the consumption was also terrifying. 30,000 people had consumed the pills that were originally prepared for 100,000 people, which was why their cultivation had increased so quickly. Apart from the 30,000 Blood Red Cavalry, the cultivation of the other soldiers had also increased. The fastest had advanced 3 levels, and the worst had advanced 1 level. The overall strength of Lu Ming's army of 80,000 had improved by leaps and bounds. In this month, the outside world was not peaceful either. It could be said that the wind was blowing and the clouds were surging. There were 2 people who caught the most attention. One of them was Duan Mulin. After being silent for many years, Duanmulin finally broke out and challenged 10 extremely famous gold-ranked disciples of the 5 great sects in succession. He won in a row and won in a crushing manner. He was just short of challenging the geniuses of the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes. Just when everyone thought that he would challenge the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun, he stopped and didn't continue. This made countless people wonder how strong Duanmulin was. The other person was even more shocking: Qiu Changkong. For some unknown reason, Qiu Changkong had a conflict with Guyoyun, who was ranked 22nd on the Cloud Emperor ranking list. The two of them had a showdown. The result was shocking. In the end, Guyoyun was killed. Qiu Changkong was ranked 36th and last on the Emperor Yun list. However, he had killed Guyoyun, who was ranked 22nd, in a single battle. This was no longer a shock to the Burning Sun Empire, but to the entire Emperor Yun's 36 empires. Qiu Changkong's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. There were 8 medium empires in the 36 kingdoms of Emperor Yun. Of the 36 geniuses on the list, 32 of them came from the 8 medium empires, and only 4 came from the low-tier empires. The fact that Qiu Changkong could be listed on the Cloud Emperor board was already an extremely shocking thing. This caused an even greater stir. These 2 pieces of news naturally reached Lu Ming's ears. However, after he heard it, he only smiled faintly and continued cultivating. There's movement from the Golden Eye. One day, Lu Ming was cultivating when he suddenly felt that the demon-suppressing token was a little unusual. It was emitting a faint light. Perhaps GoldenEye has already completed its evolution. Let's go take a look and see how much it has improved. The golden-eyed blood corpse was already equivalent to the peak of the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. If it evolved further, it would definitely be stronger and would be a great help to Lu Ming. Lu Ming left the Moonview City and turned into a ray of light, heading towards the valley where the golden-eyed blood zombie was. Lu Ming did not notice that not long after he left the Moonview City, a few figures were flying into the sky and following him from the grassland in the distance. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the valley and walked in. In front of him, the smell of blood was extremely thick, and the blood cocoon was filled with blood light. The moment Lu Ming stepped into the valley, the blood-red light in front of him suddenly shrank. Then, the blood cocoon cracked open, and a tall figure walked out. Chapter 319. Chapter 319, Assassination, Unprecedented Crisis. This figure was the golden-eyed blood corpse. The only difference was that there were some changes to his golden pupils. They were even more golden now, as if 2 pieces of gold had been embedded in them. Most of the green hair on his skin had faded away, making his skin look blood-red and crystal clear. He looked like he was made of fiery red steel, full of strength. In particular, the aura of the golden-eyed blood corpse was more than 5 to 6 times stronger than before. How could he be so much stronger? This aura isn't just at the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. Could it be that the golden-eyed blood corpse has already reached the 9th level? Lu Ming's mind whirred and his eyes were filled with surprise. The golden-eyed blood corpse growled and came to Lu Ming's side. Let's go back to Moonview City. Then, together with the golden-eyed blood corpse, they soared into the sky and flew towards Moonview City. However, he had not even flown 10 miles when he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. At this moment, the golden-eyed blood corpse let out a deafening roar and charged toward Lu Ming's head. Above Lu Ming's head, a dark cloud suddenly split open. 2 pale white sword gleams, faster than lightning, were slashing down on Lu Ming's head. The golden-eyed blood corpse collided with the 2 blade lights and its body fell to the ground like a cannonball. At the same time as the 2 blade gleams were released, a jet-black sword gleam pierced through the void behind Lu Ming and stabbed him. This sword was fast, accurate, vicious, and terrifyingly powerful. 9th level Martial Ancestor Realm. 3 9th level Martial Ancestor Realm assassins. Block them. Lu Ming bellowed in rage. 6 ancient shields condensed behind him and stacked on top of each other. The 6 ancient shields were penetrated almost instantly. However, this also bought Lu Ming some time. His second blood meridian burst out instantly. He waved his left palm and a huge beast claw struck out mightily. At the same time, he held the demon-subduing spear in his right hand and stabbed out. On the spear, there was a strong power of wind and fire. The huge beast claw was the first to be destroyed by the sword radiance. Then, the demon-subduing spear's tip and the sword radiance clashed. A terrifying fluctuation spread out. Lu Ming grunted and his body flew backward rapidly. He flew for a few thousand meters before he stopped in the air and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, 3 figures flashed and appeared in the sky. 2 of them were middle-aged men, wearing blood-red robes. One of them had a full moon embroidered on it, while the other had a chipped moon. They each held a scimitar in their hands. The 2 of them were behind Lu Ming, blocking his way of retreat. The third person was wrapped in a black robe, and his appearance could not be seen. He held a thin and black long sword. He was in front of Lu Ming. The 3 of them had vaguely sealed off Lu Ming's path of retreat. This Tianyun is truly hard to deal with. Even after all this, I still wasn't able to kill him, said the middle-aged man with the full moon. His voice was cold and hoarse, and it was extremely unpleasant to hear. That's a golden-eyed blood corpse. It's so powerful. It seems to have reached the early stage of martial ancestor 9 Dan. It's not weaker than the 3 of us, Jiang Qin said. The middle-aged man with the chipped moon said. The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and rushed out from the ground, blocking Lu Ming. On the claws of the golden-eyed blood corpse, there were 2 deep wounds caused by the blade light. Lu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze fell on the thin black long sword of the person in front of him. His eyes flashed as he said, "You're from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion, right?" He had seen the sword more than once. Hee, you're going to die today anyway, so there's no harm in telling you. You're right, I'm the #1 assassin of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. It's your honor to have me fight. The black-robed man sneered. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion is actually working with the Inue Empire. It seems like the omnidirectional sword sect is planning a grand scheme. Hee, you know quite a lot. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassin sneered. Suddenly, Lu Ming shouted and dashed to the left. What a joke. The 3 assassins in the early stage of martial ancestor realm level 9 were too strong. They were not something he could fight against. If he stayed, he would only die. Only by rushing out would they have a chance of survival. The 3 assassins roared and made their final moves. 2 saber lights and 1 sword light pierced through the void and slashed toward Lu Ming. Fast, it was too fast. It was behind Lu Ming in an instant. A 9th-level martial arts grandmaster assassin was simply too powerful. The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and charged forward without fear of death. However, it was only one person after all. It was no match for them at all and was once again sent flying by 2 saber lights. If it wasn't for its steel-like body, it would have already been hacked into pieces. On the other side, Lu Ming used all his strength and exchanged a blow with the Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassin. This time, Lu Ming was sent flying even further away. He coughed up a large amount of blood. One of his arms was covered in sword marks and he felt as if his body was about to split apart. This move caused him to be even more injured. Kill. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassin shouted coldly. His killing intent burst forth as he continued to charge at Lu Ming. The golden-eyed blood corpse charged out from underground. Leave this beast to the 2 of us. You're in charge of killing Tianyun. The Yuan and K duo shouted coldly and charged towards the golden-eyed blood zombie. Don't worry, Tianyun will die. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassin's voice was extremely cold. The sword light became even sharper, and it cut through the sky. A sword mark that was several miles long suddenly appeared in the sky, as if it was going to cut the sky apart. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. At this moment, Lu Ming erupted with all his strength. His essential chi surged, he looked up to the sky and let out a long roar, then suddenly took a step forward. A strange wave was emitted from Lu Ming's body. Then, a terrifying force burst out from under Lu Ming's feet. A dragon's roar suddenly rang out. It was as if a supreme true dragon was stepping in the void, crushing everything. After a month of hard work, he had finally completed the first step of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. This step collided with the Shadow Wolf Pavilion assassin's sword light. There was an earth-shattering boom and Lu Ming's body was sent flying far away. However, the Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassin was also struck by this attack, and his body came to a halt. The assassin from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion shouted hysterically. He could not believe it. He could clearly see that Tianyun was only at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm, while he was at the early stage of the 9th level. The difference was about 6 levels. It could be said that the gap between them was 108,000 miles. With such a huge gap, it was already a great miracle that she could block 2 of his sword strikes and not die. But now, he had actually blocked his attack. This was simply a fantasy. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassins had lived for so many years, but they had never heard of such a thing. His self-confidence had taken a heavy blow. Die. 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 The Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassins howled and charged at Lu Ming in a frenzy. Lu Ming's talent made him feel afraid. Lu Ming roared. This time, he did not step toward the Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassin. Instead, he stepped into the void behind him. The 9 Dragons' heaven-stomping steps, as a divine-level martial technique, was not only used for attack. It was also a movement technique, and the principle was the same. As long as the operation method was slightly changed, it would be a supreme movement technique. Chapter 320. Chapter 320, The Supreme Shrine. Lu Ming took a step forward and his figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already 10 miles away. 10 miles in a step. This was the terrifying power of the 9 Dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Moreover, Lu Ming had only cultivated the first step. According to the records of the 9 Dragons' heaven-trampling steps, if one cultivated it to the highest realm, one would be like 9 dragons. One step would allow one to travel hundreds of millions of miles, and the power would be unimaginable. Lu Ming was still far from it. Damn it, you can't leave. The assassin from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion bellowed and chased after Lu Ming at high speed. To a martial grandmaster, a distance of 5 kilometers was something that could be covered in a few breaths. Without thinking, Lu Ming took another step forward. His figure flashed like the wind and lightning, and he crossed another 10 miles under his feet. Suddenly, Lu Ming's body trembled and he spat out another mouthful of blood. He had already been severely injured, and using the 9 Dragons' heaven-treading steps had taken a huge toll on him. The pressure from the heavens and earth was also immense, which made his injuries even more severe. The difference was too great. It was impossible for him to fight them head-on, so he could only escape. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassins were in hot pursuit, their killing intent surging like the tide. At the back, the golden-eyed blood corpse was holding Yuan Ke back for a double kill. Tianyun, hand over your martial skill and I'll leave your corpse intact. The assassin from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion shouted. The martial arts technique that Lu Ming displayed was too shocking. He was very envious. If he could get it, what level would his combat strength reach? His killing intent toward Lu Ming grew stronger. Laughable. If you have the ability, come and get it yourself. Lu Ming sneered and took another step forward. Heaven and earth trembled slightly. Lu Ming's body was like a bolt of lightning, streaking across the void. In the blink of an eye, he was 10 miles away, putting some distance between him and the Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassin. Damn it, damn it. I don't believe that you can use such a powerful martial technique in succession. Today, you must die. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassin roared. A giant black wolf rose from his body and chased after Lu Ming with all his might. With every step Lu Ming took, he would catch his breath and take another step. And it was these 2 breaths that allowed the other party to catch up to him. Just like that, one chased and one escaped, and in the blink of an eye, 1,000 miles had passed. Lu Ming's body was bleeding profusely. The continuous use of the 9 Dragons' heaven-stomping steps had caused him too much damage. His skin cracked open and blood was flowing out. The true qi in his body was becoming more and more deficient, and he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Suddenly, there was a wave of moisture in front of them. It was a great river, extremely wide, surging on the great prairie. Big river. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He took another step forward along the river. 10 miles away, Lu Ming looked forward. The river split up in front, and it did not split into one, but into a fan shape with 5 forks. It split into 5 branches and flowed towards the entire prairie, giving birth to the creatures of the prairie. The heavens are helping me. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Without thinking, he plunged into the big river. The river was extremely deep, more than 100 meters deep. Lu Ming sank directly to the bottom of the river and swam quickly ahead. In just 4 to 5 breaths, the Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassin appeared above the river. You want to escape? In your dreams, kill. Die. The assassin from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion shouted and slashed out with his combat sword. Dense and sharp sword chi shot toward the river. Suddenly, the water in the river churned. One after another, the big fish were killed. Their corpses floated to the surface of the water, and their blood dyed the river red. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassins seemed to have gone crazy as they continuously slashed out sword chi at the river. The sword chi continued to shoot out, covering the entire section of the river. At the bottom of the river, Lu Ming was swimming like a fish, avoiding the sword aura. However, the sword aura was too dense. One of the sword aura pierced through Lu Ming's shoulder and almost chopped off his arm. Blood was flowing out. Lu Ming snorted and continued to move forward. There were 5 forks in the road ahead. Lu Ming chose one at random and swam down quickly. Above them, the assassins from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion wreaked havoc in the river as if they had gone mad. However, they still did not see Lu Ming. Then, he rushed into the river and started to search. After searching everywhere, he could not find Lu Ming. When he reached the fork, his face was completely distorted. He did not know which path Lu Ming had taken. In addition, it was impossible to chase the enemy according to their aura in the river, as the river would wash away the aura. He rushed into the sky, looked around, and roared in anger, "Damn it, damn it." Lu Ming followed the river and kept going down. He had no idea how far he had drifted. Lu Ming felt that he was getting weaker and weaker. His vision was turning black and his body was in excruciating pain. He knew that his previous injuries were too severe, and they were completely acting up now. No, I have to find a place to heal. Otherwise, it'll be dangerous. Following that, Lu Ming wiped his face and removed his disguise mask, revealing his true appearance. As for his body, he had already recovered to his original size due to his injuries. After changing into a new set of clothes, Lu Ming continued to drift along the river for a while, in case the Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassins caught up to him. In the evening, a group of people rushed along the main road by the Su River. There were more than a dozen people, most of whom were burly middle-aged men. They exuded a heavy aura, and one could tell at a glance that they were martial arts masters. 2 young men, a man and a woman, were riding in the front. The man was handsome, but his long and narrow eyes gave people a gloomy feeling. The woman was wearing a long green dress. Her figure was graceful and her curves undulated. She was extremely beautiful. However, the woman seemed to have a lot on her mind and frowned. "Stop." Suddenly, the woman shouted and pulled the horse under her carriage to a stop. The others also stopped. "Moying, why did you suddenly stop?" The young man frowned and asked. "There's someone in front," Moying said. Everyone looked forward and saw a figure crawling out of the Su River. After the figure climbed onto the shore, his body staggered as if he would fall down at any moment. The chi is divided into yin and yang. The figure looked at the crowd and suddenly let out a loud cry. Then, he fell straight down. "He's just a dying man. Why do you care so much? Let's hurry back to Tiansu City. The young prince came to see you, so we can't let him wait forever." The young man casually glanced at the figure and said indifferently, "I want to save him." After Moying finished speaking, she jumped off the horse and walked towards the figure. "What? You want to save him? You want to save such a piece of trash?" But he didn't see the shock in Moying's eyes. How did he know? Could he really cure me? I'm the only one who knows about this, but this person can see through it with a single glance. I must save him. Moying helped the figure up as she thought about it. She was slightly surprised when she saw the figure. He's so young. The person who had climbed out of the river was Lu Ming. He had drifted along the river for a while, but his injuries were much more serious than he had imagined. His injuries were acting up, and he had no strength left in his body. What was more terrifying was that the true chi in his body had disappeared completely. He couldn't even enter the Supreme Shrine. Chapter 321. 321 Chapter 321 Moying, Healing. Lu Ming used all his strength to climb to the shore. However, he was exhausted and could faint at any time. However, at this moment, he saw Mo Ying and the others. The moment he saw Mo Ying, he didn't know why, but his 9-dragon bloodline started to throb, and he could clearly feel the cultivation situation in Mo Ying's body. The bloodline in Mo Ying's body was definitely related to dragons. He found out that there were 2 kinds of qi in Mo Ying's body, so he shouted before he fainted to attract Mo Ying's attention. Mo Ying would definitely not leave him alone and would save him. He had guessed it right. Mo Ying was very curious about him. Mo Ying, there's no true qi fluctuation on this person, so he's obviously an ant. Hurry up and leave, follow me back to Su Tiancheng. If we make the young prince wait for too long, it will be hard for us to explain. At this moment, the young man walked over and glanced at Lu Ming, urging him. Mo Bing. Displeasure flashed across Mo Ying's face as she coldly shouted, if you're in a hurry to return to Su Tiancheng, then go back first. Also, I'm not going back to Su Tiancheng to see the young prince. I just want to go back. I don't need to explain to anyone. If you want an explanation, you can explain it yourself. Also, this man is seriously injured. If we don't save him, he won't live for long. I must save him. Mo Ying's tone was firm. You. Mo Bing's face was livid. He then glared at Lu Ming and turned to leave. Mo Ying sized Lu Ming up and frowned slightly. Lu Ming's injuries were too serious. This person is definitely a martial artist. He might have just exhausted his Jin Qi. Otherwise, how could he see the abnormality in my body with a single look? However, this person's injuries are too serious. I'm afraid it won't be easy to treat him. Mo Ying pondered for a moment before she took out a fragrant pill and fed it to Lu Ming. The pill melted in his mouth and turned into waves of energy that gushed into Lu Ming's body. A moment later, Lu Ming's face was ruddy. Men, help him onto the horse. Let's continue our journey slowly. Mo Ying ordered. Yes, young lady Ying. A middle-aged burly man stepped forward and helped Lu Ming onto a horse. He let Lu Ming lie on the horse. After that, Mo Ying mounted her horse and galloped forward at a speed not much faster than a normal person's walking speed. Mo Ying, you did it on purpose, didn't you? You're walking so slowly on purpose. Have you thought about the consequences of standing the young prince up? The young prince is the son of our Inu Empire's Prince Yannan. Mo Bing shouted coldly. You keep calling me little prince, but I'm not his dog. I can't see whoever I want to see, and I can walk as slowly as I want. No one can control me. I said, if you're impatient, you can go back first. Mo Ying replied coldly with a hint of mockery. What did you just say? Mo Bing was furious. But Mo Ying sneered and ignored him. Little b asterisk tch, you think you're the pride of the heavens just because you have some talent? Just you wait. One day, I'll make you regret what you said today. Mo Bing roared in his heart, but he did not say it out loud. The group of people moved forward slowly. Lu Ming woke up half a day later. As soon as he woke up, he felt a sharp pain all over his body. My body was cut by the sword qi of the Silver Wolf Pavilion's assassins, and the pressure from the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps had cracked my muscles and bones. Fortunately, my internal organs are not seriously injured. I should be able to recover in a short time. Lu Ming secretly observed his injuries and pondered. Then, Lu Ming struggled to sit up and circulated the True War Dragon technique to begin healing his injuries. In the beginning, not a single bit of true qi was used. However, after circulating the True War Dragon technique a few times, a wisp of true qi began to appear in his body. As he circulated the True War Dragon technique, the true qi in his body increased. At the side, Mo Ying looked at Lu Ming but did not disturb him. On the other side, Mo Bing glanced at Lu Ming with a cold look in his eyes. So he's a martial artist. Humph, this time, it's all because of him. That we returned late. When we return to Su Tian City, we will teach him a lesson. 2 hours later, Lu Ming had recovered 1% of his essential qi. He took out 2 spirit crystals and held them in his hands to speed up the recovery of his essential qi. The wounds on his body were healing rapidly. At the same time, the internal injuries in the depths of his body were also slowly healing. This was the benefit of having a strong body. His body had reached the 5th stage, so his recovery and vitality were extremely amazing. If an ordinary person suffered such injuries, they would have died several times. After half a day, Lu Ming had barely recovered 1/20th of his essential qi. The injuries on his body were much better, and he no longer felt the piercing pain. "How's your recovery?" Mo-ing asked as she rode over. "I'm feeling better. Thank you for saving my life this time. I'll remember this in my heart." Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. This was the Dark Moon Empire. Of course, he could not use the name Tianyun, or he would be killed on the spot. Therefore, he simply used Lu Ming's name. "You don't need to thank me, it was nothing." Mo-ing pondered for a while and asked in a low voice, "Young Master Lu Ming, before you fell unconscious, you shouted that qi is divided into yin and yang. May I know what you meant? I finally can't take it anymore." Lu Ming smiled in his heart and said, "Miss, you're asking the obvious. If I'm not wrong, your blood meridian should be related to dragons. However, there was a problem during the cultivation process. The essential qi that you cultivate is more yin in nature, but there is yang in your blood meridian. Hence, the yin and yang are not compatible, and you often suffer." Lu Ming also spoke very softly, only Mo-ing could hear him. Mo-ying's eyes lit up when she heard this. She was extremely surprised and said, "Young master, you can actually tell with one look. There's no mistake at all. My bloodline is that of a cloud dragon. Just like a flood dragon, I have the bloodline of a true dragon. However, I don't know why yang-type true qi would appear and interfere with my cultivation time and time again. I wonder if young master has a way to solve this." Having said that, he looked at Lu Ming with a face full of hope. She had already secretly sought out famous doctors and inscription masters, but she could not find a solution. He had been in despair, but now he had hope. "This shouldn't be difficult. I just need to suppress the yang attribute true qi and then strip it away. However, to do this, I'll have to wait until my injuries are fully healed," Lu Ming said. "Really? All right, I'll buy the best pills to help you recover as soon as possible." Mo-ing was overjoyed. Lu Ming nodded. He planned to go to Sutian City with Mo-ing first. He would return to Moonview City after he had recovered from his injuries. Otherwise, with his current situation, he couldn't even fly. If he encountered a stronger demonic beast on the way, he would become the demonic beast's food. That would be too unjust. Not far away, Mo-bing saw Mo-ing talking to Lu Ming and they seemed to be very intimate. He immediately roared in his heart. "This little b*tch, she most likely has her eyes on this little bastard. Humph, when we reach Sutiancheng, I will report to the little prince. Let's see how you all die." In this way, Lu Ming slowly rushed to Sutian City while healing his injuries. 2 days later, everyone arrived at Sutian City. Chapter 322. Chapter 322 Recovering to the Peak. The power distribution of the Inu Empire and the Burning Sun Empire was completely different. In the Dark Moon Empire, the royal family was extremely powerful and controlled everything. There were a series of powerful aristocratic families that obeyed the royal family and ruled the mountains and rivers. Sutian City was extremely majestic and was one of the top 10 cities in the Dark Moon Empire. The Mo family of Sutian City was also extremely prosperous and could be ranked in the top 10 among the major families in the Dark Moon Empire. On the way, Lu Ming learned a lot of information. For example, Mo-ing was originally a branch family disciple of the Mo family, but she had amazing talent and was heavily nurtured by the Mo family. Now, she was already one of the top 5 geniuses of the Mo family, and her cultivation had reached the 1-stage martial ancestor realm. With such a status, the treatment in the Mo family would not be bad. They would have an independent courtyard and a dozen servants. As soon as they returned to the Mo family, Mo-ing brought Lu Ming to her courtyard so that Lu Ming could recover better. In a guest room in Moying courtyard, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, a pile of spiritual herbs appeared beside him. At this point, Lu Ming could finally relax and recover to his heart's content. Immediately, he activated the 10,000 spirit war body and transformed the spiritual herbs and medicines into the qi of 10,000 spirits. The qi of 10,000 spirits seeped into his body and quickly healed Lu Ming's injuries. Lu Ming's physical body was recovering rapidly. A few hours later, Lu Ming was done with the recovery of his physical body. He circulated the true war dragon technique to recover his essential qi. It was already evening when he finished his cultivation. Thump thump thump. There was a knock on the door. Lu Ming opened the door and it was Mo Ying. Obviously, Mo Ying had just finished washing up, and her hair was still wet and stuck to her face. He had to admit that Mo Ying was indeed very beautiful. Among all the women Lu Ming had seen, Mo Ying was only slightly inferior to Xian Yanqing, Xian Yanjuan, Qiu Yu, and Mulan. She was a rare beauty. "Brother Lu, this is the healing pill I just bought. Take it and heal your wounds." Mo Ying took out a few jade bottles and handed them to Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony. He took the jade bottle and smiled. "Many thanks, Miss Mo. You're welcome. I won't disturb Brother Lu's healing." Mo Ying didn't say much. After a polite word, she turned around and left. After Mo Ying left, Lu Ming raised his head and looked in the direction of the north. That direction was deep in the Mo family. Lu Ming did not know why, but when he arrived at the Mo family, he felt that there was something deep within the Mo family that was attracting him. To be more precise, it was attracting the 9 dragon bloodlines, making them feel jubilant. What exactly does the Mo family have? It actually caused the bloodline of the 9 dragons to feel jubilant. It seems that I will have to stay in the Mo family for a while. Lu Ming looked in that direction and pondered. After pondering for a while, Lu Ming returned to his room to recuperate. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 5 days of recuperation, Lu Ming's injuries had fully recovered and his cultivation had returned to its peak. To be able to completely recover from such a serious injury in just 5 days was extremely shocking. This was completely due to his deity-grade cultivation technique, the true war dragon technique, and his 5th stage physical body. In the past 5 days, Mo Ying often came to visit him, but she did not mention anything about treating her. "I wonder what the local customs of the Dark Moon Empire are like. It's rare for me to come here, so I'll go and experience it." Lu Ming smiled. Then, he walked out of Mo Ying's courtyard and casually strolled around Sutiancheng. Sutian City was really huge. In the Blazing Sun Empire, Lu Ming had only seen a city bigger than Sutian City in the Blazing Sun Imperial capital. On the streets, there was an endless stream of martial artists giving off powerful auras, and the streets were surrounded by a forest of shops. There were all sorts of strange items and some of them were the specialty products of the Dark Moon Empire. Lu Ming had only read about them in books in the past. Now that he had seen the real thing, he could not help but buy some. "Little bastard, stop right there." Lu Ming had only been shopping for a while when a cold voice came from behind. Lu Ming turned around and could not help but sneer. Wasn't the person who had come Mo Bing? Mo Bing's face was dark as he strode towards Lu Ming with 4 burly men. "Who's the little bastard calling?" Lu Ming said indifferently. "Of course I'm calling you little bastard," Mo Bing said coldly. "Oh. So it's the little bastard who called me." "Hello, little bastard," Lu Ming said with a smile. "You win." Only then did Mo Bing react, and his face turned livid. As for the 4 burly men behind him, they almost couldn't hold back their laughter. However, their bodies were slightly trembling, and it was obvious that they were having a hard time holding it in. "You have a sharp tongue. Do you want to die?" Mo Bing's expression was extremely ugly. He stared at Lu Ming coldly and said, "I think your injuries have almost recovered during this period of time. In that case, you should get out of the Mo family as soon as possible. Mo Ying's courtyard is not a place you can stay in. The longer you stay, the more miserable your death will be." "Oh. Was it? I'd like to try." Lu Ming smiled and did not care. "Brat, have you taken a fancy to that girl Mo Ying and are trying to get her?" "Let me tell you, the young prince has taken a fancy to Mo Ying. Whoever tries to get her is going against the young prince, and only death awaits them." Mo Bing threatened. "Young prince? Who does he think he is?" Mo Bing's expression changed as he shouted, "Brat, you're courting death. Men, attack." Break his legs and throw him out of Su Tiancheng. Yes. Behind Mo Bing, the 4 burly men answered in unison. They strode forward, exuding a powerful aura as they closed in on Lu Ming. 9th grade Great Martial Master Realm. The 4 burly men were all 9th grade Great Martial Masters. Buzz. Buzz. The 4 burly men attacked at the same time, aiming at Lu Ming's hands and feet. This was to cripple his 4 limbs in one blow. Bang. 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 The next moment, 4 crisp sounds rang out, and 4 tall figures flew far away and fell to the ground. Each of them held an arm and wailed endlessly. It was the 4 burly men. At this moment, each of them had an arm twisted into a fried dough twist, broken into 7 or 8 pieces. Mo Bing was stunned. He blinked his eyes hard, thinking that he was dreaming. The 4 9th grade Great Martial Masters had their arms broken in an instant and were sent flying. He did not even see how Lu Ming had attacked. How was that possible? This dying man that they had randomly met on the side of the road was actually this strong. Could he be a martial arts grandmaster level genius? Did you just say you were going to break my legs? Lu Ming smiled and walked towards Mo Bing. Mo Bing's expression changed drastically, and he could not help but step back as he cried out, "What the F***ck are you doing? I'm an elite disciple of the Mo family. These servants can't compare to me. If you dare to touch me, I will make sure you can't leave Su Tiancheng." However, Lu Ming was unmoved. He walked towards Mo Bing step by step. Mo Bing's face started to break out in a cold sweat. And his eyes were filled with fear. Finally, he screamed, turned around, and ran. Lu Ming sneered coldly. He flicked his fingers and shot out a few streams of energy, which hit Mo Bing's legs. Mo Bing screamed and fell to the ground, wailing in pain. Chapter 323. 323 Help. Mo Bing's legs were broken by Lu Ming and blood was flowing out. Mo Bing wailed in pain, and even his tears flowed out. A large number of people in the surroundings watched in shock. Mo Bing was the genius disciple of the Mo family and was very famous in Su Tian City. Someone actually dared to break his leg. Who was this person? Many people sized Lu Ming up and guessed secretly. "What are you shouting for? Now, get lost!" Lu Ming shouted angrily. As if they had been granted amnesty, the 4 burly men struggled to get up, supported Mo Bing with their other hand, and ran away. Lu Ming did not care and continued to stroll on the streets. After strolling around for a while, he walked back. Just as she returned to Mo Ying's courtyard, she met Mo Ying. "Brother Lu, how are your injuries?" Mo Ying asked. "I'm almost done." Lu Ming nodded and smiled. Then, that. Mo Ying stammered and stopped. "Let's go and take a look at the essential qi in your body." Lu Ming smiled. Good. Not long after, Lu Ming and Mo Ying came to her bedroom. Mo Ying's bedroom was elegantly decorated and had a faint fragrance. The two of them sat cross-legged on the bed. After that, Lu Ming and Mo Ying's palms pressed against each other. Lu Ming transferred a stream of essential qi into Mo Ying's body. Mo Ying's genuine qi was strong and condensed, and it was extremely cold. However, within the cold true qi, there were traces of hot true qi that were intertwined with the cold true qi. As a result, Mo Ying's yin qi was not pure, which would greatly interfere with her cultivation. Sometimes, the cold and heat would alternate, which was extremely painful. Only by removing the burning genuine qi could Mo Ying's restraint be removed. At that time, Mo Ying's cultivation speed would be even faster. It's indeed the true qi produced by the cloud dragon. It's actually in the shape of a dragon. Lu Ming realized that Mo Ying's cold and hot vital energy had formed the shape of a dragon, like small dragons entwining together. It was very similar to the true qi cultivated from the true war dragon technique, but the dragon-shaped true qi cultivated from the true war dragon technique was more realistic and vivid. After observing for a while, Lu Ming retracted his essential qi. "Brother Lu, how is it? Can it expel the yang attribute true qi?" Mo Ying asked nervously. This concerned her future path of martial arts, so he was naturally nervous. Lu Ming nodded. There shouldn't be any major problems. The two types of essential chi are intertwined too deeply. It's not something that can be completely expelled in 1 or 2 days. I estimate that it will take about 10 days. It's okay, it's okay. It's worth it no matter how much time I spend. Mo-ing said excitedly. She had already endured it for more than 10 years, so why would she care about 10 days? Thereafter, Lu Ming placed his palm on Mo-ju's spine and channeled essential chi. A cloud dragon that was as white as jade emerged from Mo-yi's body and roared at Lu Ming. How audacious! Lu Ming's eyes lit up and the 9-dragon bloodline emerged. It was clearly in the shape of a python, but when the cloud dragon saw the bloodline of the 9 dragons, it seemed to be terrified. With a wail, it directly sank into Mo-ying's back and didn't dare to move. Swallow. Lu Ming's palm exuded a powerful devouring force. As he pressed it against Mo-ying's back, the devouring force gushed out. The yang-type true qi in Mo-ying's true qi was instantly extracted and refined by Lu Ming, as if he was extracting silk from a cocoon. Wisps of it, although not very fast, were very stable. Mo-ying's delicate body trembled slightly, and fine beads of sweat oozed out of her body. 2 hours later, Lu Ming stopped. Who? Mo-ing let out a long breath, then carefully observed her own true qi, and then trembled with excitement. It's really stripped, it's really stripped. Mo-ing turned around excitedly and looked at Lu Ming with excitement and gratitude. This time, I've only extracted a portion of it. It looks like it'll take another 8 or 9 days. Thank you, Lu Ming. Mo-ing had already forgotten her awkwardness and was extremely excited. The problem that had troubled her for so many years was finally going to be solved. Then we'll continue tomorrow. Lu Ming smiled. Good. Mo-ing nodded happily. Following that, Lu Ming would spend 2 hours a day to help Mo-ing extract the yang-type essential qi. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed, and the yang-type true qi in Mo-ying's body had almost been stripped away. Mo-ing circulated her true qi, and her speed instantly increased by several times. It was extremely smooth, and she even broke through a realm in one go, reaching the 2nd grade of martial ancestor realm. On the 8th day, just as Lu Ming was stripping away the remaining yang-type essential qi for Mo-ing, there was a sudden noise and screams from outside. Young prince, missing is really cultivating. Mo-ying's servants called out. Chapter 324. 324 Chapter 324 The Young Prince. Get lost, a few lowly ants dare to block the young prince's way. Are you tired of living? An old man with a big belly shouted and waved his palm. Mo-ying's servants were sent flying far away and fell to the ground. One side of their faces was already swollen and blood was flowing from their mouths. Behind the big-bellied old man, a young man in luxurious clothes with a sinister face walked in. Young prince, please spare my life. This lowly one didn't lie. Miss Mo-ing is currently cultivating in seclusion and has ordered us not to disturb her no matter what. A maidservant in her 20s knelt on the ground and said with a trembling body. Can't be disturbed. Who did Mo-ing think she was? The little prince coming to see her was a blessing that she had accumulated over several lifetimes. What could be more important than the little prince? Hurry up and report this, or I'll kill you all. The pregnant old man shouted coldly as he looked at the maidservant with a ferocious expression. Young prince, young miss, she really. The maidservant wanted to continue, but the pregnant old man was already impatient. He shouted, You're really looking for death. Bang. The pot-bellied old man slapped the other side of the maidservant's face. The maidservant screamed and flew far away. She fell to the ground and passed out. When the other servants saw this, they trembled in fear. Hurry up and call your miss out. Otherwise, she'll be a role model. The pregnant old man pointed at the maidservant and coldly said. At this moment, Mo-ying's door opened. Lu Ming and Mo-ing walked out of the room one after another. When the young prince saw Lu Ming walking out of Mo-ying's room with her, he was stunned. Then, his handsome face contorted, he pointed at Lu Ming and screamed, little bastard, you actually dare to enter Mo-ying's room. What are you two doing inside? Damn it. And you, little b*tch, I came here to see you. Not only did you stand me up, but you also closed your door and refused to see me for 7 days. So you're with this little bastard. I'm going to kill you. Hey, who are you? You're barking like a mad dog. Have you taken the wrong medicine? Also, we're both unmarried. We're just hiding in the room doing what we should do. It's none of your business. Lu Ming cast a sidelong glance at the young prince and said indifferently, You. The young prince was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming actually dared to speak to him in this manner. Did he eat a flood dragon's gallbladder? Also, the young prince really wanted to shout, It's none of my bird business, but of course, he forcefully held back his words. Kid, do you know who I am? The young prince took a deep breath and spoke slowly. He reckoned that Lu Ming did not know who he was. He wanted to announce his name and make Lu Ming feel fear, panic, and fear. Then, he would kill Lu Ming and let him know what regret was. Who are you? Does it have anything to do with me? The young prince was stunned for a moment. Then, he took a deep breath to calm himself down and continued, You listen well, I am the only son of Zhenan Wang, the young prince of Zhenan Wang Fu. With that, the young prince looked at Lu Ming arrogantly, hoping to see fear, panic, and fear on Lu Ming's face. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Lu Ming seemed to have heard the name of a nobody and did not have any reaction at all. Lu Ming said indifferently, So it's the son of some dog-shit Duke of the South. So the sons of the Duke are all idiots. What did you just say? You're looking for death, you're looking for death. The young prince was so angry that he was trembling. He pointed at Lu Ming and kept screaming. Abby. Mo-ing rushed to the unconscious servant girl and checked her injuries. Then, he looked at the young prince angrily and said, Young prince, Abai was only following my orders. Aren't you being too harsh? Heavy-handed. Mo-ing, she's just a lowly servant girl. She doesn't know any respect, yet she dares to make excuses in front of me. I'm teaching her a lesson on your behalf. The young prince gritted his teeth and forced himself to calm down. Mo-ying's pretty face was livid with anger. What respect? You keep saying that others are lowly, but in my opinion, you're just a trash who relies on your father's influence. Audacious, impudent, lowly ant, you dare to call me trash. You have committed a grave crime. Today, no one can save you. If I don't kill you, I'm not a human. The young prince cried out hysterically. Lu Ming actually dared to call him trash. A lowly ant actually dared to call him trash. Rebellious, rebellious. Isn't it? You think you're high and mighty, superior to others, but what do you rely on? Power or strength? I have power, I have strength, I was born noble, how can you lowly ants compare to me? The young prince shouted. Oh, really? Since that's the case, you're nothing but a pile of dog shit in front of me. What? What did you just say? Damn it, kill him for me, I want to grind his bones to dust, skin him and pull out his tendons. The young prince roared madly. Little bastard, die. The pot-bellied old man had been holding it in for a long time. At this time, he roared angrily and aimed a palm at Lu Ming's face. He might be fat, but he was as fast as lightning. His cultivation had already reached the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm. In an instant, it was close to Lu Ming and was about to slap his face. Brother Lu, be careful. Quickly run. Mo-ing exclaimed. However, Lu Ming stood there without moving. Just as the big-bellied old man's palm was about to land on Lu Ming's face, Lu Ming kicked him. It was impossible to describe how fast this kick was. The kick arrived first despite launching later, and it landed heavily on the round stomach of the big-bellied old man. His stomach sank in like a rubber ball, and his eyes were like dead fish, popping out. Ah! With a scream, the old man with the big belly was sent flying backward like a swollen ball. Buzz. Lu Ming moved and caught up with the pregnant old man in an instant. He slapped him. Pa! A crisp sound of a slap was heard. The old man with the big belly was sent spinning dozens of times in the air by Lu Ming's slap before he fell heavily to the ground. A human-shaped pit appeared on the ground. The old man with the big belly was lying in the pit, twitching continuously and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. The entire place was silent. Everyone, including Mo-ing, looked at Lu Ming in a daze. The big-bellied old man in the third level of the martial arts grandmaster realm was beaten up by Lu Ming as if he was an ant. He was half dead after 2 punches. Lu Ming was actually such a terrifying expert. Previously, although Mo-ing knew that Lu Ming was very powerful, she had guessed that Lu Ming should be just a little stronger than her. However, at this moment, she knew that she was wrong. She was terribly wrong. Lu Ming's ability was far beyond her imagination. Good hit. Mo-ying's servants roared in their hearts, feeling extremely refreshed. Previously, the pot-bellied old man had been so arrogant and regarded them as ants. Now, they were like dead dogs. Little bastard, how dare you hit my people? How dare you? The young prince reacted and shouted. Chapter 325. 325 I'm stronger than you. Who said I only hit your people? Lu Ming smiled and walked toward the young prince. The young prince's expression changed drastically, and he cried out in disbelief, "What are you doing? You dare to hit me? You're going against your superior, you're disgraceful." Lu Ming responded with a slap. The young prince did not even have time to react before he was slapped in the face by Lu Ming. He spun 3 times before he stopped. He looked at Lu Ming in a daze, completely dumbfounded. Lu Ming actually dared to hit him. In the Dark Moon Empire, the royal family had supreme authority. His father, Jinan Wang, led all the troops in the south of the Dark Moon Empire. It could be said that he was a figure who was second only to one person and above all. As the only son of the Duke of the South, his status was extremely noble. No one had ever dared to disobey him, let alone hit him. He even suspected that he was dreaming. However, the piercing pain on his face told him that this was real and not a dream. Hence, he shouted hysterically, "Arg! You dare to hit me? You dare to hit me? You're dead. Your whole family is dead. No one can save you." Lu Ming threw another slap at the other side of his face. The young prince's eyes were filled with stars, and he was completely dumbfounded. He forcibly swallowed back the long string of vicious words that followed. "You said that you have power, strength, and are high above others, that you see others as lowly ants and can bully them as you wish. But now, I'm stronger than you, so you're also an ant in front of me. Am I wrong to say that you're a pile of lowly dog shit?" Lu Ming stared at the young prince and said coldly. F*ck me, F*ck me. The little prince's face was swollen like a pig's head. He looked at Lu Ming in horror. No matter how stupid he was, he could tell that Lu Ming was not afraid of him at all. He did not know what to say at that moment. "What's wrong? You don't dare to speak. Where's your courage?" Lu Ming's eyes were like 2 sharp swords, shining and dazzling as he stared at the young prince. The young prince felt a chill run down his spine. He retreated and shouted, "What do you want to do? My father's army is not far from Sutian City. If you dare to touch me, not only will you die, but the Mo family will also be buried with you." "Oh. Really? Then I'll kill you first and see what your father can do to me." Lu Ming sneered. He was not moved at all. He took a step forward and a cold killing intent burst out, making the scene seem as if it was winter. "Don't." 2 loud shouts rang out at the same time. One of them was from the young prince. He screamed in fear, almost scared out of his wits. The other one was from Mo-ing. Lu Ming frowned slightly and stopped. "Brother Lu, he is the son of Duke of the South. If he dies in the Mo family, Duke of the South will be angry and the Mo family will be razed to the ground. Please spare his life, Brother Lu." Mo-ing requested. Lu Ming nodded. He looked at the young prince and chided, "I'll spare your life for the sake of Miss Mo-ying's plea for you. Hurry up and get lost." The young prince felt as if he had been pardoned. Ignoring the pregnant old man, he turned around and ran off, disappearing from this place in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming did not continue to attack. It was not that he let the tiger return to the mountain. Just like what Mo-ing had said, he was not afraid of killing the young prince, but it would definitely implicate Mo-ing and the Mo family. "Brother Lu, I've implicated you." Mo-ing walked to Lu Ming's side and said apologetically. "Haha, what does this have to do with you? It's normal to encounter such brainless idiots everywhere. Immediately after, they helped Abai heal her injuries. Not long after, an angry roar came from a luxurious mansion in Sution City. Damn little bitch, damn bastard, die. Die. Damn it, if I don't kill you, I'm not a human. In a large hall, the young prince's face was twisted with rage as he roared and smashed the tables and chairs in the hall to pieces. On both sides of the hall stood 5 or 6 figures, who didn't even dare to breathe. After a while, the young Prince In Jiofeng gradually calmed down. Little prince, it's all that little bastard Lu Ming's doing. I don't know what kind of drug he used on that B***tchmo-ing. The moment Mo-ing saw him, she seemed to be fascinated. How hateful. A gloomy voice was heard. It was Mo-bing. At this time, his legs were still wrapped in a thick cast. Clearly, his legs that were broken by Lu Ming had not recovered. Humph, that little B***tchmo-ing, I thought she was a chaste woman, but she's just a slut. I wanted to f***ck her first since she was dying. It's a pity that such a stunner died just like that. Now she's with that little B*****starred. I can't wait to kill her. The young Prince In Jiofeng said with a sinister expression. Little prince, that B***tchmo-ing won't be able to live for long. As for that Lu Ming, I didn't expect his cultivation to be so high. How should we deal with him? Mo-bing asked. It doesn't matter. I'll send a letter to my father later and ask him to send an expert over. At that time, I'll make him beg for death. In Jiofeng gritted his teeth and said in an extremely sinister manner. In the next few days, Lu Ming continued to strip Mo-ing of her yang-type true qi. 3 days later, the yang-type true qi in Mo-ying's body had been completely expelled. Mo-ing was relieved, and her zhen qi became extremely active. Every day, her face glowed, and she looked more beautiful. The Mo family's martial arts practice field was the place where the Mo family's disciples cultivated. Once the Mo-ing yang-type true qi was completely expelled, he brought Lu Ming to the Mo family's martial arts field. In the middle of the Mo family's martial arts practice field, there was a huge stone pillar. The stone pillar was crystal clear like jade, and one could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. Brother Lu, this stone pillar can test my compatibility with the Mo family's ancestors' inheritance. The higher the compatibility, the more I can obtain the Mo family's ancestors' inheritance. In the past, before my yang attribute true qi was dispelled, I was the one with the highest compatibility with the Mo family's ancestors' inheritance among the younger generation of the Mo family. Now that my yang attribute true qi has been dispelled, I want to see how compatible I am with the Mo family's ancestors' inheritance. Mo-ing obviously trusted Lu Ming and did not hold back at all. The inheritance of the Mahist's ancestor. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He could not help but look into the depths of the Mo family. That place was the place that caused the 9-dragon bloodline to jump for joy. He wondered if it had anything to do with the inheritance of the Mo family's ancestors. When Mo-ing arrived in front of the stone pillar, she immediately attracted the attention of some of the nearby Mo family members. Is Mo-ing going to test the compatibility of the ancestors' inheritance again? She's already the most powerful person in the younger generation. The inheritance of the ancestor belongs to her, so what's the point of testing? That's right. Her compatibility with the ancestors' inheritance is as high as 5 stars. Moreover, the compatibility is innate and will not increase after a period of time. I really don't understand why she came to test it again. In the surroundings, some of the Mo family's youngsters were discussing animatedly. Mo-ing did not care about this. She put her palm on the stone pillar, and a bloody light flashed on her spine. At this time, the stone pillar suddenly trembled and shone with bright light. In the end, 6 brilliant stars condensed. Chapter 326. 326 The Ancestors' Inheritance of the Mahist. All the members of the Mo family were stunned, their faces full of disbelief. After a long while, intense discussions broke out. 6 stars, Mo-ying's compatibility with the ancestors' inheritance has actually reached 6 stars, how is this possible? She used to be a 5-star. Unbelievable. The compatibility with the ancestors' inheritance can still be increased. I've never heard of such a thing, not even in the ancient books. It's unbelievable. I'm so envious. Some of the younger members of the Mo family were already incoherent. A white-haired old man walked out of a building next to the martial arts practice field. He was ecstatic when he saw Mo condensing 6 stars on the stone pillar. He muttered, 6 stars, that's great. I've tried so many times and this is the most suitable one. This time, I'm sure I'll succeed. We can look forward to great things. By then, the Mo family's status will definitely rise by a lot. In the martial arts practice field, Lu Ming saw the stone pillar glowing and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. Just now, when the stone pillar shone, he felt the 9-dragon bloodline in his body had a kind of restless feeling, which was very wonderful. At this moment, Mo retracted her palm, her face revealing a happy expression. My true chi has become purer. It's indeed more compatible with my ancestors' inheritance. Mo said happily. Lu Ming looked at the stone pillar and suddenly walked forward. Eh? Brother Lu, what are you doing? Mo was stunned. Then, she saw Lu Ming stretch out his palm and press it against the stone pillar. Brother Lu, are you going to take the test? But this is our Mo family's testing stone pillar, what's the use of him testing? Mo thought. The other members of the Mo clan were even more dumbfounded. Who is this kid? What was he trying to do? This is the stone pillar that our Mo family uses to test the compatibility of our ancestors' inheritance. What is he doing there? Could it be that this kid also wants to test the compatibility of the ancestors' inheritance? What a joke, an outsider. Brat, quickly. Stop. On the side, the people of the Mo clan spoke out one after another, and some people even revealed mocking smiles. But in the next moment the testing stone pillar started to shake violently, emitting a bright light. The dazzling light was even more intense than the one caused by the ink. Then, the light condensed into stars in the sky. 1, 2 gu. 8 stars. In the end, a total of 8 stars were formed. This. The eyes of all the members of the Mo clan almost popped out of their sockets. They were filled with disbelief. All of them trembled and pointed at Lu Ming, unable to say a word for a long time. Mo Ying's reaction was similar. Her small cherry lips were so wide open that they could swallow a duck egg. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. 8 stars, 8 stars, this kid's compatibility with our ancestors' inheritance has reached 8 stars, how is this possible? How is this possible? I'm dreaming, I must be dreaming. A crisp slap was heard. Why did you hit me? I was just checking to see if you were dreaming, so you weren't. Nest, an outsider actually has a compatibility score of 8 stars with our ancestors' inheritance. It's really blinding. The surrounding Mo family members were already in a state of confusion. This is God's will, God's will. God bless the Mo family, ha ha ha. The white-haired old man in the pavilion was so excited that he was trembling. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. I must inform the master of this matter immediately. The white-haired old man muttered, then turned around and left. As expected. In the martial arts practice field, Lu Ming retracted his palm, deep in thought. Previously, he had discovered that the so-called test of compatibility with the Mo family's ancestors' inheritance was actually related to the dragon bloodline. Lu Ming guessed that the Mo family's ancestor also had the bloodline of a cloud dragon or a flood dragon. That was why Mo had such a high compatibility. On the other hand, Lu Ming had the bloodline of the 9 dragons and could be said to be the ancestor of all dragons, so the compatibility was naturally high. He had reached 8 stars. It's a pity that Brother Lu is an outsider. Mo sighed in her heart. Moing, let's go. Mo nodded and returned to the courtyard with Lu Ming. At the same time, an urgent discussion was going on in a secret room of the Mo family. 2 days later, a middle-aged man came to Mo Ying's courtyard. Greetings, Patriarch. Mo Ying and the others quickly saluted. This middle-aged man was the Mo family's head. Little Ying, tomorrow, you will go and inherit the ancestors' inheritance. The head of the Mo family did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Tomorrow? So soon? Mo Ying was stunned, obviously a little surprised. A long night is fraught with dreams. The sooner you inherit the ancestors' legacy, the sooner you carry it forward, the sooner I can rest assured. The head of the Mo family smiled and was very kind. Thank you, Master. Mo Ing bowed excitedly. She was originally just a branch family member of the Mo family. It was already very difficult for her to reach this stage. Furthermore, she was going to inherit the ancestors' inheritance tomorrow. This was a supreme honor in the Mo family. At this moment, she was deeply grateful to the family head and the Mo family. Haha, no need for such formalities. The head of the Mo family laughed heartily. He then looked at Lu Ming and said, "You must be young hero Lu Ming, right?" "That's me." "Greetings, Mo family head." "Haha, you don't have to be so polite, young hero Lu. 2 days ago, you resonated with the testing stone pillar. This news has long spread throughout the Mo family. It's a miracle indeed." The head of the Mo family sighed and changed his tone. "Here, I still need young hero Lu's help with one more thing." "You need my help?" "May I know what's the matter?" Lu Ming was a little curious. "I want to invite young hero Lu and Moying to go to the land of the ancestors' inheritance and help Moying get the inheritance." The head of the Mo family said. "Me?" This time, not only Lu Ming, but even Mo Ing was a little surprised. "That's right. To be honest, it's not easy to inherit the ancestors' inheritance. There might be some obstacles along the way. Young hero Lu's compatibility with the Mo family's ancestors' inheritance is as high as 8 stars. With you following and helping Mo Ing, nothing will go wrong. I hope young hero Lu can agree." The head of the Mo family cupped his fists and said. "Mo family head is too polite. Since I can help Mo Ing, I will not refuse." That was good. Lu Ming wanted to see what it was that made the 9 dragons bloodline so excited. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, the head of the Mo family was elated. He chatted with the two of them for a while before leaving. "Brother Lu, I'll have to trouble you again." Mo Ing slightly bowed, her eyes as clear as water. A day's time quickly passed. The next day, the Mo family head sent someone to pick Mo Ing and Lu Ming up. Following the person who led the way, the two of them walked into the depths of the Mo clan estate. Chapter 327, 327 The person at the bottom of the blood pool. As expected, it's in the depths of the Mo family. Lu Ming's expression changed. The Mo family mansion was built in layers and layers, with countless palaces. The two of them walked around for half an hour before they arrived at a dilapidated stone house. In front of the stone house, the head of the Mo family and a few white-haired old men had already arrived. "Haha, Mo Ing, Lu Xiaoxia, you're here. The place where our ancestors left their inheritance is under this stone house. You can go in when we open the door." The head of the Mo family smiled. Lu Ming and Mo Ing nodded. "Let's start." The head of the Mo family nodded to the elders. The old men moved and spread out around the stone house. They shot out beams of light into the stone house. The stone house began to tremble slightly, emitting rays of light. The stone house was covered in inscriptions. The inscriptions were bright, and with a few shouts from the elders, a stone door in front of the stone house suddenly opened. The moment the door of the stone house opened, Lu Ming seemed to see a blood-colored ocean surging toward him. The 9-dragon bloodline seemed to be so excited that it was about to roar at the sky. "This place is not simple." Lu Ming frowned slightly. Mo Ing didn't seem to feel anything unusual, and she looked at the stone house with anticipation. "All right, Moying, young Master Lu, the stone door is open. You can go in." Many thanks to the patriarch and the elders. Mo Ing sincerely thanked the Mo family head and the elders, then stood up and walked towards the stone house. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he followed Mo Ing in. After the two of them walked in, the stone door of the stone house automatically closed. "Ha ha ha, great things have come to pass. This time, my Mo family will have made a great contribution." After the stone door closed, the head of the Mo family laughed excitedly. However, his smile did not have the slightest bit of kindness. Instead, it seemed a little ferocious. In the stone house. After the stone door was closed, the stone house was not dark. The walls of the stone house were inlaid with luminous stones. There was a big hole on the floor of the stone house, and a stone ladder slanted down the big hole. The head of the Mo family had told them that the inheritance of the Mo family's ancestors was deep underground. The two of them did not hesitate and walked down the stairs. The stairs were very long, and they kept going down. After walking for about 1,000 meters, they saw a stone door. The stone door was flowing with inscriptions, and it was bright and colorful. In the middle of the stone door, there was a pit. Mo-ing took out a jade tablet and shone it into the pit. Gotcha! Immediately, the stone door made a creaking sound and opened automatically. Behind the stone door, there was another stone ladder that went down. The stone ladder was getting more and more steep, almost vertical. After walking for a while, they saw another stone door. Mo-ing did the same thing and opened it with a jade card. This time, there was a passage behind the stone door. On both sides of the passage, there were stone rooms. Lu Ming furrowed his brows slightly. He could sense a chilly aura from the stone rooms. How can this place be so eerie? Obviously, Mo-ing had also felt it and said with a slight frown. Perhaps it's because no one has been here for too many years. Mo-ing nodded and didn't say anything. The two of them continued walking. After walking for a while, the stone chamber disappeared, and the passage continued forward. After walking for about 1,000 meters, they reached the end of the tunnel. In front of them, there was a huge underground cave. In the cave, the colding chi was even thicker. In the middle of the cave, there was a huge pool. The two of them were stunned when they saw the pool. This pool was not filled with water at all, but bright red blood. That's right, the entire pool was filled with blood, and the smell of blood filled the entire underground cave. What was this? Could this be the ancestors' inheritance? Mo-ing said in shock and disbelief. Walala. At this moment, the blood in the pool churned violently. Then, the blood gushed into the air and actually condensed into two blood-colored dragons, which pounced at Lu Ming and Mo-ing. The two blood-colored flood dragons roared, and the smell of blood assailed their nostrils. The flood dragon's claws were as sharp as knives as they clawed at the two people. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed. The demon-subduing spear appeared and he thrust it forward. Chi-chi. Two spear lights burst out and shattered the two blood dragons. However, the water in the pond churned and the blood water in the pond condensed into 8 blood-colored dragons. 8 blood-colored flood dragons pounced toward the two of them. How did this happen? At this moment, Mo-ing finally reacted. She waved her hands to resist the blood-red dragon. Lu Ming's long spear trembled and he thrust it forward, crushing the blood-colored flood dragons one by one. However, these blood-colored flood dragons were not destroyed. They gathered together in the air and formed another blood-colored flood dragon. At the same time, more blood-colored flood dragons continued to form in the pool and pounced at Lu Ming and Mo-ing. There was no way to kill them all. In a short while, Mo-ing was scratched by a blood-red dragon's claw, leaving a deep wound. The aura on Lu Ming's body exploded violently. He swept his long spear out and dozens of blood-colored flood dragons exploded in the air. However, it was useless. After a while, it would reform. Since I can't kill it, I'll just destroy this blood pool. Lu Ming strode forward, intending to blow up the pool full of blood. At this moment, the sound of metal clashing could be heard from the blood pool. It sounded like iron chains were colliding with each other. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the collision became louder, and the blood in the pool of blood surged more violently, making a loud noise like a stormy sea. Roar! Roar! The blood-colored flood dragons roared repeatedly. They stopped attacking Lu Ming and Mo-ing and flew back into the blood pool. Under the pool of blood, a violent explosion suddenly sounded. The entire underground cave shook violently, as if there was a prehistoric giant beast in the pool that was about to break free. I'm not willing. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the bottom of the blood pool. Lu Ming and Mo-ing's expressions changed drastically. There was actually someone at the bottom of the blood pool. I can't accept this. The Dark Moon royal family is despicable and shameless. The entire Mo family is despicable and shameless. You've set me up. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. A loud roar came from the blood pool. The voice was filled with pain and unwillingness, as well as hatred. Clang, clang. The sound of the chains clanging became even more intense. The next moment, the blood pool suddenly churned violently. As the blood churned, it actually formed the shape of a human. This humanoid figure was dozens of meters tall and extremely huge. It looked like a burly old man. He roared at the sky and tried to break free, but the endless blood around him wrapped him up. With an earth-shaking roar, the endless blood water condensed into a 100-meter-long giant flood dragon, which wrapped around the old man's body. Chapter 328. 328 It's all a conspiracy. I'm not willing. The old man roared and struggled with all his might. Blood filled the air and the underground cave kept shaking. Lu Ming and Mo Ying looked at this scene in shock. The strange movement of the 9 dragons' bloodline came from this blood pool. From the looks of it, there should be flood dragon blood and even flood dragon soul inside. Lu Ming's mind was racing. But what's with that old man? Lu Ming could not figure it out, but he was certain that this was not the ancestor's legacy that the Mo family had mentioned. Looking at Mo Ying's expression, it was obvious that she didn't know that he and Mo Ying had been deceived. The huge old man's struggle became more and more intense, as if he could break free at any time. At this time, 2 old men with almost bald heads and wrinkled faces suddenly appeared on both sides of the cave. As soon as the 2 old men appeared, bright lights flew out of their hands. The lights flew into the walls of the cave, and inscriptions appeared on the walls. Countless inscriptions interwove together to form an inscription formation. It condensed into a band of light that flew into the blood pool. Immediately, inscriptions appeared on the surface of the blood water and the huge blood dragon. This caused the power of the blood water dragon to increase greatly, and it suppressed the figure of the huge old man. Arg! Despicable Mo family, I'm not willing to accept this. The huge old man's figure let out an unwilling roar. Suppress! The 2 elders from the Mo family shouted. Their bodies glowed as they controlled the inscription formation to suppress the giant elder's figure. Boom! 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 No matter how hard the huge old man struggled, it was still useless, and his movements became smaller and smaller. Start the condensation. One of the elders from the Mo family shouted and the other nodded. The 2 of them moved their palms and dozens of blood water dragons flew out of the blood pool. They roared and pounced at Lu Ming and Mo Ying. What was different from before was that these blood water dragons had inscriptions flowing on their bodies, and they were obviously more powerful. 2 elders, what are you doing? I'm a disciple of the Mo family. Mo Ying was shocked. However, the blood water dragon did not stop attacking, so Mo Ying could only resist. But with just one move, Mo Ying was sent flying. Then, a blood water dragon wrapped around Mo Ying, trying to drag her into the blood pool. Elder, what are you doing? My Mo family's disciple Mo Ying is here to accept our ancestors' inheritance. Let me go. Mo Ying shouted in fear. Die. Lu Ming shouted and swept his long spear repeatedly. The bloody water dragons exploded one after another. Then, he grabbed the bloody water dragons on Mo Ying's body and squeezed them with force, crushing them. On both sides of the cave, the 2 Mo family elders' expressions changed. They looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Blood refining formation, kill. The 2 elders from the Mo family bellowed. The light from the inscription formation in the cave became even more dazzling. In an instant, hundreds of bloody water dragons flew out and pounced at Lu Ming. Of course, these blood water dragons were only a few meters long and could not compare to the huge water dragon that was entangled with the huge old man. Ha ha ha, modest girl, don't expect to get out of here alive. What ancestors' inheritance? I just want to use you to refine the Inuit demonic chief. At this moment, the laughter of the old man came from the blood pool. These words were like thunder, exploding in Mo Ying's heart. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she screamed, "You want me to refine the Een Moon Devil Chief? No, this can't be true. I don't believe it. You don't believe me. The truth is right in front of you. Little girl, just accept your fate. You've been deceived by a group of hypocrites." The old man in the blood pool said. No, this is impossible. 2 elders, is this true? Mo-ing looked at the two elders of the Mo family. As a disciple of the Mo family, it's your honor to make a sacrifice for the Mo family. Surrender now. The two elders of the Mo family spoke. Their faces were extremely cold and emotionless. Mo-ing felt as if she was struck by lightning. Her body staggered backward, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. The Mahist is despicable. They want to use the blood and soul of a dragon and the two of you as a catalyst to refine me into a puppet without a soul that only listens to orders and only knows how to kill. No way, I won't yield. The old men roared in the blood pool. It's useless even if we don't yield. This time, not only is there a little girl with the cloud dragon bloodline, but there's also a kid who is more compatible with the flood dragon. With the two of them, we're 100% sure that we can refine the Moon demonic chief. The heavens are blessing our Mo family. Yen Quan, this is your fate. Quickly yield. An elder of the Mo family shouted. I'll **ck your head. The old man roared. Mo Ying's body trembled and her eyes were listless. It was as if her soul had been drawn out of her body. It was fake. It turned out that everything in the past was fake. What genius of the Mo family? What do you mean by focus training? What ancestors' legacy? They were all fake. The purpose of all this was to refine the Inua devil chief. The reason was probably the cloud dragon bloodline in her body. It was no wonder that the Mo family had invited Lu Ming in and said that he would help her. It was all nonsense. It was nothing more than Lu Ming's blood meridian. Everything made sense. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming kept waving his long spear, blocking the blood water dragons. Moying, pull yourself together. We don't need such a family. At most, we'll rebel. Lu Ming shouted. Mo Ying's body trembled, and she finally recovered a little. She gritted her teeth and said loudly, I decide my own fate. I will not listen to arrangements. Rebellious and stubborn, become a part of the family's glory. Kill. The two elders of the Mo family roared and controlled the inscription formation. More blood water dragons flew out and attacked the two. A bunch of hypocrites, kill. The aura on his body erupted like a volcano, and a huge stone tablet with 4 silver chakras appeared, shining brightly. Lu Ming erupted with all his strength. The power of wind and fire gathered, and with a sweep of the long spear, a large number of blood water dragons exploded. A 4th level king bloodline. Who is this kid? An elder of the Mo family shouted in shock. As far as he knew, there were no geniuses with 4th level king level bloodline in the entire Dark Moon Empire. Where did Lu Ming come from? Could he be a peerless genius from some mid-tier empire? Who cares who he is? There's no way out today. Let's kill this brat first. Another elder of the Mo family shouted. Good, attack. The two elders of the Mo family formed hand seals. The huge blood water dragon that was initially wrapped around the elder let go of the elder and pounced at Lu Ming with a furious roar. The aura was so powerful that it shook the heavens and earth. He gave off the feeling that he was much stronger than an ordinary 9th level martial arts grandmaster. It couldn't be blocked. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. He was about to retreat when he suddenly stopped. A blood-red light flashed behind his back, and the 9-dragon bloodline appeared. Chapter 329. 329 Devouring the Flood Dragon Soul. The bloodline of the 9 dragons roared into the sky. Although the 9-dragon bloodline seemed to be only a dozen meters long, it was very small in front of the 100-meter-long blood water dragon. However, the blood water dragon suddenly stopped in the air and looked at the bloodline with fear in its eyes. The huge flood dragon's body trembled violently. It roared and turned to run. However, it was too late. The bloodline of the 9 dragons roared and a powerful devouring power burst out of its mouth. At the same time, the bloodline dragon twisted its body and, like a bolt of lightning, appeared on the head of the bloodwater dragon in an instant. A powerful devouring power enveloped it. The bloody water dragon was extremely frightened. It kept roaring and its huge body kept twisting. However, the bloodline of the 9 dragons stopped firmly on the head of the blood water dragon and continued to burst out with devouring power. The bloody water dragon roared. A dragon's soul was extracted from the body of the blood water dragon. The first thing that appeared was the head of the flood dragon soul. It kept roaring and tried to shrink back, but it was useless under the devouring of the 9-dragon bloodline. It was being pulled out bit by bit. What's going on? What's going on? An elder of the Mo family shouted in disbelief. Kill, kill. The 2 elders of the Mo family gritted their teeth and tried their best to activate the inscription formation in an attempt to get rid of the 9 dragons' bloodline and kill Lu Ming. Unfortunately, when the giant blood water dragon touched the bloodline of the 9 dragons, it was like a mouse meeting a cat. It did not dare to resist at all. The dragon's soul in the blood water dragon was continuously extracted. Soon, more than half of it was extracted. Kid, what are you doing? Still not stopping. Hurry up and stop. You're trying to ruin the Mo family's 1,000-year plan, do you know that? Quickly stop. The 2 elders of the Mo family cried out hysterically. Haha, you 2 old dogs, you've lived so long, have you wasted all your time on dogs? Stop. And then use my own life to complete the Mo family's 1,000-year plan. Have your F***king brains been eaten by dogs? Also, what's your Mo family's 1,000-year plan? What does it have to do with me? In my eyes, they're all dog shit. Lu Ming let out a long howl. The words of the 2 Mo family elders were too laughable. F***CKU, you're looking for death. The 2 Mo clan elders' shriveled old faces flushed red, and they were so angry that they almost bled. They were the Mo family's grand elders and were usually high and mighty. When had anyone dared to scold them like this? I'll kill this brat first. An elder of the Mo family shouted. He slowed down his control of the inscription formation and was about to pounce on Lu Ming. However, the moment he stopped controlling the inscription formation, the elder in the pool of blood went berserk, and the entire underground cave started to shake. Detestable. The elder of the Mo family was unwilling, but he could only fly back and continue to control the inscription formation. At this time, the 9-dragon bloodline let out a deafening roar. Its devouring power suddenly increased, and the dragon soul in the blood water dragon was pulled out. The flood dragon's soul roared in fear and struggled with all its might. The 2 elders of the Mo family shouted. However, the bloodline of the 9 dragons opened its mouth and sucked the flood dragon soul into its mouth, disappearing without a trace. The 9-dragon bloodline revealed a satisfied expression and flew back into Lu Ming's body. The 2 elders of the Mo family started to scream like mad ghosts. Let him go. You guys are thinking too much. At this moment, the underground cave began to shake violently. In the pool of blood, the blood water surged and churned. Clang clang. The sound of iron chains colliding rang out. Not good, quickly suppress old monster Yen Quan. The 2 elders of the Mo family screamed in fear as they tried their best to control the inscription formation to suppress the old men in the blood pool. But dash. The next moment, there was an explosion and a figure shot up from the blood pool. It was an old man in his 60s. He had a long beard and a burly figure that was more than 2 meters tall. The figure that was tens of meters tall earlier was not his real body. It was a humanoid figure formed by true energy. Several arm-thick chains were wrapped around the elder's body and extended out of the blood pool. As the burly old man moved, the iron chains clanged. Not good, Yen Quan is about to escape. The 2 elders of the Mo family shouted in fear. Ha ha ha, even the heavens are helping me. Mo family, if I, Yen Quan, don't destroy your Mo family today, I'm not a human. The burly old man laughed madly. Kill him, quickly. The 2 elders of the Mo family roared and gave up on controlling the inscription formation. A combat sword appeared in their hands and they slashed at Yen Quan. The sword chi whistled through the air in an extremely shocking manner. Martial Ancestor 8 Den Peak. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The cultivation of the 2 Mo family elders was terrifyingly high. They were both at the peak of the 8th level of the Martial Ancestor realm. A mere Martial Ancestor 8 Den wants to kill me. You're overestimating yourself. Yen Quan laughed and waved his hands. 2 terrifying palm forces were sent out toward the 2 elders of the Mo family. Bang. Bang. With two loud bangs, the two elders of the Mo family let out a blood-curdling screech as their bodies were sent flying like cannonballs. They crashed heavily into the wall of the cave and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Yen Quan waved his palm, causing the iron chains to collide. There were a total of 4 iron chains that locked him. He was too strong. Even when he was chained up, he was still able to injure 2 elders of the Mo clan who were at the peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. His strength was so strong that it was shocking. You want to lock me up with a few pieces of scrap metal? Break! Break! Yen Quan shouted. A terrifying true chi burst out of his body and he pulled with great force. The entire cave began to shake violently, and the ground continued to shake, giving off a deep rumble. Not good, Yen Quan is about to break free, quickly go. The 2 elders of the Mo family were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They turned around and ran towards the exit. Break! Yen Quan suddenly shouted as he grabbed a chain and pulled it. The iron chain that was as thick as an arm was broken into 2. This was not an ordinary iron chain, but a rare black iron with inscriptions engraved on it. However, it was still broken. You want to leave? Die! Yen Quan let out a shout and waved his arm. A broken chain flew out toward the 2 Mo family elders. It was so fast that it caught up to the 2 elders in an instant. Block it! The 2 elders of the Mo family roared and each used their strongest move. But the difference was too great. With 2 loud bangs, all the attacks of the 2 Mo clan elders were dispersed, and a section of the iron chain hit them. Kachachi! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The 2 Mo family elders cried out in pain and flew out. They fell heavily on the ground and were no longer breathing. At this moment, the entire Mo family was in chaos. When Yen Quan pulled out the iron chain, the entire Mo family's land shook violently as if there was an earthquake. What happened? Many disciples of the Mahist were panicking. The head of the Mo family and a few elders had been standing guard in front of the stone house. Other than them, there were a few more people. One of them was the young prince, Yin Jiufeng. Beside him, there were a few elders with powerful auras. At this moment, the Mo family head's expression changed drastically. Not good, there's a problem underground. The head of the Mo family cried out. Chapter 330. 330 Chapter 330 Escape, Battle. Quick, gather the experts of the family and prepare for a change. The head of the Mo family roared and his voice spread throughout the entire Mo family. Buzz. Woo. Many figures flew over from every corner of the Mo family. These were all martial arts Grandmaster realm experts. As one of the top 10 families in the Inu Empire, the Mo family's strength was not to be underestimated. In addition to these martial Grandmaster powerhouses, there were also some martial Grandmaster realm martial artists gathered. In an instant, the stone house was filled with people. In the underground cave. Die! Yen Quan roared. His true energy burst forth like an ancient beast struggling. Clang! 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 With 3 consecutive crisp sounds, the remaining 3 chains were all broken by the hot spring. Ha ha ha, I've been trapped for more than 10 years, and I've finally escaped. Mo family, accept my revenge. Yen Quan laughed crazily, his face revealing an extremely ferocious expression. After a while, he turned to look at Lu Ming and Mo Ying. Whoosh! He moved his body and appeared a few meters in front of Lu Ming and Mo Ying in an instant. Mo Ying was so scared that she gasped and took 3 steps back. Lu Ming's figure did not move, but his pupils shrank. He held the long spear horizontally in front of him, ready for a great battle. Haha, little girl, what are you afraid of? You guys saved me, why would I make things difficult for you? Yen Quan grinned at Mo Ying, then looked at Lu Ming with surprise in his eyes. Little brother, this time, it's all thanks to you that this old man was able to escape. This is a great favor, and I can't not repay it. However, now is not the time to talk about this. After this old man has destroyed the Mo family, we will talk about this again. Yen Quan laughed and strode toward the exit. Let's go out too. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He then followed the old man out with Mo Ying. When he passed by the corpses of the two Mo family elders, Lu Ming had silently devoured their blood essence. The three of them continued forward. Soon, he walked out of the underground and returned to the stone house. Yan Quan's palm struck out, and the stone door of the stone house exploded. Broken stones flew everywhere, and a burst of exclamations came from outside. It seems that they are all waiting outside. Good, I don't need to go and find them. Yan Quan grinned, his eyes filled with killing intent as he strode out. Lu Ming and Mo Ying followed. Lu Ming's expression changed the moment he walked out of the stone house. There were hundreds of people outside. All of them had powerful auras and were all experts. Even the weakest among them was at the martial grandmaster realm. Flame Spring. Seeing the three of them come out, the Mo family head and several elders' expressions changed drastically, and they cried out. Set up the formation, quickly set up the formation. One of the elders shrieked. Their figures flashed wildly. At least a few dozen martial grandmasters moved and formed a battle formation. At the forefront of the battle formation were the Mo family head and a few elders. Mo Ying, how dare you release the demon that the family has been suppressing? You are unforgivable. The head of the Mo family shouted. Mo Ying's body trembled when she heard this. They had lied to Mo Ying and wanted to use her as a guide to refine her into the Yin Moon demonic chief. But now, as soon as she came out, the head of the Mo family pinned the crime of releasing the demon suppressed by the Mo family on Mo Ying's head. He was really shameless. Family head, you lied to me. There's no inheritance of our ancestor down there. You want to kill me? Mo Ying said in a trembling voice. Shut up, little b******. You're wrong. If you still dare to talk back, kneel down and accept your death. The head of the Mo family shouted, not allowing Mo Ying to talk back. He was no longer as kind as before. Mo Ying's face was pale, and her delicate body trembled non-stop. She bit her lip so hard that it bled, and she didn't even know it was bleeding. Initially, she still had a glimmer of hope for the Mo family, but now, she had lost all hope. Haha, old man, you lied to your own disciples, saying that you want to pass on the ancestors' legacy, but it's actually just for the order of the younger disciples to refine some bullshit *T*****, demonic chief. Now you're still making it sound so grand, are you AF *king dog? Don't you have any shame? Lu Ming laughed loudly, pointing at the Mo family head and berating him. Little bastard, what did you say? How dare you talk to me like that? The head of the Mo family roared, his eyes filled with killing intent. Who the hell are you? Do I have to give you face when I speak? Don't flatter yourself. Lu Ming smiled faintly and looked at the head of the Mo family in disdain, as if he was looking at a pile of dog shit. This kind of gaze almost made the head of the Mo family spit out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that his entire body trembled. Ha ha ha, little brother, that was a good scolding. The entire Mo family is a pile of dog *T, ha ha. Yan Quan laughed. Damn it, damn it. Lu Ming, you've ruined the refinement of the Dark Moon demonic chief and the great plan of the Dark Moon imperial family. Even if you die 10,000 times, you won't be able to make up for it. At this moment, a sharp cry filled with resentment rang out. It was Yin Jiufeng. Oh, isn't this the young prince? Why don't you go home and drink your milk? Do you want to get beaten up again? Lu Ming pursed his lips. One sentence almost caused Yin Jiufeng to suffer internal injuries. Lu Ming, if I don't kill you today, I'm not a human. Yin Jiufeng shouted in a furious voice. If I remember correctly, you called me that last time. Why? Are you still human? Lu Ming revealed a mocking smile. Arg. UF***CKU. Kill him. Kill him. Yin Jiufeng's face turned ashen, and he almost exploded in anger. The two elders behind Yin Jiufeng shouted and were about to pounce on Lu Ming. Who can he kill? Yan Quan coldly shouted as he threw a punch. The two old men exploded, scaring Yin Jiufeng so much that he screamed repeatedly. Under the protection of the remaining two old men, he retreated frantically. Let's attack together and suppress old demon Yan Quan. The head of the Mo family roared. Suppress old demon Yan Quan. Everyone from the Mo family shouted. More than 30 martial grandmaster powerhouses set up a large array and charged toward Yan Quan. Good. I'll settle the score with the Mo family today. Yan Quan shouted as he charged towards the Mo clan. Yan Quan shouted with a shocking aura, like a demonic god. He threw out a punch, and a brilliant fist force shot out toward the Mo family. Lu Ming could sense that the aura from the flame spring was not any weaker than the sect leaders of the 5 major sects of the Blazing Sun Empire. This was the limit of Zhongshe realm, known as Half-Step King realm. 100 Swords Formation, suppress and kill. The people from the Mo family did not dare to be careless. More than 30 people joined forces, and their auras merged together to form a giant sword that was hundreds of meters tall, slashing down at Yan Quan. The huge sword and the fist radiance collided, producing a shocking boom. The entire Mo family shook violently, and some of the nearby buildings were blown to pieces by the shock wave. This attack was evenly matched. Immediately, Yan Quan and the Mo family members began to fight again. Kill this little bastard now. Yin Jiufeng shouted. Behind Yin Jiufeng, the remaining 2 elders charged towards Lu Ming, exuding a powerful aura. Martial Ancestor 8th Stage. The 2 elders were both in the 8th level of the Martial Ancestor realm. Chapter 331. 331 Bloodline Evolution again. Now, let's see who can save you. Yin Jiufeng revealed a malevolent expression. However, a smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. He stood there without moving. At this moment, a loud roar came from the sky. A tall and burly figure descended from the sky and landed heavily between Lu Ming and the 2 elders, leaving a huge pit in the ground. Golden-eyed Blood Corpse. This tall figure was actually the golden-eyed Blood Corpse. We finally arrived. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Just now, when he came out of the stone house, he noticed the demon suppressing token's abnormality. He noticed that the golden-eyed Blood Corpse was near Su Tiancheng and was probably looking for him. He wasn't surprised that the golden-eyed Blood Corpse was able to escape from the Inu Empire's assassins. The golden-eyed Blood Corpse had already reached the early stage of Martial Ancestor Realm Level 9, and its body was like Vajra. If it wanted to escape, even a half-step king warrior might not be able to kill it. When Lu Ming discovered that the golden-eyed Blood Corpse was nearby, he immediately used the demon-suppressing token to summon the golden-eyed Blood Corpse. He also deliberately talked to Yin Jiufeng and the others to stall for time. Finally, the golden-eyed Blood Corpse arrived. Goldeneye, kill them. Lu Ming ordered. The golden-eyed Blood Corpse roared and pounced forward. In just one exchange, the 2 8th-grade Martial Ancestor Realm Elders that Yin Jiufeng had brought with him screamed and flew back. On each of their bodies, there was an additional claw wound. Where the claws had scratched, the flesh and blood had disappeared, revealing the white bones. It was extremely horrifying. This scene was too sudden, and Yin Jiufeng was immediately stunned. Mo Ying, who was beside Lu Ming, was also stunned. She realized that she could not see through Lu Ming at all. Since the first time she saw Lu Ming and heard him call out, "Qi is divided into yin and yang," Lu Ming had brought her a series of surprises. In her opinion, Lu Ming was a mystery, an unfathomable mystery. Now, there was actually a 9th-level martial arts grandmaster taking orders from him. "Monster, run! Take the young prince away!" An old man roared. He wanted to rush over and take Yin Jiufeng away, but it was already too late. The golden-eyed Blood Corpse roared and rushed out. It waved its claws and the claw rays were like heavenly blades. Pucci. In just a few moves, the 2 old men were torn into 2 by the golden-eyed blood zombies and died an unnatural death. Yin Jiufeng screamed in fear, his face as white as paper and his body trembling. The 4 experts his father had sent to help him had been killed just like that, leaving him all alone. "Now, it's your turn." Lu Ming looked at Yin Jiufeng with a smile. However, in Yin Jiufeng's eyes, Lu Ming's smile was more terrifying than a demon's. "Mo family head, Mo family head, quickly save me, quickly save me." Yin Jiufeng shouted with all his might. However, the head of the Mo family did not even look at him. What a joke, to save him. Right now, everyone from the Mo family was locked in a battle with the flame spring. They could not even take care of themselves, so how could they have the time to save him? It seems that no one will come to save you. Lu Ming smiled again and walked towards Yin Jiufeng step by step. No, Lu Ming, don't kill me. My father is the Duke of the South, and he has a large number of soldiers. If you kill me, you'll die too. And the referee. What else is there? Last time, I let you off for the sake of the Mo family. Are you going to use the Mo family to threaten me this time? Besides, you've tried to kill me many times. How can I let you go? Lu Ming's expression finally turned cold. Yin Jiufeng roared, turned around, and ran. However, Lu Ming flicked his fingers and a spear ray shot out, piercing through Yin Jiufeng's back. Yin Jiufeng screamed and fell to the ground. He screamed repeatedly, but he didn't die. Lu Ming walked over and squatted down to look at Yin Jiufeng. Save me, save me. Yin Jiufeng struggled with all his might, blood flowing out of his mouth. Save you? I'll tell you another secret, and you won't ask me to save you anymore. I have another name, and that is Tian Yun. Lu Ming smiled faintly and whispered in Yin Jiufeng's ear. Yin Jiufeng's eyes suddenly widened, revealing a look of despair. He growled, champion. Before he could even say the word Ho, he had already died. The Blazing Sun Empire's champion, Ho Tianyun, was known by all in the Yin Empire. He killed several powerful legions of the Dark Moon Empire and shocked the Dark Moon Empire. Upon hearing that it was Tianyun, Yin Jiufeng lost all hope and took his last breath. The Mo family's Grandmaster realm martial artists looked at Lu Ming in horror and did not dare to attack him. Between heaven and earth, only the sound of Yan Quan and the Mo family's battle reverberated. The battle between Yan Quan and the Mo family was still ongoing. It had to be said that the 100-sword battle formation set up by the Mo family was indeed very powerful. Even with more than 30 martial ancestor realm experts and the Mo family head's 9th-level martial ancestor realm cultivation, they were still able to fight to a draw with Yan Quan, who was at the half-step king realm. At this moment, the golden-eyed blood corpse growled beside Lu Ming, its gaze constantly looking in the direction of the stone house. You're going to absorb the blood. Lu Ming understood what the golden-eyed blood corpse meant. The golden-eyed blood corpse was very thirsty for the flood dragon blood in the underground cave. Go. Lu Ming muttered. After receiving Lu Ming's order, the golden-eyed blood zombie rushed toward the underground cave. On the other hand, Lu Ming stood still, refining the blood essence while watching the battle. Lu Ming's body had devoured the blood essence of a few 8th realm martial arts grandmasters. It was too thick. The blood essence was constantly converted into energy and refined into true qi. Lu Ming started to aim for the 4th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm. Not long after, Lu Ming's body let out a dull sound. He had broken through to the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. Just as Lu Ming broke through to the 4th-tier martial ancestor realm, the 9-dragon bloodline suddenly let out a long howl. It rushed out of Lu Ming's body and howled towards the sky. At the same time, the body of the 9-dragon bloodlines changed rapidly. It was originally a python that was more than 10 meters long, but it was now rapidly growing longer and thicker. The scales on its body became more crystal clear. Then, 4 claws grew out of the python's belly, like dragon claws. On the top of its head, there were 2 horns. A flood dragon. This was the image of a flood dragon. The bloodline of the 9 dragons had evolved. After devouring an astonishing amount of blood essence and a flood dragon's soul, the bloodline of the 9 dragons finally began to evolve. From the python form, it had evolved into the flood dragon form. Ow! The flood dragon of the bloodline of the 9 dragons roared into the sky, and a bright silver chakra appeared on its body. King-level bloodline. The great martial masters of the Mo family and Mo Ing were all dumbfounded. Even the Mo family's martial arts grandmasters in the battle and Yan Quan looked at Lu Ming in shock. Bloodlines could actually evolve. From ordinary to king level. This was too shocking, simply unheard of. He had never seen such a record in the ancient records. This young man is too extraordinary. Yan Quan's eyes were bright, and no one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 332. 332 The Terrifying Devouring Power. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. The evolution of the 9 dragons' bloodline was too sudden and he could not control it at all. If possible, he would never choose to let his bloodline evolve at this time. Retreat quickly and spread this news to the Duke of the South and the imperial family. This man is a monster. He must be killed. The head of the Mo family shouted at the martial grandmasters. A bloodline that could evolve was simply unheard of. It was too shocking. Since they were already enemies, they couldn't let such a person live. This was what the head of the Mo family thought. There were more than 100 martial grandmasters, and they all rushed in all directions. If that's the case, then all of you can stay. Lu Ming muttered, his eyes exuding a terrifying murderous intent. The bloodline of the 9 dragons must not be exposed. Although this place was far away from the headquarters of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, it would be a disaster if the characteristics of the 9 dragon bloodline were to be passed to Martial Emperor De. These people must die. Lu Ming soared into the sky, and the 9 dragon bloodline appeared behind him. A worm dragon that was 100 meters long was floating above Lu Ming's head. The bloodline of the 9 dragons roared into the sky, and a powerful devouring power burst out of its mouth. The devouring power was dozens of times stronger than before it evolved. The mouth of the 9 dragon bloodline was like a black hole, and a terrifying devouring power spread out, shrouding more than 100 martial grandmasters. The 100 or so great martial masters seemed to have been frozen in place, and then they showed extremely frightened expressions. The power of my bloodline is being lost. Not good, I feel like my blood essence is about to be drawn out. More than 100 people let out terrified screams. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he shouted. The bloodline of the 9 dragons suddenly cried out, and the devouring power in its mouth became even stronger. Then, a terrifying scene happened. All kinds of bloodlines floated above the heads of more than 100 great martial master realm warriors. These bloodlines wailed and actually left their masters, flying towards the 9 dragon bloodlines and being swallowed by them. My bloodline power has been devoured. He screamed, but then the scream stopped. Abruptly. That was because 9 drops of blood essence flew out of each person's body and were swallowed by the bloodline of the 9 dragons. More than 100 people fell to the ground stiffly, without a trace of life. The scene was silent. Even the battle between the Mo clan's martial arts grandmasters and Yan Quan had stopped for a short while. Everyone looked at Lu Ming with their mouths agape. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The roar of the bloodline had actually devoured the bloodline power and blood essence of more than 100 people. What kind of ability was this? He was simply a demon. Demon, you're a demon. Someone from the Mo family shouted. What demon? In my opinion, your Mo family is the real demon. All of you should die, kill. Yan Quan roared and charged towards the Mo family again. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle again. Moing looked at Lu Ming with fear in her eyes. I didn't expect the devouring power to be so terrifying after the 9 dragon bloodline evolved to king class. It can directly devour a living person. Even Lu Ming himself was a little shocked. In the past, it could only devour the blood essence of the dead. Now that his 9 dragon bloodline had evolved to the king tier, he could even devour living people. Those were only great martial master realm warriors. I wonder if they have any effect on warriors above the martial ancestor realm. At the thought of this, Lu Ming cast his gaze at the Mo family's martial arts grandmasters. I'll try. Immediately, Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragon bloodline. The terrifying devouring power enveloped the Mo family's martial arts grandmasters. Immediately, some of the martial grandmaster powerhouses with low cultivation levels trembled, and the power of their bloodlines became somewhat unstable. What the hell is this power? The martial arts grandmasters roared and their essential chi exploded wildly to resist Lu Ming's devouring power. It's more effective for martial artists below the 4th level of martial arts grandmaster. It can affect the stability of their blood vessels. It's also effective for martial artists above the 4th level of martial arts grandmaster, but relatively speaking, it's less effective. Lu Ming came to a conclusion in an instant. For martial artists with lower cultivation than him, it was still very effective. It could affect the circulation of blood vessels, but it could not directly devour blood essence and the power of blood vessels like a great martial master. It would be blocked. Those with higher cultivation levels than Lu Ming would also be of use, but the effect would be relatively smaller. However, this effect should not be underestimated. If he were to affect his opponent's bloodline or even blood essence in a great battle, his combat power would definitely be greatly reduced. Be careful. At this moment, the head of the Mo family shouted. Due to the influence of the devouring power from Lu Ming's bloodline, the Mo family's 100-sword battle formation became unstable. Yan Quan seized the opportunity to attack and was immediately at a disadvantage. The Mo family will be destroyed today. Yan Quan roared, his attacks like a tide. Hold on, hold on. Yan Quan has been suppressed for more than 10 years and has been seriously injured. This is only a temporary eruption and he can't hold on for long. When he can't hold on any longer, it will be our time to counterattack. At that time, everything will still be under our control. Everyone from the Mo family was determined and used all their strength to stabilize the situation. Yan Quan's face was a little gloomy. His situation was indeed as the Mo family head had said. He had been suppressed and tortured for too long. He had many internal injuries. Now, he could only use a secret skill to burst out his peak combat strength, but he couldn't hold on for long. Once the secret skill's time was up, he would be in a passive position. Immediately, Yan Quan used all his strength and attacked with all his might. Haha, Yan Quan can't hold it in anymore. It's just as I guessed, we'll hold on. The head of the Mo family laughed and revealed a happy expression. At this moment, a loud boom came from the ground behind the stone house. Then, a blood-red pillar of light shot out from the ground and broke through the clouds. Then, a burly figure rushed out of the blood-red light pillar. This figure was the golden-eyed blood corpse that had gone to the underground cave to absorb the flood dragon blood. But now, the golden-eyed blood corpse's aura was extremely terrifying, not any weaker than the flame spring. This was the aura of a half-step king. He didn't expect the golden-eyed blood corpse to advance from the martial ancestor 9 Dan to the half-step king realm after absorbing the flood dragon's blood. And in such a short time. After being stunned for a moment, Lu Ming was overjoyed. Lu Ming pointed at the Mo family. The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and pounced towards the Mo family members. Not good, block it, block it. The Mo family head's expression changed drastically. Ha ha ha, this is the will of the heavens to destroy your Mo family. Die. How could Yan Quan miss this opportunity? He laughed as he charged towards the Mo family members. Lu Ming once again controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline. The powerful devouring power was used on the Mo family members. There were 2 explosions. Immediately after, screams of pain were heard. Some of the Mo family's warriors who were only in the first and second realm of the martial ancestor realm were killed by the terrifying energy. Even those with high cultivation were shocked. The 100-sword battle formation was broken. Chapter 333, 333 The Mo family, destroyed. Under the combined attacks of Yan Quan, the golden-eyed blood corpse, and Lu Ming, the Mo family's 100 swords battle formation fell apart. 7 or 8 first and second grade martial ancestor realm experts were instantly killed. Not good, go, quickly go. At this moment, the head of the Mo family was extremely frightened as he roared madly. The 100-sword battle array had been broken, and the enemy had 2 half-step king warriors. There was no need to fight. If they stayed here, they would definitely die. After the Mo family had finished shouting, he turned into a ray of light and fled into the distance. No one can escape if they want to. Yan Quan roared and was the first to chase after the Mo family head. Within a few breaths, he had caught up to the Mo family head. The head of the Mo family roared in shock and launched a frenzied counterattack. However, the difference between a normal martial ancestor realm warrior and a half-step king was extremely obvious. In just a few moves, the head of the Mo family was already coughing up blood. Yan Quan shouted as he grabbed the head of the Mo family's head and twisted it off. Ha ha ha, kill, kill, kill. Yan Quan laughed and continued to chase after the others. Whoosh. Whoosh. On the other side, Lu Ming's long spear kept stabbing out. The spear's radiance burst out and a few Mo family warriors in the 3rd and 4th grade martial arts grandmaster realm were pierced into sieves. The golden-eyed blood zombie moved around and its body flashed rapidly. It waved its claws and tore the Mo clan martial arts grandmasters into pieces. This was a massacre. In front of the golden-eyed blood corpse and Yan Quan, the many Wuzongs of the Mo clan were as weak as babies, unable to resist at all. Even if they managed to escape, they would be caught and killed. Lu Ming did not feel sorry for her. The Inu Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire were at war. They were enemies. Moreover, it was the Mahist who wanted his life first. Since they were mortal enemies, there was no need to show mercy. Being kind to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. Lu Ming held his long spear and fought a bloody battle. Now that he had broken through to the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm, any martial artist below the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm would not pose much of a threat to him. Little bastard, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. A 7th grade martial arts grandmaster elder from the Mo family roared and charged towards Lu Ming. The bloodline of the 9 dragons roared, and the terrifying devouring power acted on the old man's body, causing his body to slow down slightly. Lu Ming dashed past him and the long spear pierced through his heart, blasting a huge hole. Killed in one move. Then, the blood essence and the power of the bloodline all flew into the mouth of the 9 dragons. In the sky above the Mo family, screams rose and fell. Not far away, the Mo family's martial masters, warriors, and even those with lower cultivation bases were fleeing in all directions. Lu Ming did not kill these people. These people did not see the evolution of Lu Ming's blood meridian. They were not a threat to him and there was no need to kill them. At this moment, Su Tiancheng fell into a deathly silence. Countless people hid in their homes, shivering. After a while, the screams stopped. The dozens of martial arts grandmasters from the Mo family were all killed. The golden-eyed blood corpse howled as its blood chi rose. Its body was red, but its eyes were even more golden. Moing stood there in a daze and looked around. The corpses reflected in her eyes, and her eyes were extremely complicated. In this short period of time, her life had experienced a tremendous change. These people used to be the elders of the family whom she respected, but now she suddenly found out that they were just using her. For a moment, she really found it hard to bear. Lu Ming did not say anything. He just stood there quietly. Miss Mo-ing, I'm leaving. What are your plans? Lu Ming spoke after a while. Although Mo-ing had also seen his bloodline evolution, he could not kill Mo-ing to silence her. Mo-ying's body trembled as if she had come back to her senses. She squeezed out an ugly smile and said, Brother Lu, I'm planning to leave the Inu Empire and travel the world. That's good. Lu Ming nodded. Lu Ming knew that Mo-ing more or less held a grudge against him. No matter what, Mo-ing was a member of the Mo family and Lu Ming had killed so many of their members. It was normal for Mo-ing to bear a grudge against him. Therefore, Lu Ming did not invite Mo-ing to go with him. Brother Lu, I'll see you again if fate allows it. Mo-ing said softly. She glanced at the Mo family, then turned into a rainbow light and disappeared into the sky. Haha, little brother, I can't bear to. At this moment, Yan Quan appeared beside Lu Ming. No, I'm just sighing. Sometimes, fate is really unpredictable. Lu Ming smiled faintly. That's right. Fate is unpredictable, so we must cultivate martial arts to break the shackles of fate and fight against the heavens. Yan Quan grinned and immediately said, Little brother, it's all thanks to your help that I was able to escape this time. If you have any requests, just tell me. As long as it's within my power, I'll definitely do my best. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. You're too kind, senior. It was just a coincidence. That won't do. I've always been a person who repays kindness with kindness and hatred with hatred. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel at ease. This time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, not only would I not be able to get out of this trap, but I would also be refined into a Een Moon demonic chief and be trapped in it forever. This is a great favor that I have to repay. Yan Quan stubbornly said. This. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. To be honest, Yan Quan's combat power was extremely strong. It would be a lie to say that he didn't want to ask Yan Quan for help. Senior, please stay by my side and help me for a while. Is that possible? Lu Ming said after a moment of silence. Okay, then I'll stay by your side and help you for 10 years. After 10 years, we'll be even. How about it, he said. Yan Quan opened his mouth and said. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks, Senior." The current situation in the Blazing Sun Empire was complicated. With Yan Quan's help and the golden-eyed blood corpse, Lu Ming finally had the ability to protect himself. He could then become a true overlord in the Blazing Sun Empire and have the power to compete with the omnidirectional sword school. One had to know that in the Blazing Sun Empire, half-step kings were the strongest. The Blazing Sun Empire had not produced a true king for hundreds of years. Yan Quan grinned. In fact, Yan Quan was also very curious about Lu Ming. He was so young, but not only was he very powerful, but he also had a powerful existence like the golden-eyed blood zombie by his side. Yan Quan had lived for many years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. "Senior, to tell you the truth, I'm not from the Inu Empire, but from the Blazing Sun Empire. Moreover, the Blazing Sun and Inu empires are currently at war. I wonder if Senior would mind. A war between two countries. The royal family of the Dark Moon Empire is despicable and tried to harm me. I'm going to get even with them. I'm going to the Blazing Sun Empire and kill the experts of the Dark Moon Empire. That's what I want. All right, let's go." Soon after, the golden-eyed blood corpse and Yan Quan turned into a rainbow and disappeared in the direction of the Moonview City. On the way, Lu Ming briefly explained his identity and the current situation. Lu Ming also had a rough idea of the experience at the Flame Spring. Chapter 334. 334 Chapter 334 Return, something big has happened. Yan Quan was not a native of the Dark Moon Empire, but a foreign cultivator who had traveled to the Dark Moon Empire more than 10 years ago. In the meantime, he got to know a top expert of the Inu royal family and the previous master of the Mo family. At that time, the three of them had a very good relationship. Who would have thought that the previous master of the Mo family and the existence of the Inu royal family would have the ambition of wolves? They had secretly poisoned the Flame Spring and then suppressed it under the Mo family in order to refine it into the Inu demonic chief. This suppression had lasted for more than 10 years. If Lu Ming had not encountered this by chance, he would not have been able to escape the fate of being refined into the Inu demonic chief. On the way, Yan Quan's expression suddenly changed slightly, revealing a bitter smile. "I've been suppressed for more than 10 years, and I've been seriously injured. I've also forcefully activated my secret skill earlier, and now that the time limit is up, I need to find a place to heal. Senior's healing is more important," Lu Ming said. Immediately, the two of them found a hidden place. Yan Quan sat cross-legged and began to heal his injuries. Lu Ming had the golden-eyed blood corpse patrol the surroundings while he sat cross-legged. Previously, he had devoured a large amount of blood essence, and now he was just about to start refining. Half of it was absorbed by the bloodline, while the other half was converted into true qi. There were dozens of Mo clan's martial arts grandmasters. Among them, there were a few in the 8th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm and the head of the Mo clan, who was in the 9th level of martial arts grandmaster realm. How strong was the power of blood essence? Lu Ming's cultivation level rose rapidly again. After a day, Lu Ming's cultivation level rose to the peak of the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. However, at this point, no matter how hard Lu Ming tried, he could not break through. Lu Ming knew that his cultivation level had increased too quickly, causing his essential qi to be impure and his foundation to be unstable. He needed a period of time to polish it before he could continue to improve. Lu Ming then used the remaining blood essence to improve his blood meridian. However, after refining all the blood essence, the 9-dragon bloodline was still king class and did not improve. It was too difficult to improve one's bloodline. At this time, Yan Quan was still circulating his energy to heal his injuries. His entire body was suffused with waves of scarlet-red aura. It was incomparably hot as he recuperated his body. Yan Quan's healing took 7 days. 7 days later, Yan Quan opened his eyes. "Senior, how do you feel?" "After being suppressed for more than 10 years, I have too many hidden injuries. It will be difficult to heal them in a short time. However, I have stabilized them for the time being. If I go all out during the war, it will not be a problem. As for the other hidden injuries, I will slowly recuperate. It will not take long for them to recover," Yan Quan said. That's good. Then, the three of them continued their journey. With the speed of the three of them, it only took half a day to return to Moonview City. Of course, on the way, Lu Ming put on his mask again and returned to Tianyun's appearance. Lord Marquis has returned. The blood-red cavalry in charge of patrolling the camp shouted in surprise when they saw Lu Ming. Immediately after, the news of Lu Ming's return spread throughout Moonview City at a crazy speed, causing a huge sensation. Two figures flew over at high speed. They were Qiu Yu and Xian Yanqing. Young master. Qiu Yu was extremely excited when she saw Lu Ming. She was not afraid of being embarrassed and threw herself into Lu Ming's arms. Her tears flowed like pearls and she cried like a pear blossom bathed in rain. Young master, you're finally back. We saw the traces of a battle at the Golden Eyes cultivation place and thought you woo-woo, it's great that you're back. Qiu Yu burst into tears and her eyes rolled down, wetting Lu Ming's clothes. Silly girl, your young master is very lucky, how could something easily happen to him? Besides, I can't bear to leave my Qiu Yu. Lu Ming stroked Qiu Yu's hair and said softly. Qiu Yu felt better and left Lu Ming's arms. However, her eyes were red and tears were still welling up. Xian Yanqing gritted his teeth and remained silent. Humph, you're so comfortable. You're so sweet and soft the moment you come back. Xian Yanqing gritted his teeth. Little Qing, my arms are free now. Do you want to try? Lu Ming blinked and smiled. Try your head. It's good that you're not dead. Xian Yanqing continued to snort. Haha, I still owe you one thing. How can I die before I finish it? Lu Ming laughed. Humph, it's good that you remember. Xian Yanqing continued to sneer. At this moment, Hua Ying and the other blood-red cavalry generals appeared one by one. Then, it was Ming Meng, the three Ming siblings, and the others. Greetings, Lord Marquis. When they saw Lu Ming, they saluted him. No need to be so polite. Let's go back to the camp. Lu Ming waved his hand. On the way, Yan Quan saw the majestic and powerful blood-red cavalry, and his eyes flashed with a strange light. He was quite shocked. However, Lu Ming frowned. This was because he realized that the entire military camp was on high alert and the atmosphere was very heavy. Could it be that another war had occurred recently? Hua Ying, how's the situation recently? Could it be that another battle is about to take place? The atmosphere in the camp doesn't feel right. Lu Ming asked. As soon as they arrived at the camp. Lord Marquis, something big has happened. This was Hua Ying's first sentence, and her face was extremely serious. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and swept his gaze across the room. He noticed that Ming Meng, Ming Cheng, and the rest all had grave expressions. Lu Ming had a bad feeling and asked, Tell me, what happened? Lord Marquis, the Ghost Moon Saber sect has been destroyed. Hua Ying replied. Even with Lu Ming's mental fortitude, his body trembled violently at this moment, and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. The Ghost Moon Saber sect was one of the 5 great sects of the Blazing Sun Empire. It dominated the north of the Blazing Sun Empire and was an overlord. It was extremely powerful. How could such a powerful force be destroyed just like that? Even if the 10 Direction Sword School attacked with all their might, they might not be able to take down the Ghost Moon Saber sect. What's going on? Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Master Ho, 10 days ago, the Dark Moon Empire dispatched 2 million troops to attack the Ghost Moon Saber sect's territory. The Ghost Moon Saber sect sent out a large number of experts to resist, but they never expected that at this time, a large number of experts from the 10 Direction Sword sect would suddenly attack the Ghost Moon Saber sect. At the same time, a portion of the Ghost Moon Saber sect's people had long surrendered to the 10 Direction Sword sect and attacked the Ghost Moon Saber sect from the inside. Cooperating from the inside and from the outside, they broke through the Ghost Moon Saber sect in one fell swoop, and a large number of Ghost Moon Saber sect disciples were slaughtered. After that, Shifang Jian sent out a large number of experts, and together with the experts of the Dark Moon Empire, they surrounded and killed the experts of the Ghost Moon Saber sect. The Ghost Moon Saber sect was caught off guard, and the experts were all killed and injured. The Ghost Moon Saber sect was completely destroyed. Hua Ying explained. So that's how it is. I understand. This is a trap, a trap that was set up from the start. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. It was obvious that the Ten-Direction Sword School had been working with the Dark Moon Empire for a long time. That was why the Een Moon Empire's army had decided to attack. Their goal was to attract the powerhouses of the Ghost Moon Saber sect and make preparations for their attack. Unfortunately, the Dark Moon Empire suffered heavy losses due to Lu Ming's sabotage last time and did not attract many powerhouses from the Ghost Moon Saber sect. Therefore, there were assassins who tried to kill Lu Ming. Moreover, there were people from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion among them. After thinking about it, everything was clear. Ten-Direction Sword School, you Ten-Direction Sword School. Chapter 335. 335 Chapter 335 Before one wave settled, another wave rose. Lord Marquis, the Ghost Moon Saber sect has been destroyed, and the entire Blazing Sun Empire has been shaken. We're in the north, not far from the Ghost Moon Saber sect. We're afraid that the Ten-Direction Sword School will make a move on us, so we're so heavily guarded. The Ghost Moon Saber sect has been exterminated, and the army of the Enu Empire has moved south and occupied a large area of the Burning Sun Empire's territory. I guess this is the benefit that the Ten-Directional Sword sect has promised the Enu Empire. They're really a bunch of traitors. Ming Meng said through gritted teeth. Has the Ten-Direction Sword sect made any new moves during this time? Not yet. Hua Ying said. Keep an eye on the news from the outside world. The Ten-Direction Sword sect's move has shaken the entire country. The other sects will definitely not remain indifferent. They will definitely join forces. This is not good news for the Ten-Direction Sword sect. Therefore, the Ten-Direction Sword sect will definitely make a big move next. Lu Ming analyzed. At this moment, Ming Meng's expression changed slightly. He moved his hand and a jade tablet appeared. This was a 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman, and most generals would have one in their hands to transmit messages. When Ming Meng saw the message from the 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman, his body trembled violently, and his face instantly became extremely pale, without a trace of blood. Ming Meng roared, his eyes filled with disbelief. Brother Ming, what happened? Lu Ming asked hurriedly, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. The Heavenly King of Suppression revolted and led the army to break into the capital and raze the palace. His Majesty the Emperor was killed. Ming Meng was practically trembling as he called out. Ming Meng's words were like a bolt of lightning on a clear day. It rang in the hearts of most of the people present, including Lu Ming. Lu Ming, Hua Ying, and the rest turned pale. Heavenly King Suppression, Ten-Direction Sword School. Lu Ming roared, his killing intent surging like a tide. Heavenly King Jin couldn't have done this alone. Without thinking, the one controlling everything was definitely the Ten-Direction Sword School. Traitor, traitor, how dare the Heavenly King, this traitor? How dare he? Hua Ying shouted hysterically, her eyes red. He was a member of the imperial family, and he almost went crazy. Heavenly King Jin Tian's banner is to get rid of the fatuous ruler and build a strong and powerful Burning Sun Empire. Haha, how shameless, how shameless. Ming Meng laughed from extreme anger. Father, mother. The first people that came to Lu Ming's mind were Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. How were Lu Yuntian and Li Ping doing in the General Star Hall? At the thought of this, Lu Ming was burning with anxiety. Young master, old master, and madam. At the side, Chiao Yu clutched Lu Ming's arm tightly. Her entire body trembled slightly and she was extremely worried. Brother Ming, is there any more news? Did anyone from the imperial family survive? Lu Ming forced himself to calm down. It had already happened, so there was no point in worrying. Only by getting more information could he decide what to do next. According to the news, Heavenly King Jin Tian actually attacked. His Majesty and the experts of the royal family fought back with all their might, and in the end, the 8th prince managed to escape with a group of people. However, after the 8th prince and his group escaped from the imperial city, there was no news of them at all. Ming Meng said. Hua Qi has escaped. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he had a glimmer of hope. If it was possible, Hua Qi would have definitely brought Lu Yuntian and Li Ping with him when he escaped. That way, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping might still be fine. Ten-Direction Sword Sect, if anything happens to my parents, I swear I'll kill all of you. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with endless cold killing intent. Lord Marquis, what should we do now? From now on, the entire mountain-suppressing army will listen to Lord Marquis's orders. Ming Meng cupped his fists and knelt on one knee. All right. Lu Ming did not decline and agreed immediately. In terms of rank, the Marquis champion was higher than Ming Meng, so it was normal for him to lead the mountain-suppressing army. All generals, hear my order. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and began to give orders. Lord Marquis, please give your orders. Hua Ying, Ming Meng, and the others all knelt on one knee. Full Moon City is located in the north. To the north is the Yingyue Empire, and to the south is the Shifang Sword School. It's very disadvantageous for us, so we shouldn't stay for long. Ming Meng, lead the mountain-guarding army to the east and head to the Forgotten Immortal Pass. The Forgotten Immortal Pass is easy to defend and hard to attack. It's a natural stronghold and has always been under the command of the royal family. We will never ally ourselves with the 10 Direction Sword sect. Moreover, after we reach the Forgotten Immortal Pass, we can form a corner with the mystical sword sect and join forces with them to resist the 10 Direction Sword sect. Lu Ming instructed. He knew that the Blazing Sun Empire was about to fall into chaos, and a great war was about to break out. Your subordinate obeys. In addition, 30,000 blood-red cavalry, come with me to the imperial capital and save the 8th prince. Lu Ming ordered, his eyes filled with killing intent. Hua Ying and the others acknowledged the order loudly, their killing intent soaring. Lord Marquis, you can't. There are many experts in the Shifang Sword sect. This trip is too dangerous. Ming Meng's expression changed drastically as he opposed. Although the blood-red cavalry were strong, they could only charge and break through enemy lines. If the omnipresent sword sect sent a top expert to assassinate Lu Ming, it would be dangerous. The others also hesitated. It's fine. I'll kill anyone from the 10 Direction Sword sect I see. Lu Ming said coldly. Just then, a loud rumble came from outside. Report, there's a large army coming from outside. A soldier came to report. It must be the 10 Direction Sword School. The 10 Direction Sword School is finally here. I knew they wouldn't leave a nail like us here. Ming Meng's expression changed. Good, blood-red iron cavalry, follow me to kill the enemy. Hua Ying and the others accepted the order. Not long after, Lu Ming rode the blood-scaled Wolf King, followed by Xian Yanqing, Qiu Yu, the golden-eyed blood corpse, Yan Quan, Hua Ying, Ming Meng, and the rest. He led 30,000 blood-red cavalry out of the camp and arrived outside Moonview City. In front of him, dust filled the air as a majestic army appeared in sight. Black warhorses, black armor, black weapons, and a flood of pitch-black steel surged through the world. A huge flag with a divine sword embroidered on it fluttered in the wind. That's the Ghost Moon Saber sect's Ghost Metal Army. It seems like the Ghost Metal Army has already joined the 10 Direction Sword School. That flag was the flag of the 10 Direction Sword sect. Lu Ming nodded. The Ghost Moon Saber sect had been annihilated. It was normal for some of the legions under the Ghost Moon Saber sect to join the omnidirectional sword sect. The Ghost Metal Army stopped a few miles away. They had a strong aura and were densely packed. Judging from their numbers, there should be no less than 100,000 people. A few figures flew out from the Ghost Metal Army and hovered above Lu Ming and the rest. There were a total of 3 people, 1 old man and 2 middle-aged men. They all carried swords on their backs and were obviously experts from the 10 Direction Sword School. The 3 of them exuded extremely powerful auras. 1 is at the peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm, and 2 are at the peak of the 7th level. Ming Meng cried out in alarm, his expression extremely ugly. Chapter 336. 336 Chapter 336 One slap to death. The 3 men from the omnidirectional sword sect swept their gazes across Lu Ming and his group before finally stopping on him. You're Tianyun? The leading old man asked. Not bad. Lu Ming said calmly. He wanted to see what the other party was selling. Tianyun, you've repeatedly opposed my 10 Direction Sword School and killed our geniuses and experts. Do you admit your crimes? The old man in the lead glared at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Admit to your crimes. I haven't even said that killing a few dogshit things from your Shifang sword sect would dirty my hands, and you want me to admit to my crimes. What crime? Lu Ming replied indifferently. He did not take the other party seriously at all. The leading old man's face turned ashen, and he exuded an ice-cold killing intent. After a long time, he calmed down, waved his sleeves, and said in a deep voice, "Tianyun, there are no eternal enemies in the world, only eternal interests. Today, I can give you a chance to atone for your sins. As long as you lead the blood-red cavalry and pledge your loyalty to the 10-direction sword sect, and make a blood oath, I can consider letting you go. All the crimes you've committed in the past can be written off." After the old man finished speaking, everyone understood what the other party meant. Now that the Red Blood Army was powerful and famous in the Sun Nation and the Moon Nation, the omnidirectional sword sect was planning to recruit Lu Ming. "I want you to let me go. Who the hell do you think you are, you old thing? Do you really think you're some big shot? All right, are you done with your nonsense? If you're done, you can go and die." Lu Ming glanced at the other party and lost his patience. "Little bastard, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Then I will kill you today. After I kill you, the Red Blood Legion will still belong to my 10-direction sword sect. Die." The old man's face completely darkened. He shouted angrily and slashed out with his sword. This sword fully displayed the Elder's strength of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. It had the power to split mountains and break rivers, which was extremely shocking. "Not good, be careful." Ming Meng roared. "Dodge." Lord Marquis, Qiu Yu, Xian Yanqing, Hua Ying, and the others were all shocked. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, it was impossible for him to be a match for a martial arts grandmaster at the peak of the 8th level. However, Lu Ming was still riding on the crimson-scaled Wolf King. The old man's expression was ferocious. The sword light became even more dazzling and quickly slashed at Lu Ming's head. Seeing that it was about to hit Lu Ming's head, the old man was overjoyed. He was screaming in his heart. What peerless genius! If he hadn't grown up, what kind of genius was he? "You're still going to die in my hands." However, as soon as he had this thought, he saw a slap coming from Lu Ming's side. This slap was on his sword light. The sword light was like tofu and instantly shattered. The old man was stunned. Ming Meng, Qiu Yu, and the others were also stunned. "It's just a fly making a big fuss here. It's so annoying." Yan Quan appeared beside Lu Ming and said indifferently. The slap just now was, of course, from Yan Quan. "Who are you?" "I'm an elder of the 10-direction sword school, you dare." The elder from the 10-direction sword sect was stunned for a moment before he shouted. However, before he could finish, Yan Quan's palm struck again. No one could clearly see how this slap was swung. It was too fast. They only felt their vision blur, and then they heard a clear slap. Then, the elder from the 10-direction sword sect let out a blood-curdling scream and was sent flying. In the air, his head exploded like a watermelon, and red and white matter flew everywhere. Ming Meng and the others almost bit their tongues, their eyes almost popping out. An expert at the peak of the martial ancestor 8 Den was considered a top-notch expert in the Blazing Sun Empire. In the 5 major sects, he was definitely a high and mighty existence. His status was even higher than that of an ordinary golden-robed elder. The average golden-robed elder was only at the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. A peak martial ancestor 8 Den expert had actually been killed by a single slap. This was too shocking. The elder beside Lu Ming was actually such a terrifying expert. Previously, when Ming Meng and the rest saw Yan Quan, they had only guessed that he was an ordinary martial arts grandmaster. They had never expected him to be so terrifying. Following that, they looked at Lu Ming with even more respect. Lu Ming could actually get such a person to follow him. How did he do it? The 2 remaining men from the 10-direction sword sect were scared out of their wits. They roared and turned to run. "How is it possible for you to escape in front of me?" Yan Quan coldly smiled and threw a punch. 2 fist forces shot out. The 2 burly men at the peak of martial ancestor 7 Dan were directly drowned by the fist energy. When the fist energy disappeared, not even dregs were left of the 2 burly men. To be able to deal with two experts at the peak of the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm so easily, it once again left everyone dumbfounded. Lu Ming was the only exception. What a waste, what a waste. Lu Ming's heart ached terribly. Yan Quan's punch had even burned his blood essence clean. How could Lu Ming not feel heartache? These were two experts in the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. The commotion here naturally shocked the ghost metal army several miles away. Not good. Tianyun has made his move. Kill them all. Of course, there were also experts from the omnidirectional sword school in the ghost metal army. They roared and led the army to charge at Lu Ming and the others. Charge, crush them. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Ow. Ow. The blood-red scaled wolf howled madly, and its roar shook the sky as it charged towards the ghost metal army. The power of the aura was earth-shaking. Not good, the mount is frightened. Charge, animal, hurry up and charge. The 30,000 scarlet blood-scaled wolves howled, causing the ghost metal army's mounts to be frightened, and their formation to become unstable. And in this short moment, the blood-red scaled wolf had already arrived. The two armies collided with each other. At this moment, the winner was decided. The ghost metal army was like a piece of paper, while the blood-red cavalry were like a blade. As soon as they touched, a hole was torn in the ghost metal army, and this hole was rapidly expanding. Hold on, you trash. An expert from the 10-direction sword sect shouted. What are you shouting for? At this moment, Yan Quan's figure appeared beside him. Arg. Help me. Just as he was about to shout, Yan Quan's head was cut off with a wave of his hand. Yan Quan leaped through the tens of thousands of soldiers and killed the martial grandmaster expert. No one could stop him. Half-step kings were also something that only half-step kings could block. Fighting against an army of 10,000 was simply cheating. Because the difference was too great, it was no longer something that could be solved with numbers. Unless they had the Mo family's battle formation and dozens of martial arts grandmasters, they would not be able to fight back. The bloodline of the 9 dragons hovered above Lu Ming's head. With a loud roar, a terrifying devouring power erupted. Immediately, the bloodline power and blood essence of hundreds of Ghost Iron Legion soldiers were forcibly devoured. Lu Ming left behind a trail of corpses wherever he went. This was a one-sided battle. The Ghost Iron Army could not stop the Red Blood Army at all. The battle cries shook the sky, corpses were strewn all over the ground, and blood chi filled the air. Chapter 337. 337 Chapter 337 Yutong Pass. I surrender, I surrender. Finally, someone from the Ghost Iron Army shouted, threw away his weapon, and jumped off his horse. I'm also going. After the first one, there would naturally be the second, third, 10th, and 100th. The Ghost Metal Army was originally an army of the Ghost Moon Saber sect. It was already good enough that they didn't have any enmity towards the 10-direction sword sect. How could they have any loyalty? Once they saw that the situation was not right, they naturally surrendered. We won't kill those who surrender. Lu Ming roared loudly, his voice spreading throughout the entire area. Ming Meng, Hua Ying, and the others also shouted. This time, even more people from the Ghost Iron Army surrendered. Large numbers of people dismounted and knelt on the ground. In the army, the people from the omnipresent sword sect saw that they had lost the battle and wanted to escape. However, they were all killed by Lu Ming and the others. In this battle, they had destroyed the Ghost Metal Army of 100,000 without much effort. Ming Meng, I'll leave the surrendered Ghost Metal Army to you. Bring them to the Forgotten Immortal Pass, they will be a powerful force in the future. Yes, Lord Marquis. Ming Meng cupped his fists and accepted the order. At the side, the 3 siblings, Ming Cheng, Ming Zhu, and Ming Feng, had complicated expressions on their faces. This young man who used to cultivate with them in the General Stars Hall had now completely surpassed them. Even their father had to listen to Lu Ming now. However, they did not feel jealous at all. They were only happy for Lu Ming and encouraged themselves. Blood Red Cavalry, come with me to the capital and save the 8th prince. Do you dare? Lu Ming waved his long spear and shouted. I dare. He dared. I dare. The 30,000 Blood Red Cavalry roared. All right, since you dare, then we'll break through all the obstacles and kill our way to the imperial capital. We'll kill any god or Buddha that blocks our way. Lu Ming roared. I'm willing to chase whoever my lord is, I'll kill whoever stands in my way, even if God or Buddha blocks my way. The 30,000 blood-red iron cavalry felt their blood boil as they waved their weapons and roared. At this moment, even Ming Meng, who had been a veteran for many years, felt his blood burning. He could not wait to follow Lu Ming and kill to his heart's content. However, he knew that he had more important things to do. Charge! Lu Ming waved his spear. The blood-scaled wolf king howled and charged forward like a gust of wind. On the side, Qiu Yu, Xian Yanqing, Yan Quan, and the golden-eyed blood corpse followed closely behind. The howls of the wolves continued as the 30,000 blood-red cavalry charged forward with Lu Ming, carrying a crazed aura. The wind is blowing. Ming Meng muttered to himself as he looked at the 30,000 blood-red cavalry. After which, he also started to move. He gathered his men and picked out his items. Then, he led an army of more than 100,000 soldiers toward the gazing immortal pass. The blood-red scaled wolf's speed was as fast as the wind, and it could easily travel 1,000 miles in an hour. In a few hours, they had galloped for thousands of miles. The cities along the way did not dare to stop the blood-red cavalry when they saw them. The journey was unimpeded, and they passed through dozens of big cities. Soon, they were close to Yutong Pass. Yutong Pass was a famous pass in the north of the Burning Sun Empire. This place was surrounded by continuous precipitous mountains, thousands of meters high, and Yutong Pass happened to be in the middle of the two peaks. It could be said that on Yutong Pass, one man could hold the pass, but 10,000 could not open it. In history, the Inu Empire had also captured many cities in the north, but they were all blocked outside Yutong Pass. Now, the general in charge of Yutong Pass was called Wan Xiu. His cultivation was at the 6th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. He led 120,000 soldiers and guarded Yutong Pass. He ruled over dozens of big cities in the vicinity. He could be said to be a big shot with great power. Moreover, he had long since joined the 10-direction sword school. As such, his reputation had grown even more glorious, and he was considered a top figure in the entire Blazing Sun Empire. Wan Xiu had a hobby, which was to hold banquets on the walls of Yutong Pass and invite famous people. Standing on the walls of Yutong Pass, looking down at the vast land and listening to others' flattery, he felt like he was the king of the world and had thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. He was fascinated by this feeling. Today, on the city wall of Yutong Pass, he set up a banquet and invited the city lords and martial arts powerhouses of more than a dozen nearby big cities to attend. On the city wall, there were several tables. Congratulations, General Wan. Congratulations, General Wan. A middle-aged man with a big belly raised his glass and congratulated Wan Xiu. Patriarch Shen, what's the joy? Wan Xiu asked despite knowing the answer. Haha, General Wan is really humble. Everyone knows the current situation. A while ago, the 10-direction sword school destroyed the Ghost Moon Saber sect in one fell swoop. A few days ago, the Heavenly King broke into the imperial capital and killed Hua Jingxing. Now, the change of dynasty is already set in stone. Now, the Heavenly Fiend sect and the Omnipresent Sword sect have joined forces and occupied the imperial capital, ruling the world. Now, only the Mystical Sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley can rival the Omnipresent Sword sect. However, in my opinion, the Mystical Sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley are no match for the Omnipresent Sword sect. By then, the Omnipresent Sword sect will unify the Blazing Sun Empire and rule the world. General Wan, as the confidant of the Omnipresent Sword sect, won't you be thriving? Isn't this worthy of congratulations? The big-bellied middle-aged man laughed. That's right, Patriarch Chen is right. When General Wan rises to the top, don't forget about us. At the banquet, the others also began to flatter him. This made Wan Xiu feel a little smug. She stroked her sparse beard and grinned from ear to ear. Suddenly, the ground let out a deep rumble. The wine on the table started to shake. Everyone's expression changed. Report. At this moment, an armored soldier quickly came to report. Wan Xiu asked. Reporting to the general. There might be an army coming from the north. The armored soldier reported. An army is coming. How was that possible? The Ghost Moon Saber sect has already been destroyed, and the north is now completely under the control of the 10 Direction Sword sect. Could it be the great army of the Een Moon Empire? Wan Xiao's eyes moved as she thought. Impossible. I heard that the Enu Empire and the Shifang Sword School have an agreement that they won't attack us now. Whose army is it? Wan Xiao's eyes kept moving. General Wan, there's another army in the north. It's the Red Blood Legion led by Marquis Champion Tianyun and Ming Meng's mountain-suppressing army. Could it be them? A city lord of a big city guessed. As soon as he said that, the others' expressions changed drastically. Tianyun. Could it really be Tianyun? It said that the blood-red cavalry led by Tianyun are incredibly powerful and invincible. In front of them, the Inue cavalry are as fragile as tofu. If it really is Tianyun's blood-red cavalry, then we should run for our lives. Another city lord cried out in fear. Why are you panicking? In my opinion, Tianyun and his blood-red cavalry have been exaggerated. What invincible? They've only won a few battles by luck. Besides, so what if he's really as strong as the rumors say? Tianyun's blood-red iron cavalry can only obediently retreat in front of our Jade Tong Pass. If he wants to force his way in, I'll make sure he dies without a burial ground. Men, set up the defense. Wan Xiao was calm and composed. She sneered and then gave the order. Very quickly, Yutong Pass was filled with armored soldiers. That's right, Yutong Pass can't be broken. I've been overthinking. The city lord heaved a long sigh of relief. The rumbling grew even louder, and the entire world seemed to be shaking. Ow! Ow! In the distance, the hulls of wolves rose and fell, connecting into one. Chapter 338, 338 Chapter 338 News. Of Huaqi there were countless crimson-scaled wolves, and each one of them was majestic and tall, and each one was filled with a baleful aura. The aura of 30,000 blood-scaled wolves and 30,000 Master Realm cavalrymen gathered together and galloped on the ground. This kind of aura was simply earth-shaking. It was like a tsunami that was a few hundred meters tall, sweeping through the world as if it could destroy everything. Wan Xiao's pupils dilated rapidly, revealing an extremely frightened expression. These are the blood-red cavalry. His voice trembled, his face pale and cold sweat flowing. Some of the other city lords were also trembling, and their faces were pale. They had been confident that Yutong Pass was unbreakable, but their confidence crumbled when they saw the situation in front of them. The blood-scaled wolf's aura was too terrifying. Before, Wan Xiao had said that the outside world was exaggerating about the blood-red cavalry. Now, they only wanted to roar. What exaggeration! They had clearly underestimated him. Block it, we must block it. Run! Wan Xiao shouted with all his might. Then, he turned around and ran. Wait for me. The other city lords also turned around and left. With all the generals gone, there was no suspense in this battle. The dangerous terrain of Yutong Pass was not enough to stop the blood-red-scaled wolf. One had to know that the blood-red-scaled wolves lived on the highlands and ran through the dangerous terrain as if they were on flat ground. Half an hour later, Yutong Pass was razed to the ground. The blood-red cavalry whizzed past, heading straight for the imperial capital. The blood-red cavalry had great endurance, and after galloping for half a day, they would stop to rest. 3 days later, the blood-red iron cavalry had already galloped tens of thousands of miles and were getting closer and closer to the imperial capital. There was a violent explosion in front of them. There's cavalry coming. Could it be that the 10 Direction Sword sect sent people to surround us? Someone guessed. However, the answer was soon revealed. The neighing of horses could be heard in front of them. The aura of the blood-scale wolf cavalry had shaken them, and they were thrown off their horses. Lục Minh and the group were speechless. The combat ability of this army was really not that good. Moreover, there weren't many of them, probably only about 10,000. Were they really sent by the Shifang Sword sect to surround them? You must be joking. Lục Minh led the blood-red cavalry and stopped. They did not attack. After a long time, the troops in front were organized, and a few burly men in iron armor galloped out on green scale horses. Who are you people? You dare to block our path? A short and fat man glared and shouted angrily. It turned out that they had not recognized the blood-red cavalry. That's right, unless there were soldiers at the border, it was normal for the soldiers near the capital to not recognize the blood-red cavalry. I still want to ask. Who are you people? You dare to stand in my way? Lu Ming rolled his eyes and shouted. We are the army under the Heavenly King. We are ordered to capture the rebels of the royal family. Get out of the way now. If you delay the Heavenly King's plan, even if you have 10 heads, it won't be enough. The short and fat man shouted. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Capture the rebels of the royal family. Could it be Hua Qi? Do you know where the 8th prince is? The short and fat man's eyes revealed a vigilant look, and he said, Speak, who are you? Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Kill. Leave the general in front alive. The short and stout man had just finished speaking when Lu Ming roared loudly. Ow. A whoa. Wolf howls rang out as the blood-scale wolf cavalry began to charge. Without the slightest suspense, the blood-red cavalry only needed to charge to cause this army of 10,000 to fall apart. Those who died in battle died, those who fled, and those who submitted. The few generals in the lead were all captured alive. What? You guys are blood-red cavalry. At this moment, the short and fat man seemed to have remembered something and shouted in horror. Your reaction isn't too slow. All right, tell me, where are the 8th prince and the others? Lu Ming stared at the stout man and asked coldly. What the hell are you? You're Tianyun. The short and fat man's body trembled non-stop, and his eyes were filled with fear. Speak. I'll tell you. Please spare my life. The short and fat man screamed. Lu Ming's killing intent burst out and it was extremely cold. I'll tell you. We received news that the 8th prince has taken his men to hide in the East River mountain range. We were ordered to send our army into the mountain range to surround and annihilate them. We're just one of the many armies. Many other armies have set off before us. The Eastern River mountain range. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anxiety as he shouted, Lead the way. Let's set off for the Eastern River mountain range. The short and stout man naturally did not dare to disobey. He immediately led the way, and the blood-red cavalry galloped towards the East River mountain range. The East River mountain range wasn't far from here. With the blood-red scaled wolf speed, it would only take an hour to cover the distance of 1,000 li. The Eastern River mountain range wasn't very famous. Although this mountain range was vast, its peaks weren't high, and it wasn't very dangerous. There weren't any powerful demonic beasts either, and even ordinary people could enter. A small hill was surrounded by an army of at least tens of thousands of people, so tight that not even a drop of water could pass through. In the air, there were also more than 20 powerhouses standing in the air. Hua Qi, I advise you to surrender. Don't make any pointless struggles. You've lost, and your fate has been decided. In the air, a big man with fluttering sleeves and a sword on his back shouted. That's right, Hua Qi and the others were on the hill. There were about 2,000 of them, and all of them were in tattered clothes. There were still some blood stains that had not dried up. It was obvious that they had experienced a fierce battle during this period of time. Hua Qi stood at the forefront of the hill. Beside him, there were more than a dozen middle-aged men and elders. Each of them had a powerful aura that was as large as a mountain. This was the imperial family's only remaining expert. Behind them were 2 figures. They were Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. At this moment, the 2 of them were extremely haggard, their faces pale, and their bodies weak. Lu Yuntian had already lost his cultivation base while Li Ping was just an ordinary person. One could only imagine how much suffering the 2 of them had gone through to escape with Hua Qi and the others. 8th Prince, you should run away first. With these seniors leading you, there's still a chance for you to escape. When you find Ming, ask him to take revenge for us. Lu Yuntian said to Hua Qi. Uncle Lu, I, Hua Qi, am not the kind of person who would drag out an ignoble existence. Furthermore, since Brother Lu has entrusted you to me and he is fighting alone at the border, I must ensure your safety. Otherwise, how can I face him? Hua Qi smiled and stood up straight. Lu Yuntian sighed. Brother Tian. Li Ping grabbed Lu Yuntian's hand tightly. Ping, I'm already satisfied to be able to see you again. It's a pity that I've implicated you. Lu Yuntian looked at Li Ping and asked. Brother Tian, I'm not afraid. As long as I'm with you, it doesn't matter whether I live or die. Li Ping said. Lu Yuntian looked at Li Ping with pity and said, I believe that Ming will avenge us. One day, Ming will flatten the 10-direction sword school. I also believe that. Li Ping nodded. Chapter 339. 339 Chapter 339 Kill Without Mercy. You really refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Hua Qi, then I'll send you to accompany your dead imperial father. The middle-aged man from the 10-direction sword sect was instantly enraged when he saw Hua Qi ignore him. A sharp killing intent exploded from his body. 10-direction sword sect, traitor. As long as I don't die today, I'll definitely flatten the 10-direction mountain. You're courting death. Seeing the other party insult his father, Hua Qi's eyes gleamed with cold killing intent. Ha ha ha, you think you can flatten the 10-square mountain? This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in all my decades of life. The middle-aged man laughed. And do you think you can escape today? The area within several li has already been completely surrounded by an army of 100,000 soldiers, and the experts of my 10-direction sword school have sealed off the sky and the ground. You can't escape, and no one can come in, ha ha. The middle-aged man laughed mockingly. Oh, really? Then how did I get in? Suddenly, a cold voice came from above their heads. Who is it? The swordsman suddenly raised his head and looked up. High up in the sky, 3 figures stood in the air. One was a young man, one was an old man, and the other was a burly man who was covered in a black robe and a bamboo hat. On the hill, Hua Qi, Lu Yuntian, and Li Ping shuddered when they heard the voice. They hurriedly raised their heads and cried out in alarm. Ming. The 3 people in the sky were Lu Ming, Yan Quan, and the golden-eyed blood corpse. As they neared the eastern river mountain range, Lu Ming led Yan Quan and the golden-eyed blood corpse to search for Hua Qi and the others in the sky, pointing out the direction for the blood-red cavalry. He quickly found Hua Qi and the others. With their cultivation, the experts from the 10-direction sword school did not notice them at all when they approached from the sky. Who are you? This place has already been occupied by my 10-direction sword sect. You came here without permission, are you looking for death? The swordsman roared. He had never heard of Lu Ming. Just now, he had just said that no one could enter and Lu Ming and the rest had appeared. It was as if he had slapped his own face. This made him angry from embarrassment. However, Lu Ming did not even spare him a glance. With a flash, he appeared on the hill and went to Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. Father, mother, are you all right? I'm late. Lu Ming's voice trembled. When Lu Ming saw Lu Yuntian and Li Ping, he heaved a sigh of relief as the huge rock in his heart was finally lifted. Before he met Lu Yuntian and Li Ping, he was truly worried that something would happen to the 2 elders. Ming, we're fine. Why are you here? Don't worry about us. Hurry up and leave. Li Ping said anxiously. Mother, don't worry. Since I'm here, they won't be able to touch a single hair on your head. Wait a moment, we'll leave together. At this time, the sword-bearing man from the 10-direction sword sect was so angry that his mouth almost twisted. An aura as deep as the ocean erupted from his body, terrifying beyond compare. 9th level of martial arts grandmaster. This burly man with a sword on his back was actually a peerless expert of the 9th level of martial arts grandmaster. Kid, I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf? The swordsman coldly said. Who do you think you are? You asked me and I have to answer. Lu Ming cast a faint glance at him. You're looking for death. Lu Ming's indifferent expression almost made him explode in anger. With a loud roar, he unsheathed the huge sword on his back and a terrifying sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. The entire hill would be reduced to ashes if this sword were to land. The dozen or so martial arts grandmasters behind Hua Qi immediately roared and unleashed their powers, preparing to block the sword light. There was even a 9th level martial ancestor realm expert among them who was only injured and his aura was a little weak. This person must be a peerless expert of the imperial family. However, there was a figure that was faster than them. The golden-eyed blood corpse flashed and appeared in front of everyone. With a wave of its hand, a claw radiance shot out. With a loud sound, the golden-eyed blood zombie didn't move at all, but the swordsman's body was sent flying 100 meters away. How can he be so strong? Who are you? The swordsman shouted in disbelief. Even though he had not used his full strength in that attack, there were not many people in the entire Blazing Sun Empire who could force him back with a single strike. However, the golden-eyed blood corpse did not move. It was too lazy to bother with him. Tianyun. He's Tianyun. A shocked roar came from the army at the foot of the mountain. Obviously, someone had recognized Lu Ming. Lu Ming had stayed in the imperial capital for such a long time. It was normal for someone to recognize him. Tianyun. You're Tianyun. The swordsman's face suddenly changed. He then revealed a malevolent expression and shouted, Tianyun, so what if it's you? I admit that the person you brought is very strong, but do you think he can save more than 2,000 people by himself? I have 100,000 soldiers here. As long as I give the order, the 100,000 soldiers will charge together. How many people can you save? As soon as you leave, I'll exterminate them all. Oh, Lu Ming replied faintly. As for Hua Qi and the others, their expressions were extremely unsightly. On the hill, the other 2,000 or so people had heavy expressions. Eighth Prince, you should leave with Marquis Champion first. Don't worry about us. We're members of the royal family when we're alive, and will be ghosts of the royal family when we die. That's right, Eighth Prince. Marquis Champion is a peerless genius. As long as you escape, with the help of Marquis Champion, you'll definitely be able to take revenge for us in time. Eighth Prince, you can go first. On the hill, more than 2,000 people shouted, letting Hua Qi go first. If we're leaving, we'll leave together. I definitely won't abandon everyone and escape alone. Hua Qi sternly said, his expression firm. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, the swordsman laughed arrogantly. Since I'm here, I'll definitely bring everyone out of here alive. Suddenly, Lu Ming spoke. His voice was firm and everyone heard it. Ha ha ha, Tianyun, with that expert you brought with you, it's true that I can't stop you from taking a few people away. However, you're dreaming if you think you can take more than 2,000 people away. Ha ha ha. The swordsman laughed in disdain. Who said I only brought 2 people? The swordsman was stunned. Right at this moment, wolf howls rang out, reverberating through the clouds. Immediately, a violent rumble came from the ground. What's going on? The swordsman's expression changed drastically. What is this? Hua Qi was startled, but then he seemed to think of something and revealed a look of ecstasy. In the forest, the earth rumbled and the sounds of battle could be heard. Not good. These are the blood-red cavalry. Tianyun's blood-red cavalry. Block them. Block them. At this moment, the swordsman seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed drastically as he roared. Blocked. Can it be blocked? Blood-red cavalry, hear my order, kill without mercy. Lu Ming gave a long whistle and issued an order. Kill without mercy. The blood-red cavalry roared, their killing intent surging. In the next moment, heaven-suppressing battle cries came from the forest. The 100,000 soldiers in the forest were completely stunned by the sudden charge of the blood-red cavalry, and were unable to form an effective counterattack. In an instant, a large number of people died. Chapter 340. 340 The Secret of the Duanmu Family. The blood-red scaled wolf was able to walk through the forest as if it was flat ground, and its combat strength did not decrease at all. It was a completely one-sided battle. The swordsman's face turned pale and he growled, "Damn it, let's retreat." Retreat. Where are you going? A cold voice sounded. Yan Quan appeared behind the swordsman. Old man, you think you can stop me? You really think I'm a pushover? The swordsman was furious, and he violently slashed his sword forward. An extremely bright sword light slashed towards Yan Quan. It was even stronger than the previous one. He wanted to kill Yan Quan with one sword strike and escape as soon as possible. He was afraid that the golden-eyed blood zombie would catch up with him, which would be troublesome. But the next moment, his pupils rapidly contracted. Yan Quan's fist shot out, and a fist force, vast and scorching, bombarded towards him. The fist force hit the sword light and directly shattered it. The fist force did not stop and continued to hit the sword-carrying burly men. How could this be? How can he be so strong? The swordsman cried out in horror, his voice full of disbelief. He had already used all his strength in that sword attack just now. He had originally planned to kill Yan Quan with one sword attack, but he never dreamed that it would be shattered by Yan Quan's fist. Why would Tianyun have so many experts by his side? Ah, I have to stop it. We must inform the sect leader of this matter first. The swordsman growled and blocked with his sword. The terrifying fist force hit his combat sword, causing it to shake continuously. His body shook violently and was sent flying backward like a cannonball, blood spurting from his mouth. Half-step king. It's a half-step king. The swordsman was scared out of his wits. Without thinking, he turned around and ran. I told you, you can't leave. Yan Quan sneered, his figure was like lightning. In a few breaths he caught up to the sword-carrying men. After a few consecutive punches, the swordsman screamed as a few big holes appeared on his body. He died on the spot. Kill. Let's attack together. Hua Qi shouted. More than 2,000 people on the hill attacked at the same time, charging toward the experts of the 10-direction sword school and the army. Corpses were everywhere, truly everywhere. The smell of blood was so thick in the forest that it was like a living hell. The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and tore apart a few martial grandmasters from the 10-direction sword sect with a wave of its hand. With a roar, the golden-eyed blood corpse devoured the surging blood qi and condensed a dense blood qi on its body. Lu Ming did not make a move. He stood beside Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. There was no need for him to take part in this great battle. Not long after, the mountain forest was covered with corpses. Other than a small portion of the 100,000 troops that the 10-direction sword sect had brought, most of them had remained here. The experts of the 10-direction sword sect had all been killed, and not a single one was left. Lu Ming, I knew you would come. Hua Qi did not make a move. He walked to Lu Ming's side and said. No one else heard their conversation. Hua Qi, I didn't expect the 10-direction sword school to be so bold. When I heard the news, it was already too late. Lu Ming sighed. Since things have come to this, we can only move forward. Sooner or later, I will make the 10-direction sword sect pay with their blood. Hua Qi said through gritted teeth. Lu Ming patted Hua Qi's shoulder and said in a serious tone, Don't worry. Your problems are my problems. I will definitely destroy the 10-direction sword school. This time, Hua Qi had brought Lu Yuntian and Li Ping along even in the midst of danger. Lu Ming was very touched by this and had already treated Hua Qi as a brother who would live and die for him. I believe you. Hua Qi revealed a smile, but in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed, as if he had thought of something. He said, Lu Ming, I have something important to tell you. What is it? It's about the mystical sword sect. Hua Qi said. Mystical sword sect. Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. Not long ago, my father received news that the Duanmu family of the Mystic Essence Sword sect has long since joined the 10-direction sword sect. They've been working for the 10-direction sword sect in secret all these years. If my father hadn't planted a chess piece in the 5 major sects, I'm afraid he wouldn't have discovered it. Hua Qi solemnly said. Lu Ming was shocked. Lu Ming, this should be true. My father was planning to inform the sect leader of the mystical sword sect about this, but before he could, the heavenly suppression king, that be *starred, started his rebellion. The Duanmu family actually sided with the 10-direction sword school. I should have thought of it. Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil as he muttered in his heart. He had been suspicious since a long time ago. He had learned from Hua Qi that the Silver Wolf Pavilion was an assassin group trained by the 10-direction sword sect. However, the head of the Duanmu family had repeatedly sent assassins from the Silver Wolf Pavilion to kill him. However, he had previously thought that the Duanmu family had hired the Silver Wolf Pavilion assassins. Now, it seemed that they had not been hired with money at all. Not good. The mystical sword sect is in danger. Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression changed. Lu Ming, I'm worried about this too. The 10-direction sword sect has the ambition of a wolf. We don't know when they started to set up. First, it was the Ghost Moon Saber sect, and they had a spy from the 10 Direction Sword sect. Then, it was my royal family. The Heavenly Suppression King has long been a member of the 10 Direction Sword sect. Now, the Omnipresent Sword sect will definitely use the same method to defeat the Mystical Sword sect. Once the Mystical Sword sect is destroyed, the Blazing Sun Empire will only have one Crimson Cloud Valley left. It will be difficult for one tree to hold the fort alone, and it will be destroyed sooner or later. At that time, the Omnipresent Sword sect will unify the Blazing Sun Empire, and we will really be defeated. Hua Qi said, his voice filled with worry. We must stop this from happening. No matter what, the Mystical Sword sect cannot be destroyed. I'll send you all to the Gazing Immortal Pass and head to the Mystical Sword sect immediately. I hope we can make it in time. Wangxian Pass. Alright, once I get to Gazing Immortal Pass, I'll announce the crimes of the 10 Direction Sword School and Heavenly King Zhen. I'll call on the geniuses to oppose the power and army of the 10 Direction Sword School and fight them together. Hua Qi said with a nod. The two of them came to a decision. At this time, the battle had also ended, and the army had assembled. Let's go to Wangxian Pass. With Lu Ming and the blood-red cavalry escorting them, their journey was smooth. The strange thing was that the Omnipresent Sword sect did not make any moves. They did not send out any experts to hunt them down. This made Lu Ming and Hua Qi frown. Not a single person from the 10 Direction Sword sect was sent out to pursue them. It was very likely that the 10 Direction Sword sect's people were used for other purposes and could not spare time. If they couldn't spare any manpower, then what could they do? Now, there were only the Mystical Sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley. Everyone galloped at top speed, and 3 days later, they were not far from the Gazing Immortal Pass. At this time, Ming Meng had already sent an army to welcome them. Hua Qi, then we'll split into 2 groups. Lu Ming said to Hua Qi. All right, Lu Ming. I'll definitely lead the army to support you as soon as possible. Ming, be careful. He warned. Li Ping said worriedly. Father, mother, don't worry. I will be fine. Lu Ming nodded and bade farewell to everyone. Blood-red cavalry, follow me. The 30,000 blood-red cavalry shouted, their auras soaring as they followed Lu Ming towards the east. Chapter 341, 341 The Battle of the Mystical Sword Sect. The Mystical Sword Sect had already fallen into the flames of war. Each of the 5 great courtyards was in an intense battle. Countless people roared as sword chi swept across and blood scattered. At every moment, there were people dying in battle. Outside the 5 great academies, the battle cries shook the heavens. Countless soldiers in iron armor were fighting, and corpses were strewn all over the ground. Tens of thousands of meters above the Mystical Sword Sect, 2 extremely bright sword radiances were clashing, as if they could split the sky. Tens of thousands of sword chi swept out, and the collision of their forces was terrifying. Duanmu Tsanghai, why did your Duanmu family betray the Mystical Sword Sect? The Mystical Sword Sect has treated you well. The sect leader Lin Shui howled towards the sky, her voice filled with grief and indignation. The 2 people in the sky were Lin Shui and the old ancestor of the Duanmu family, the father of the White Tiger Hall's headmaster, Duanmu Pajuan, Duanmu Tsanghai. It's simple. The Duanmu family has been working hard for the Mystical Sword Sect for almost 1,000 years, but we can only live in a corner. The Mystical Sword Sect should have belonged to the Duanmu family long ago. On Duanmu Tsanghai's aged face, a cold smile could be seen. Haha, so the 10 Direction Sword School made such a promise to you. But Duanmu Tsanghai, do you think that the 10 Direction Sword School will keep their promise after this? How can you still be so naive at your age? Lin Shui smiled bitterly. There's no need for you to worry about that. Rest in peace. The Mystical Sword Sect will definitely flourish with each passing day in my hands. Also, don't even think that the Scarlet Heaven Valley will come to your rescue. A large number of experts from the Shifang Sword Sect and the Heavenly Devil Cult have gathered in the Scarlet Heaven Valley. Now, the Scarlet Heaven Valley can't even take care of itself. As long as I kill you all and combine all our forces, I can flatten the Scarlet Heaven Valley in one fell swoop. Duanmu Tsanghai sneered. The 2 of them exchanged a few moves in a row, and the space was shaking wildly. This was a life and death battle between half-step kings. Ah! Ah! Screams of pain came from all over the mystical sword sect, causing Shui Lin's eyes to turn red. Every scream could mean the death of a mystical sword sect disciple. Lin Xue's heart was bleeding. When the Ghost Moon Saber sect was in trouble, Lin Xue already knew that something was wrong and had called back most of the mystical sword sect's experts in case of an accident. They had also mobilized hundreds of thousands of elite troops from the major cities to guard the mystical sword sect. Sure enough, 5 days ago, the 10-Direction Sword School had launched a large-scale attack. Apart from hundreds of thousands of troops, there were also a large number of martial arts powerhouses. The mystical sword sect was caught in a great war. However, the mystical sword sect had the home ground advantage. With the 5 great academies as the base of the formation, they activated the 5 ultimate formation. With the 5 ultimate formations, the 10-Direction Sword sect would not be able to enter. After 4 days of intense battle, the mystical sword sect was as stable as Mount Tai. However, Lin Xue and the rest did not expect that the Duanmu family would rebel at this moment. They destroyed the 5 ultimate arrays in one fell swoop and attacked the mystical sword sect crazily with the help of the 10-Direction Sword sect. The mystical sword sect was caught off guard and suffered countless casualties. In the end, under Lin Xue's leadership, they fought back and barely stabilized the situation. In the sky not far away from the two of them, there were also 2 people engaged in an intense battle. The shockwaves from the battle between the two were not any smaller than Duanmu Canghai and Lin Xue. These were also 2 half-step king warriors. One was from the 10-Direction Sword sect, and the other was from the mystical sword sect. The Mystic Essence Sword sect originally had 3 half-step kings, but now that Duanmu Canghai had betrayed them, only 2 were left. In addition to the peak battle in the sky, fierce battles were also taking place in other places. In the Vermilion Bird Hall in the south, the Vermilion Bird Hall's director Yen Lan was engaged in a fierce battle with the White Tiger Hall's director Duanmu Pajuan. They would not rest until one of them was dead. In the Vermilion Bird Hall, Mulan let out a long cry. Sword light surged and killed an expert from the 10-Direction Sword sect. By now, Mulan's cultivation had already broken through to the martial arts grandmaster realm. Moreover, it had reached an extremely profound level. In the Azure Dragon Court of the East, Zhang Muyun was one with his sword as he fought with an expert from the 10-Direction Sword sect. Duanmu family, I swear to my death that I will never associate with you. Ling Kong bellowed from the White Tiger Hall in the west. Ling Kong bellowed as he charged out of the White Tiger Hall, his body covered in blood. In the sky above Qilin Court, the battle between the 2 young men attracted a lot of attention. Many of the people in the battle looked over from time to time. This was because these 2 people were too famous in the mystical sword sect. Feng Wuji, one of the 6 heroes. The other person was actually Duanmu Lin. At this moment, Duanmu Lin and Feng Wuji were engaged in an intense battle. The 2 of them continued to bombard each other with terrifying power. Duanmu Lin is too shocking. He actually managed to fight to a draw with Feng Wuji. Feng Wuji has already broken through to the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm a while ago, but Duanmu Lin is not any weaker than him. This is shocking, too shocking. Many of the elders and deacons of the mystical sword sect could not help but feel shocked during the battle. Duanmu Lin was a rare genius with an astonishing cultivation speed. The others were also constantly improving, but he had actually caught up. Feng Wuji, is this your true strength? You've really disappointed me. If I was born a few years earlier, I would have already trampled you under my feet. Duanmu Lin let out a long hiss and was extremely arrogant. Duanmu Lin, no matter how strong you are, you're just a traitor. You'll be punished by the world. Feng Wuji howled. What a joke, Feng Wuji, you're really a joke. The winner is the king and the loser is the villain. History is written by the winner, don't you know this? Duanmu Lin laughed. The 2 of them continued to battle, and it was extremely intense. In the sky, Lin Xue and Duanmu Canghai's battle was getting more and more intense. Duanmu Canghai, you're too naive if you think you can destroy us with just your abilities. Lin Xuelin shouted angrily. Who said it's only them? At this moment, a domineering voice came from the distance. Hiss hiss hiss. Then, a hissing sound spread out. Upon hearing this voice, Duanmutsonghai was overjoyed and he laughed, ha ha. We finally arrived. In the distance, a fiery red light flashed like lightning. The next moment, the light disappeared, and a huge, ferocious centipede appeared in the air. This centipede was really huge. It was more than 100 meters long and its body was red. The most shocking thing was that it had 3 pairs of huge wings. The 2 sides of its body were covered with dense claws. The claws cut through the void like blades. On the back of the centipede, there were dozens of people. Each of them had a strong aura, like a mountain. The person in the lead was dressed in iron armor, and his aura was as deep as the ocean. 1,000-foot giant centipede, Yin Moon South conquering king. Lin Shui roared in disbelief. On the back of the giant centipede was the Yin Yu Empire's Lord Jinnan, Yin Tianjue. Ha ha ha, Lin Shui, how about we join forces and destroy the mystical sword sect? Yin Tianjue laughed. Despicable. How dare you collude with the Dark Moon Empire? Lin Shui roared in anger. What collusion? It is only cooperation. There are no eternal enemies in the world, only eternal interests. Lin Shui, you are a sect leader, don't you understand this? No wonder he was defeated. Duanmutsonghai's shriveled face revealed a sinister smile that was extremely horrifying. Chapter 342. 342 Chapter 342 Experts. Benefits, Yin Tianjue, what benefits did the 10-direction sword sect give you? Aren't you afraid that the 10-direction sword sect will unify the Blazing Sun Empire and become stronger, and then target the Yin Moon Empire? Lin Shui looked at Yin Tianjue and asked. Haha, there's no harm in telling you. It turns out that the territory of the Ghost Moon Saber sect belongs to my Yin Moon Empire. What? The 10-direction sword sect is betraying our country. Lin Shui roared. The 10-direction sword sect had actually given the Ghost Moon Saber sect's territory to the Yin Moon Empire, which was equivalent to 1/5 of the Blazing Sun Empire's territory. The 10-direction sword sect was using all their means. Lin Shui, this is a win-win situation. Alright, your mystical sword sect is destined to be destroyed. Kill. Yin Tianjue ordered. Dozens of figures flew out from the back of the giant centipede and charged toward the mystical sword sect. Instantly, dozens of mystical sword sect disciples were killed. These people were all top-notch experts. The weakest of them was at the 6th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, and 3 of them were at the 9th level. As soon as he made his move, the situation changed drastically, and the mystical sword sect was at a disadvantage. Yin Tianjue didn't make a move, his target was Lin Shui. Duanmutsonghai, why don't we join forces and kill Lin Shui? Yin Tianjue sneered. Just what I wanted. Duanmutsonghai's murky eyes revealed a cold glint. Their auras exploded and swept across the world. The clouds in the sky were turned into dust by their auras. Lin Shui's upper LV4 combat sword let out a soft cry, and a beam of sword chi shot up into the sky. He looked at Duanmutsonghai and Yin Tianjue with a serious expression. Facing 2 half-step king warriors, he had no confidence at all. He knew that he had to go all out today, or else the mystical sword sect would be in danger. Duanmutsonghai and Yin Tianjue shouted in unison, each of them launching a move. Duanmutsonghai used a sword while Yin Tianjue used a battle spear. The 2 attacks advanced side by side and headed towards Lin Shui. Profound heavenly sword technique. Lin Shui let out a long cry, and her entire body seemed to have transformed into a divine sword. Sword intent filled the air, and a brilliant sword light seemed to have come from beyond the heavens as it violently slashed out. 2 earth-shaking rumbles spread out for hundreds of miles. If one looked up from below, one could see that the entire sky was covered in sword chi and spear light. The space trembled, and it was extremely terrifying. The next moment, a figure retreated frantically. Due to its speed, it created an air wave that was thousands of meters long. It was Lin Shui. She retreated a few thousand meters, groaned, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Shui, you are no match for the 2 of us. Today, you are dead. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Lin Shui's eyes flashed with madness. Drag us down with you. Haha, Lin Shui, you think too highly of yourself. Die. Yin Tianju laughed loudly, his aura like a mountain as he charged towards Lin Shui. At the same time, Duanmu Canghai also attacked Lin Shui. Another two earth-shaking rumbles sounded, and Lin Shui was forced back again. She coughed out blood, and her face was pale. He was completely outmatched by two experts of the same realm. He was completely suppressed. They were both half-kings, and they had both cultivated their controlling force to the extreme. They were both at the peak of the Blazing Sun Empire and the Inyue Empire. Who could be worse than the other? It was impossible for Shui Lin to be a match for the two. Haha, Lin Shui, die. Yin Tianjue howled as his battle spear pierced through the air, turning into a huge spear that was a few hundred meters long as it flew towards Lin Shui. Lin Shui, let this old man send you off. Duanmu Canghai laughed coldly as his sword light shook the sky. Boundless energy burst forth from his aged body. A sword light slashed towards Lin Shui. At this moment heaven and earth shook violently as a saber flare slashed over from the void in the distance. The blade light was hundreds of meters long and black in color. The most shocking thing was that when the blade light cut through the void, a series of shrill screams rang out, as if countless evil ghosts were screaming. The target of this blade light was Yin Tianjue. Ghost King Purgatory / Yin Tianjue cried out in alarm as his expression changed. He immediately shouted and forcefully changed the direction of his battle spear to attack the blade light. With a loud boom, Yin Tianjue's body trembled slightly as he took a few steps back. Every step he took caused a loud boom in the air. The blade light dissipated and an old man wearing a black robe with a black moon embroidered on it appeared in the air. Shangguan, it's you. Yin Tianjue's face was dark. Ghost Moon Saber Sect's old ancestor, Shangguan Ming. Lin Shui's face was filled with joy. He had thought that the Ghost Moon Saber Sect had been destroyed and Shangguan Ming had died in battle. Now it seemed that Shangguan Ming had not died. Old Shangguan, I didn't kill you last time. This time, you've come to die. This is the will of heaven. Yin Tianjue, and the 10 Direction Sword Sect, even if I have to risk my life, I will not let you succeed. Shangguan Ming's face was full of hatred. The Ghost Moon Saber Sect had been annihilated, and he had always wanted to take revenge. Shangguan Ming, you're an old bag of bones. You should go earlier. At this moment, a cold voice came from the distance. Then, a slender figure with his hands behind his back stepped through the air. In an instant, it appeared in front of him. Qiu Wuyang. Lin Shui and Shangguan Ming's expressions changed. Qiu Wuyang, the head of the 10 Direction Sword Sect, was actually nearby. Shangguan Ming, I knew that you would not give up and would always want to take revenge. That's why I didn't make a move just now. I wanted to lure you out and get rid of you both at the same time. Qiu Wuyang said lightly. His body flashed and together with Duanmu Canghai and Yin Tianjue, they formed a triangle and surrounded Lin Shui and Shangguan Ming. Lin Shui and Shangguan Ming were leaning against each other, their expressions extremely ugly. Qiu Wuyang had planned everything out, and the mystical sword sect had no chance of survival. At this moment, a long howl came from below, piercing through the sky. Lin Shui and the others couldn't help but look in that direction. Over there, Feng Wuji and Duanmu Lin were fighting. But at this moment, Feng Wuji was no match for Duanmu Lin. He was covered in blood and one of his arms was broken by Duanmu Lin's palm. Haha, Feng Wuji, you're not the strongest man in the mystical sword sect, you're just a piece of trash. If I was born a few years earlier, you wouldn't even be able to stand out. Duanmu Lin laughed loudly. His aura was wild, and his cultivation had actually reached the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. Duanmu Lin's saber slashed out, and Feng Wuji barely managed to block it. He was sent flying for over 1,000 meters as blood spurted out of his mouth. Wuji. In the sky, Lin Shui was extremely worried. Hee, Lin Shui, you've already lost. Even among the younger generation, the Duanmu family's geniuses are enough to crush you. The mystical sword sect should have been ruled by someone else a long time ago. Duanmu Canghai laughed coldly. Chapter 343. 343 The Arrival of the Marquis Champion. Lin Shui's face was extremely gloomy. Lin Shui, I heard that Feng Wuji is the disciple you're most proud of. I'll let you watch your disciple die in front of you. Qiu Wuyang sneered. At this moment, they were not in a hurry to attack. They wanted Lin Shui to watch as Feng Wuji was killed. This way, Lin Shui's mind would be crushed and it would be easier to kill her. Feng Wuji, today will be your doomsday. Duanmu Lin's long hair fluttered in the wind, and he was in high spirits. His entire person was filled with an aura of supremacy. His eyes were bright and full of arrogance. Duanmu Lin slashed out another saber and the saber light was extremely sharp. Feng Wuji tried his best to defend but he was heavily injured and was no match for Duanmu Lin. His body was sent flying like a cannonball and a long gash appeared on his chest. Senior Brother Wuji. Countless people from the mystical sword sect shouted when they saw this. They wanted to rush over to help, but everyone had an opponent. They were entangled by their opponents and couldn't help at all. High up in the sky, Qiu Wuyang, Duanmu Canghai, and Yin Tianjue laughed out loud. Below Feng Wuji and Duanmu Lin's battlefield, a few figures were looking up. One of them, with a graceful bearing, was Lu Yao. The others were experts from the Duanmu family and were responsible for protecting her. Lu Yao was here to witness the rise of Duanmu Lin. At this moment, Lu Yao's eyes had a hint of complexity. She was also a little stunned by the Duanmu family's betrayal of the mystical sword sect. But on second thought, she felt relieved. That's even better. If the Duanmu family replaces the mystical sword sect, my status will be even higher in the future. I've already cultivated to the 6th grade Great Martial Master realm, and it won't be long before I can break through to the Martial Ancestor realm. At that time, I must awaken a king-rank bloodline. That way, I can live together with Brother Lin and become a legend. Lu Ming, did you see that? Now, Brother Lin had even trampled on Feng Wuji, one of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun sect. Even if you have some talent, how can you compare to Brother Lin? How can you be worthy of me? It's a pity that you're not in the mystical sword sect, so you won't be able to see this. If you were to see this, how would you feel inferior? Lu Yao looked at Duanmu Lin, who was in high spirits in the sky. His eyes were bright, full of pride and anticipation. Feng Wuji, you are the first one among the 6 heroes that I've fought. Today, I will step over your dead body and rise to the top. It's your honor to be my stepping stone. In the air, Duanmu Lin looked at Feng Wuji with disdain and was in high spirits. Duanmu Lin, you won't have the chance to do so. At this moment, a clear voice came from the distance. Duanmu Lin's eyes turned cold as he looked into the distance. Whoosh! 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 In the distance, 3 beams of light shot toward them. Who's there? You're looking for death. An expert from the 10 Direction Sword School shouted and charged toward the 3 beams of light. Chi. A few claw lights flew out and several 6th grade martial ancestor realm experts from the 10 Direction Sword School were torn into pieces. The rainbow light vanished, and 3 figures appeared in the air. It's you. The champion, Ho Tianyun. As soon as the 3 figures appeared, someone shouted. Everyone in the mystical sword sect who was in the middle of a battle felt their hearts skip a beat as they couldn't help but look over. The champion Marquis Tianyun was famous throughout the Blazing Sun Empire. However, why was he here? The 3 people who had suddenly appeared were Lu Ming, Yan Quan, and the golden-eyed blood corpse. The gazing immortal pass wasn't far from the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming led 30,000 blood-red cavalry. After more than a day of travel, they finally neared the mystical sword sect. At this moment, Lu Ming, Yan Quan, and the golden-eyed blood zombie had arrived at the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming could not help but speak up when he saw Duanmu Lin's arrogant look. Duanmu Lin's expression could not help but turn grave as he looked at Lu Ming. Duanmu Lin naturally knew of Marquis champion Lu Ming. Moreover, Lu Ming had killed Qiu Changlia, a genius from the omnipresent sword sect. He was extremely powerful, and Duanmu Lin did not dare to underestimate him. This fellow actually managed to rush here. Where are his blood-red cavalry? Qiu Wuyang's expression changed slightly. Qiu Wuyang knew that Lu Ming had led the blood-red cavalry to the north of the Blazing Sun Empire to rescue Hua Qi. However, he had not sent anyone to deal with Lu Ming during this period of time because he had to deal with the mystical sword sect. In his eyes, Lu Ming was just a small fry. After he dealt with the mystical sword sect in the Crimson Cloud Valley, he could kill Lu Ming and his blood-red cavalry with a flip of his hand. It's him. Lin Xue's eyes moved, revealing a complicated expression. Tianyun, what are you doing here? Qiu Wuyang's voice came from the sky. I'm naturally here to kill you. As soon as he said that, everyone's hearts trembled. To kill Qiu Wuyang and the others. What an arrogant tone. Ha ha ha, Champion Ho Tianyun, you are indeed full of pride. But in my opinion, you must have been blinded by your pride. That's right, you've achieved so much at such a young age. It's normal to lose yourself. It's ridiculous that you want to kill us. How about this? I can see that you are a talent. If you join me now, I can consider putting you in an important position. In the future, you can become the Grand Marshal of the world's army and guard the Burning Sun Empire. It's not a bad idea. Qiu Wuyang said. What bullsh asterisk T Grand Marshal? Do you think I care? Qiu Wuyang, to be honest, I'm more interested in your head. Impudent. You're looking for death. Qiu Wuyang's face turned cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He waved his hand and a shocking sword radiance slashed toward Lu Ming. Qiu Wuyang, you're shameless. Lin Xue's face changed and she was about to help. Lin Xue, your opponent is me. Duanmu Canghai's figure moved and blocked Lin Xue. On the other side, Yin Tianjue was also staring at Shangguan Ming, preventing him from helping. What marquee champion? How dare you oppose this lord? You overestimate your own abilities, die. Qiu Wuyang's eyes were cold. However, facing Qiu Wuyang's sword radiance, Lu Ming's expression was very calm. He stood there, without moving. It's over. The champion, Ho Tianyun, a hero of his generation, is going to be killed just like that. Many people in the surroundings sighed. No one thought that Lu Ming would survive. Qiu Wuyang was a half-step king, and only a half-step king could block his attack. However, how many half-step kings did the Burning Sun Empire have? There were only a dozen of them. Who could save Lu Ming now? Then, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. Yan Quan, who was beside Lu Ming, stepped forward and threw a punch. The space trembled violently. Then, a terrifying fist radiance burst out. Chapter 344. 344 Lu Ming is back. A deafening sound rang out as the fist force and the sword radiance collided and cancelled each other out. Half-step king. That's a half-step king. Someone shouted. Many people were shocked. They did not expect that Lu Ming would have a half-step king following him. Who are you, sir? Qiu Wuyang's face turned serious. Half-step kings were all extremely famous and were the overlords of their own territories. He was very clear about the appearance of each of them, but he didn't know Yan Quan. Who am I? There's no harm in saying it, I am Yan Quan. Yan Quan parted his mouth and smiled. What? You are Yan Quan? Then this little bastard is the one who destroyed the Mo family and killed my son. As soon as Yan Quan finished speaking, Yin Tianjue roared and looked at Lu Ming with a dark expression. During this period of time, he had sent people to investigate thoroughly, but they could not find the murderer at all. They only knew that Yan Quan had escaped. Now that the flame spring had appeared here, the answer was already obvious. Yin Tianjue, what's your name? Your Dark Moon Imperial family is despicable and shameless. Today, I will settle this with you. Yan Quan looked at Yin Tianjue with killing intent. He took a step forward and stood opposite Qiu Wuyang and the rest. The auras of the 6 half-step kings formed a huge domain that prevented anyone below the half-step king level from approaching. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at Duanmu Lin and smiled faintly. Duanmu Lin, I've just said that you don't have the chance to rise again. You'll die today. Tianyun, if you and I fight, both of us will suffer. I advise you to join the 10 Direction Sword School. Now that the school has formed its power, even if you have a half-step king protecting you, it won't be able to affect the overall situation. Duanmu Lin said as he stared at Lu Ming. With Tianyun's reputation right there, unless it was absolutely necessary, he was not willing to exchange blows with him. Both sides are injured. You really think too highly of yourself. I can defeat you in one move. Lu Ming took a step forward and closed in on Duanmu Lin. Arrogant. Let's see how you can defeat me in one move. Great Sun Thunder Blade Slash. Duanmu Lin bellowed in rage and slashed his saber. The terrifying saber radiance was even more scorching than the sun as it flew toward Lu Ming. Beast Palm. Lu Ming said softly and struck out with his palm. A huge beast claw appeared and charged toward Duanmu Lin. The beast claw collided with the blade light, and the blade light was snuffed out like a wisp of smoke. The beast Dao Palm didn't stop, and it continued toward Duanmu Lin with an astonishing power. Duanmu Lin cried out in disbelief. Then, he frantically activated his bloodline and used all his strength to slash out. Block it. Block it. Duanmu Lin let out a deep roar as his sharp blade light condensed into a sun. However, this sun was like a bubble that was destroyed by the beast Dao Palm. Bang. Following that, the beast Dao Palm slapped onto Duanmu Lin's body. Duanmu Lin let out a blood-curdling screech and was sent flying over 1,000 meters away. Blood continuously spurted out of his mouth as his body trembled. His clothes were in tatters, and it was unknown how many bones in his body had been broken. Lin, In the sky, Duanmu Tsunghai shouted worriedly. So strong. Even overlords like Yin Tianjue and Shangguan Ming were shocked. Lin Xue's eyes were even more complicated. So strong. Tianyun is too strong. In all directions, Yan Lan, Mulan, and the others exclaimed in shock. The battle continued, but everyone's attention was drawn to this side. As martial arts grandmasters, they could see the battle from dozens of miles away. I've said it before, I'll defeat you in one move. Impossible, impossible. Duanmu Lin roared, finding it hard to bear. He had prided himself as a peerless genius, but he was defeated by Lu Ming in one move. It was a huge blow to him. Below, Lu Yao also had a look of disbelief on her face. In her eyes, Duanmu Lin, who had been unrivaled, had actually been defeated by Tianyun in a single move. There's actually such a genius in this world. Even Duanmu Lin was defeated in one move. The title of Marquis Champion is indeed well-deserved. Lu Yao thought to herself as she looked at Lu Ming with a strange glint in her eyes. The second move will kill you. Lu Ming chuckled and took another step forward. At the same time, a cold killing intent burst out from his body. Tianyun, you dare. Duanmu Tsunghai roared and wanted to help. Duanmu Tsunghai, I'm your opponent. Lin Xue's aura locked onto Duanmu Tsunghai. Tianyun, there's no enmity between us in the past, nor has there been any enmity between us recently. Why must you kill me? If you kill me, my Duanmu family will never let you off. Why must you seek trouble for yourself? Duanmu Lin cried out in fear. Ha ha ha, no grudges. No complaints. Duanmu Lin, your memory isn't that good. I've said that I'll definitely return to the mystical sword sect within 2 years and kill you. You've already forgotten. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly laughed out loud. His voice also changed, returning to his original voice. What? You're the referee. Duanmu Lin's pupils rapidly contracted and his mind was greatly shaken. Lu Ming reached out and wiped his face. He took off the disguise mask and revealed his handsome face. At the same time, the bones in his body moved and he returned to his original appearance. Lu Ming, why are you here? Duanmu Lin shrieked hysterically when he saw Lu Ming's face. This was too hard for him to accept. The champion, Marquis Tianyun, was Lu Ming, the Lu Ming that he looked down on. He would rather defeat his Tianyun than Lu Ming. This was a blow to his heart that was 10 times, no, 100 times worse. Lu Ming has returned. In the distant sky, Yan Lan, Mulan, and the rest were shocked when they saw this. Then, it was ecstasy, unbelievable ecstasy. Ha ha ha, this kid is actually Tianyun. This old man is too shocked. Yan Lan laughed. Duanmu Pajuan, who was fighting against Yan Lan, let out a roar of disbelief. Lu Ming, you're finally back. I knew that you'd come back. You'd come back to fulfill your promise. Mulan's eyes were filled with joy. Lu Ming is back. Lu Ming is the Marquis Champion, Tianyun. All the disciples and elders of the mystical sword sect could not help but shout. The news quickly spread throughout the entire mystical sword sect and the entire battlefield. No one would have thought that the renowned champion, Ho Tianyun, was actually Lu Ming, the men who had stormed the White Tiger Hall, killed Lu Yunxiong, and killed dozens of people from the Duanmu family a year ago. In the end, he had been forced to withdraw from the mystical sword sect by the Duanmu family. Many of them even remembered the determination Lu Ming had when he left the mystical sword sect and the promise he made. He would definitely return within 2 years and kill Duanmu Lin. It had been less than 2 years. It had only been slightly more than a year and Lu Ming had returned. Duanmu Lin had been defeated by him in one move. The return of the king. A true king, no matter where he went, no matter what identity he used, was destined not to be buried. He would always shine. Lu Ming is back. I'm indeed not as good as him. Azure Dragon Hall, Zhang Muyun sighed. Haha, I knew he would come back. At the foot of the White Tiger Hall, Ling Kong, who was covered in blood, laughed heartily. Chapter 345. 345 Killing Duanmu Lin. It's him indeed. In the sky, Lin Shui revealed a bitter smile. At this moment, Lin Shui was filled with regret. Back then, he had chosen the Duanmu family over Lu Ming. The facts proved that he was wrong. The entire Duanmu family had rebelled, but at the crucial moment, Lu Ming had come to their rescue. His feelings were extremely complicated. Damn it, I should have killed him with all my strength back then. Duanmu Canghai's face was extremely gloomy. Of all the people present, the one with the most complicated feelings and the most difficult to accept was Lu Yao. At this moment, Lu Yao's body was trembling violently as she looked at the familiar figure in the sky in disbelief. No, it's impossible. It can't be Lu Ming's. How can Lu Ming be Tianyun? Lu Yao called out incoherently. Not long ago, she was still thinking that it was a pity that Lu Ming was not here. She could not see the gap between him and Duanmu Lin and was proud that he had chosen Duanmu Lin. However, in the blink of an eye, Tianyun had appeared and defeated Duanmu Lin with a single move. Now, he was telling her that Lu Ming was Tianyun. This was a huge blow to her. No, impossible. It's fake. All of this is fake. Lu Yao shrieked, her beautiful face contorted into a hideous and terrifying expression. She couldn't accept all this. In the sky, Lu Ming casually glanced at Lu Yao and no longer paid attention to her, as if she was just a stranger. Duanmu Lin, I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming said softly. No, I can't die. Duanmu Lin cried out in horror as he desperately flew backward. Lu Ming, stop. Duanmu Canghai roared and a powerful aura burst out from his body, wanting to save him. However, he was being held back by Lin Shui. Yan Lan, get lost. On the other side, Duanmu Pajuan also roared loudly. He wanted to save Yan Lan, but how could Yan Lan allow him to do so? Duanmu Pajuan, we haven't decided who's going to win yet. Where are you going? Yan Lan laughed coldly as he blocked Duanmu Pajuan's way. Stop him. Yin Tianjue shouted. A few of the experts he had brought with him charged toward Lu Ming. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. With a stab, the spear's gleam burst out and the 2 7th-grade martial arts grandmaster experts were instantly killed. At the same time, Lu Ming devoured the blood essence. Lu Ming did not stop as he charged toward Duanmu Lin. Stop him and let young Master Lin escape. The other Duanmu family experts rushed over, but the strongest was only in the 7th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm. They were all killed by Lu Ming. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared in front of Duanmu Lin. I'm not afraid. Duanmu Lin shouted in fear. Lu Ming muttered and thrust his spear. The spear pierced through Duanmu Lin's heart. Duanmu Lin's eyes immediately popped out like a dead fish's. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and regret. Immediately after, the life in his eyes quickly dissipated. Never in his dreams did he expect that he would die in Lu Ming's hands. More than a year ago, when Lu Ming left the mystical sword sect, he said that he would return to the sect to kill him within 2 years. At that time, he did not take it seriously. He did not think that Lu Ming could catch up to him. However, the truth was often very different from what you expected. Duanmu Lin was dead. Lu Ming swung his long spear and Duan Mulin's corpse flew out like a piece of trash. No, Lu Ming, you should die. You should die. In the sky, Duan Mutsonghai screamed hysterically, his voice was as shrill as a ghost. Duan Mulin was the hope of the Duanmu family, and now that his hope had been snuffed out, Duan Mutsonghai simply couldn't bear it. Old man, what are you shouting for? After I left the sect, you sent people to assassinate me. I once swore to trample your Duanmu family to the ground. Now it's your turn. Goldeneye, go and kill that old man. Lu Ming berated Duan Mutsonghai and then instructed the golden-eyed blood corpse. The golden-eyed blood corpse let out a deafening roar as it emitted a dense blood-red light and pounced towards Duan Mutsonghai. Duan Mutsonghai roared and slashed at the golden-eyed blood corpse. A sharp sword light burst out, trying to cut the golden-eyed blood zombie in half. However, the result shocked everyone. The golden-eyed blood corpse waved its claws and tore Duan Mutsonghai's sword light into pieces. The golden-eyed blood corpse continued to attack Duan Mutsonghai with lightning speed. Half-step king warrior. Why is it half-step king warrior again? Duan Mutsonghai let out a cry of disbelief. There was another half-step king beside Lu Ming. How was that possible? Could it be that half-step kings were cabbages? Even Lin Shui and the other half-step kings were stunned. Duan Mutsonghai circulated his sword force and burst out with all his strength. Just now, he thought that he could kill the golden-eyed blood corpse with a casual strike, so the sword ray was easily destroyed by the corpse. At this moment, Lin Shui shouted coldly, and a terrifying sword aura burst forth, and a peerless sharp edge stabbed towards Duan Mutsonghai. Arg! Lin Shui, you sneaked an attack on me, you're despicable. Duan Mutsonghai howled in fear as he used all his strength to resist. Don't even think about it. Qiu Wuyang and Yin Tianjue roared and wanted to save him, but Shangguan Ming and Yan Quan had also made their moves. A battle between half-step kings suddenly erupted. The entire heaven and earth was in an uproar. An earth-shattering scream reverberated through the entire mystical sword sect. It was Duan Mutsonghai. He was no match for the golden-eyed blood corpse and Lin Shui. Furthermore, Lin Shui had launched a sneak attack. With one move, a piece of flesh was torn off from his chest by the golden-eyed blood corpse. Even his bones and internal organs could be seen. His right hand had disappeared. Lin Shui's sword light had cut off one of his arms from his shoulder, almost cutting him in half. But even if he dodged it, he was already half dead. Ah, Lin Shui, you're despicable. How dare you sneak attack me? Duan Mutsonghai shouted. There's no need to kill traitors in broad daylight. Kill. Lin Shui's killing intent was like a tidal wave. She hated the Duanmu family to the core. She unleashed her full power and charged towards Duan Mutsonghai. Roar. The golden-eyed blood corpse also roared and charged towards Duan Mutsonghai. Save me. Duan Mutsong's sea urchin was scared out of its wits as it fled for its life. Unfortunately, even if Qiu Wuyang and Yin Tianjue wanted to help, they were powerless. Their opponents weren't any weaker than them. Duan Mutsonghai was already heavily injured and his combat strength was greatly reduced. How could he escape? The next moment, another scream was heard. He dodged the claw of the golden-eyed blood corpse, but he couldn't avoid Lin Shui's sword and was cut in half. After all, he was a half-step king with a strong life force. Duan Mutsonghai was still alive, and he started to scream in fear. Sect leader, please spare my life. Please spare my old bones. For the sake of all the years I've fought for the sect, please spare me. Duan Mutsonghai pleaded loudly. He actually called him sect leader again, he was really shameless. Indeed, the older a person was, the more afraid he was of death. Fight for the sect. I think you've been working hard for yourself all these years. Duan Mutsonghai, I'll send you on your way personally. Lin Shui coldly shouted. The sharp sword chi burst out. Duan Mutsonghai let out a cry of despair as the sword chi sliced through his head, splitting him into two. Duan Mutsonghai, a half-step king, was dead. Chapter 346. 346 Chapter 346 Turning the Tables. Father. In the distance, Duan Mupajuan shouted. He was distracted for a moment, and Yen Lan's palm landed on his chest. Duanmu Pajuan retreated as blood spurted out of his mouth. Yen Lan chased after him, and the violent attack tilted down. Duanmu Pajuan, who was seriously injured, could only block a dozen moves before his heart meridian was shattered by Yen Lan's palm. With a loud cry, he died unwillingly. Not good, let's go. Seeing that Duanmu Tsanghai had been killed, Chiu Wuyang let out a long howl and turned to leave. Chiu Wuyang, you can stay here today. Die. Lin Shui roared as she charged at Chiu Wuyang with her sword. The dazzling sword chi filled the void and blocked Chiu Wuyang's way out. Yen Quan and the golden-eyed blood corpse flashed and appeared on the other two sides of Chiu Wuyang. Chiu Wuyang's face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with anxiety. Damn it, damn it. I can't believe I've fallen into such a situation today. I never thought that this Tianyun, no, Lu Ming, would have two half-step king warriors with him. It's all Lu Ming's fault. Damn it. Chiu Wuyang kept roaring in his heart as he rolled his eyes, trying to think of a solution. With Duanmu Tsanghai's death, the only half-step king warriors on their side were him, Yin Tianjue, and another expert from the 10-direction sword school. On the Mystic Essence Sword sect side, there was Lin Shui, a half-step king, Shangguan Ming, Yen Quan, and the golden-eyed blood corpse. In terms of peak combat strength, they were already at a complete disadvantage. They could only retreat for now. Otherwise, they would all have to stay here. On the other side, Yin Tianjue and Shangguan Ming exchanged a blow. He roared and called for the powerful cultivators he had brought with him, planning to escape. Yin Tianjue, let's settle this today. Where are you going? Seeing that Yin Tianjue was about to leave, Yen Quan gave a loud roar and abandoned Chiu Wuyang to charge towards Yin Tianjue. Yin Tianjue howled in anger as he burst forth with all his might. As soon as Yen Quan left, Chiu Wuyang's sword chi soared into the sky. The battle sword in his hand slashed out, its sharpness unparalleled. Even the powerful golden-eyed blood corpse was sent flying thousands of meters. Chiu Wuyang seized the opportunity and was about to run away. However, on the other side, another sharp sword chi was coming at him. It was Lin Shui. Chiu Wuyang, you won't be able to escape. Lin Shui's voice was cold. Chiu Wuyang roared and fought back with all his might. However, after a few moves, he was already spitting out blood. Ow! At this moment, the howls of wolves could be heard from the distant land. The earth rumbled as countless blood-red scaled wolves charged over. Lu Ming's red blood cavalry had arrived. The blood-red cavalry roared and charged at the army of the 10-direction sword sect. The omnipresent sword sect immediately sent out a powerful army to stop the blood-red cavalry. Although this army was very strong and was the elite of the 10-direction sword school, it was not enough to face the blood-red cavalry. The red blood cavalry was armed to the teeth. What they wore and what they held in their hands were all the best items that Lu Ming had taken from the Martial King's storage ring. Together with the crimson-scaled wolf, they were an army that was born for war. After a few charges, the army of the 10-direction sword sect was scattered. The blood-red cavalry charged past, leaving corpses everywhere and blood flowing like a river. Chiu Wuyang, your plan today is destined to fail. It's impossible for the 10-direction sword sect to rule the Burning Sun Empire. Lin Shui glared at Chiu Wuyang. Chiu Wuyang's face was extremely dark and his eyes were filled with anger. He didn't say anything as he tried to block Lin Shui and the golden-eyed blood corpse's attacks while looking for an opportunity to escape. Sect leader, let me help you. At this time, a loud roar was heard. A tall figure rushed over and exchanged a blow with the golden-eyed blood corpse. This person was the other half-step king of the 10-direction sword school. I'm your opponent. The half-step king from the mystical sword sect had also caught up. Sect leader, run. The 10-direction sword sect can't do without you. Leave this to me. The half-step king from the 10-direction sword school roared. His body emitted a strong purple light, and his originally tall body expanded again. He's burning his blood essence. He's going to risk his life. Stop him. Lin Shui shouted. Kill. 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 The half-step king from the 10-direction sword school roared and slashed out 3 times. The power of these 3 swords was beyond imagination, infinitely close to the attack power of a king. Boom. 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 The golden-eyed blood corpse, Lin Shui, and the half-step king from the Mystic Essence Sword sect were all sent flying thousands of meters away. Qiu Wuyang seized the opportunity and turned into a beam of light, disappearing into the horizon in a few breaths. Lu Ming, Lin Shui, Qiu Wuyang, will exterminate your entire family sooner or later. Qiu Wuyang's murderous voice came from the distance. On the other side, Yin Tianju used some kind of secret technique and lost an arm to fight back Yan Quan and Shangguan Ming's encirclement. He turned into a blood light and rushed out, disappearing into the horizon. Lin Shui roared as she turned her attention to the 10-direction sword school's half-step king. Although he had burned his blood essence and increased his combat strength, he couldn't last long. His blood essence was exhausted and he was torn into pieces by the golden-eyed blood corpse. Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared in the air. Looking at the corpse of the 10-direction sword sect's demi-king, Lu Ming sighed in pity. The other party's blood essence had already been exhausted. This was a half-step king. The energy contained in its blood essence was absolutely terrifying. To Lu Ming, it was a supreme treasure. Furthermore, the blood essence of a half-step king was extremely condensed, and its essence dissipated very slowly. Any jade bottle could store it for a very long time. Previously, Duanmu Canghai's blood essence had already been stored in a jade bottle by Lu Ming. He could keep it for later consumption and refinement. After taking a look at his surroundings, Lu Ming wiped his face with his hand and transformed back into Tianyun. Blood Red Iron Cavalry, hear my order. Kill the people of the 10-direction sword sect without mercy. Lu Ming gave the order heartlessly, his voice spreading far and wide. The Blood Red Cavalry roared, their killing intent soaring to the heavens. Lu Ming shouted as well. He wielded his spear and charged at the martial arts grandmaster from the omnidirectional sword sect. At the same time, the golden-eyed blood corpse, Yan Quan, Lin Shui, and the other half-step kings also charged toward the 10-direction sword school. With so many half-step kings joining in, it was simply a massacre. Screams of pain and agony filled the air as a large number of experts were killed. Run, quickly run. The people from the 10-direction sword school didn't have the heart to continue fighting. Even their sect leader had escaped, and the other party had so many terrifying experts. Staying behind to fight was simply an act of courting death. One by one, they began to flee from the mystical sword sect. The attack of the 10-direction sword school this time could be considered a complete failure. Buffed. Buffed. Lu Ming was on a killing spree. With a wave of his long spear, a few experts from the Duanmu family were killed. Lu Ming had his eyes on the Duanmu family. In fact, it was the same for the other people in the mystical sword sect. They were also targeting the Duanmu family. Even if the people from the 10-direction sword school were to escape, they could not let the people from the Duanmu family off. Betrayer, only death. Chapter 347. 347 Meeting Lu Yao again. Chaos, the scene was in chaos. Screams and curses were heard. The people from the Duanmu family screamed and fled. Don't leave me. Not far from Lu Ming, there was a shriek. A few figures soared into the sky, trying to escape. Whoosh! Xiao! Xiao! Lu Ming's long spear shook and the spear's radiance burst out. These 4th and 5th grade martial arts grandmasters were easily killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming appeared in a flash. He looked down and frowned slightly. Below, Lu Yao lay limply on the ground, her face filled with despair. Duanmu Canghai, Duanmu Lin, and Duanmu Pejuan all died. The Duanmu family's higher-ups were killed one after another in front of her eyes. This completely shattered her fantasy and her future. Lu Ming, it's all your fault. You've ruined me. Lu Yao raised her head and looked at Lu Ming with reddened eyes. Her eyes were filled with resentment. I destroyed you. What a joke. Lu Ming looked at Lu Yao and chided her coldly. From the beginning to the end, I've never provoked you. You've been lying to me and even deprived me of my bloodline. When I came to the mystical sword sect, it was the Duanmu family who tried to kill me time and time again. Now, you're saying that I destroyed you. So you're saying that I can only let you do whatever you want to me, and I can't fight back. How laughable. Lu Yao, let me tell you, you only have yourself to blame for everything. Lu Ming looked at Lu Yao and said slowly. His voice was very calm, and one could not tell any emotional fluctuations. He was just stating a fact. He asked for it. You brought this upon yourself, ha ha ha. Lu Yao muttered to herself, then burst out laughing. At that moment, two figures appeared beside Lu Ming. They were Qiu Yu and Xian Yanqing. After Lu Yao laughed, she calmed down and looked at Xian Yanqing and Qiu Yu. Qiu Yu and Xian Yanqing, one in a white dress and the other in a black dress, stood in the air like a goddess. Lu Yao had always prided herself on her beauty, but compared to Qiu Yu and Xian Yanqing, she was still not as good. In addition, Qiu Yu and Xian Yanqing exuded a powerful aura. Standing beside Lu Ming, they looked like a celestial couple. At this moment, Lu Yao's heart was filled with complicated emotions. There was regret, hatred, and envy. She had brought this upon herself. Yes, Lu Ming was right. She had brought this upon herself. All of this was caused by herself. If she had not thought so much in the past, looked down on Lu Ming, despised him, and even deprived him of his bloodline just because he was dispirited for a moment, and did not pursue geniuses and rich families, but stayed by Lu Ming's side obediently, then the person who was envied by countless people would not be others but her. At this moment, she truly understood the meaning of the phrase, "Don't bully the young for being poor." People would always have their ups and downs. However, the low point was only temporary. As long as he didn't die, he would rise up eventually. I envy the prosperity and brilliance of others, but I ignore the brilliance and potential of the people around me. In the end, it's all for nothing. Perhaps I was wrong. Lu Yao suddenly let out a long sigh. Hoo-hoo. All of a sudden, the true energy in Lu Yao's body went berserk, and streams of fiery red. True energy rushed out of her body. Then, Lu Yao's body trembled and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her aura rapidly weakened and she finally became like an ordinary person. His cultivation was crippled. In a short period of time, Lu Yao had gone through a great roller coaster ride, and her mental state had also experienced a great roller coaster ride, which actually led to the collapse of her mental state, causing her cultivation to be completely crippled. Lu Yao lay limply on the ground, her eyes unfocused and filled with despair. At that moment, the scenes from her journey to this place appeared in Lu Yao's mind. She suddenly realized that the 3 years that she spent with Lu Ming were the real happiness. Later on, she pursued more and it became more tiring. After a long while, Lu Yao suddenly burst into tears. She looked at Lu Ming and said, "Lu Ming, I'm sorry." Lu Ming suddenly sighed. One must always look at the side. Although the scenery in the distance is beautiful, it's just an illusion. It's like a dream. It's not a bad thing that you'll be an ordinary person in the future. After that, Lu Ming called over an expert from the Blood Red Cavalry and instructed, take her to an ordinary village nearby and let her spend the rest of her life there. The Blood Red Cavalry accepted the order, picked up Lu Yao, and disappeared in a flash. A gentle breeze blew past and a crystal-clear teardrop floated towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming opened his palm and the teardrop landed on it. This is good too. What's wrong? You can't bear to part with your old lover. Xian Yanqing pouted. Old lover. Aren't you my old lover? Lu Ming smiled. Me. Bah. Who's your old lover? Xian Yanqing rolled his eyes at Lu Ming and said through gritted teeth. However, her face was a little red. Qiu Yu blinked her watery eyes and looked at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. She smiled gently and did not say anything. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. In the end, the Duanmu family was almost completely annihilated, and the 10-direction sword school also suffered heavy losses. Only a small number of people managed to escape. As for the dozens of experts that Yin Tianjue had brought with him, all of them had been killed except for himself. The 5 courtyards of the mystical sword sect were covered in ruins and corpses. The ground was dyed red with blood. The atmosphere was heavy. Although the mystical sword sect had won this battle, they had also suffered heavy losses. It could be said that the mystical sword sect's strength had dropped by a large margin after this battle. Due to the Duanmu family's betrayal, the White Tiger Hall was almost crippled. Lu Ming was walking among the ruins. Marquis Champion. The mystical sword sect's disciples bowed respectfully when they saw Lu Ming. Their hearts were filled with complicated feelings. Initially, Lu Ming was just like them, a disciple of the mystical sword sect. However, things were different now. Now, Lu Ming was the marquee champion, and he was in control of the army. His own strength was extremely powerful, and he had 2 half-step king warriors under him. He had already become one of the overlords of the Blazing Sun Empire, an overlord that could be on equal footing with Lin Xuei. Lu Ming nodded in response. Lu Ming met Zhang Muyun in the Azure Dragon Hall. He was covered in blood and Zhuo Yirong was by his side. "Brother Zhang, you don't have to be so polite." Lu Ming was happy for Zhang Muyun and Zhuo Yirong. Although Lu Ming did not have many interactions with the two of them, he still admired their character. Many people have died. Duan Gang also died in battle. Zhang Muyun sighed, his voice filled with solemnness and sadness. "Is Duan Gang dead?" Duan Gang was the #1 genius among the bronze-level disciples of the Onyx Tortoise Hall. He had once competed with them for a place on the bronze ranking. He was a very straightforward young man. But now, he had died in battle. After chatting with Zhang Muyun for a while, Lu Ming left the place. He walked around and arrived at the Vermilion Bird Hall. With a soft cry, Mulan walked toward Lu Ming leisurely, her eyes filled with joy. At this moment, Lu Ming had already returned to his true appearance, and everyone in the Blood Red Cavalry already knew his true identity. Chapter 348. 348 Chapter 348 Times have changed. Senior Sister Mulan. Lu Ming also smiled and walked towards Mulan. "Lu Ming, I was right about you. It's been a long time since we last met. Your achievements have exceeded my imagination. And now that you're the Marquis Champion, should I call you Lord Marquis when I see you?" Mulan came to Lu Ming's side with a smile and teased him. It had been more than a year since they last met, and Mulan's figure had become even more voluptuous. She was wearing a tight-fitting black chiffon dress that outlined a shocking curve on her body. The faint fragrance of her body continuously sneaked into Lu Ming's nose. It was filled with endless temptation. It was completely like a ripe peach. "Senior Sister Mulan, you've laughed at me. In front of Senior Sister, I'm still that junior brother," Lu Ming said with a bitter smile. A satisfied smile appeared on Mulan's face as if she was saying, "At least you know your place." Then, Mulan sized Lu Ming up carefully. A trace of longing flashed across her eyes, but no one noticed it. At this moment, a figure appeared in the air above them. It was a middle-aged man. "Marquis Champion, the sect leader has something to discuss with you. He's in the meeting hall." The middle-aged man cupped his fists and saluted. "All right, I'll be there immediately." Lu Ming nodded. "Many thanks, Marquis Champion." The middle-aged man cupped his fists in thanks and left. "Senior Sister Mulan, let's talk another day." "All right." Mulan nodded. Then, Lu Ming soared into the sky and headed out of the mystical sword sect's mountain gate. The Blood Red Cavalry's temporary camp was here. The Blood Red Cavalry saluted Lu Ming the moment he returned. Regardless of whether it was Lu Ming or Tianyun, the Blood Red Cavalry would not care. They only recognized one person, and that was the Marquis Champion himself. Then, Lu Ming brought the golden-eyed Blood Corpse and Yan Quan to the meeting hall of the mystical sword sect. The mystical sword sect's meeting hall was located deep within the 5 great academies. It was the place where the sect leader, golden-robed elders, and golden-ranked disciples cultivated. It was also the core of the mystical sword sect. Back then, Lu Ming had stayed in the mystical sword sect for so long, but he had never come here. Now, he had left the mystical sword sect and came here. Things were really wonderful. The Marquis Champion has arrived. Lu Ming had just appeared outside the meeting hall when someone announced his arrival. Then, dozens of people walked out of the meeting hall. The one in the lead was Lin Xuei, and on the right was the only remaining half-step king warrior of the Ghost Moon Saber sect, Shangguan Ming. On the left was another half-step king from the mystical sword sect. The other dozens of people were mostly the golden-robed elders of the mystical sword sect, as well as the deans of the Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Azure Dragon halls. Feng Wuji was one of them. "Ha ha ha, the Marquis Champion is here. Please come in, and Brother Yan as well." Lin Shui laughed and cupped her fists at Lu Ming and Yan Quan. His tone was very polite and he treated Lu Ming as a person of the same level. Greetings to Marquis Champion and Senior Yan Quan. The golden-robed elders also cupped their fists and said. Their feelings were complicated. Lu Ming was once a disciple of the mystical sword sect and a proud son of heaven. He had entered the mystical sword sect and created many records. In the end, because of the Duanmu family, they made Lu Ming leave the mystical sword sect. However, it had only been a short while and Lu Ming had made such great achievements alone. Even they had to bow down to Lu Ming. This was simply unbelievable. Sect leader Lin, seniors, you don't have to be so polite. Yan Quan's face was expressionless. Of course, the golden-eyed blood corpse did not have any reaction. It followed Lu Ming closely. A group of people walked into the meeting hall and took their seats. This time, it's all thanks to Marquis Champion's timely arrival. Otherwise, my Mystic Essence Sword sect would have been destroyed by the 10 Direction Sword sect. On behalf of all the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, I would like to thank Marquis Champion. At the head of the hall, Lin Shui stood up and solemnly thanked Lu Ming. Sect leader Lin, you are too polite. I just don't want the 10 Direction Sword sect to unify the Blazing Sun Empire. Lu Ming smiled faintly and his attitude was indifferent. No matter what. I still have to thank the Marquis Champion. Lin Shui cupped her fists again. She sighed in her heart and was a little disappointed. It was obvious that Lu Ming did not have a good impression of them. He had thought that it was possible to get Lu Ming to return to the mystical sword sect. However, looking at Lu Ming's attitude, it seemed impossible. Lin Shui collected herself and continued, I invited Marquis Champion here today to discuss the current situation and what we should do. This time, the 10 Direction Sword School has been defeated. They will definitely not let it go and will definitely make a comeback. Moreover, the 10 Direction Sword School has joined forces with the Heavenly Fiend sect. In addition, they have occupied the imperial capital. No one is the 10 Direction Sword School's match. Therefore, we must join forces with the Crimson Cloud Valley to have the power to fight against the 10 Direction Sword School. The most important thing now is to rescue the Crimson Cloud Valley. Previously, some experts from the Heavenly Fiend sect and the 10 Direction Sword School were missing, most likely to have gone to deal with the Crimson Cloud Valley. I wonder what Marquis Champion and Senior Shangguan think about this. Lin Shui analyzed and then looked at Lu Ming and Shangguan Ming. I have no objections, as long as we don't let the 10 Direction Sword School succeed. Shangguan Ming said. I have no objections either. No one had any objections, so they immediately sent experts to assist the Crimson Cloud Valley. Lin Shui went personally, Shangguan Ming volunteered and Lu Ming sent Flame Spring. The 3 half-step kings led a large group of experts and charged toward the Red Cloud Valley. Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine and began to devour and refine the blood essence. In this battle, Lu Ming had devoured a large amount of blood essence and used it all to improve his 9-dragon bloodline. His cultivation had improved too quickly, and he still needed some time to polish it. Therefore, all the blood essence was used to improve the bloodline. Now, Lu Ming felt that his 9-dragon bloodline had reached the limit of the 1st-grade king level. He would soon reach the 2nd-grade king level. With a wave of his hand, a jade bottle appeared. Within the jade bottle, there were 9 drops of blood essence. These 9 drops of blood essence were placed together and did not mix with each other. They were like 9 bright rubies. This was the blood essence left behind by Duanmu Tsunghai. With a breath of genuine qi, a drop of blood essence flew out. At the same time, the bloodline of 9 dragons appeared. He opened his mouth and inhaled, and the drop of blood essence was swallowed by the bloodline of 9 dragons. After a drop of blood essence was absorbed, it was like a volcano had erupted, erupting with terrifying energy. The body of the 9-dragon bloodline actually swelled up rapidly. The 9-dragon bloodlines roared, and their voices rumbled, shaking the heavens and earth. They began to refine rapidly. The blood essence of a half-step king was too rich. The endless energy was all absorbed by the 9-dragon bloodline. Half an hour later, the bloodline of the 9 dragons trembled. Around his body, there was only one silver chakra. At this time, a second, lighter-colored silver chakra also appeared. King level 2. His 9-dragon bloodline had advanced to the second rank of the king level. The blood essence of a half-step king is indeed terrifying. Chapter 349. 349 Chapter 349 The War of the Whole Nation. Just a drop of blood essence had elevated the 9-dragon bloodline from the first level to the second level. Continue. Lu Ming took out another drop of blood essence and devoured it. This time, Lu Ming upgraded his second blood meridian. The second bloodline was an ancient stone tablet. There seemed to be some words on it, but they were blurry and unclear. It seemed very mysterious. Moreover, up until now, the second bloodline did not seem to have any other magical effects other than increasing Lu Ming's combat strength when he activated it. This was not in line with the level of king-level bloodline. Lu Ming speculated that this might be because the level of the blood meridian was still too low. As long as the level of the blood meridian increased, the second blood meridian would definitely show some power. A huge stone tablet emerged, and surging blood essence energy was constantly injected into the stone tablet. However, his second bloodline was now at the fourth level of the king tier. The amount of blood essence energy required to upgrade it was too much. 1 drop, 2 drops. After refining a total of 7 drops, his second bloodline had only advanced to the limit of the fourth tier of the king level. Next, Lu Ming refined 2 more drops in a row. Unfortunately, the second blood meridian did not improve. It was still at the limit of the fourth level of the king tier. Right now, the increase in bloodline level is too slow. Even a half-step king can only increase it by this little bit. Usually, 8th or 7th stage martial ancestors have little effect, and 9th stage martial ancestors have a better effect. Lu Ming pondered in his heart and was rather speechless. He really didn't know what kind of blood essence he would need to continue upgrading. Martial King Realm. At the thought of this, Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. A day has passed. Let's go out and see the situation. With a single thought, Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine. After he came out, he received news that Lin Shui and the others had returned. So fast. Lu Ming was a little surprised. Yan Quan then told him what had happened. It turned out that when Lin Shui and the others rushed to the Crimson Cloud Valley without stopping, they actually met the people of the Crimson Cloud Valley on the way. They were on their way to the mystical sword sect. When the two sides met, they found out that the 10-Direction Sword School and the Heaven Fiend School had indeed sent a large number of experts to besiege the Crimson Cloud Valley. However, the Scarlet Heaven Valley had not been infiltrated by the 10-Direction Sword School. How could it be so easy to break through when the top and bottom were united? However, the people of the Crimson Cloud Valley could not come out either. They were blocked and could not help the mystical sword sect. Unexpectedly, after 2 days, the 10-Direction Sword sect and the Heaven Fiend sect suddenly retreated. Only then did the Crimson Cloud Valley send people to the mystical sword sect for help. Everyone guessed that the masters besieging the Crimson Cloud Valley retreated because the 10-Direction Sword sect had suffered a crushing defeat at the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming nodded. It was a great thing that the Crimson Cloud Valley was fine. After Lu Ming and Yan Quan chatted. For a while, Lin Shui sent someone to invite him to discuss some matters. This time, of course, they were discussing their next move. After the discussion, the mystical sword sect began to gather the various armies and experts around the mystical sword sect. The same was true for the Crimson Cloud Valley. 5 days later, Hua Qi and Ming Meng led their armies to the mystical sword sect. Naturally, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were there as well. Lu Ming arranged for Lu Yuntian and Li Ping to stay in the mystical sword sect. This way, as long as the mystical sword sect remained standing, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping would be safe. On the second day of Hua Qi's arrival, he announced it to the world as a legitimate member of the royal family. In the announcement, Hua Qi pointed out that Heavenly King Jin had colluded with the 10-Direction Sword sect and Heavenly Fiend sect to usurp the throne, kill the Burning Sun Emperor Hua Jingxing, and slaughter the entire royal family. It was a great treasonous act and everyone had the right to punish him. Therefore, they gathered all the righteous men in the world to attack Heavenly King Jin, Shifang Sword School, and Tian Sha sect. When the announcement was made, Lu Ming was the first to respond. He was willing to lead an army to attack the omnipresent sword sect. The Marquis Champion and the Blood-Red Iron Cavalry were the first to respond, and the world was shaken. Following that, the supporters gathered. Needless to say, All the armies and forces in the mystical sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley's territories obeyed their orders. Many of the Imperial Army's troops also rushed to the mystical sword sect's territory in response to Hua Qi's call. Half a month later, Hua Qi had gathered an army of nearly 1 million. At this time, the mystical sword sect was located in the eastern part of the Blazing Sun Empire, forming a triangular formation with the Crimson Cloud Valley in the southern part of the Blazing Sun Empire. Together with Hua Qi's army, their strength was unprecedented. At the same time, the 10-direction sword sect and the Heaven Fiend sect also made their move. They gathered their armies and began to attack. The two forces started a life-and-death battle. This battle lasted for a month. The Blazing Sun Empire did not have a true martial king. The strongest was a half-step king, so the battle between the two sides was not one-sided. Although the omnidirectional sword sect and the malevolent sky sect were slightly stronger than the mystical sword sect, the Crimson Cloud Valley, and Lu Ming, they were still too weak. However, since Lu Ming had brought Yan Quan and the golden-eyed blood corpse, they were not at a disadvantage in terms of half-step king warriors. Even if the 10-direction sword school was slightly stronger, it was not by much. It was impossible to defeat Lu Ming's side in a short time. The two sides were in a stalemate. The total number of soldiers on both sides exceeded 8 million, and there were constant small and big battles. During this time, the blood-red cavalry were extremely eye-catching and had won every battle. They had made great contributions, causing the expressions of the 10-direction sword sect to change. However, there was a flaw, and that was that there were too few of them. There were only 30,000 of them, and as the battle continued, their numbers would decrease. In a battle with millions of soldiers, it was difficult to establish a decisive advantage. In the Dark Moon Empire, in the South vanquishing Prince's mansion, a group of people were discussing some matters. The Duke of the South, Yin Tianjue, was missing an arm. He sat at the head of the table with a gloomy expression, as if he was in deep thought. "Your Royal Highness, why didn't we send troops to aid the 10-direction sword sect and destroy the mystical sword sect, Crimson Cloud Valley, and Lu Ming in one fell swoop?" One of the generals asked. "Help the 10-direction sword sect? What good would that do us?" Duke Jinnan sneered coldly, as if he had everything under control. "Isn't it good like this? The internal battle of the 10-directional sword school will exhaust each other. When both sides have suffered heavy losses, we will lead the army and wipe out the Burning Sun Empire in one fell swoop. The entire Burning Sun Empire will come under our command. Your Highness is wise." In the conference hall of Shifang Mountain, there were dozens of people in the hall. They were all the upper echelons of the 10-direction sword sect and Heavenly Fiend sect. Heavenly King Jin and Qiu Wuyang were also among them. Qiu Wuyang was sitting at the head of the table. "How's the situation now?" Qiu Wuyang asked. "Sect leader, right now the two armies are at war with each other. Neither side can truly suppress the other," a golden-robed elder of the 10-direction sword school reported. "And the other party is very cunning and heavily guarded. We've repeatedly sent assassins to assassinate their experts, but they've discovered us in advance and killed the assassins we sent," another gold-robed elder reported. "That's right. The most difficult to deal with was Lu Ming's blood-red iron cavalry. They caused a lot of casualties on our side," the gold-robed elder from before sighed. Qiu Wuyang slammed the table with a gloomy face and shouted, Lu Ming again." Chapter 350. 350 Qiu Changkong's Secret. At the mention of Lu Ming, Qiu Wuyang's face darkened and his killing intent soared. It was all because of Lu Ming that the situation had fallen into such a state and the omnipresent sword sect was in such a passive position. According to Qiu Wuyang's plan, everything should have been perfect, and the Blazing Sun Empire should have been unified by now. It was all because of Lu Ming's interference that his plan was completely ruined. "I must get rid of this Lu Ming as soon as possible." Qiu Wuyang gritted his teeth. "It's difficult to get rid of Lu Ming," a gold-robed elder sighed. Lu Ming's own combat strength was very strong, and he had a half-step king following him at all times. It was almost impossible to kill him. "What about Yin Tianjue?" Still no response. "No, the messenger he sent said that Yin Tianjue didn't see him at all." "Damn it, Yin Tianjue, that old fox. He's waiting for us to both suffer losses so that he can benefit from it." Qiu Wuyang shouted angrily. Sect leader, you don't have to worry so much. It won't take long for us to destroy the mystical sword sect, the Crimson Cloud Valley, and Lu Ming. At this moment, a clear voice was heard. As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes turned to the person who spoke. This man was in his 20s, and he was Qiu Changkong. Zhangkong, do you have a way to solve this? Haha, sect leader, and all the seniors present, have you all forgotten that the day of recruitment for the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, which happens once every 5 years, is about to arrive? Qiu Changkong laughed. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace is recruiting Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards. Qiu Wuyang was stunned at first, but then he seemed to have thought of something and said ecstatically, haha, that's right. Look at how anxious I am. I've forgotten about this. Changkong, with the help of that person, there's a great chance for you to join the Emperor Sky Divine Guards. As long as you join the Emperor Sky Divine Guards and borrow a little of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace's power, the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, the Crimson Cloud Valley, and Lu Ming will all be annihilated with the flip of a hand. That's right. Haha, why didn't I think of that? Some of the golden-robed elders of the 10-Direction Sword School also laughed in a carefree manner. As for the experts from Heavenly Fiend Sect, they were a little puzzled. Brother Qiu, as far as I know, the Detian Divine Guards only recruit once every 5 years. All of them are extremely rare and monstrous geniuses. Furthermore, they're not recruiting from the 36 countries of Emperor Yun, but from the entire eastern region of the Tianxian region. The eastern region of the Tianxian region is extremely vast. The Cloud Emperor mountain range that the 36 nations of the Cloud Emperor Empire are located in is merely a small part of it. There are many regions that are larger than the Cloud Emperor mountain range, and it can be said that geniuses are as common as clouds. It's not that I'm looking down on nephew Changkong, but your talent is naturally extremely shocking. However, it's still a long story if you want to join the Emperor Sky Divine Guards. The sect master of Heavenly Fiend Sect said from the side. The Divine Wilderness continent had many large regions. The Cloud Emperor mountain range was located in the Tianxian region. The Tianxian region was extremely vast, and the Cloud Emperor mountain range was just an unremarkable mountain range in the Tianxian region. Even though Qiu Changkong's strength was unparalleled in the Blazing Sun Empire, and countless young geniuses paled in comparison to him, he was nothing in the entire eastern region of the Tianxian region. On the other hand, Qiu Changkong, Qiu Wuyang, and the elder from the 10-Direction Sword Sect seemed very confident. It was no wonder that Tianxia Sect leader was confused. Haha, there's something that Brothers Wu doesn't know. There's no harm in telling you. Changkong has always been talented and intelligent since young. When he was young, he was taken in as an in-name disciple by a major character from the eastern branch of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. During these years, that major character would occasionally come to the 10-Direction Sword Sect to guide Changkong. Qiu Wuyang smiled proudly. What? Nephew Changkong was accepted as an in-name disciple by a major character of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The sect master of Heavenly Fiend Sect stood up from his chair with a loud bang and was practically shouting. The Heavenly King of Suppression and a few other experts from Heavenly Fiend Sect had the same expression. Shocking, this was too shocking. A major character in the Eastern Palace of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, what kind of existence was that? He had actually taken a fancy to Qiu Changkong and accepted him as an in-name disciple. Although he was only an in-name disciple and not a true disciple, it was already shocking enough. No wonder Qiu Changkong could be so much ahead of the other geniuses and enter the Cloud Emperor ranking. He even killed a genius on the Cloud Emperor ranking not long ago. I see. The Tianxia Sect master sighed as he looked at Qiu Changkong with envy. Haha, we'll pull back our forces now and maintain a stalemate with the Mystical Sword Sect. When Changkong becomes an Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard, we'll be able to use a bit of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace's power and annihilate the Mystical Sword Sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley in an instant. Qiu Wuyang laughed. Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, the Martial Emperor's treasure is mine. Let's see how long you can hide. Qiu Changkong's eyes were filled with cold-killing intent. Ever since the news that Lu Ming was Lu Yuntian spread, Qiu Changkong had deduced that Lu Yuntian was Lu Ming's father and that Lu Ming was the one who had saved Lu Yuntian. Lu Yuntian has been holding back for so many years because he wants to pass on the secret of the Martial Emperor's treasure to his son. Lu Ming, you should know about the secret of the martial emperor's treasure by now, right? Well, I'll pry it out of you. Qiu Changkong's eyes flashed with a sinister light. After a short while, Qiu Wuyang gave the order for the Shifang sword sect to withdraw their forces and start defending, waiting for the day when the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace recruited the Emperor in Heaven Divine Guards. They didn't have to wait long. A month later, both sides stopped fighting at the same time. The higher-ups of both sides issued orders that not even small conflicts were allowed to happen. Anyone who violated this order would be executed. Because on this day, an emissary from the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace had arrived at the Blazing Sun Empire. Every time the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace was about to recruit the Emperor in Heaven Divine Guards, they would send out emissaries to patrol the various countries and send out invitations to those geniuses. Only geniuses who received an invitation letter could participate in the selection of the Ditian Divine Guards. With the arrival of the emissary from the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace, both parties naturally did not dare to start a war, for fear of causing the emissary to be unhappy. Both parties were waiting for the emissaries of the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace to send out their invitations. In a secret chamber in the 10-square mountain, Qiu Wuyang and Qiu Changkong were sitting opposite each other. Zhangkong, Lu Ming's talent is also extremely shocking. If he were to participate in the Ditian Divine Guard selection, he might pose a threat to you. Although this threat is very small, you can't let him off. Lu Ming, he won't be able to receive the invitation. Qiu Changkong said with a cold smile on his face. You can't get an invitation. Could he be the master of your Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace? Qiu Wuyang was overjoyed. Qiu Changkong shook his head. It's just a small matter. There's no need to trouble, master. It's one of my senior brothers. I've already sent him a message. Lu Ming won't be able to receive the invitation. Qiu Changkong laughed coldly and said with a hint of pride. Haha, this is great. Chapter 351. 351 Lu Ming did not. After a few days. In the conference hall of the Mystical Sword Sect, the higher-ups of the Mystical Sword Sect, the Crimson Cloud Valley, Lu Ming, Hua Qi, and the others were all gathered for a discussion. The Emperor Sky Divine Guard selection is an opportunity to break the stalemate between the two sides of the Blazing Sun Empire. I reckon that the 10-direction sword sect will definitely seize this opportunity and let Qiu Changkong participate in the Emperor Sky Divine Guard selection. Once Qiu Changkong successfully joins the Emperor Sky Divine Guard, we'll all be in danger. The first to speak was Lin Shui. That's right. The Emperor Sky Divine Guards have great authority. When the time comes, even a little bit of their power will be terrifying. With Qiu Changkong's talent, although he might not be able to join the Emperor Sky Divine Guards, the truth is hard to predict. Even if he becomes a reserve Emperor Sky Divine Guard, he'll still be a great danger. The Valley Master of the Scarlet Cloud Valley, Ling Potion, nodded and said. We also need someone on our side to become a Ditian Divine Guard before we can fight against Qiu Changkong. Someone sighed. The next moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming. On their side, only Lu Ming's talent was unparalleled, and he had the potential to fight Qiu Changkong. The Ditian Divine Guards. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. It was reasonable to say that he should stay away from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, because the Palace Master of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Martial Emperor De, was his destined enemy. However, Martial Emperor De was still far away from the Tianxian region, so he didn't have to worry about it for the time being. Moreover, Lu Ming also yearned to become an Emperor Sky Divine Guard. It was said that the Ditian Divine Guards were all peerless geniuses from all over the world, and they were unimaginably powerful. Only by constantly clashing with these monsters could he become stronger, stimulate his potential, and improve quickly. Seeing that Lu Ming was deep in thought, everyone looked at him without saying a word. If Lu Ming did not wish to participate in the Ditian Divine Guard selection, they would not force him. I'm willing to go, but I don't know how to go. The others were overjoyed to see Lu Ming nodding. Haha. It's very easy to participate. The emissary of the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace is currently patrolling the Blazing Sun Empire. It won't be long before he sends out an invitation letter to the geniuses of the Blazing Sun Empire. Only with an invitation letter can one participate in the selection of the Emperor in Heaven Divine Guards. The Valley Master was overjoyed. Oh. So that's how it is. Marquee Champion, with your talent, you'll definitely receive an invitation. Although the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards will be facing the endless eastern territory of the Tianxian region, where there are countless geniuses, it's not impossible for you to get a reserve position for the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards with your talent. At that time, you'll have the confidence to fight against Qiu Changkong. Lin Shui stroked her beard and her face revealed a happy expression. Preparing for the Ditian Divine Guard? It might not be. Lu Ming was stunned. Could it be that Lin Shui thought that he couldn't even get into the reserve Ditian Divine Guard? Lin Shui seemed to have read Lu Ming's mind and explained, Marquee Champion, the eastern part of the Tianxian region is too vast. The Cloud Emperor Mountain Range we are in is just a corner of the region. Beyond the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, there are many other regions that are even larger than the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. Each region has many powerful empires. For example, there is a region near the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range called the Thousand River region. There are more than 100 empires in this region. The strongest one is a high-level empire. It is 100 times stronger than the Burning Sun Empire. There are many geniuses and monstrous talents. This is only the Thousand River region. There are other stronger regions, so the competition is too strong. Lin Shui finished and sighed. That's right. In the past, even when all the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor's list were annihilated, none of them became Reserve Emperor Sky Divine Guards. The geniuses on the Cloud Emperor's list this time are much stronger. However, I predict that there will be no more than 3 who can become real Emperor Sky Divine Guards and no more than 10 who can become Reserve Emperor Sky Divine Guards. The Valley Master also sighed. Lu Ming was speechless. Less than 3 of the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor's list could become official Ditian Divine Guards. The competition was really terrifying. However, the next moment, Lu Ming's eyes were burning with flames again, and his blood was boiling. Wasn't this what he wanted? To fight with geniuses and heroes, to break the shackles, to realize self-ascension, and to constantly surpass. Looking at Lu Ming's burning fighting spirit, Lin Shui and the rest looked at each other. They saw hope in each other's eyes. Given the situation in the Blazing Sun Empire, they could only pin their hopes on Lu Ming. At this moment, Lin Shui's expression suddenly changed. She waved her hand, and a 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman appeared in her hand. He was overjoyed when he saw the message in the talisman. The emissary from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace has sent someone over. He's probably here to issue an invitation. Let's go and welcome him. The group hurriedly walked out of the hall and flew outside. In the sky outside the mystical sword sect, a young man stood alone with his hands behind his back. The young man was about 26 or 27 years old. He wore a purple robe and was filled with a noble aura. I am the sect master of the mystical sword sect, Lin Shui. Greetings, emissary of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. I am the valley master of the Scarlet Cloud Valley, Ling Potion. Greetings, emissary of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Lin Shui and Ling Potion hurriedly cupped their fists and saluted. The young man in purple nodded his head and glanced at Lin Shui and Ling Potion. It's good that the Crimson Cloud Valley is here. It saves me the trouble of making an extra trip. After saying that, 2 golden invitation letters appeared in the purple-robed young man's hands. With a wave of his hand, the 2 invitation letters flew towards Lin Shui and Ling Potion. Lin Shui and Ling Potion reached out to receive it. These 2 invitation letters, one for Feng Wuji and the other for Ling Yanqi. Get them to bring the invitation letters to the Cloud Desolate Empire to participate in the preliminaries. The young man in purple said indifferently. The young man in purple turned around and was about to leave. Envoy, please wait. Lin Shui hurriedly called out. What's wrong? Do you have any questions? The young man in purple turned around with a cold expression. Emissary, may I ask why Lu Ming doesn't have an invitation? Lin Shui asked carefully. The young man in purple sneered and said, what's so strange about not having an invitation? It just means that he's not qualified. All right, there are no other questions. That's it. Emissary. Lin Shui gritted her teeth and shouted again, Messenger, did you make a mistake? With Lu Ming's talent and reputation, how could he not have an invitation? Can the messenger help to ask the higher-ups? That's right, emissary. I think there's really a mistake. How could the Marquis champion Lu Ming not have an invitation? Ling Potion also said. Even Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi had invitation letters, how could Lu Ming not have one? One must know that Lu Ming could already kill geniuses at the level of the 6 Scorching Sun heroes. During the battle with the mystical sword sect, Duanmu Lin was even killed by him. One must know that Duanmu Lin had defeated Feng Wuji. In the end, Feng Wuji had an invitation but Lu Ming did not. It was really strange. Chapter 352. 352 The Young Half-Step King. What's wrong? Are you guys suspecting me? Or are you doubting the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? The young man in purple's face turned cold as he stared at Lin Shui and Ling Potion with hostility. Lin Shui and Ling Potion's expressions changed. However, whether Lu Ming could participate in the assessment was related to the situation in the Burning Sun Empire and the life and death of the mystical sword sect in the Crimson Cloud Valley. He had to be clear about this. Emissary, it's a misunderstanding. However, Lu Ming does not have an invitation. It's really strange. Could you please report this to the higher-ups? Lin Shui gritted her teeth and continued. Impudent. Before Lin Shui could finish her sentence, the young man in purple shouted. At the same time, a terrifying aura burst out from the young man in purple. This aura was as heavy as a mountain and as vast as the ocean. It was extremely powerful and vast. Half-Step King. Lin Shui and Ling Potion exclaimed in unison. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from their bodies to offset this force. However, their bodies couldn't help but sway and retreat 3 steps. Strong, he was too strong. Everyone was shocked and stared at the young man in purple with wide eyes. No one would have thought that this purple-robed youth was actually a half-step king. He looked like he was only 26 or 27 years old. At such a young age, he had already reached the half-step king realm. This was truly shocking. Moreover, it seemed that he was even stronger than Lin Shui. Is this the strength of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Just a random young man who came to the Blazing Sun Empire to deliver an invitation letter is already so powerful. At the side, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and his expression turned grave. Humph. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace naturally has their own reasons for doing things. How can I allow you all to be suspicious? Since this is your first offense, I won't pursue it. But if there's a next time, I don't mind killing you all. The young man in purple's eyes were gloomy as he spoke coldly. He was filled with an arrogant attitude. Sect leader Lin, say no more. Lu Ming had sent a voice transmission to Lin Shui. Lin Shui and Ling Potion let out a long sigh and didn't say anything else. The young man in purple snorted coldly and left with a wave of his sleeve. Just as he turned around, he glanced at Lu Ming with a cold look in his eyes. Although it was just a flash, Lu Ming still caught it. Eh? What was going on? I've never seen this person before, and I don't have any grudges with the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Why does this person look at me with a hint of coldness in his eyes? Lu Ming frowned and pondered. What's going on? Why didn't the Marquis champion receive an invitation? Ling Potion's temper was more impatient, and as soon as the young man in purple left, Ling Potion cried out. That's right, this matter is too strange. Lin Shui's brows were also tightly furrowed, full of worry. Without an invitation, one could not take part in the Ditian Divine Guard assessment. If Qiu Changkong hadn't joined the Ditian Divine Guards, it would have been fine. But if he had joined the Ditian Divine Guards, even if he was only a reserve, they would all be in danger. Sect leaders, Marquis champion, I have a guess, but I don't know if it's true or not. At this moment, an old voice was heard. An old man with white hair walked out. Senior Hua, do you have any guesses? Lin Shui hurriedly asked. This old man was a senior of the royal family. Even if Hua Jingxing was still alive, he would have to call this man uncle. His seniority was extremely high, and his cultivation was at the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. He was the only 9th level martial ancestor expert left in the imperial family. The old imperial uncle pondered for a moment before saying, I like to make friends with people from all over the world. I even have friends in the 10-direction sword sect. I once heard a secret that when Qiu Changkong was young, he was taken in as an in-name disciple by an important figure in the eastern branch of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. What? Chiu Changkong is an in-name disciple of an important figure in the eastern branch of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. The old imperial uncle's words were like a bomb, causing everyone's minds to rumble. All of them looked at the old imperial uncle in shock. Senior, is what you said true? Lin Xue's voice was trembling. The old imperial uncle nodded and said, there shouldn't be a mistake. Cece Gu. Everyone gasped, and the atmosphere became extremely oppressive and heavy. If that's the case, Chiu Changkong must have done something. Otherwise, with the marquee champion's talent, how could he not have received an invitation? Lin Xue said in a deep voice, her eyes were filled with seriousness. What should we do? With such a powerful figure backing Chiu Changkong, doesn't that mean that he'll definitely be able to join the Empyrean Sky Divine Guards? A golden-robed elder said. That's not necessarily the case. The selection of the Detian Divine Guards has its own rules. You can't join just because you have a backer. In the end, it still depends on your own strength. Ling Potion said. The others all nodded. Even so, the atmosphere at the scene was still extremely oppressive. Seniors, there's no need to be so worried. At that time, it'll just be a battle. Who will win? Before the battle, who would know? At this moment, Lu Ming shouted. There was no sign of dejection on his face. He stood straight, still confident and determined, like a divine spear that could shatter the heavens. So what if Chiu Changkong had a powerful backer? At most, it would just be a battle. Marquis Champion is right. Things haven't reached the worst point yet. We don't have to be discouraged. Right now, the only way is to keep improving our strength. Lin Xue said. After that, everyone returned to the main hall and discussed for a while before leaving. It was just that everyone's heart was weighed down by a huge stone, and it was difficult to let go for a while. Lu Ming returned to the Blood Red Army camp's main tent and entered the Supreme Shrine. He sat down cross-legged. Strength. No matter what the situation is, as long as you are strong enough, you can solve everything. Lu Ming thought to himself. Then, he waved his hand and a pile of spiritual herbs appeared on the platform. Lu Ming planned to start cultivating the 10,000 spiritual combat body. It had been a while since he had cultivated his physical body. The reason was that he didn't have any high-level spiritual herbs. Those level 1 and level 2 spiritual herbs were not effective in cultivating and were a waste of time. During this period of time, there had been many battles. Lu Ming had killed a large number of martial arts grandmasters and obtained their storage rings. There were quite a number of level 4 spiritual herbs. Previously, Lu Ming had already achieved initial success in the 5th grade physical body. Only level 4 spiritual herbs would have a greater effect on his improvement. With a wave of his hand, 2 level 4 spiritual herbs were caught in Lu Ming's hand. He began to circulate the 10,000 spiritual combat body. Not long after, the 2 spiritual herbs turned into the chi of myriad spirits and seeped into the depths of Lu Ming's body, refining the strength of his physical body. After refining 2, he took out another 2. Time slowly passed as Lu Ming cultivated. Vermilion Bird Hall, Yen Lan's residence. Lan, do you really want to go to that place? Yen Lan looked at Mulan anxiously. Grandfather, is there any other way? Only by going to that place can we get an invitation for Lu Ming and let him participate in the selection of the Detian Divine Guards. Mulan said with a determined expression. Lan, you have to consider this carefully. Yen Lan sighed. Chapter 353, 353 Lu Ming's Invitation. Grandfather, with Lu Ming's talent, joining the Detian Divine Guards is the best choice. Only then can he fully display his talent and achieve greater achievements. Moreover, only by doing so can we save the mystical sword sect and keep you safe, grandfather. Mulan said. Lan, are you yourself? I've been wronged. Yen Lan said worriedly. Grandpa, don't you trust Lu Ming? I believe in him. As long as he joins the Detian Divine Guards, he'll be able to truly return my freedom. At this point, Mulan's eyes glowed. It was the light of her firm belief in Lu Ming. It's difficult. Although Lu Ming is extremely talented, that's only in the Blazing Sun Empire. In the Imperial Sky Divine Guards, he's very ordinary. It's difficult to achieve that. Grandpa, I believe in my judgment. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll be going now, Grandpa. With that, Mulan bowed to Yen Lan and then floated away, disappearing from the Vermilion Bird Hall. Lu Ming naturally knew nothing about this. In 7 days, Lu Ming had refined more than 500 level 4 spiritual herbs and cultivated his physical body to the perfected 5th grade physical body. However, at this point, no matter how many spiritual herbs Lu Ming refined, his physical body could not break through. He was completely stuck at the perfected 5th grade physical body. It seems that level 4 spiritual herbs are too low. They can't help my body break through to level 6. Lu Ming pondered secretly. Do I need level 5 spiritual herbs or other level 5 treasures? At the thought of this, Lu Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. Level 5 spiritual herbs and other level 5 treasures were equivalent to king tiers. If they were treasures that even king tiers could use, how precious would they be? It was something that could only be encountered and not sought. I'll put my fleshly body aside for now. A complete 5th grade fleshly body is enough for now. Even among half-step kings, not many people have a 5th grade fleshly body. Many martial artists who did not focus on cultivating their bodies would not even reach the 5th grade when they reached the half-step king realm. Only after stepping into the martial king realm and going through the power of heaven and earth, as well as the transformation of the true essence unique to kings, could one's body reach the 5th grade. In other words, Lu Ming's current physical body was no longer inferior to those martial kings who did not specialize in physical cultivation. Of course, that was only his physical body. His combat strength was still miles away from that of a martial king. After that, Lu Ming began to study the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. The 9 dragons' sky-treading steps and the last of the 3 palms, the heavenly path palm, were the martial arts techniques that Lu Ming had to comprehend and cultivate every day. However, the cultivation of these 2 martial arts techniques was too difficult. Up until now, Lu Ming had not succeeded in cultivating the 2nd step of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. As for the heaven's path palm, he knew nothing about it. Time flew by and another 5 days passed. There were only a few days left before the start of the Ditian Divine Guard's preliminary competition. On this day, Mulan came to look for Lu Ming. Senior Sister Mulan, I heard that you've been out during this period of time. Lu Ming asked Mulan with a smile. Mulan hummed softly and looked at Lu Ming, seemingly deep in thought. Senior Sister Mulan seems to have something on her mind. Lu Ming's heart stirred. However, since Mulan didn't say anything, he didn't ask. After a long while, Lu Ming's palm glowed and a golden piece of paper suddenly appeared. This is an invitation to the Ditian Divine Guard selection. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he could not help but blurt out. Mulan nodded. She opened the invitation and revealed the words inside. Blazing Sun Empire, Lu Ming. On the invitation, there were 6 words in gold. Why is it me? Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank and he cried out in disbelief. In the beginning, Lu Ming thought that Mulan had taken out someone else's invitation. It was like the wind, fearless, and Ling Yanqi. He had never expected his name to be on the invitation. Lu Ming, this is the invitation letter for the Ditian Divine Guard selection. Take it. I hope that you can defeat Chiu Changkong and successfully join the Ditian Divine Guard. Mulan finally revealed a faint smile. Senior Sister Mulan, where did you get this invitation? Lu Ming asked, feeling extremely curious. The invitation from the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace couldn't be faked because there were special inscriptions carved on it that made it easy to distinguish. No one would dare to impersonate him unless they wanted to die. I, your senior sister, have my own ways. You don't have to worry about that. Take it and perform well. I believe in you. Mulan passed the invitation to Lu Ming and said with a smile. Lu Ming received it in a daze. Lu Ming, I might have to leave the mystical sword sect from today onwards. Suddenly, Mulan sighed. What? Senior Sister Mulan, you're leaving the mystical sword sect. Are you going to gain experience, or? Lu Ming asked hurriedly. He felt that things were very strange. None of them. Mulan shook her head and studied Lu Ming carefully. After a while, she said, Lu Ming, as long as you join the Ditian Divine Guards, perhaps we'll meet again. Mulan suddenly stepped forward and pulled Lu Ming into her arms. Lu Ming was stunned. The next moment, he felt 2 lumps of meat squeezed on his chest. They were shockingly elastic. Mulan's body fragrance wafted into his nose, making Lu Ming's heart beat rapidly. Mulan hugged Lu Ming tightly. After a long while, she suddenly let go of him. Her face was flushed red. She glanced at Lu Ming, then turned around and left. Lu Ming, join the Detian Divine Guard. I look forward to seeing you again. The voice came faintly, but the beauty had already disappeared. Lu Ming stared in the direction that Mulan had left in a daze. He did not come back to his senses for a long time. Lu Ming only came to his senses after a long while. What's going on? Why would senior sister Mulan have an invitation from the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace? Also, where is she going? Lu Ming's heart was full of doubts. Lu Ming's figure moved and he appeared in the sky. He looked into the distance and saw that Mulan had already left. He did not know where she went. Dean, yes, go and ask the Dean. Lu Ming thought of Yan Lan. Yan Lan was Mulan's grandfather, so she should know the inside story. After a while, Lu Ming found Yan Lan in the Vermilion Bird Hall. It had been a while since they last met and Yan Lan seemed to have aged a lot. Lu Ming's heart tightened and he felt that something was not right. Lu Ming, take a seat. Yan Lan invited Lu Ming to take a seat and poured him a cup of tea. I knew you'd come looking for me. You want to ask about Lan, right? Yan Lan said. Lu Ming nodded and immediately asked his question. Yan Lan was silent. He seemed to have fallen into deep memories. After a while, he sighed. Lu Ming, I'll tell you everything. That girl, Lan, is stubborn. She won't say anything. Lu Ming, you know that I'm Lan's grandfather, but you've never met her parents, have you? Lu Ming was stunned and immediately shook his head. It was true that he had never met Mulan's parents before, nor had he heard Mulan mention them. Lan's mother passed away a long time ago. As for Lan's father, he's an important figure in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Yan Lan revealed a shocking secret. Chapter 354, 354 Mulan's Past. Lu Ming was dumbfounded and shocked. Mulan's father was actually a big shot in the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace. This had completely exceeded his expectations. Since Mulan's father was an important figure in the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace, why did Mulan stay in the mystical sword sect instead of cultivating in the palace? The cultivation conditions in the palace were definitely not something that the mystical sword sect could compare to. Yan Lan seemed to have read Lu Ming's mind and continued, Lan's father is a major character in the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace. He is extremely tyrannical and acts arbitrarily. Before Lan turned 15, she was in the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace. However, her father tried to control her. After that, without Lan's consent, his father arranged a marriage for her. The marriage partner is a peerless genius of the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace. However, Lan didn't like him at all. Therefore, in a fit of anger, she ran out of the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace and came to my place. Yan Lan's answer cleared up many of Lu Ming's doubts. Lu Ming understood now. Mulan must have helped him get his invitation card when she returned to the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace. This made Lu Ming even more worried. He said, did senior sister Mulan return to the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace this time? Wouldn't that mean we're facing marriage? He did not know why, but he felt a little uncomfortable at the thought of Mulan being engaged to someone else. That's right. In order to obtain that invitation, Lan has already promised her father to stay in the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace. Now, the only person who can save her and prevent her from marrying someone she doesn't like is you. That's right. Lan once made an agreement with her father. Lan said that the person she liked would definitely be stronger than the genius of the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace. One day, she would bring the person she liked to the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace and defeat that genius to break off the engagement. That person is you. Yan Lan looked at Lu Ming with bright eyes. Me. I'm F***ked. Lu Ming's eyes almost popped out. The person Mulan likes? He. Lu Ming's heart was beating rapidly. He recalled the various things that happened when Mulan left. Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Lu Ming said firmly, "Principal, don't worry. I'll definitely join the Detian Divine Guards and defeat that genius to return Senior Sister Mulan her freedom." "It's difficult." Yen Lan sighed and said, "I heard from Lan that the genius had already broken through to the Martial King realm 3 years ago. Now, I don't even know what realm he has reached. That genius is only 1 year older than Lan, Martial King." Lu Ming's pupils constricted. Mulan was not even 23 years old. In other words, the genius of the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace was only 24 years old. 3 years ago, he was only 21 years old. Breaking through to the Martial King realm at the age of 21 was truly terrifying. Lu Ming was 18 years old now, almost 19 years old. However, he was not confident that he could break through to the Martial King realm at 21 years old. He was indeed a terrifying genius. The geniuses of the Blazing Sun Empire, no, even the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking were a pile of trash compared to him. After a while, Lu Ming's eyes burst with a strong fighting spirit and an unshakable determination. "Don't worry, Dean. No matter how strong he is, I'll defeat him sooner or later and set Senior Sister Mulan free." "All right. Lan believes in you, and so do I. However, Lu Ming, with your current cultivation and combat strength, it'll be very difficult for you to join the Detian Divine Guards. I hope you can make another breakthrough." Yen Lan's eyes seemed to reveal a trace of hope. After that, Lu Ming chatted with Yen Lan for a while before he bade farewell and left. A day later, the news that Lu Ming had received an invitation to the Detian Divine Guard selection spread among the higher-ups of the Mystical Sword Sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley. This caused those who knew to be shocked, and then they were overjoyed. Although they were curious as to how Lu Ming had obtained the invitation, that was not the main point. The main point was that Lu Ming could participate in the selection of the Detian Divine Guards, which gave them a glimmer of hope. At this time, the preliminaries of the 36 countries of Emperor Yun were getting closer and closer, and it was time to set off. Lu Ming bade farewell to Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. Qiu Yu said that she had not seen Lu Yuntian and Li Ping for a long time and wanted to stay by their side to take care of them. Naturally, Lu Ming nodded in agreement. On the other hand, Xian Yanqing wanted to go with Lu Ming. The reason was that he wanted to meet the geniuses from the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. 2 days later, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Feng Wuji, and Ling Yanqi left the Mystical Sword Sect and headed west. Lu Ming did not bring the Golden-Eyed Blood Corps or the Flame Spring. The Golden-Eyed Blood Corps and Yan Quan were important forces in the battle. If they left, it would be bad for the battle. Moreover, Lu Ming had the intention of leaving the Golden-Eyed Blood Corps behind to protect Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. The Cloud Desolate Empire was one of the 8 medium empires in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. However, it was very powerful and was ranked first among the 8 medium empires. This was why the Cloud Emperor mountain range preliminaries were held in the Cloud Desolate Empire's imperial capital. Starting from the Mystical Sword Sect, one would have to pass through 8 empires along the way. It was a long journey of more than 700,000 li. However, with everyone's cultivation, if they flew at full speed, it was still quite easy to fly 10,000 miles in an hour. Including the rest time, they used 5 days to rush to the Cloud Desolate Empire's imperial capital. The Cloud Desolate Empire was indeed worthy of being the strongest empire among the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. Just the imperial capital alone was 10 times larger than the Burning Sun Empire's imperial capital. It was grand and majestic, with no end in sight. On the city wall, rows of armored soldiers patrolled. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed when he saw them. These armored soldiers were actually martial artists of the great martial master realm. Each of them had powerful auras and penetrating gazes. Lu Ming secretly sighed. The #1 empire in the Cloud Emperor mountain range was really powerful. After entering the city gate, the inside was extremely spacious. The street was 200 meters wide, and all kinds of beast roars could be heard. Many people were riding all kinds of mounts and strolling on the streets. Lu Ming even saw a martial artist riding a huge python that was more than 30 meters long and as thick as a water tank, wandering on the street. On both sides of the street, there were many shops. A few spirit weapon shops were sparkling with treasure light. In some spirit herb shops, the fragrance of herbs assailed the nose. Lu Ming and the few of them walked as they watched, full of admiration. On the way, they could see young martial artists passing by from time to time, all of them with an imposing appearance and extraordinary aura. One look and one could tell that they were dragons and phoenixes among people. They should all be here to participate in the qualifiers. Brother Lu, Brother Feng, Miss Xie, let's find a place to eat. We've been hurrying on our journey these past few days and haven't had a good meal. I'm so tired of eating. Ling Yanqi touched his stomach and grinned. The few of them walked around for a while and came to the front of a restaurant. The Drunken Pavilion was the name of this restaurant. It was 7 stories high and covered an area of several acres. Dear guests, please come in. At the entrance of the restaurant, a waiter came to greet them. Chapter 355. 355 The Blue Blade Family. The 4 of them followed the waiter and arrived at the 5th floor of the restaurant. The 5th floor was extremely spacious. On one side, there were private rooms, and on the other side, there was a hall. They didn't choose a private room but found a seat by the window. From this position, he could see a lake from the window. The lake was clear like a mirror, and when the breeze blew, it was extremely comfortable. Waiter, if there's anything good to eat, bring it all to me. Also, bring me 4 jars of good wine. Ling Yanqi shouted. The waiter replied. It was very fast, and it didn't take long for a table full of food and wine to be served. The 4 of them ate while listening to the conversations of the other people in the restaurant. It's really lively recently. All the great geniuses can't sit still anymore. There's competition from time to time. That's right, I've seen a few battles on the Cloud Emperor board. That level of cultivation is really shocking. The ordinary geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking are still okay, especially those who are ranked higher. They are really terrifying. Half a month ago, Ji Rufeng, the 7th genius on the Cloud Emperor ranking, killed 3 late-stage martial grandmasters in Tianyuan Peak with 1 strike. That's more terrifying. That's nothing. I heard that 10 days ago, a sect angered the 2nd-ranked young master of the Cloud Emperor ranking, Wei Tianxia. Wei Tianxia went to the sect and annihilated the entire sect. That sect had a few 9-grade martial ancestor realm experts. What? There's actually such a thing. Wei Tianxia is too terrifying. Lu Ming and the other 3 heard the discussions around them. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi were shocked. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with solemnness. It was impossible for Lu Ming to kill 3 martial arts grandmasters in the later stage of the 8th level with a single sword strike, let alone annihilate a sect that had a few martial arts grandmaster 9th level powerhouses. The top geniuses on the Cloud Emperor board were indeed amazing. Also, there's a young master Huo Ling who recently emerged. He defeated Yuan Zhifei, who was ranked 15th on the Cloud Emperor ranking. He's the strongest dark horse. That's right. This person can be said to be the strongest among the rising stars. Don't forget that there's another person who's also a dark horse. Oh. Who is it? Qiu Wuyang. He was born in the small Blazing Sun Empire, but he rose to power. He was ranked 36th on the Cloud Emperor ranking and killed the genius ranked 22nd not long ago. I heard that 5 days ago, Qian Jun, who was ranked 11th on the Cloud Emperor ranking, also suffered a loss at his hands. What? Qian Jun had actually lost to Qiu Changkong. Qiu Changkong is so terrifying, he's going to make it into the top 10. In the Cloud Emperor mountain range, this generation of young people is indeed very powerful. I wonder if they can compete with the geniuses from other regions. Qiu Changkong has actually become so strong. Feng Wuji murmured, his eyes were filled with shock and fear. As one of the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes, the difference between us and him is too great. Ling Yanqi sighed and was also very serious. The stronger Qiu Changkong was, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He did not say anything and continued drinking. Xian Yanqing's mouth twitched slightly, and he seemed to be a little disdainful. Then, the 4 of them ate while listening. At this moment, the door of another private room opened, and 4 young men walked out. These 4 young men were all wearing blue robes, embroidered with a sky-blue long blade. This is a person from the Cloud Desolate Empire's Blue Blade family. Could the person in the box be an important figure of the Blue Blade family? I know who it is. It's the second young master of the Blue Blade family, Lan Yunfei. I saw him go in earlier. The four blue-robed young men caused a wave of discussion to break out, but the voices were very low, as if they were very afraid. The four youths from the Blue Blade family were actually walking towards Lục Minh and the other three. He walked to the four of them, and one of them, a young man in a blue robe, cupped his fists and said, "May I know where the four of you are from?" Although he cupped his fists, his tone was arrogant, as if he was giving an order. Lục Minh frowned slightly. He did not like the other party's attitude. "We are from the Burning Sun Empire." Feng Wuji didn't want to offend anyone. He stood up and clasped his fists. The Burning Sun Empire. When the four blue-robed young men heard this, their eyes revealed a look of contempt. "So it's the Scorching Sun Empire, that god-forsaken place. All right, I won't waste my breath on you. My second young master is going to invite a friend to a banquet today. This girl looks quite good, so he wants to invite her to accompany him for a drink. All right, come with me," a young man in a blue robe said scornfully. Then, he looked at Xian Yanqing and ordered. It turned out that they were here because they had their eyes on Xian Yanqing. Lục Minh frowned again while Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi looked anxious. Xian Yanqing's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He glanced at the four blue-robed young men and said, "Your second young master, which dog is he? Are you worthy of this lady accompanying you to drink?" As soon as he said that, the four blue-robed young men's expressions changed. The expressions of the other people in the restaurant also changed drastically. "She's finished." A mere woman from the Burning Sun Empire dared to call Lan Yunfei a dog. "She's finished. She's doomed to a miserable fate. The Blazing Sun Empire is too small after all. Other than Qiu Changkong, there are no other geniuses. Their knowledge is so shallow that they even dare to offend the Blue Blade family." The other people in the restaurant lowered their voices and whispered among themselves, as if they were afraid that the Blue Blade family would hear them. "B*TCH, what the F*CK did you just say?" A young man in a blue robe pointed at Xian Yanqing and roared. "What did you just call me? Slap your own mouths, 100 each, or I'll break your legs." Xian Yanqing glanced at them and said coldly. The others were shocked. Crazy, too crazy. The Blue Blade family was arrogant, but Xian Yanqing was even more arrogant. I guess she is a rare genius in the Blazing Sun Empire and is used to being arrogant. However, this is not the Blazing Sun Empire, but the Cloud Desolate Empire, where all the geniuses from the 36 countries of the Cloud Desolate Empire are gathered. How can she be arrogant? Someone in the restaurant shook his head and sighed. "What did you just say? Break our legs? Ha ha ha, laughable, laughable, a mere piece of trash from the Burning Sun Empire dares to say that he will break our legs. This is too laughable." The four blue-robed young men sneered. "Little B*TCH, I originally wanted you to drink with me and forget about it. Now, not only do I want you to drink with me, but I also want you to sleep with me. Get over there." A blue-robed young man clawed at Xian Yanqing's hair. The claw contained a powerful true qi. This blue-robed young man was actually a martial arts grandmaster 3-den expert. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi's faces changed drastically. They shouted, "Be careful." The next moment, a figure flew out. It was the blue-robed young man. He flew more than 10 meters away and crashed into a few tables and chairs. He fell to the ground and screamed in pain. His two legs were bent and deformed, having been broken. Chapter 356. 356 Xian Yanqing's Rage. The others were stunned. The blue-robed young man was definitely not a weakling. He had reached the third tier of the martial ancestor realm at such a young age. He was definitely an elite that the Blue Blade family had nurtured with great care. His combat strength was definitely not something that ordinary martial artists of the same realm could compare to. However, in the hands of Xian Yanqing, he couldn't even last one move. Many people didn't even see when Xian Yanqing made his move. Only a small number of geniuses focused their eyes and saw how Xian Yanqing attacked. "Little B*TCH, how dare you hit a member of the Blue Blade family? You're looking for death. Attack. Let's attack together. Take this B*TCH down and torture him." The remaining 3 blue-robed young men roared as powerful auras erupted from their bodies. Each of them had the cultivation of the third level of the martial ancestor realm. When the three of them joined forces, their power was terrifying. Feng Wuji's and Ling Yanqi's expressions changed. They were about to help, but Lu Ming smiled at them, telling them not to worry. Slap his mouth. At this moment, Xian Yanqing shouted and waved his hands. Black lotuses appeared one after another. Then, the black petals broke the three young men's attacks like divine blades. Xian Yanqing moved and appeared in front of the three young men. He extended his palm. Pa. 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 Three loud slaps were heard and the three blue-robed young men were sent flying. Before the three young men could land on the ground, Xian Yanqing waved his hand and lotus petals flew towards the legs of the three young men. A furious shout came from the private room. However, Xian Yanqing didn't care at all. The black petals didn't stop. The black petals all hit the legs of the three blue-robed young men. By the time they fell to the ground, their legs were already covered in blood and wounds. Even their bones could be seen. CSI. Gasps could be heard all around. What a powerful battle strength, what a ruthless method. If he said he would break their legs, he would immediately break their legs. At this time, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. A blue figure rushed out of the private room and appeared in the hall. The young man looked to be around 23 or 24 years old. He was wearing a sky blue tight-fitting robe, a blue jade belt around his waist, and a pair of blue and gold combat boots. He was full of luxury. However, his face was as dark as winter. Lan Yunfei, it's really him. It's over. That woman is finished. Even her companions are dead for sure. He even dared to beat up the people of the Blue Blade family. Lan Yunfei will never stop. Although Lan Yunfei didn't enter the Cloud Emperor board, he is very close to it. I heard that he has already said that he will definitely enter the Cloud Emperor board this time. Besides the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking, there are only a handful of people who can fight with Lan Yunfei. The other people in the restaurant looked at Xian Yanqing, including Lu Ming, as if they were looking at a dead man. I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Lan Yunfei looked at Xian Yanqing coldly. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't get a good look when he was in the room, but now that he got a closer look, he realized that Xian Yanqing was even more stunning. I did, but who are you? Do I have to do as I'm told? Xian Yanqing looked at Lan Yunfei with disdain. Do you know the consequences of not following my orders? If I attack, I'll either die or be injured. Lan Yunfei sneered and continued, but I'll let you go since you're a woman. How about this, I'll lock up the three of them first, and you'll come back with me to serve me. If you're comfortable with it, I'll consider letting you go. This condition is already the biggest concession I can make. As Lan Yunfei spoke, his eyes flashed with lust as he scanned Xian Yanqing's body. Xian Yanqing frowned. Lu Ming, Feng Wuji, and Ling Yanqi were all dumbfounded. Is there something wrong with this brother? Didn't he see that there were four of them now, while he was alone? He even said that they would be locked up first and asked Xian Yanqing to go back and serve him. Wasn't he too full of himself? Lu Ming had seen many people who felt good about themselves. However, the man in front of him was definitely ranked first. Brother Feng, Brother Ling, why do you think I'm so unlucky? Why do I have to run into idiots everywhere I go? I'm just having a meal, and I'm actually able to run into such a weird idiot. I'm speechless. Lu Ming picked up a glass of wine and downed it in one gulp, sighing and groaning. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi looked at each other and did not say a word. They were not as bold as Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming did not lower his voice and it spread throughout the entire floor of the restaurant. The scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Lu Ming actually dared to say that about Lan Yunfei. How could these people of the Burning Sun Empire be so arrogant? He's really a country bumpkin who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Many people thought. Kid, who are you talking about? Lan Yunfei let out a furious shriek. His facial features were contorted and he looked at Lu Ming with an extremely sinister expression. I'll say who answered. Lu Ming continued to hold up his wine glass and replied indifferently. He then drank the wine in one gulp. You're looking for death, you're looking for death. Now, I take back what I just said. You're dead. No condition can save you. Lan Yunfei bellowed in rage. A powerful aura burst out from his body. A ray of sword light rushed up and slashed toward Lục Minh. Xian Yanqing's eyes turned cold. She waved her hands and a black lotus appeared in front of the sword radiance. The sword light struck the black lotus flower, causing sparks to fly in all directions. The sword light was blocked. If you dare to stop me, I'll kill you as well. Lan Yunfei was completely enraged. His killing intent rose. His sword hummed softly and beams of sharp sword qi shot towards Xian Yanqing. He was at the peak of the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. Lan Yunfei's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 4th level martial ancestor realm. No wonder he was second only to the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking. On the Cloud Emperor ranking, the few people who were ranked at the bottom were only at the early stage of the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. Who can you kill? Xian Yanqing sneered as a powerful aura burst out from his body. Martial Ancestor 4 Den later stage. During this period of time, Xian Yanqing's progress was also extremely shocking. He fully utilized the advantage of a 7th level king bloodline. Great demonic palm. Xian Yanqing waved his hands and sent out palm prints towards Lan Yunfei. He didn't know what level Xian Yanqing's martial technique was. When she was a martial grandmaster, she used the same martial technique. Now that she was a martial ancestor, she was using the same martial technique. Moreover, as Xian Yanqing's cultivation level increased, the power of this martial skill became more and more terrifying. In an instant, the palm print and the sword light collided 8 times in a row, producing 8 loud bangs. Of course, in their moves, they had deliberately compressed their true energy and did not let it spread out. Otherwise, the entire restaurant would have been blown up. To be able to build such a huge restaurant in the Cloud Desolate Empire's imperial capital was not something an ordinary person could do. If he blew it up, it would probably be hard to explain. After 8 moves, Lan Yunfei retreated 8 steps. He was completely at a disadvantage. The other people in the restaurant were dumbfounded. Chapter 357. 357 Chapter 357 Seeing Yang 6 Extremes Again. How could an unknown woman of the Burning Sun Empire suppress Lan Yunfei? How was this possible? If the truth wasn't right in front of their eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Arg. Die. Lan Yunfei's anger soared to the sky. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. With a loud roar, blood light exploded and a sky-blue broadsword appeared. Around the broadsword, there were 2 silver chakras. This was Lan Yunfei's bloodline, a 2nd-level king bloodline. Slash. His bloodline exploded, increasing Lan Yunfei's combat strength by a notch. He slashed at Xian Yanqing. I'm too lazy to play with you. Xian Yanqing's eyes turned cold as he raised his hand. At this moment, a jade-like hand also condensed in the air. This hand wasn't real. It was at least 10 times bigger than Xian Yanqing's hand. It was perfect, like the most perfect work of art. Just like Xian Yanqing's hand, it was in the shape of a flower and full of demonic charm. Immediately, Xian Yanqing shouted and flicked his flower-pinching fingers. The blade light of Lan Yunfei's slash was instantly destroyed. The finger force did not stop and shot toward Lan Yunfei. Lan Yunfei's expression changed drastically. It was too late for him to dodge, so he could only block with his saber. With a boom, Lan Yunfei groaned and retreated more than 10 meters. He crashed into a few tables before he could stabilize himself. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Xian Yanqing was too strong. Lan Yunfei was no match for him even before his bloodline was activated. Other than Qiu Changkong, when did the Blazing Sun Empire have such a powerful genius? Get down. Xian Yanqing shouted again and pressed his palm down. That huge hand also pressed down at the same time, pressing down towards Lan Yunfei. Lan Yunfei bellowed in anger. He exploded with all his strength and slashed upward. But with a bang, the blade light was instantly destroyed, and the palm pressed down without stopping. Lan Yunfei roared. At this moment, there was an ear-piercing sound at the top of the stairs. A figure rushed up like lightning and arrived in front of Lan Yunfei. He threw a punch upward. The air wave swept out, and the fist force and palm disappeared. At this time, everyone saw that there was already one more person in front of Lan Yunfei. It's him. Yang 6 Extremes. 33rd on the Cloud Emperor ranking, Yang Liuji from the Blood Zhao Empire's Great Sun sect. Could he be the one Lan Yunfei invited? Upon seeing who it was, the crowd exclaimed in shock once more. It's actually him. Back in the ruins of the Cloud Emperor Palace, Lu Ming had fought with Yang Liuji. In the end, Lu Ming defeated Yang Liuji with the help of the golden-eyed blood corpse. Xian Yanqing was also stunned as he also recognized Yang Liuji. On the other hand, Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi's expressions changed drastically. The Scorching Sun Empire and the Blood Zhao Empire were close to each other, and the name of Yang Liuji had long since reverberated in their ears. Brother Yang, you've finally come. Seeing Yang Liuji, Lan Yunfei was overjoyed. Brother Lan, I'm sorry I'm late. Yang Liuji said as he looked around. The moment he saw Xian Yanqing and Lu Ming, he was stunned. Then, his eyes flashed with a cold killing intent. Little bastard, is that you? Haha, good, good, you've really worn out your iron shoes in a long search, but you found it without any effort. Since I've encountered you today, then don't leave. Yang Liuji revealed a sinister smile. When he came out of the Yun Emperor Palace, he wanted to ask the senior masters of the Great Sun Mansion to kill Lu Ming, but Lu Ming escaped too quickly. He searched around the Yun Emperor Palace but could not find Lu Ming. During this period of time, he hated Lu Ming to the core. He did not expect to meet him here. He was so ecstatic that he almost laughed out loud. What's wrong? You've been defeated, are you looking for a beating again? The crowd was stunned. From Lu Ming's tone, could it be that Yang Liuji had lost to Lu Ming before? No way. If that was the case, wasn't the Burning Sun Empire a little too terrifying? Nonsense, you little bastard. Back then, you only relied on external forces and a puppet. Now that your puppet is gone, I'll kill you in 3 moves. Yang Liuji shouted and hurriedly corrected Lu Ming's words. The others came to a realization. It turned out that Lu Ming had relied on external forces. No wonder. It was useless if it was not one's own ability. They let out a long breath. If even a small empire like the Burning Sun Empire was this strong, how could they bear it? Kill me in 3 moves. Just you. Aren't you afraid of laughing your head off? Lu Ming continued to say indifferently. This kind of indifferent attitude made Yang Liuji's anger rise. You're courting death. Yang Liuji roared, his body emitting a scorching aura that made the restaurant look like a furnace. Xian Yanqing moved and stood in front of Yang Liuji. Little Qing, there's no need for you to deal with him. Let me play with him. Lu Ming picked up a glass of wine and finished it in one gulp. He then stood up and walked towards Yang Liuji. Hurry up and finish it, we haven't finished our meal. Xian Yanqing glanced at Lu Ming and went back to his seat. His tone was casual as if Lu Ming could easily deal with Yang Liuji. This caused the surrounding people to be dumbfounded. Haha, I know you're concerned about me and worried that the food won't taste good if it's cold. Don't worry, I'll deal with him. The food won't get cold. The others' lips trembled. These two were both more confident than the other. They were still thinking about eating, and the dishes wouldn't even get cold. Please, your opponent is the genius on the Cloud Emperor ranking, Yang Liuji, not some random cat or dog on the side of the road. Crazy, too crazy. Yang Liuji almost vomited blood, feeling his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys throb in pain. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. It's useless to rely on your mouth. You'll soon pay the price for your stupidity. Yang Liuji roared, and the scorching aura around his body became even more intense. His entire body was like a sun, and he almost set the restaurant on fire. This place is too narrow, let's go out and fight. Good, just what I want. Yang Liuji shouted angrily. The two of them flew out of the window and appeared in the sky above the small lake. At this time, it had already alerted the people on the other floors of the restaurant, and they all looked out one by one. That's Yang Liuji. Yang Liuji is going to fight someone. Who is the other person? Is he also a genius on the Cloud Emperor ranking? No, there's no such person on the Cloud Emperor ranking. He's so young, he looks less than 20 years old. This person actually dared to fight Yang Liuji. This is going to be a good show. The people on the other floors of the restaurant were discussing. Kill. The moment they left the restaurant, Yang Liuji roared, his aura exploding. Wuzong 5 Den Peak. Obviously, Yang Liuji's cultivation had also improved during this period of time. Back in the ruins of the Cloud Emperor Palace, Yang Liuji's cultivation was only at the early stage of the 5th level of Martial Ancestor Realm. The powerful fire force exploded, making Yang Liuji look like a small sun. It emitted an extremely hot aura, and the lake water below began to boil, filling the air with mist. Divine Sun Fist. Yang Liuji roared and threw a punch at Lu Ming. Chapter 358. 358 settling it in one move. A fist radiance that was as bright as the sun was aimed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming struck out with his palm and a huge palm print appeared, clashing with the fist radiance. After a loud boom, the fist radiance and palm print dissipated. Didn't Yang Liuji say he would kill him in 3 moves? He helped him calculate. Yang Liuji's expression changed. Lu Ming could actually block one of his moves. His gaze turned serious. Fist of the Great Divine Sun, fist radiance shatters the sky. Yang Liuji roared again and threw a punch. This punch was even more terrifying. It was like a sun falling down. Yang Liuji, who had reached the peak of the 5th stage of martial arts Grandmaster realm, had extremely terrifying combat power. An ordinary warrior at the peak of the 7th stage of martial arts Grandmaster realm would probably only have this kind of combat power. Lu Ming struck out another palm. A huge beast claw appeared and grabbed at the sun-like fist energy. The sun-like fist force was like a pitiful little flame that was extinguished by the beast's claw. 2 moves. Lu Ming said again. The people watching the battle were stunned, especially those on the 5th floor. Lu Ming could actually fight with Yang Liuji. This was too unbelievable. The Blazing Sun Empire was too terrifying. Experts were emerging one after another. Arg. Damn it, Divine Fist of the Great Sun, incinerating the world. Yang Liuji roared in anger and used his strongest move. At the same time, his bloodline power exploded. His bloodline was also at the 2nd level of the King tier. The lake water below churned and actually boiled. A shocking fist radiance came crashing down on Lu Ming from above. Lu Ming said softly. A long spear appeared in his hand and he thrust it upward. The long spear pierced through Yang Liuji's fist radiance. Lu Ming's body rushed past it and flew into the sky. 3 moves, Yang Liuji, you said you'd kill me in 3 moves, but it turns out that you want to kill me with just the power to scratch an itch. What a joke. Lu Ming said contemptuously. Damn it, how did this little bastard become so strong? How is that possible? Yang Liuji roared in his heart, his expression extremely ugly. He stared at Lu Ming and said coldly, I'll let you go today, and we'll fight another day. With that, she wanted to leave. Another day. Did I say another day? You want to leave after a fight? How can there be such a good thing in the world? Stay here. Lu Ming said coldly. A terrifying aura enveloped Yang Liuji. What do you want to do? Do you still want to make a move on me? How dare you? I'm a disciple of the Great Sun Mansion, do you understand? I'm a disciple of the Great Sun Mansion. Yang Liuji roared. You don't need to repeat that you are a disciple of Great Sun Prefecture. Great Sun Prefecture is none of my business. I don't care where you are from. Just take one of my attacks and you'll die. Lu Ming bellowed, his aura was wild as he pulled the long spear downward. A spear light that was hundreds of meters long, carrying the power of wind and fire, came down on Yang Liuji. While the spear radiance was still in the air, the lake below was suppressed by the force of the air. The lake water split into 2, and a waterless zone that was a few hundred meters long appeared. It had the same shape as the spear radiance. You coward. Ah. Yang Liuji roared and used all his strength to punch the air a dozen times in an attempt to block the spear radiance. However, it was useless. The dozen or so fist lights were like fireworks and collapsed in one strike. The spear radiance's momentum did not stop as it heavily smashed into Yang Liuji's body. Yang Liuji's body was like a cannonball, falling towards the lake. He fell heavily into the lake, causing huge waves. Even the ground shook, and a whirlpool appeared on the surface of the lake. Everyone saw that Yang Liuji had smashed a deep hole in the bottom of the lake, and the lake water had completely flooded Yang Liuji. This F***CK. The surrounding spectators were all dumbfounded. This was too violent. He had defeated Yang Liuji with one move and Yang Liuji had no chance to fight back. Especially the spectators on the 5th level. Their mouths were so wide open that they could practically swallow a chicken. This is crazy. The Burning Sun Empire is crazy. How can there be so many talented warriors? That's right. The Burning Sun Empire has always been ranked at the bottom of the list. It's unbelievable that so many geniuses have been born. The people on the 5th floor shouted in disbelief. At this moment, a figure rushed into the lake and came out again the next moment. It was Lan Yunfei. He was holding Yang Liuji in his arms. Yang Liuji's body was covered in blood, and his face was pale. Blood was dripping from his mouth, and his eyes were full of disbelief, shame, and anger. Previously, he had boasted shamelessly that he would kill Lu Ming in 3 moves. In the end, Lu Ming easily received his 3 moves. Not only that, but he had also beaten him half to death in 1 move. This made him want to find a hole to hide in. If you don't have the strength, then keep a low profile. Don't always act like you're the best in the world. It's embarrassing. This time, I'll teach you a lesson. Get lost. Lu Ming waved his hand, as if an elder was lecturing a junior. Yang Liuji was so furious that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Lu Ming, don't be so arrogant. You'd better not run into my big brother during the Detian Divine Guard selection. Otherwise, you'll die an ugly death. Let's go. Lan Yunfei roared in anger. Then his figure soared into the sky. Lu Ming smiled and did not mind. He returned to the restaurant in a flash. Come, let's continue eating. Lu Ming laughed and sat down to eat and drink again. The rest of the people in the restaurant were dumbfounded. Brother Lu, we must guard against the big brother that Lan Yunfei spoke of. Feng Wuji's face turned solemn. That's right, the 5th-ranked genius on the Cloud Emperor board also has the surname Lan, his name is Lan Yundao. I'm pretty sure he's Lan Yunfei's big brother. Ling Yanqi's expression was also serious. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, they did not think that Lu Ming could be a match for those who were ranked at the top of the Cloud Emperor ranking. Those people were too powerful. They were all monsters. 5th on the Cloud Emperor ranking. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and his lips curled into a smile. He did not mind and continued to eat and drink. After a short while, the 4 of them left the restaurant and found an inn to stay in. There were still 3 days before the Detian Divine Guard's preliminary competition. At this moment, news of Xian Yanqing, Lu Ming, Lan Yunfei, and Yang Liuji's battle spread quickly. Many people were shocked and secretly sighed. There were so many geniuses these days, and yet another unknown genius had risen. In a room in the inn, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and thought about the battle. Speaking of which, this was the first time that Lu Ming had a direct battle with a genius on the Cloud Emperor ranking. Although he appeared confident on the surface, he did not dare to underestimate his opponent. Yang Liuji was only ranked 33rd on the Cloud Emperor list, but his cultivation had already reached the peak of the 5th stage of Martial Ancestor Realm. His combat strength was comparable to an ordinary peak of the 7th stage of Martial Ancestor Realm. In that case, how strong were the geniuses at the top of the rankings? Especially the geniuses in the top 10, how strong were they? Lu Ming did not dare to underestimate his opponent. My biggest disadvantage now is that my cultivation is low. I'm only at the peak of the 4th level of the Martial Ancestor Realm. I have to find a way to break through as soon as possible. After a few months of polishing, Lu Ming's foundation had long been stable. As long as there was enough energy, Lu Ming's cultivation would be able to break through. Chapter 359. 359 The Gathering of Geniuses. Lu Ming immediately circulated the True War Dragon technique and began to temper his essential qi. A day passed in the blink of an eye. On the evening of the 2nd day, the people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace actually came to find them. They had sent an invitation letter for the Detian Divine Guard selection. It was for Xian Yanqing. It seemed that the news of Xian Yanqing's defeat of Lan Yunfei yesterday had already spread to the higher-ups of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. That was why they had sent an invitation letter. With Xian Yanqing's combat strength, he was fully qualified to receive an invitation. The next 2 days were peaceful and no one disturbed Lu Ming and the rest. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the Ditian Divine Guard's preliminary round. The Ditian Divine Guard preliminaries were to select a group of elites from the geniuses who had received invitations from the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. Only this group of people would be qualified to participate in the final selection of the Ditian Divine Guards. The gathering place for the preliminaries was in front of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's residence in the cloud-desolate imperial capital. Early in the morning, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Feng Wuji, and Ling Yanqi headed to the assembly point. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's residence in the cloud-desolate empire's imperial capital was extremely grand and majestic. It was even more majestic than the cloud-desolate imperial palace. In front of the mansion, there was a wide square. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, the square was already surrounded by people. Most of them were people who came to watch the show. However, there were not many people in the square. This was because there were people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace guarding the square. Only the geniuses participating in the preliminaries could step on it. If anyone else were to step in rashly and was discovered, they would be killed without mercy. No one dared to take the risk. When the 4 of them arrived, they walked directly to the square. "Guys, look, there's a genius from the preliminaries here. 2 of them look so young. Which empire are they from?" "I don't know him, he's a complete stranger." "I know. I saw them a few days ago. The youngest man and woman are the 2 who defeated Yang Liuji and Lan Yunfei 3 days ago. They are the geniuses from the Burning Sun Empire." The surrounding crowd was discussing when someone suddenly shouted, "What? It's them, just like the rumors, they're really that young. I thought the rumors were exaggerated. I can't believe that the Blazing Sun Empire has produced such a genius." In the past few days, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's names had spread throughout the Cloud Wilderness imperial capital. Many people were very curious and they looked at Lu Ming and the other 3. The 4 of them had also seen big scenes before, so their expressions didn't change. They walked to the square and stood at the side. "It seems that we came too early." Feng Wuji chuckled. "It's a good opportunity for me to meet the other geniuses." Ling Yanqi's eyes were filled with excitement. Time slowly passed, and more people came. Without a doubt, they were all young people, all under the age of 30. Most of them were in their 20s, and there were very few under the age of 20. "Look, that's Lu Xiaofeng, who is ranked 35th on the Cloud Emperor ranking list." Suddenly, someone pointed at a yellow-robed young man and shouted, "Also, that's Wang Kai, who is ranked 26th on the Cloud Emperor board." "Oh my god, that's Su Yingying, who is ranked 13th on the Cloud Emperor board. I've long heard that Su Yingying is a devastatingly beautiful woman. Now that I've seen her today, I see that she is indeed worthy of her reputation." With the arrival of the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking list, the audience was excited. The 36 countries of Emperor Yun were vast, but there were only 36 people on the Emperor Yun list. Usually, the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking were scattered all over the place. It was hard to see them at all. But now, they had seen so many people at once, and everyone was excited. Even Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi's eyes lit up as they started to size up the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor board. Soon, no less than 300 people had gathered in the square, and the number was still increasing. This made Lu Ming sigh with emotion. Only geniuses on the same level as the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun could receive an invitation. However, hundreds of such geniuses had arrived. Lu Ming suddenly felt a murderous intent enveloping him. He could not help but turn around to look. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. So it was the 6 extremes of Yang. After not seeing him for a few days, Yang Liuji's injuries had almost recovered. He was looking at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Beside Yang Liuji was a tall young man. He was wearing the same clothes as Yang Liuji and was obviously from the Blood Zhao's Great Sun House. He was also staring at Lu Ming with an unfriendly look. "Yang Liuji is here. The one beside him, is he the #1 expert among the younger generation of the Great Sun House, Yan Feishuan?" "It's definitely him." Yan Feishuan, ranked 9th on the Cloud Emperor ranking list. Exclamations of shock came from the surroundings. The top 10 geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking list had finally appeared. It was as if Yan Feishuan's arrival was the start of the event that had happened 10 days ago. In the air, a blue light flashed and 2 figures appeared in the square. One of the 2 blue-robed young men was Lan Yunfei. The other man was tall and had a saber on his back. He had a wild aura. Lan Yunfei and Lan Yundao. The 5th-ranked Lan Yundao has arrived. There was another round of exclamations in the surroundings. As soon as Lan Yunfei and Lan Yundao arrived, they swept their gazes across the surroundings. In the next moment, they discovered Lu Ming and the rest. The 2 of them strode toward Lu Ming and the rest. There's a good show to watch. The crowd's gaze was fixed on Lan Yundao and Lu Ming. The geniuses on the square were also watching with interest. Very soon, Lan Yunfei and Lan Yundao were not far from Lu Ming and the rest. You 2 are Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Lan Yundao's gaze fell on Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. He did not hide the murderous intent in his eyes. That's right. I didn't expect to be so famous now. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not care. Xian Yanqing pouted and didn't even bother to reply. Seeing this, Lan Yundao's face darkened and he said coldly, "You dare to beat up my Blue Blade family's people, you're really bold. However, those who dared to beat up my Blue Blade family's people are no longer in this world." "Oh, really? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? The world is so big, and there are so many experts. There are also many people who can destroy your family with a flick of their hands. You even said that the people who dared to attack your Blue Blade family are no longer in this world. You really have no shame in talking big." Lu Ming said indifferently, his voice full of ridicule. Lan Yundao was furious. "Brother Lan, there's no need to waste words with them. Just attack and kill them." At this moment, Yan Feishuan walked over and said with a murderous look, "You want to kill me? Why don't you try?" Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent and a powerful aura rose from his body. Xian Yanqing, Feng Wuji, and Ling Yanqi walked to Lu Ming's side and glared at Yan Feishuan, Lan Yundao, and the rest. The battle was about to begin. This place doesn't allow a great battle. Anyone who violates this rule will be killed. Suddenly, a middle-aged man shouted loudly, and a mountain-like pressure rose from his body. This burly man was a guard of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Lan Yundao and Yan Feishuan's expressions changed and they withdrew their qi. Lu Ming and the group also retracted their aura. "Humph, I'll let you off today. Lu Ming, I hope you can pass the preliminaries smoothly. At that time, I'll let you know the consequences of offending the Blue Blade family in the Detian Divine Guard selection." Lan Yundao sat Chapter 360. 360 Chapter 360 Sword Wind Cloud. Yan Feishuan and Yang Liuji glared at Lu Ming coldly before turning to leave. "Miss Xie, Brother Lu, you must be careful." Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi were extremely worried. "It's fine." Lu Ming smiled slightly, his expression relaxed. Xian Yanqing, on the other hand, was expressionless. At this moment, another sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. "Qiu Changkong is here. And the strongest dark horse, Prince Wuling." Lu Ming looked up and saw a few figures flying down from the sky. One of them was very young, about 21 or 22 years old. He wore a fiery red robe and had eyes like lightning. He had a powerful aura and his hands were behind his back. This man must be young Master Wuling. The other person had a sword on his back. If he wasn't Qiu Changkong, who else could he be? Qiu Changkong's eyes were filled with killing intent the moment he saw Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, I don't know how you got the invitation. You could have lived a little longer if you didn't participate in the Detian Divine Guard selection. Now that you're here, you're just looking for death. After the preliminaries, it'll be your death when the real selection competition begins." Qiu Changkong's eyes were cold as he kept thinking. Naturally, he had heard of the news that Lu Ming had defeated Yang Liuji. At first, he was extremely shocked. They were shocked by Lu Ming's invitation and his ability. However, he was only a little shocked at the beginning and did not have any fear. He had 10% confidence that he could kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at Qiu Changkong, his eyes filled with killing intent. He had to kill Chiu Changkong. Lu Yuntian's 8 years of torture were all thanks to Chiu Changkong. The sound of air being torn could be heard from time to time as people kept coming. Not long after, Jiang Hongwen, who was ranked 3rd on the Cloud Emperor ranking, and young Master Tian Shi, who was ranked 2nd, arrived together, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. Young Master Tian Shi was wearing a green robe. His face was gloomy and his eyes were cold. He was like a venomous snake that was about to devour people. Anyone who was targeted by him would feel a chill. Jiang Hongwen was tall and had a majestic and domineering aura, which was the complete opposite of young Master Tian Shi. Up until now, there were nearly 600 people in the square. Each and every one of them was a dragon among men and had extraordinary auras. When they were gathered together, it was extremely spectacular. Jian Fengyun isn't here yet, could he be dead? Hee. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. It was young Master Tian Shi. Everyone couldn't help but look at him. How could Jian Fengyun die if you, a venomous snake, didn't die? Not far away, Jiang Hongwen sneered. Many people's expressions changed slightly. There were not many people on the Cloud Emperor list who dared to speak to young Master Tian Shi in such a manner. Lan Yundao was ranked 5th and was arrogant. However, in front of young Master Tian Shi, he had to be obedient. Hee, I heard that Jian Fengyun went to another region for training. It's normal for him to die outside. Young Master Tian Shi smiled sinisterly. Jian Fengyun was the #1 genius on Emperor Yun's board and the top expert among the younger generation in Emperor Yun's 36 kingdoms. Haha, Wei Tianxia, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. At this time, a loud laugh came from the distance. A sword light cut through the air at an unbelievable speed. He was clearly 10 miles away a moment ago, but in the next moment, he was already in the sky above the square. The sword light dispersed, and a young figure appeared. He was about 24 or 25 years old, wearing a long gray robe. He had a slender figure and bright eyes. He looked like an unsheathed divine sword. The most eye-catching part was the long scar on his face, which looked very ferocious. Jian Fengyun, you're finally here. Young Master Tian Shi's eyes moved, revealing a trace of solemnness. He was Jian Fengyun, who was ranked 1st on the Cloud Emperor board. There was a burst of excited discussion. Eh? Why was there a scar on Jian Fengyun's face? I didn't have it before. Who is so powerful that he could leave a scar on Jian Fengyun's face? Whispers could be heard from nearby. Wei Tianxia, I'm here. Are you very disappointed? Jian Fengyun looked at young Master Tian Shi and said. What's there to be disappointed about? You've come at the right time. This time, I'm going to defeat you completely. Young Master Tian Shi sneered. Then, his eyes flickered and he said, Jian Fengyun, I heard that you went to another region for training. You've been injured by someone. This is too embarrassing. What's there to be embarrassed about? I was injured by the geniuses there when I was training in the Thousand River region. I have to tell you that the geniuses from other regions are far stronger than those in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Jian Fengyun said frankly. This made young Master Tian Shi, Jiang Hongwen, and the other geniuses' faces turn grave. Jian Fengyun, what's your ranking in the Thousand River region? Young Master Tian Shi asked. 18th place. Jian Fengyun said word by word. As soon as he said that, the entire place was in an uproar. The #1 genius of the Cloud Emperor mountain range was defeated by the #18 genius of the Thousand River water region and had a scar on his face. How was this possible? Was the Thousand River region really that powerful? Haha, Jian Fengyun, in my opinion, it's not that the opponent is too strong. It's that you're too weak. It seems that you've regressed in the past few years. This time, I'll surpass you completely. Young Master Tian Shi laughed out loud. He didn't believe that the Thousand River region was that powerful. If the 18th place could defeat Jian Fengyun, didn't that mean that there were at least 18 geniuses who were above him, young Master Tian Shi? This was only the waters of the Thousand Rivers. What about the regions? With young Master Tian Shi's pride, he would never believe that so many geniuses would surpass him. He thought that Jian Fengyun was too weak to move forward. Many people also secretly nodded and were more willing to believe young Master Tianqi's words. Frog in the well. Jian Fengyun smiled faintly and did not bother to say anything else. Young Master Tianqi snorted coldly and stood at the side. By now, the number of people had reached 600. Ka. At this moment, the gate of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace opened, and a few figures walked out. The leader of the group was an old man with white hair and wearing a black robe. The old man had a kind expression on his face. There was no aura fluctuation on his body, as if he was an ordinary person who had not cultivated. However, no one dared to underestimate him because he was a member of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. It seems that everyone is here. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Xiu, and I'm the host of this preliminaries. I'll also be leading you to the real selection later. The old man introduced himself. Greetings, Senior Lu. The geniuses on the square all saluted. Lu Xiu nodded. All right, let's cut the chit-chat and come with me. This isn't the venue for the preliminaries. After saying that, Lu Xiu rose into the air and flew towards the north. The participating geniuses on the square also rose into the air and followed. Lu Ming and the other three were mixed in the crowd and did not stand out. The people around the square sighed and felt it was a pity. He would not be able to see the exciting content after that. Chapter 361. 361 Chapter 361 Measuring the Power. The group headed north, a group of 600 over people flying above the cloud-desolate empire's imperial capital. It was a spectacular sight. Their target was a mountain peak to the north of the imperial capital. The distance of 100 miles was covered in an instant. Lu Xiu led the group to a flat land in front of the two mountains. All right, I'll first tell you the rules of the preliminaries. The preliminaries are actually very simple. It's split into 2 rounds. The first round is to test one's aura. I'll test the level of your comprehension of force. Those who haven't reached major accomplishment will be eliminated. Lu Xiu announced. What? He's going to be eliminated before his force is fully formed. Someone cried out in extreme disappointment. Good, you see the stone pillar in front, right? It's the treasure to test force. As long as you input force into this stone pillar, it will appear in different colors. They are divided into blue, purple, silver, and gold, corresponding to the entry level of force, small success, large success, and perfection. Only when the stone pillar appears silver will it be considered a pass. Now, begin. Lu Ming and the rest nodded. This rule was simple. I'll go first. A skinny young man took the lead and walked out with great confidence. He walked in front of the stone pillar and struck out with his palm. A powerful wind force surged out of his palm and poured into the stone pillar. Instantly, the stone pillar emitted a faint silver light, beautiful and magnificent. Wind force, early stage of major accomplishment. Pass. Next. Lu Xiu announced. Naturally, there were people registering at the side. I'll do it. A strong young man walked out and a strong aura poured into the stone pillar. The stone pillar immediately emitted a silver light, which was darker than the youth's. Force of Earth, mid-stage of great completion. Pass. Next. Then, one by one, the young men stepped forward to take the test. These young men had all reached the peak level of their control force. Some of them were at the early stage of the peak level, some were at the middle stage, and only a few of them had reached the late stage. Those youths who had not reached the level of great accomplishment did not even step forward to take the test. I'm going too. I'll go with you. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi also went up for the test. Feng Wuji had comprehended the force of wind and reached the early stage of the Deshang realm. Ling Yanqi had comprehended the force of fire and reached the middle stage of the Deshang realm. Soon, more than 400 people passed the test. For geniuses at the level of the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes, most of them had already reached the major accomplishment stage. Of course, there were also a few who did not reach that level. However, not a single person had reached the peak of Sure. Although there was only one step between the great completion and great perfection of control force, the difference was huge. One was flawed while the other was perfect. The difference in power was several times. Yang Liuji has entered the arena. Many people's eyes lit up. Up until now, no one from the Cloud Emperor ranking had entered the arena. They wanted to see how far the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking could go. Yang Liuji walked up to the stone pillar, his entire body exuding a burning aura. With a wave of his hand, Shi poured into the stone pillar. The stone pillar trembled, and an extremely dense silver light spread out, making the entire stone pillar look as if it was made of pure silver. Force of fire, the limit of large success. The limit of the upper tier was just one step away from the Great Circle. This was the first person who had reached the peak of Shi. Lu Ming's gaze was calm. He was not surprised at all. He had fought with Yang Liuji before, so he was very clear about the strength of Yang Liuji's force. Yang Liuji's appearance opened the prologue to the appearance of the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor list. Then, one by one, the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor list appeared. However, it was a pity that most of the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor list had only reached the limit of the upper tier. There were even a few people who were only at the late stage of the Dashang realm, and none of them had reached the perfection realm. Even those ranked in the top 10 on the Cloud Emperor ranking were only at the limit of the great completion. It's the Fire Spirit Prince's turn. Young Master Huoling strode forward with a cold and arrogant expression, but he was only at the peak of the profound level. Following that, Qiu Changkong, Yan Feishuan, and Lan Yundao stepped forward one by one. Unfortunately, none of them had reached the peak of their astral force. From this, one could see how difficult it was to reach perfection. I'm going to take the test, do you want to? Come with me. Xian Yanqing glanced at Lu Ming. The two of them stepped forward and attracted a lot of attention. Lan Yun said. Yan Feishuan and Qiu Changkong turned their cold gazes over. I'll go first, or you go first. Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming. Anything is fine. Then you go first. Xian Yanqing said. Lu Ming stepped forward. A scorching aura burst out from his body. The power of the fire surged into the stone pillar and it turned pure silver immediately. The force of fire is at the limit of perfection. Many people were not too surprised. Since Lu Ming could defeat Yang Liuji, his comprehension of force would naturally not be bad. It was normal for him to reach the limit of large success. Lu Ming smiled and took a few steps back. During this period of time, he had cultivated the force of fire to the limit of large success, but it was difficult to break through to perfection. As for wind force, it had also reached the limit of the small success stage and was about to break through to the large success stage. Lu Ming believed that the power of the fusion of the two types of Shi would not be inferior to that of a perfected Shi. Lu Ming retreated while Xian Yanqing stepped forward. All of a sudden, a terrifying aura erupted from Xian Yanqing's body as he was surrounded by a green light. This was the force of the wind. The powerful force of the wind gushed into the stone pillar. The stone pillar began to shake violently. In the next moment, golden rays of light began to spread out. Golden light, it's golden light. Someone shouted. Perfect force. This woman has already cultivated her force to perfect force. How terrifying. What a monster. Why haven't I heard of him before? The surroundings were filled with clamors and cries of alarm. Lu Ming was stunned as well, then he sighed. A 7th-level king-level blood meridian was indeed terrifying. Even his comprehension of force was unique. Yan Feishuan, Lan Yundao, and Qiu Changkong's eyes were filled with killing intent. Jian Fingyun, young Master Tian Shi, and Jiang Hongwen's eyes lit up. Especially young Master Tian Shi, who was staring at Xian Yanqing with greed and lust in his eyes. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi's mouths were wide open in shock. Wind force, perfect, good, good. Lu Xiu laughed heartily. The stronger the geniuses in the Cloud Emperor mountain range, the more contribution he would make and the corresponding rewards would be given. Naturally, he was happy. Xian Yanqing retracted his essential qi and walked to Lu Ming's side. He pursed his lips provocatively as if to say, "Do you see that? I'm stronger than you." Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Next. Lu Xiu shouted. I'll do it. Jiang Hongwen strode forward, waved his hand, and a force landed on the stone pillar. The stone pillar trembled, and then, it also emitted a golden light. Force, perfection. Then, young Master Tian Shi stepped forward. His body trembled slightly, and a long snake-like force slammed into the stone pillar. The next moment, golden light filled the air. "It's your turn." Young Master Tianxi looked at Jian Fengyun. Jian Fengyun smiled. He didn't move, but two sword lights shot out from his eyes. This was a sword light condensed from Shi, and it landed on the stone pillar. The stone pillar trembled violently and emitted a rich golden light. Similarly, force, perfection. Only 4 people Shi had reached perfection. They were Jian Fengyun, young Master Tianxi, Jiang Hongwen, and the rising star, Xian Yanqing. Chapter 362. 362 10,000 Illusionary Killing Array. Next, who else is going to take the test? Lu Xiu looked at the remaining 60-odd people. These 60-over people had been standing still the entire time, clearly not confident in themselves. At this moment, all of them had ugly expressions and were hesitating. If you don't come up, you'll be disqualified and eliminated. Finally, someone went up and decided to give it a try. Unfortunately, Shi was only at the limit of the initial success stage and had not yet reached the major success stage. It was mercilessly eliminated. Following that, a few more people came forward with a fluke mind, but they were all eliminated one by one. The rest of the people shook their heads and sighed. No one continued to test because there was no need. They knew best whether their control force had reached large success or not. All right, those who were eliminated, leave this place. Those who succeeded, follow me into Myriad Illusion Canyon. Those who had been eliminated sighed and soared into the air, ending the selection of the Detian Divine Guards. All right, follow me. Lu Xiu said, then turned around and walked back. 10,000 Illusion Canyon was in the middle of the 2 mountain peaks. That place was heavily guarded. As he followed Lu Xiu, he was not obstructed by any obstacles and entered the canyon. The canyon was very wide, at least 1,000 meters wide, and on both sides were cliffs that were thousands of feet tall. In front of the canyon, there was a huge light screen that separated the canyon. Behind the light screen, it was all blurry and he could not see anything clearly. Behind this layer of light is a large inscription array, called the 10,000 Illusionary Killing Array. The second round of the preliminaries will be carried out in this 10,000 Illusionary Killing Array. As long as you enter the 10,000 Illusionary Killing Array, powerful warriors or demonic beasts will be condensed inside. As long as you kill the warriors or demonic beasts inside, you will be able to obtain the corresponding points. The 2 stone tablets in front of the 10,000 Illusionary Killing Array will show your points and ranking. Only those who have scored 500 points will be considered to have passed and be able to participate in the true selection of the Emperor's Sky Divine Guards. The time limit is only half an hour. Once the time is up, you will be automatically transported out. This standard is the same in many regions in the eastern part of the Tianxian region. Lu Xiu briefly introduced the rules of the second round. Sure enough, in front of the light curtain, they saw 2 huge stone tablets that were 100 meters tall and dozens of meters wide. All right, the rules are very simple. Next, it will depend on your strength. The 10,000 Illusionary Killing Formation can allow 50 people to enter at a time. You can make your own choice. We can start now. As soon as Lu Xiu finished speaking, everyone looked at each other. Then, someone strode out and walked towards the 10,000 Illusionary Killing Array. With someone taking the lead, the others naturally followed one by one. In a short while, 50 people had rushed into the 10,000 Illusionary Killing Array. When the 50 people rushed into the Myriad Illusionary Killing Array, the 2 stone tablets in front of them started to emit a hazy light. After a few breaths, a few lines of words appeared on the first stone tablet. Wasp, 1 point. Longmao, 1 point. 7 to 8 names appeared in succession, and behind the names were the corresponding points. After a few more breaths, some people's points went from 1 to 2, and then to 3. More and more names appeared on the stone tablet. 2 minutes later, 50 names appeared on the stone tablet, and behind each name was the corresponding score. Some people's points increased very quickly, while some people's points increased much slower. After a while, someone had already reached 400 points, approaching 500. As long as they reached 500 points, they would be able to pass the preliminaries and obtain the qualifications to participate in the true selection. At this moment, the light screen trembled, and someone flew out from inside. Everyone could see that wounds had appeared on this person's body, and blood was dripping. Everyone's heart trembled. It seemed that this formation was not that safe. After this person flew out, his name disappeared from the first stone tablet. This person looked defeated. Clearly, he had failed. After this person, the light screen would shake from time to time, and people would constantly fly out. Without a doubt, none of these people who flew out had 500 points. They all ended in failure. When the half an hour was about to end, 47 people had already flown out, and none of these 47 people had reached 500 points. Only the last 3 people who flew out had more than 500 points. The highest score was 553 points. When the last 3 people came out, the second stone tablet lit up, and 3 names appeared. First place, Hornets, 553 points. Second place. The 3 names were those who had reached 500 points. These 3 were naturally overjoyed, while the other 47 people had unsightly expressions and were extremely dejected. The rest of the people who had not entered looked extremely serious. The elimination rate was too high. Out of the 50 people, 47 people were eliminated, and only 3 passed. Although there weren't any impressive geniuses in this group, the elimination rate still made people gasp. Alright, the first group has finished. Next group, continue. But everyone looked at each other, and for a moment, no one stepped forward. Hurry up. The result will be the same in the morning and at night. It won't be easier to get up at night. Lucio frowned. What's there to hesitate about? I'll go. Yang Liuji coldly snorted and strode forward. After that, one figure after another also walked forward. 50 people disappeared from the light screen. A breath after he entered the light screen, a name suddenly appeared on the first stone tablet. Yang 6 Extremes. After that, Yang Liuji's points started to soar. 1, 2, 5, 10. The speed at which his points rose was terrifying. In just 5 minutes, his points had already exceeded 500 and were still rising. The others were much slower than him. Yang Liuji's points only started to slow down when he reached 1,000 points. At this moment, the light screen trembled again, and someone flew out from inside. Soon, half an hour had passed, and everyone in the group had come out. This time, there were a total of 6 people who had more than 500 points and passed the preliminaries. The names of these 6 people also appeared on the second stone tablet. Including the 3 people before them, there were a total of 9 names on the second stone tablet. On the other hand, Yang Liuji had obtained a total of 10 points, ranking first. Yang Liuji had a smug expression as he walked to the side. After that, the third group of 50 people entered. This time, 5 people passed. In this group, there was also a genius on the Cloud Emperor ranking. This person was slightly stronger than Yang Liuji and had 22 points more than him. He rushed to the first place, while Yang Liuji became second. Then, the fourth group, the fifth group. Group by group, they went in. The further they went, the more experts went in, and the more qualified people there were. Chapter 363. 363 Chapter 363 Indirect Contest. The second stone tablet's ranking fluctuated continuously. People were constantly being surpassed, and people were constantly rushing up. After the sixth group, Yang Liuji had dropped to 21st place. This made his face extremely gloomy, especially when a few unknown people had surpassed him. This made his face even uglier. There were still quite a few experts who had yet to go on stage. Originally, Yang Liuji had been very ambitious and wanted to make it to the top 30, or even the top 20, but now it seemed that there was no hope at all. It would be good enough if he could keep his position on the Cloud Emperor board. After the sixth group was finished, it was the seventh group's turn. Brother Yan, how about we attack? Lan Yundao looked at Yan Feishuan and said with a smile. Yan Feishuan smiled. Count me in. A young man in green stepped out. Everyone recognized him as the 7th-ranked Ji Rufeng. The top 10 geniuses are about to make their move. Everyone's heart trembled as they revealed looks of anticipation. Would there be any changes in the top 10 this time? Their bodies flickered as they charged forward. Young Master Wu Ling has also made his move. And Qiu Changkong. Lu Ming looked up and saw the arrogant young master Huo Ling and Qiu Changkong. These two people had attracted a lot of attention recently. Many people were guessing whether the two could make it into the top 10. The 50 figures charged into the myriad illusionary killing array. Everyone's eyes were burning as they stared at the two stone tablets. There were many experts in this group, so the competition would definitely be intense. A breath after everyone had rushed in, the first stone tablet suddenly glowed with names. Lan Yun said. Ji Rufeng, Yan Feishuan, Qiu Changkong, and young master Huo Ling were all here. At the same time, the points behind their names jumped up rapidly and began to soar. These 5 people's points rose at almost the same speed, leaving the others far behind. In just 2 minutes, the points of the 5 of them had exceeded 500 points and continued to soar. In 8 minutes, his score had exceeded 1,000 points. At this time, the speed of the 5 people slowly slowed down. This is truly shocking. Qiu Changkong and young master Huo Ling are actually able to keep up with Lan Yundao's speed. This is truly shocking. Can the two of them really make it into the top 10? It's hard to say. The higher the level of the 10,000 illusionary killing array, the more difficult it is. At their level, if they want to determine the winner, they will have to see the later battles. Many young men were discussing. Her score continued to rise. 1,500, 1,800, 2,000. 20 minutes later, all 5 of them had more than 2,000 points. At this moment, it could be seen that Lan Yundao's growth was the fastest, followed by Ji Rufeng. However, Yan Feishuan, Qiu Changkong, and young master Huo Ling were almost the same. When it broke through 2,100 points, Yan Feishuan, the fire spirit young master, and Qiu Changkong's points rose at the speed of a turtle. When the 30 minutes were up, the screen flickered and a few figures flew out. They were Yan Feishuan, Qiu Changkong, and the fire spirit young master. The 3 of them looked pale and weak. Qiu Changkong is in the lead. His points are actually higher than young master Huo Ling and Yan Feishuan. Someone cried out in shock. Qiu Changkong's score was 2,235 points. Yan Feishuan, on the other hand, had 2,205 points, 30 points less than Qiu Changkong. And the fire spirit young master had 30 points less than Yan Feishuan. Yan Feishuan shouted angrily, killing intent flashing in his eyes. He had actually been surpassed by Qiu Changkong. Humph. I was just lucky. If we were to fight face to face, I would definitely be able to kill them all. Young master Huo Ling coldly snorted. He was very unhappy. When the final moment arrived, Lan Yundao and Ji Rufeng also appeared. Both of them had more than 2,400 points. However, Lan Yundao had more points and was ahead of Ji Rufeng. At the same time, the second stone tablet glowed and the ranking on it changed. Lan Yundao was temporarily in first place, followed by Ji Rufeng, Qiu Changkong, Yan Feishuan, and the fire spirit young master. As for Yang Liuji, he had already reached the 29th place. This made Yang Liuji's face as dark as charcoal. Next, the 8th group. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man stepped out. Jian Fengyun. Everyone was shocked. Jian Fengyun was about to make his move, and everyone was extremely excited. Jian Fengyun was a rare genius who dominated the Cloud Emperor ranking and suppressed the other geniuses in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. It was because he was too strong. As for him, it had been almost 2 years since anyone had seen him in action. What level had his cultivation reached now? Haha, Jian Fengyun, you're finally going to fight. Alright. Even though this isn't a direct fight, it's an indirect one. Let me see how much you've improved during this period of time. Young Master Tianxi sneered and also stepped forward. Since you've all made your moves, I'll play with you too. Jiang Hongwen also walked out with a smile. Everyone felt their hearts beat faster. The top 3 geniuses on the Cloud Emperor board were going to fight together. This was too shocking and exciting. Everyone seemed to be able to see countless sparks shining. 2 of the top 10 geniuses had wanted to make a move, but they stopped. If he were to attack together with Jian Fengyun, young Master Tianxi, and Jiang Hongwen, he would only serve as a foil. Tianxi, I will let you see that the gap between you and me is getting bigger and bigger. Jian Fengyun smiled faintly, his confidence was undeniable. Humph, strength is not something that can be said with words. Young Master Tian, she coldly snorted. In the next moment, their figures flickered and rushed into the myriad illusionary killing array. Immediately, the score began to soar. Jian Fengyun, Young Master Tian Shi, and Jiang Hongwen's points were skyrocketing at a terrifying speed. 500 points, 1,000 points, 1,500 points, 2,000 points. After 2,000 points, their speed didn't slow down and continued to soar. Many people's hearts were in their throats as they watched with wide eyes, afraid to miss the wonderful scene. 3,000 points. When they reached 3,000 points, Young Master Tian Shi and Jiang Hongwen's speed began to slow down. However, Jian Fengyun was still very fast. Oh my god, 3,000 points. According to my guess, after 3,000 points, the opponents that appear will be in the early stage of Martial Ancestor Realm Level 9. And there are 20 of them. That's right. Their opponents are indeed 20 early 9th Martial Ancestor Realm experts. Lu Xiu gave an affirmative answer. Everyone gasped. Lu Ming's gaze also narrowed. Facing the siege of 20 early stage 9th level Martial Ancestor Realm experts, he could still keep increasing his points. The top 3 on the Cloud Emperor list were indeed terrifying. As time passed, it became more and more difficult for Young Master Tian Shi and Jiang Hongwen to increase their points. In the end, they basically stopped. Jian Fengyun's points continued to rise. In the end, he was ahead of Young Master Tian Shi by more than 600 points. Once the 30 minutes were up, they were teleported out one by one. Chapter 364. 364 Chapter 364 Crushing Everything. After coming out, Young Master Tian Shi hurriedly looked at the stone tablet. When he saw the score on the stone tablet, Young Master Tian Shi's face changed greatly and he roared, "Impossible, Jian Fengyun. How could your score be so much higher than mine?" Impossible. It was more than 600 points higher. This was not just a little bit, it was several levels higher. Young Master Tian Shi couldn't believe that the gap between him and Jian Fengyun was so huge. Nothing is impossible. Tian Shi, you've been hiding in this corner of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. You think you're a peerless genius, but you're just a frog in a well. There are many people like you in the world. Jian Fengyun said indifferently. Young Master Tian Shi roared, thinking that Jian Fengyun was trying to hurt him. Jian Fengyun sneered and walked to the side. He didn't bother to talk to Young Master Tian Shi. The others were extremely shocked. Jian Fengyun was too strong. No wonder he was ranked first on the Cloud Emperor board. He was way ahead of the second place and no one else could surpass him. Lu Xiu nodded his head. The Cloud Emperor mountain range would have to rely on Jian Fengyun for the Emperor Sky Divine Guard selection this time. The ranking on the second stone stele had changed. Jian Fengyun was in first place, while Young Master Tian Shi was in second place, having more than 100 points higher than Jiang Hongwen. Jiang Hongwen was third. As for Lan Yundao and the others, they were pushed back 3 places. Alright, Group 9, get ready. Lu Ming, let's go together. Let's see who can suppress who. Xian Yanqing glanced at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with provocation. I'll keep you company. The two of them strode out. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi also rushed forward. Xian Yanqing has made his move. Her sure has reached a terrifying level of perfection. I wonder what rank she'll get. It's hard to say. The myriad illusionary killing array tests one's overall combat power. Although Xian Yanqing's control force is strong, his overall combat power might not be that strong. He also has to consider the bloodline level, cultivation method, physical cultivation, and comprehension of martial arts techniques. Xian Yanqing's cultivation is too low, so he might not be able to get too high. It'll be good if he can make it to the 36th place. You're right. The top 36 are equivalent to being on the Cloud Emperor board. Look, Shangguan Yunyan and the others have made their move. The surrounding crowd was in a heated discussion when suddenly, a cry of surprise could be heard. Shangguan Yunyan, the 4th genius on the Cloud Emperor board, and the only woman in the top 10, was peerless. In addition, there were a few geniuses in the top 10 of the Cloud Emperor board, such as the 6th and 8th. This batch was also worth watching. As for Lu Ming, he was directly ignored. Although Lu Ming had defeated Yang Liuji, what was his ranking now? He was about to fall out of the Cloud Emperor ranking. Even if Lu Ming could defeat him, how powerful could he be? At most, he would be able to enter the Cloud Emperor board, which would not attract anyone's interest. The 50 people rushed into the 10,000 illusionary killing array and disappeared. The moment Lu Ming rushed into the light screen, he suddenly felt that the sky and earth were spinning. The next moment, he realized that he was standing on a grassland. In front of him, there was a flash of light, and demonic beasts began to form. There were a total of 20 black tigers. They looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent and roared before pouncing at him. It's equivalent to the early stage of the 5th level of martial ancestor realm. Killing one will give you 1 point. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and some information flashed in his mind. At the same time, the demon-subduing spear appeared in his hand, and he swept it out. Like fireworks, the 20 demonic beasts that were equivalent to the early stage of the 5th level martial arts grandmaster realm were all blown up by Lu Ming's spear. They turned into wisps of energy and dissipated in the air. After the 20 giant tigers exploded, energy swept through the air. After a few breaths, another 20 giant tigers appeared. The only difference was that the auras of these 20 giant tigers were much stronger than before, reaching the middle stage of martial ancestor 5 Dan. In the middle stage of the martial ancestor realm, killing one would give him 2 points. It was the same for everyone who entered. They would encounter 20 demonic beasts at the early stage of the 5th martial ancestor realm at the beginning. After killing all of them, stronger demonic beasts would appear. In the early stage of the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm, killing one would give 1 point. In the middle stage of martial ancestor realm level 5, killing one would give him 2 points. Later stage of the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm, each of them was worth 3 points. And so on, for every small level, the points gained from killing one would increase by 1 point. For example, the peak of the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm was worth 4 points, and the early stage of the 6th level was worth 5 points. In order to obtain 500 points and pass the preliminaries, one had to at least reach the later stage of the 6th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm and kill at least 6 existences of the later stage of the 6th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm. To be able to kill 6 of the 20 demonic beasts of the martial ancestor realm advanced stage, his overall combat strength was probably comparable to the peak of the martial ancestor realm. The 20 giant tigers in the middle of the 5th level martial ancestor realm were still unable to fight back against Lu Ming. Lu Ming's spear trembled and rays of spear radiance burst out. 20 giant tigers were shot and exploded by the spear radiance. On the stone tablet outside, Lu Ming's points naturally soared. However, it didn't attract too much attention. In the beginning, it was normal for the points to soar. In the myriad illusionary killing array, the killing continued. After the 20 tigers were killed, another 20 demonic beasts of the martial ancestor realm advanced stage appeared. It was still an easy kill. Then, there were 20 giant tigers at the peak of the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. After the 20 giant tigers at the peak of the 5th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm were killed, the world suddenly changed. Lu Ming realized that he was in a swamp. From the swamp, 20 huge snakes as thick as a bowl suddenly shot out and pounced towards Lu Ming. The strength of its aura was a lot stronger than the giant tiger from before. It was a demonic beast in the early stage of martial ancestor 6 Dan. Lu Ming's expression was calm as he continued to stab with his long spear. The giant snakes exploded in the air. A 6th level martial ancestor realm demonic beast was no match for Lu Ming and could not do anything to stop him. Lu Ming swept down with a destructive force. His points also skyrocketed. Very quickly, he had surpassed 500 points. It continued to rise. 600 points, 700 points. By the time Lu Ming had killed all 20 demonic beasts at the peak of the 6th level martial ancestor realm, his score had reached 720. At this moment, the surrounding scene changed again. It turned into a huge mountain, surrounded by rocks. Suddenly, the rocks in the surroundings started to wriggle, turning into giant stone men that were 3 meters tall. There were 20 stone men in total. Thump. Dong. Each of the stone golems was equivalent to the early stage of the 7th level martial grandmaster realm. They held a mace made of stone in their hands. They stomped on the ground and charged at Lu Ming with a loud boom. The mace came crashing down on Lu Ming like a huge mountain. Lu Ming took a step forward and his body shot out like a cannonball. The power of wind and fire on his long spear merged and he swept out. One of the golems was struck by the spear and exploded, sending debris flying everywhere. Instantly, Lu Ming's points increased by 9. Even an early stage of the 7th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm could not stop Lu Ming. ID coldly before he turned around and left with Lan Yunfei. Chapter 365. 365 Chapter 365 Comprehension. The long spear stabbed out continuously, and the golems exploded one after another. Not long after, the 20 golems were all defeated by Lu Ming. Next, the 7th level martial arts Grandmaster mid-level stone golems could not stop Lu Ming either. He swept through everything. When the 20 stone golems in the later stage of the 7th realm martial arts Grandmaster realm were defeated, Lu Ming's points had already surpassed Yang Liuji's. Outside the formation, Yang Liuji's eyes were fixed on the steel, his teeth clenched. Yang Liuji growled. Although he was mentally prepared, he still felt extremely unhappy that Lu Ming had surpassed him. However, the others did not pay much attention to Lu Ming. The top 10 on the Cloud Emperor board were no slower than Lu Ming in terms of points. In the 10,000 illusionary killing array, Lu Ming shot a few times in succession and defeated the last 2 7th peak martial ancestor realm golems. At this point, Lu Ming's points had reached 1560 points. At this time, the surrounding scene changed again. Lu Ming realized that he had appeared in a huge canyon. In the canyon, the wind whistled and tore the sky apart. Buzz. Whoosh. A series of air-piercing sounds suddenly rang out in the midst of the violent wind. The next moment, streaks of saber radiance slashed at Lu Ming. They were so fast that they were in front of Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and his body trembled slightly. His body was like a flickering light and a fleeting shadow as he drifted back dozens of meters. The long spear shook and swept out horizontally, sending a figure flying. At this moment, Lu Ming saw that it was a figure completely wrapped in a black robe. The 10,000 illusionary killing array would not only form demonic beasts, but also warriors. Behind Lu Ming, there were also rays of saber light slashing at him. Lu Ming waved his long spear and blocked a few attacks. These black-robed men were all in the early stage of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. Wind force. Lu Ming cast the force of the wind and began to sense the tracks of the black-robed person. Although the black-robed man was fast, he could not hide from Lu Ming's wind force. I found you. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly flashed and he stabbed more than 10 times with his long spear. Lu Ming pierced through 5 to 6 black-robed men in a row, turning them into energy and dissipating. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, the early 8th level martial arts Grandmaster realm martial artists were no match for him. After he found their tracks, they were killed by Lu Ming one after another. Very quickly, the 20 black-robed men in the early stage of the 8th martial ancestor realm were all killed. In the next moment, 20 black-robed men in the middle of the 8th level martial Grandmaster realm appeared. The 20 black-robed men were even faster. In the midst of the strong wind, they were as fast as lightning. Even when Lu Ming cast wind force, it was difficult to capture the trajectory. Force, these black-robed people actually also grasped wind force. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with shock. Amazing, truly amazing. This is only a grand formation, but the martial artist condensed inside actually also grasps the force of the wind. Lu Ming was amazed. This wind force is different from the one I comprehended. That's right, so wind force can also be like this. Why didn't I think of it before? For a moment, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to kill these black-robed men. Instead, he blocked them and sensed the momentum of the wind at the same time. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, if he used all his strength and executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, he would definitely be able to cross 4 small realms and fight with a martial arts grandmaster at the peak of the 8th level. He might even win. It was not impossible for him to break through this stage with his full strength. However, Lu Ming was no longer in a hurry. Outside the 10,000 illusionary killing array, everyone was staring at the stone tablet. In the beginning, Lu Ming did not attract much attention. However, when he passed the 7th level martial arts grandmaster stage and accumulated 1560 points, he attracted a lot of attention. This was a threshold. Those who could cross this threshold, even in the Cloud Emperor ranking, were top geniuses and could definitely be ranked in the top 20. Lu Ming is actually so strong. He has accumulated 1,560 points. He's going to face a martial arts grandmaster 8th realm early phase next. I wonder how far Lu Ming can go. Many people were discussing. When Yang Liuji heard this, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. Yan Feishuan muttered. You have some ability, but you still have to die. Lan Yundao snorted. Lu Ming, I didn't expect your strength to have reached this level. It looks like I'll have to find an opportunity to kill you during the Ditian Divine Guard selection this time. Qiu Wuyang's eyes glowed with a cold light. But not long after, their expressions changed. Lu Ming's points continued to rise at a very fast speed, no slower than Shangguan Yanchen and the other geniuses in the top 10 of the Cloud Emperor ranking. It's still increasing. Lu Ming's points are still increasing. He's too strong. Could it be that Lu Ming can charge into the top 10? I really didn't expect Lu Ming's combat strength to be so terrifying. He probably didn't use much of his strength when he defeated Yang Liuji, right? Oh my god, look, Xian Yanqing's points aren't bad either. They're all from the Blazing Sun Empire. Including Qiu Changkong, the small Blazing Sun Empire has 3 such terrifying geniuses. Unbelievable. Exclamations could be heard from the surroundings. Very quickly, Lu Ming's points shot up to 1,820. This meant that Lu Ming had already killed 20 martial arts grandmaster 8th realm martial artists. Next, Lu Ming will be facing 20 martial arts grandmaster 8th realm intermediate stage martial artists. As long as he can pass this stage, there's a high chance that he'll make it into the top 10. If he can pass the next stage, he'll be able to surpass Qiu Changkong and enter the top 10. No, have you noticed that Lu Ming's points have stopped moving? Yes, could it be that he has reached his limit? That's most likely the case. I think he's already at the end of his rope and should be doing his best to resist. That's why his points have stopped moving. Qiu Changkong, Yan Feishuan, and the others also heaved a long sigh. Qiu Changkong, in particular, was nervous when he saw Lu Ming's points increase rapidly. He was afraid that Lu Ming would surpass him. Given his pride, he would definitely find it hard to accept that Lu Ming had surpassed him. Fortunately, Lu Ming's points suddenly stopped. Lu Ming, is this your limit? What a disappointment. Qiu Changkong murmured, a smile on his face. At the same time, Lan Yundao and the others were also sneering. Lu Ming was just that. He did not pose a threat to them. Look, Xian Yanqing's points are slowing down too. Not bad. It seems like Xian Yanqing's combat power is slightly higher than Lu Ming's, but he's not as strong as the top 10 geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking. Some people were discussing with each other, expressing their own opinions. That was because the top 10 geniuses on the Cloud Emperor board were still increasing their points. Not long after, 3 of the top 10 geniuses on the Cloud Emperor board had surpassed Qiu Changkong and pushed him down to the 9th place. Yan Feishuan, on the other hand, fell to the 10th place. Yan Feishuan gritted his teeth. He was originally ranked 9th, but this time, he was ranked 10th. Not only did he not improve, but he also dropped 1 rank, which made him depressed. Chapter 366. 366 You're the second. Time passed slowly and soon, the half-hour time limit was up. The screen shook and Xian Yanqing came out. As for Lu Ming's score, it was still stagnant but it did not come out. He's really able to hold on. But this is the preliminaries, what's the point of holding on? Qiu Changkong coldly laughed. However, the next moment, his eyes popped out and his mouth opened so wide that he could swallow a dead rat. On the first stone tablet, Lu Ming's stagnant points suddenly soared again at a terrifying speed. On the field, the others' expressions were similar to Qiu Changkong's. They were all dumbfounded. How is that possible? How was this possible? Why did Lu Ming's points start to soar? Could he have been hiding his strength? That's impossible, right? The crowd was in a heated discussion, and even Jian Fingyun was stunned. Lu Ming's points exceeded 2,000 in an instant, then 2,100, 2,200, and then he surpassed Qiu Changkong. When Lu Ming's points reached more than 2,400, the light screen trembled and he flew out directly. Shangguan Yunyan and the other geniuses in the top 10 of the Cloud Emperor ranking also flew out. Nest, why are you running out of time? After coming out, Lu Ming could not stop mumbling. He was somewhat speechless. Previously, when he saw the black-robed men gain some insight, he couldn't help but start to comprehend the force of the wind. He had already reached the limit of the small success stage of wind force. With this comprehension, wind force smoothly broke through and reached the large success stage. The force of wind and the force of fire fused together and increased their power. Previously, the power of the wind and fire was one strong and one weak, and it was not balanced. Although the power of the fusion was great, it did not reach its maximum. Now that the two types of Shi were in balance, its power was truly terrifying. It completely surpassed the power of a single Shi at perfection. Lu Ming's two forces merged into the long spear. With a sweep of the long spear, the black-robed men in the middle of the 8th-level martial arts Grandmaster realm were defeated one after another. It was impossible to stop them. In just a few breaths' time, the 20 black-robed men in the martial ancestor 8th realm middle stage were all defeated. Next, there were 20 black-robed men in the later stage of the 8th-level martial arts Grandmaster realm. However, they could not withstand Lu Ming's attack and were killed in a short time. Just as Lu Ming was about to fight the 20 black-robed men at the peak of the 8th-level martial arts Grandmaster realm, the space suddenly trembled and he was teleported out. Lu Ming immediately knew that the time was up. Forget it, this score should not be too bad. Brother Lu, congratulations. At this moment, Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi walked over and cupped their fists. However, the two of them looked helpless and bitter. Lu Ming knew that the two of them definitely did not pass the test. Their points did not reach 500 points. Lu Ming had already guessed this and did not say much. At this moment, the second stone tablet was shining and the ranking had changed. The top three remained the same. They were still Jian Fengyun, Young Master Tian Shi, and Jiang Hongwen. The fourth place had changed to Shangguan Yunyan. Fifth place, still Len Yun said. The top 7 on the Cloud Emperor board had not changed. However, the 8th place had changed to Lu Ming. Qiu Changkong, on the other hand, had dropped to the 10th place. Yan Feishuan directly fell out of the top 10 and was ranked 11th. Yan Feishuan trembled with anger. Before this competition, he was full of confidence and wanted to advance a few more ranks. Now, not only did he not advance, but he even fell back a few ranks. Lu Ming is to blame. Yan Feishuan immediately put the blame on Lu Ming. If Lu Ming had not made it to the 8th place, he would not have dropped out of the top 10. Although there was only a 1-rank difference between the 11th and the top 10, they were on two completely different levels. On the other side, Qiu Changkong's eyes were filled with killing intent. Lu Ming had actually surpassed him. He found it hard to accept that they were both from the Blazing Sun Empire. From then on, the leader of the Blazing Sun Empire's geniuses was Lu Ming, not him. Kill, kill, kill. Qiu Changkong roared in his heart. Lu Ming seemed to have sensed Qiu Changkong's killing intent. He looked at Qiu Changkong and sneered. Little Kong, I'm sorry. I accidentally surpassed you. Now, in the Burning Sun Empire, you're number 2. Lu Ming, you're a coward. Qiu Changkong bellowed, his eyes red with anger. What did Lu Ming call him? Little Kong. What did he mean by not wanting to surpass him? Did he become the second child? Every word was so infuriating that Qiu Changkong felt his heart, liver, spleen, lung, and kidney ache. Lu Ming, just because you have a high score for the myriad illusionary killing array doesn't mean that you can win a real life and death battle. Qiu Changkong took a deep breath and calmed himself down after a while. Oh. Was it? Then let's have a real life and death battle. Lu Ming glared at Qiu Changkong with murderous intent. Qiu Changkong was someone he had to kill. It would be great if he could take this opportunity to get rid of him. However, Qiu Changkong's eyes flickered but he didn't agree. He snorted coldly and walked to the side. Now, he did not have any chance of winning. He had no confidence in Lu Ming's combat strength. So you didn't dare, you're really a coward. Qiu Changkong's eyes turned red again, and he almost exploded in anger. He could not wait to turn around and cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. However, his rationality told him that he had to endure it. Lu Ming, I'll make sure you die without a burial place sooner or later. Chiu Changkong bellowed in his heart. The test was still going on, and there was only one group left. However, this group did not have any outstanding geniuses, so the crowd was not interested. Very quickly, half an hour had passed and the last group was finished. The names of the preliminary qualifiers had all been announced. A total of 98 people passed the preliminaries and obtained the qualifications to participate in the Ditian Divine Guard selection. More than 600 people had come, but only 98 people had passed. This probability was not low. Don't forget, these 600 people were all geniuses on the same level as the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun. Alright, the 98 of you have passed the preliminaries and become the Emperor Sky Divine Guards. The selection will be held in the Myriad Stars City in 3 months. All you need to do is to get to the Myriad Stars City within 3 months. Myriad Stars City. Many people were stunned, obviously not having heard of it. The Myriad Star City is the branch palace of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace in the eastern part of the Profound Heaven region. All of you just need to rush to the Myriad Star City and gather at the courtyard in the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. I will be waiting for you there. This is the map to the Myriad Star City. Lucio gave them a brief introduction, then took out a stack of maps and distributed them to everyone. Alright, now follow me out. You can make your own arrangements for the next 3 months. Lucio said. Then, everyone followed Lucio out of Myriad Illusion Canyon. Then, they all dispersed. Lu Ming, I've been surpassed by you this time. Next time, I'll definitely surpass you. On the way back, Xian Yanqing gritted his teeth and said to Lu Ming. This time, Xian Yanqing was ranked 15th, falling behind Lu Ming. She was still brooding over this. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Why did this chick want to surpass him every day? Chapter 367. 367,000 River Region. On the side, Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi's faces were flushed red. They wanted to laugh but they were too embarrassed to. Little Qing, we're already an old couple. Don't be like this. Brother Feng and Brother Ling will laugh at us. Lu Ming whispered in Xian Yanqing's ear. Who are you flirting with? Don't talk nonsense. Xian Yanqing's face turned red and she glared at Lu Ming. We've already seen each other. We're not considered an old couple. Do I really have to do you? Lu Ming touched his chin and muttered. Lu Yingming, die. A sharp cry rang out, piercing Lu Ming's eardrums. Xian Yanqing gritted her teeth. If not for Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi, she would have pounced on Lu Ming and bit him. Gentle, gentle, a girl must be gentle, understand? Don't let Brother Feng and Brother Ling see you as a joke. Lu Ming put his hands behind his back and smiled evilly. At the side. Arg. Brother Ling, the sky is so beautiful today, and the moon is so bright. Haha, you're right, Brother Feng. It was broad daylight and the sun was shining brightly. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi looked up at the sky and lied through their teeth, pretending that they did not see Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. The few of them quarreled all the way back to the inn. News of this test started to spread like wildfire in the Cloud Desolate Empire's capital. Jian Fengyun's power and invincibility naturally caused a heated discussion among many. In addition, the names of Lu Ming, Chiu Changkong, and Xian Yanqing were also mentioned. This was because the 3 of them came from the same empire, the Blazing Sun Empire, a small country. The Blazing Sun Empire had produced so many terrifying geniuses, and 2 of them had even made it into the top 10. This was even more terrifying than many of the middle-level empires. For example, the Blood Zhao Empire did not even have a single top 10. 2 days later, on a mountain peak, Chiu Changkong knelt down before an old man. Master, why are you here? Chiu Changkong respectfully replied. This old man was Chiu Changkong's in-name disciple. He was an important figure in the eastern branch of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Zhangkong, although you were ranked 36th on the Cloud Emperor board, you were arrogant and never put the other geniuses on the board in your eyes. After this preliminary round, you should have realized that there is always someone better, right? Moreover, this is only the Cloud Emperor mountain range. The Cloud Emperor mountain range is a barren land, and the geniuses there can't be compared to those from other regions. It's still very difficult for you to successfully join the Emperor Sky Divine Guards. The old man sighed. Please give me some guidance, Master. This time, Master came here to bring you to the 100 deity slope to cultivate. This quota was obtained with great difficulty by Master, so you must treasure it. The old man said. 100 Gods Slope. Chiu Changkong was ecstatic upon hearing this. The 100 deity slope was an extremely famous sacred cultivation ground in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. He had heard of this name long ago, but he was not qualified to enter. This time, his master had actually helped him obtain such a precious quota. Changkong thanks Master. I'm willing to go through fire and water for Master. Chiu Changkong knelt down once more. With a wave of his hand, the old man and Chiu Changkong disappeared without a trace. Cloud Desolate Empire Imperial Capital, in. Little Qing, you're leaving. Where are you going? Just now, Xian Yanqing had said goodbye to him. Of course I'm going to find a place to seclude myself. Fortunately, I'll surpass you in 3 months. Well, I'll see you in the Myriad Star City in 3 months. With that said, Xian Yanqing sized Lu Ming up carefully, then turned and left, disappearing in an instant. Looking in the direction that Xian Yanqing had disappeared, Lu Ming felt a slight reluctance to part. Little Qing, how far can you go in 3 months? Xian Yanqing's identity had always been very mysterious. Lu Ming still did not know where she came from. And her sister, Xian Yanjuan, was a natural-born king with terrifying talent. Lu Ming had a feeling that when he met Xian Yanqing again in 3 months, her cultivation would have improved greatly. Looks like I'll have to work hard too. Otherwise, I might really be surpassed by her. After a long while, Lu Ming looked at Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi. Brother Feng, Brother Ling, what are your plans after this? We're planning to return to the Blazing Sun Empire. What about you, Brother Lu? Feng Wuji said. I'm going to set off for the Myriad Star City now. I'll cultivate while I'm on the way. He had already seen the map. The Myriad Star City was too far away from the Cloud Emperor. Mountain Range. Given Lu Ming's current cultivation, it would take him a month to fly at full speed. Therefore, Lu Ming decided to cultivate as he hurried on his journey. He treated this journey as a kind of training. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi both nodded. Brother Feng, please help me tell my parents that I'm safe after you return. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring it. Feng Wuji nodded. After that, Feng Wuji bade farewell to Ling Yanqi and Lu Ming and left for the Blazing Sun Empire. All of a sudden, Lu Ming was the only one left. I should also make a move. Lu Ming smiled and left the imperial capital of the Cloud Desolate Empire. He rose into the air and flew towards the west, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. The Cloud Emperor mountain range was located in the easternmost part of the Tianxian region. It was extremely far from the Myriad Star City and was separated by many regions. Back when he was traveling from the Blazing Sun Empire to the imperial capital of the Cloud Desolate Empire, Lu Ming did not use his full speed because of Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi. Now that he was alone, he used all his strength and his speed was shocking. Countless mountains, rivers, and plateaus flashed past Lu Ming's feet. In just 3 days, Lu Ming had left the Cloud Emperor mountain range and entered another area. In the Thousand River region. The Thousand River region was a region close to the Cloud Emperor mountain range, and it was several times larger than the Cloud Emperor mountain range. It was extremely wide and had given birth to hundreds of empires and countless people. Among them, the strongest empire was called the Qianjiang Empire. It was a high-level empire and was extremely powerful. Back then, Jian Fengyun had trained in the Thousand River region. The terrain of the Thousand River region was completely different from the Cloud Emperor mountain range. The Cloud Emperor mountain range had many mountains and steep terrain. As for the Thousand River region, the terrain was flat, and the rivers flowed rapidly. There were countless large rivers scattered across the vast land. Lu Ming was standing in the sky above a large river, dumbfounded. This was because the river was simply too wide. Looking down from a height of 10,000 meters, the river was 100 miles wide. If not for Lu Ming's amazing eyesight, he would not be able to see the end. As for its length, it was impossible to measure it with a naked eye. On the river, many large ships sailed on the water. As expected, it has a different flavor. Looking at the vast river, Lu Ming felt his heart open and his mood was extremely comfortable. The true qi in his body also began to circulate rapidly. Chapter 368. 368 Chapter 368 Heaven's Gate. Hoo. The qi cyclone in his dantian also spun at an even faster speed. The spiritual energy from all directions was gathering toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. A moment later, Lu Ming's body trembled slightly, and the sound of a big river surging came from his body. An aura that was twice as strong as before burst forth, but it quickly receded in the next moment. Early stage of the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. Lu Ming's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm a few months ago. He had been polishing his true qi and strengthening his foundation for the past few months. He had long reached the realm of being as one. Just now, when he was feeling relaxed and at ease, his cultivation base had naturally broken through without the slightest hindrance or hesitation. Now, what is my ranking on the Cloud Emperor board? A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. In a flash, he flew along the river at high speed. Look. It's a martial arts grandmaster. There were shadows of sails in the river. Someone on the boat saw Lu Ming and shouted. Even in the Thousand River region, martial grandmasters were high and mighty figures. What a young martial arts grandmaster. I want to be like him. Some of the teenagers looked at Lu Ming in the sky with envy. These people did not catch Lu Ming's attention. His speed increased and the vast river crossed under his feet. The river was many kilometers long. Lu Ming had already flown along the river for 100,000 kilometers, but he still had not reached the end. Along the way, they passed by countless tributaries, and countless people built their empires near the river. Lu Ming guessed that this river was one of the main rivers in the Thousand River area. It was said that there were 18 main rivers in the Thousand River area and countless tributaries. At this moment, a violent rolling sound came from the river below, and water splashed in all directions. The waves rolled and Lu Ming saw countless fish in the water. All kinds of fish jumped around. Some of them were dozens of meters long, and they were extremely huge, giving off powerful auras. They were clearly fish-type demonic beasts. These fish-type demonic beasts actually advanced side by side, swimming towards the front of the large river. Lu Ming was very curious. He followed the fish-type demonic beasts. The further they went, the more surprised Lu Ming was. There were more and more fish in the river. There were even many shrimp and turtles, all of which were of the water race. They lined up and swam forward. What's in front? It actually attracted so many water tribe members. Lu Ming pondered and was extremely curious. After traveling for about 1,000 miles, Lu Ming saw a tributary. Although it was called a tributary, it was actually about 100 miles wide, extremely wide. From this tributary, a large number of water tribe members also swam out and joined the group. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Lu Ming saw a middle-aged man and woman flying in the air. Like him, they were following the water tribe. The middle-aged man and woman clearly saw Lu Ming as well. Their eyes flashed but they did not say anything. Lu Ming was more and more certain that there was a problem ahead. After traveling for another 10,000 miles or so, the water tribe in the river was already densely packed, and there were already dozens of warriors in the sky. Those who could fly in the air were all martial arts grandmasters. It seems like the Dragon Gate is about to appear again. I wonder where it will appear this time. In the sky, a few young men whispered. Lu Ming's ears twitched and he naturally heard every single word. It's hard to say. The Dragon Gate, also known as the Heaven Gate, is extremely magical. Every time it appears, the water area is different, and the time is not fixed. This time, it's our lucky chance. We must seize it. Senior Pan is right. It's said that when the Heaven's Gate appears, an extremely mysterious aura will spread out. People in that range will often be able to think more actively, especially their comprehension of Shur. It will greatly improve. This time, I must seize the opportunity and break through to the great success stage of the water Shur. Senior brother, I heard that the Heaven's Gate spurts out all kinds of treasures. Is that true? It's true. Legend has it that the Heaven's Gate is extremely mysterious. It's connected to an extremely ancient and powerful world. Every time the Heaven's Gate appears, precious items from that world will spray out. Perhaps, these secrets were not rare in the waters of the Thousand River. Therefore, when the few young people were discussing, they did not deliberately hide it. Lu Ming heard everything clearly. Dragon Sect. Heaven's Gate. There's such a magical thing. Lu Ming secretly sighed. Feeling even more curious, he followed them all the way. After a few thousand miles, the water tribe stopped. In front of them was a huge intersection. 3,000-mile-wide rivers joined together to form an even wider river that flowed into the distance. At the intersection of the three rivers, there was a huge whirlpool. The river water rotated like a funnel. The vortex was huge, at least hundreds of miles in diameter. In the other two rivers, there were also a large number of water tribe members and many warriors. There should be about 100 martial artists in total. Suddenly, a violent roar came from the vortex. In the river, countless members of the water tribe made different sounds. They all stared at the vortex with reverence. Haha, every time the Heaven's Gate appears, it will attract a large number of water tribe members. These water tribe members are really stupid. They really want to make the great leap. One of the burly men laughed. The others also smiled faintly, clearly used to it. At this moment, the sound from the vortex became even louder, as if a behemoth was about to emerge from it. The next moment, the ground suddenly trembled, and something actually rushed out from it. It was actually a mountain peak. A mountain peak emerged from the vortex. At first, it was the peak of the mountain, then it was the middle of the mountain, and slowly, the bottom of the mountain was revealed. An extremely huge mountain peak appeared at the intersection of the three rivers, causing a large amount of river water to flow to both sides. At this moment, the mountain shook. A powerful aura spread out from the middle of the mountain, and a huge stone door appeared. The Heaven's Gate has appeared. Lu Ming was also extremely shocked. He looked at the mountainside from dozens of miles away. The stone door was 100 meters tall, and a hazy light emanated from it. Charge, charge! Someone shouted and flew toward the mountain. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He followed the crowd and flew to the mountain peak. He stopped halfway up the mountain and ran toward the stone gate. However, when he was about 1,000 meters away from the stone door, Lu Ming felt a strong force acting on his body. This was no ordinary power. It was a power that was as vast as the heavens and earth. It was very similar to Shi, but it was many times more powerful. Could this be the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth? Lu Ming was greatly shocked. He could feel an extremely mysterious and all-encompassing aura from it. It seemed to contain countless types of forces and countless types of profound meaning of heaven and earth. Some people were pressed down by this force and directly knelt down. Chapter 369. 369 The Genius of the Thousand River Region. True Qi is useless against momentum. Instantly, all kinds of Shi burst out. Wind, fire, metal, wood, mountain, thunder, water, and so on. Lu Ming realized that most of these people had comprehended the force of water. It probably had something to do with the environment of the Thousand River region. He could only move forward by blocking with force. Some of the Wuzongs who had not comprehended force directly knelt down around 1,000 meters. As for those grandmasters who had comprehended the basics of force, they could walk within 900 meters. Those at the early stage of the initial success stage could advance 800 meters, and those at the middle stage could advance 700 meters. Every bit of power he gained was a bit closer to the heavenly gate. However, Lu Ming was standing at a distance of about 1,000 meters, motionless. He stood there and comprehended. He felt that the last palm of the three palms, the palm of heavenly path, was extremely similar to the aura emitted by the heaven's gate. Heavenly Tao, great Tao of heaven and earth, so that's how it is. Lu Ming's eyes lit up when he compared the heavenly path palm with the aura that the heaven's gate was emitting. He had finally figured out a little about the heavenly path palm. The heavenly path palm was said to be infinitely close to a heaven-grade martial arts technique once cultivated. Its power was incomparably terrifying, but in history, only a few people were able to cultivate it, as it was too difficult. Lu Ming had been cultivating for a long time, but he still did not have any clues. At this moment, there seemed to be a door that was wide open in front of him. This aura, I want to capture this aura and engrave it in my heart. Then, I will reflect it with the heavenly Tao palm. I believe that I will be able to cultivate the heavenly Tao palm very soon. Lu Ming's mind was racing. He focused all his attention on sensing the aura. After a while, Lu Ming used his aura to resist and advanced 100 meters. However, he retreated very quickly. The heavenly Tao aura ahead was even more intense, but at the same time, it was even more difficult to capture and memorize something. It was still more suitable to be within 1,000 meters. While Lu Ming was trying to understand the situation, two figures were moving forward at the fastest speed. These were two old men, and they could actually walk within 300 meters. Sure, at the peak of its completion, they are the two monsters of Min River. Someone recognized the two old men and shouted. It was obvious that these two old men were very famous. Lu Ming took a closer look and realized that the two elders' cultivation had already reached the peak of the 8th level martial arts grandmaster realm. It's best if you can comprehend it within 300 meters. Moreover, the closer you are to the treasure that will be ejected from the Heaven's Gate, the higher the chance of obtaining it. Some people were extremely envious. Everyone tried their best to get closer to the Heaven's Gate, so that they could gain more. At this moment, a figure came from afar and arrived on the mountain in an instant. Then, he continued to rush towards the Heaven's Gate. It was a young man in his 20s. A powerful force erupted from his body, and he was extremely fast. Soon, he was within 300 meters. Who is this person? Sure is actually so powerful. You don't even know Autumn Water. What? He's Li Qiushui, who's ranked 78th on the Thousand River Top 100. Someone was shocked. You two old fogies, get lost. Once Autumn Water was within 300 meters, she looked at the Min River monsters coldly. The faces of the Min River duo darkened, and one of them said, Li Autumn Water, what is the meaning of this? What do you mean? I'm telling you to get lost. I'm the only one left within 300 meters. Li Qiushui laughed coldly. Li Autumn Water, isn't your appetite a little too big? I'm afraid you can't hold it, right? The Min River duo said in a deep voice. Can't hold on. Just the two of you. You guys are not worthy. Li Autumn Water was overbearing. Li Qiushui, you may be a genius, but we brothers aren't afraid of you. The Min River duo would not give in so easily. If you don't get lost, then you can only die. Autumn Water's eyes turned cold. A ray of sword light broke through the air and headed toward the two monsters of Min River. I'm not afraid of you. The two Min River monsters roared and used all their strength to resist. After only 5 or 6 moves, the two monsters of Min River trembled violently and retreated. A sword wound had appeared on each of their bodies, and it was so deep that their bones could be seen. Everyone gasped in shock. The famous Min River monsters were injured after 5 or 6 moves by Autumn Water. Wasn't Autumn Water a little too strong? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and there was a hint of solemnity in the depths of his eyes. He could clearly see that Autumn Water's cultivation was at the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. The Min River's twin monsters were 2 levels higher than him. Yet they were injured within 5 or 6 moves. Autumn Water's ability to fight across 2 levels was now 2 levels higher. Generally speaking, those peerless geniuses, in the martial arts grandmaster realm, could fight across 2 levels, which was almost their limit. Geniuses like the Scorching Sun 6 heroes and those who were ranked at the bottom of the Cloud Emperor ranking could only fight against those who were 2 levels higher. However, the geniuses who were ranked at the bottom of the Cloud Emperor board had a much higher cultivation level than the other geniuses. As for the top 10 geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking, they were stronger. Not only did they have a high cultivation base, but their ability to fight across levels was also stronger. For example, Lan Yundao and the others had the ability to fight across 2 levels, but not 3 levels. They were in the middle. Lu Ming speculated that Jian Fingyun might be able to fight 3 levels above him. Li Qiushui, on the other hand, was 2 to 3 levels above him. Lu Ming speculated that her combat strength was not weaker than Lan Yundao and the other geniuses who were ranked 5th or 6th on the Cloud Emperor ranking. But Li Qiushui was only ranked 78th on the list of the top 100 in the Thousand River region. The top 100 list of the Thousand River Waters had the same meaning as the Cloud Emperor list. It listed the top 100 geniuses of the Thousand River Waters. He was ranked 78th, and yet he was already so powerful. Lu Ming had a deeper understanding of the other region's strength. If you don't get lost, you'll die. The autumn water was extremely cold. The faces of the Min River duo were extremely ugly. In the end, they gritted their teeth and retreated to the 400-meter zone. Ha ha ha, Li Qiushui, eldest young Master Li, you are indeed powerful. At this moment, a loud laugh was heard, and a red-haired big man quickly ran towards the Heaven's Gate, his body exuding a powerful aura. They only stopped when they were 300 meters away. It's the red-haired water demon. Someone exclaimed. Autumn Water's eyes also darkened. She looked at the red-haired water demon and did not say anything. The red-haired water demon's cultivation had already reached the early stage of martial ancestor realm level 9. He wasn't confident that he could defeat him. The red-haired water demon wasn't afraid of Li Autumn Water either. He stood 300 meters away and looked at the sky gate with fiery eyes. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. I've succeeded. He had succeeded in inscribing a faint wisp of heavenly Tao aura. As long as he put his mind to it, he would be able to recall the faint heavenly Tao aura. Although it was very faint, it should be enough for the cultivation of the heavenly path palm. It's time to comprehend force. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile and he strode forward. Without stopping, 800 meters, 700 meters, 500 meters. Lu Ming kept walking towards the 300-meter zone. Finally, Lu Ming stepped into the 300-meter zone. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming. Chapter 370, 370 Chapter 370 Wind Force, Large Success. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming. Then, there was a burst of intense discussion. Who is this person? He could actually walk to the 300-meter area. He actually dared to walk into the 300-meter area. Is he not afraid that Li Autumn Water will kill him? Could this person be a genius in the Thousand Rivers top 100? I don't know. I've never seen this person before. I've never seen him before in the top 100 ranking of the Emperor Sky Divine Guard's qualifying round. He shouldn't be a genius on the Thousand Rivers top 100 ranking. Many people were whispering and looking at Lu Ming curiously. Autumn Water's face darkened and she looked at Lu Ming coldly. Brat, this isn't a place you should stay. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Li Qiushui said. Coldly. Letting the red-haired water demon set foot in this area already made him very angry. Now, another person had actually come, and he was so young. Hee, every time you open your mouth, you ask people to get lost. I want to know what kind of expression you would have if an expert stronger than you came and asked you to get lost. Lu Ming pursed his lips and smiled faintly. There's no if. Right now, I'm the strongest here. This is a fact. Li Qiushui looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. You're the strongest. He really knows how to put gold on his face. Lu Ming revealed a faint sneer. So you have the confidence to fight me? I'd like to see where you get your confidence from. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a sword rang out. A sword light as white as the Milky Way shot out from Autumn Water's hand. He was like a fairy from beyond the heavens, as fast as lightning. Lu Ming sneered. The demon-subduing spear appeared in his hand and he charged forward. If Lu Ming had not broken through to the 5th stage of the martial Grandmaster realm, he might not be a match for Li Qiushui, who could fight against Lan Yundao. But now, he wanted to test his own combat strength. The spear radiance and the sword chi collided with each other, causing a violent boom. The two of them were pushed back in unison. So you have some strength. Let's see how many strikes you can take. Boundless Autumn Water Sword. Chi chi chi. The sword chi that was like the Milky Way appeared one after another and slashed at Lu Ming. Wind Fire Kill. Lu Ming's long spear trembled and the power of wind and fire combined. Rays of spear light burst out and collided with the rays of sword chi. Dense explosive sounds rang out in the air. The crowd looked on in shock. They did not expect that Lu Ming could fight to a draw with Li Qiushui. He's not in the Thousand River top 100 list. Could he be a hidden genius who didn't participate in the Detian Divine Guard's qualifiers? It shouldn't be possible. Which young genius wouldn't be tempted by the Detian Divine Guard qualifiers? Let's not talk about the fact that one can cultivate in a branch palace of the Detian Divine Palace after becoming a Detian Divine Guard, which has endless benefits. It's said that there are also great opportunities in the selection competition. Who would miss it? That's true. Could he be a genius from another region? It's very possible. While the others were discussing, not far away, the red-haired water demon's expression was also extremely grave. Even with his cultivation of the early stage of martial ancestor realm level 9, he did not dare to be careless. The two exchanged dozens of moves, but it was still difficult to determine the winner. Take my last move, Autumn Waters River Sword. Li Qiushui roared. A terrifying aura spread out. A river appeared and circled around her. Lu Ming could clearly see that the river was formed by the convergence of sword aura. The endless sword aura had condensed into a river. Autumn Water shouted and the river rushed toward Lu Ming. This was Li Qiushui's most powerful attack. It was extremely powerful. There was once a martial artist in the early stage of the 9th level of martial arts Grandmaster realm who was seriously injured and almost killed by this move. So strong. If that kid doesn't have a trump card, he's finished. The red-haired water demon thought. The other spectators had similar thoughts. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at Lu Ming. They wanted to see how Lu Ming would resolve this move. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of solemnness. His figure suddenly soared into the sky. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming's body emitted a strange fluctuation and he suddenly took a step forward. A faint dragon's roar could be heard. Lu Ming's step seemed to carry the might of heaven and earth. A terrifying wave spread out from under Lu Ming's feet. The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and Li Qiushui's river of sword energy clashed together. Heaven and earth shook violently, and a powerful qi swept out. However, for some reason, under the aura of the Heaven's Gate, it only spread out a few meters before disappearing. A force that could have crushed a mountain did not cause much of a stir under the Sky Gate. The force dissipated and Autumn Water retreated a dozen steps while Lu Ming flew backward. They were evenly matched. The others looked at Lu Ming in shock. There was also a hint of respect in their eyes. Obviously, they had already regarded Lu Ming and Li Qiushui as geniuses of the same level. The geniuses from the Thousand River region are indeed powerful. He's only ranked 78th. No wonder Jian Fengyun said that he was injured by the geniuses from the Thousand River region who were ranked 18th. Lu Ming pondered in his heart and was somewhat shocked. However, she didn't know that Autumn Water's heart was in turmoil and she was extremely shocked. Lu Ming was only in the early phase of the 5th level martial arts Grandmaster realm, but he was able to fight to a draw with him. This was simply unbelievable. He was a genius who could fight a battle that was more than 2 levels higher than him. Did that mean that Lu Ming could fight a battle that was 4 levels higher than him? Li Autumn Water had never heard of anyone in the martial arts Grandmaster realm being able to fight someone 4 levels above them. Even the monster who ranked first on the Thousand River Top 100 list might not be able to fight against someone who was 4 levels higher. Where did this genius come from? How can he be so terrifying? Autumn Water's mind raced as killing intent flickered in her eyes. However, he did not continue to attack. He stood at the side and looked at Lu Ming warily. Lu Ming did not make a move. He looked at the Sky Gate. At this moment, the aura in the Sky Gate was getting stronger and stronger. Some people had already sat down cross-legged and started to comprehend the aura. This aura contains the myriad Taos of heaven and earth. I'll try to comprehend the force of wind first. Lu Ming pondered, then sat cross-legged and began to comprehend wind force. Of course, he kept a part of his mind on his surroundings. If someone made a move on him, he could counterattack at any time. However, no one attacked him. Li Qiushui's eyes flickered, but she didn't attack. She also sat cross-legged and began to comprehend. Brat, once my Shi breaks through to perfection, it will be the time of your death. Li Qiushui thought fiercely in her heart. Slowly, the scene became silent. Most of the people started to comprehend and cultivate. Not long after, someone was overjoyed. Clearly, they had gained something. There was a faint breeze blowing around Lu Ming's body. It was light and unpredictable. Lu Ming successfully found the Tao of wind from the aura emitted by the Heaven's Gate. Instantly, his comprehension of the wind increased rapidly. Wisps of green wind swirled around his body, sometimes slow and sometimes fast. Half an hour later, the force of the wind around Lu Ming suddenly converged and disappeared. Lu Ming opened his eyes and there was a smile in his eyes. His wind force had successfully broken through to the phenomenal stage. It was barely at the same level as the fire force, and the two were in balance. Lu Ming was very much looking forward to the fusion of the two types of Shi and what kind of power would erupt. Part 5 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.